Winning an incredibly difficult game marks the beginning of this amazing and stunning story. The main character triumphs with incredible enthusiasm and celebrates his victory over this most difficult test. He even dances a little while telling everyone that he finally beat this damn game, while the audience praises him. The game called Empire Defense is famous for its almost impassable difficulty, and now our hero, 10 years later, was able to complete it. The young man happily says that he promised the audience a real show and delivered the required result. As a gaming streamer, he claims that he doesn't care how difficult a game is because he has to complete absolutely everything. Our hero's specialty is to beat only the most difficult games, if possible. The main character even has a specific game nickname, Classic Nerd, which emphasizes his individuality. The young man thanks the viewers for donating their considerable savings to him and notes that they did a great job. Classic Nerd was the first person to beat this absurdly difficult game in its entire 10-year existence. He understands that almost nothing can spoil the joy of victory, but there are a few things he regrets. One user writes that he is very sad that one of the characters died in the final battle, as he became attached to her. Classic Nerd speculates that this is probably due to the fact that viewers became attached to the characters while he was playing, but no one except the main character survived the final battle. He sighs and says that his goal was still to complete the game, not to save all the characters. The game notifies the protagonist that the last level has been completed, and Classic Nerd now ranks first on the leaderboard. Classic Nerd notes that it's somewhat macabre that the game's hero, Lucas, finds himself surrounded by the corpses of his enemies and friends. He hangs his head sadly and wonders in his mind why everything is happening so strangely. Looking at Lucas, he comes to the conclusion that he is just a game character, but his back looks very sad. The screen fades to black, and he is shown credits that only mention one developer. Classic Nerd breathes a sigh of relief, realizing that he is much better off this way. He doesn't have to constantly think about the fate of the heroes. After that, he decides to move his gaze to the chat to check out the new messages. Viewers say the developer should reward him because their studios were destroyed because the game was unbeatable, but Classic Nerd beat it. Our hero grins and says that there is no need for this, since he played purely for fun. He adds that he doesn't need any reward, because as long as he can have fun with everyone, everything will be fine. He continues to brush off viewers, musing that the sole developer disappeared many years ago. He also recalls that during these 10 years he created absolutely nothing new. Leaning back in his chair and shrugging, he guesses that the man probably doesn't care that his game was beaten. A few moments later, a message arrives on his computer from the same developer, greeting him. Classic Nerd is surprised, staring at the message, trying to figure out if someone is trying to prank him. However, after a while, it begins to seem to him that all this is true, and his eyes widen in surprise. It is worth mentioning that all viewers were also in complete shock when they saw this message on their screens. Meanwhile, the developer says he'd like to thank Classic Nerd for completing the game. The young man replies that there is no need to thank him, since he was just playing an interesting game. Tomorrow, the developer reports that he is very glad that they still have hope. He sincerely asks the protagonist to come and help them, as he has proven his abilities and worth. Classic Nerd is trying to figure out what's going on here because there's no way the developer would sit on his stream for that long. He grins and says that it's most likely written by the self-proclaimed developer himself, who wants to play a prank on him. Before he can finish his thought, the screen suddenly goes black and lights up yellow. Classic Nerd feels his head start to spin and he has trouble standing. Everything that is happening begins to swim before his eyes, and he tries with all his might to maintain his balance. But nothing works. Slowly but surely, this condition takes over him and he begins to fall down, assuming that he has been playing too much. One of the last things he sees in this world is his gaming computer, which continues to glow with a strange light. Meanwhile, a bright thank you message appears on the screen for completing the game Empire Defense. The next thing he hears is a huge roar of unknown origin, which nevertheless seems familiar to him. He suddenly opens his eyes and tries to look around to find out what is going on here. A loud noise frightens him and he quickly gets up from the ground. He wonders what that terrible sound was and tries to understand the nature of this frightening phenomenon. However, after a few moments, a terrible sight appears before his eyes. Huge towers that are collapsing. Our hero screams loudly, wondering what is going on here. Debris starts falling right next to him and he covers his head to protect himself. Realization slowly comes to him and he notices that for some reason he has changed his clothes. He doesn't pay much attention to it because he has much more serious problems. Rising to his feet, the hero notices a huge gun barrel nearby. Looking closer, he realizes that there is a strong and distinct smell of gunpowder in the air. A few more moments and his ears were struck by an incredible roar as a weapon went off next to him. Our hero falls to his knees, feeling incredibly overwhelmed at being on the battlefield. He still didn't understand how he could have had such a realistic nightmare if he had just recently been in his room. A few more seconds passed before something exploded loudly next to him, which made him even more scared. He appealed to the people who continued to fire their guns to stop messing around. However, several details immediately caught his attention, causing him to realize that something was wrong. He found a standard that bore the coat of arms of a familiar empire from a game he had completed. The warriors held these banners in preparation for close combat with the approaching enemy. Our hero tried to understand what the hell was going on here, while the commotion around him only grew. Classic Nerd turned his head with incredible difficulty, still not believing that he had ended up in some kind of incomprehensible prison. Unfortunately, there was no one here who could tell him what was going on, and so he was forced to remain in the dark. There were very good reasons for this, since there was now a tense siege of the castle that could not be failed. Classic Nerd gradually got used to this world and realized that, apparently, he found himself in the epicenter of some kind of war. The knight, who was standing not far from him, suddenly turned towards him. Then the knight rushed towards him, calling him his imperial majesty and pursuing some unknown purpose. Our hero just looked in surprise at the man standing in front of him, trying to understand what he wanted. The knight asked him menacingly but sincerely if everything was all right with his master. Classic Nerd incorrectly assumed that the person in front of him was none other than an enemy soldier who wanted him dead. He immediately fell to the ground and began screaming hysterically, ordering the soldier not to come near him. The knight suddenly froze in place, as if someone had turned him into a stone statue. Classic Nerd looked at the man standing in front of him, trying to understand why he suddenly started shaking in fear. The knight didn't take another step and threw the sword to the ground, which fell onto the concrete with a characteristic sound. After this, the knight fell to his knees and made several bows, expressing regret for having upset His Highness. He begged Classic Nerd to show mercy to the lowly servant, and genuine tears appeared on his face. Our hero tried to understand what the hell was going on and felt that something was wrong with this old man. Having made sure that this knight was not a threat to him, he decided to make some effort to get to his feet. After that, he slowly approached the knight, who was trembling with fear, and said that he should calm down a little. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to finish exchanging pleasantries with the knight, as acid appeared in the air. Classic Nerd looked up in horror, his mouth wide open in genuine surprise. Moments later, the acid hit the exact spot where the knight was kneeling, killing him instantly. This explosion created a serious shockwave, which caused our hero to also fly several meters to the side. He felt serious bruises on his body, but nevertheless made an effort to rise to his feet. He also cleared his throat, realizing that a huge amount of dust from the explosion had gotten into his nose. The nature of the explosion haunted him, and he tried to figure out whether someone had thrown a specially prepared bomb at them. A few moments later, he suddenly saw a green glow appear next to his hand and decided to turn his head. Looking at what was happening, he noticed that this bomb contained a poisonous fire that kills everyone. Trying to come to terms with this creepy sight, Classic Nerd wondered what the hell it was. After a while, another knight appeared next to him, who stamped his foot menacingly to attract the attention of his comrades. He informed his comrades that the enemy was attacking and they must quickly counterattack. Classic Nerd looked at this daredevil in surprise, still trying to figure out where he was and what was going on here. The knights ran to the edge of the wall and talked about how they had to prevent the enemy from breaking through the defensive walls at any cost. The other knights, driven by duty and incredible courage, also ran forward, hoping for victory. However, everything turned out to be far from positive, since their opponent was much more formidable than other people. A few moments later, a very sharp limb flew at one of the knights and pierced him right through. Classic Nerd witnessed this horrific scene and was unable to move due to the incredible horror that gripped his body. The horrible creature that had kicked the knight struck again, cutting off his arm. The knight's glove, which had held a sword some time ago, landed loudly right on the floor and bounced towards Classic Nerd. After she landed next to our hero, blood was gushing out of her. Classic Nerd still didn't quite understand what the hell was going on and looked closely at his hand. Quite quickly, he realized that this was not a prank, and in front of him was a severed human hand. Other soldiers began to die rapidly in battle against an unequal enemy due to the lack of reliable armor. A real bloodbath began, which our hero witnessed. He still didn't understand what was going on here, and he still couldn't find the strength to move and run away. The answer to the question of what was hiding behind that wall was not long in coming. The creepy creature came into the light. A giant-looking spider appeared in front of our hero and studied him with its eyes for a while. Within a few seconds, the spider began to move towards him quite quickly, realizing that Classic Nerd was prey. As the giant spider approached, its surrounding eyes began to glow brighter and brighter. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, the spider let out a deafening roar to disorient its victim and leave it completely defenseless. Classic Nerd felt an incredibly loud ringing in his ears and tried to figure out what the hell a spider was doing there. The knights immediately noticed a serious threat to their leader and reported that reinforcements had arrived. One of the fighters attempted to immobilize the enemy, but a powerful blow from the claws cut through the air and ended the life of this fighter. The other knights also instantly met the same cruel and swift death. Classic Nerd watched the brutal carnage and realized that his body suddenly stopped obeying him. With his whole being, he felt an incredible horror that chained him to the ground. After the spider finished the battle, only mountains of dead soldiers remained next to him. The monster immediately turned its attention to Classic Nerd, who wondered if this was a dream. Trying to crawl back, he assumed he was hallucinating. The giant monster raised its leg, and Classic Nerd mentally ordered it not to dare move any further. The monster, of course, ignored all the protagonist's requests and was preparing to smear him across the ground. Classic Nerd was left wondering if he had really lied so shamefully in an incomprehensible place in front of a huge monster. Luckily, a real knight in shining armor came to his aid. He grabbed his gun and said that denying reality was not the best strategy in this situation. Immediately after that, he swung his blade and prepared to destroy the giant creature. Covering Classic Nerd with his body, he launched a powerful attack that instantly split the spider into two parts. The monster died before he even had time to understand what had happened to him, while the knight celebrated his victory. Immediately after that, he turned around to check if everything was okay with His Highness. Smiling, the knight said that denying reality would be too trivial. Classic Nerd looked at this hero with undisguised surprise and shock, trying to figure out if he was dreaming all of this. The knight suddenly lost his proud look and began to look at our hero with genuine concern. He asked him to sit down and asked why he was in such a strange state. As he got closer, he started asking questions about whether he was injured, and Classic Nerd noted that the face looked very familiar to him. For a moment, a memory appeared in his mind that this is exactly what the main character of the game he was playing looked like. Classic Nerd decided to try his luck and turned to this knight named Lucas. Lucas looked at him with some surprise and said that his worst fears had come true. He wiped a tear from his forehead and reported that His Highness had injured his head. After that, he took him by the shoulders and said that he was sincerely happy that His Highness had begun to call him by his name, since he had not remembered it before. Classic Nerd looked at him in surprise, trying to figure out what all this meant. Lucas continued to look at our hero in surprise, while he couldn't believe that he was in the game. The young man looked around nervously and said that this simply couldn't be. He turned around to make sure once again that he had ended up where he thought he was. Looking with his own eyes, he found that he was standing next to a huge wall that was under constant attacks from monsters. He also noticed that this wall was part of a giant fortress that was trying to withstand the attack. Classic Nerd finally realized what had happened and realized that he had been transported into the universe of that very game. His business began to go up in price and he shed his teeth, realizing that he was finished. The whole point was that this was the red highest difficult test that he had passed right before coming here. The whole point of this game was that somehow you had to miraculously survive in infinity. Meanwhile, time continued to advance, and the defenders of the fortress continued to repel attacks with incredible difficulty. Classic Nerd thus noted that he has yet to face huge hordes of infinitely powerful monsters. He summed it up by saying that he had ended up in a real hell from which there was no escape. Spiders, which were long-range artillery pieces, approached the battlefield, preparing to fire a volley. Within seconds, the fortress was under attack by giant clots of slime. This slime, however, was quite flammable and exploded when it hit the walls. One of these explosions occurred right next to our hero, causing him to close his eyes to avoid going blind. Classic Nerd kept asking himself questions about why he was in this game and what he should do. Lucas took his hand and addressed him by the title of Imperial Highness. Noticing that his comrade looked as if he was completely lost, he decided to bring him up to speed. He loudly announced that the enemy army that was currently attacking him was an army of black spiders. He also said that the operational base is on the verge of destruction, but these spiders are weak at sunset. Looking up at the sky, he said the sun would set in just 30 minutes, and they just had to hold on. After that, he grabbed his sword and instantly drew it from its sheath. They were surrounded by a large number of monsters, but the valiant knight was preparing to fight them. Lucas advised his comrade to do everything possible to hold out during this time. Classic Nerd wondered why Lucas was so desperate to protect him and called him his Imperial Highness. For the rest of the time, he wondered who he was in the universe of this game if they were addressing him like that. The carnage ended, and the knights began to quickly search the battlefield to save those who were still breathing. Lucas wiped his hair and said that the army of black spiders had finally begun to retreat. After a short pause, he turned to the protagonist, again calling him His Highness. Classic Nerd didn't answer him and stared into the abyss the whole time. Down there, he saw a huge number of dead spiders that were only a few meters away from the walls. The sight of the broken insects that could tear him apart at any moment immediately made him think more rationally. Classic Nerd approached Lucas and asked him what day it was and where he was. Lucas reported that that day was the last day of February 649 on the Imperial calendar, and they were at the Crossroads Forward Base. Classic Nerd gritted his teeth and said that it looked like tomorrow would be March 1st, and Lucas confirmed his guess. Classic Nerd reflected that this was a rather familiar situation in a painfully familiar place that he really didn't want to see. He noted that in the 6 months he spent on this game, it was each time the time and place where he began the training that he had gone through thousands of times. After this, he loudly and desperately declared that his name was actually Ash. Turning to Lucas again, he revealed that his full name was Ash von Hyder Everblack. Lucas looked calmly at our hero and said that everything was exactly as he said. Ash remembered that he was the crazy third prince of the Empire and the worst commander, responsible for the death of most of the soldiers in the fortress city. Our hero also remembered that his character was destined for the worst and most cruel fate in training. Ash wondered why he had to be the one to be this runt. After some time, the action moved to the special housing of the commanders, where our hero lived. Ash looked in the mirror and called himself a stupid idiot, saying that he should have stayed in his damn castle. He lost his composure and said that at this rate he would simply go crazy. Although the game was a typical Empire defense game in its genre, it had one distinctive feature. This feature was the highest difficulty level called Hell. There was also an additional mode called Man of Steel, which forcibly saved the player's progress. Classic Nerd was the only person who was able to complete the Hell Man of Steel combo mode. He understood that no matter where he was thrown, he would be able to find a way out of the situation. But this training was also an exception. Ash remembered that this training was made in such a way that it was impossible to win no matter what. He remembered that in this game that lasted for 3 years, the army of black spiders were monsters that could be hunted after reaching the middle of the 2nd year. This meant that they were almost impossible to defeat. But Classic Nerd slapped himself, saying that he had to concentrate. He resolutely opened his eyes and realized that he had already played this game, which meant he could handle it. Having fully come to terms with the fact that he was now in Ash Everblack's body and having accepted the name as his own, he became filled with determination. This determination quickly evaporated, causing him to realize that there was simply no way out of the situation. Looking at the system screens, he chuckled and said that he found himself in the most difficult situation in his entire life. Observing the indicators of the enemies advancing towards him, he realized that there were almost 1,000 of them. Looking at his artifacts, he realized that the castle wall's strength was very low, and he only had 1 mana cannon. After some thought, he realized that he needed to find a way with a greater chance of winning and act in cold blood. He noted that when playing as the Man of Steel, there was no way to save and load the game, meaning that as soon as he made a mistake, the game would end. This required him to make rational decisions every second, and Classic Nerd's experience was supposed to help him survive. Frantically going through his options, he realized that in any situation, something can be done to survive it. He began to look for all the options, even with a small chance of survival that could be pulled off. After some time, he settled on the option that seemed most suitable to him. He looked at it for a while and then realized that he needed to get a little more resources. After a while, Ash quickly left his hideout, kicking the door open. He called loudly to Lucas, who immediately responded to his call, saying that he was there. Ash ordered him to summon everyone directly under his control as quickly as possible. Lucas looked at his emperor in surprise and asked if he meant his guards. Lucas also noted that he had never summoned them before, but Ash said that he needed to do it as soon as possible. After that, Ash made a small gesture to get Lucas's attention for a few more moments. Smiling broadly, he announced that he had finally figured out how to get out of the situation they found themselves in. After some time, he found himself in the same room, bringing with him a wooden chair to make it more comfortable to sit. Sitting down at the table, he looked around at everyone who had come and said that he was glad to see them. There were 4 people in front of him, including his faithful guard. Ash looked at them carefully to assess their condition, remembering who they were. It was remarkable that these faces seemed familiar to him, and he recognized the first offender as a girl named Lily. The knight in heavy armor immediately echoed in his mind with his name, Ken. After that, he turned his gaze to the frightened boy, who looked incredibly depressed, and remembered that his name was Damien. Classic Nerd remembered that these faces should be familiar, as he had seen them many times while playing the game. He also noted that all these people died countless times right before his eyes. Ash decided to get to the point and asked why Damien was curled up and looking so depressed. Damien didn't say anything, while a large number of tears could be seen on his face. Lily turned to Ash and said that the boy was acting like that because he lost his comrades that day. Ash remembered that this character had severe mental trauma, and that's why he always died first. After a short pause, he announced that he would first begin with a short but important briefing. He added that he wanted to use the time to explain to everyone what their roles would be the next day. The first thing he did was turn to Lily, telling her that she should listen to him carefully. Ash explained that Lily was a mage who specialized in fire attacks, being the main damage dealer of the team, capable of casting one powerful spell after another. To everyone's surprise, Ash told her that she would be their shield and should block the spider's attacks as the main tank. He ignored her surprise and immediately turned to Ken, who looked rather stern and displeased. Ash remembered that Ken was a knight with a shield who could provoke all enemies in the vanguard. After waiting a little, he said that Ken should penetrate the center of the ranks and cause a disruption in the enemy's formations. After that, he immediately turned to Damien, who was the main support character and the most important class in the game. After a while, he said that from now on, Damien should become the team's sniper and kill the most important targets. Finally, he turned to his listless bodyguard and said that he would command the rest of the soldiers and maintain the front line. All the characters listened to their commands, and a dead silence fell over the room, which began to unnerve Ash. Ken was the first to lose his temper, throwing off his gloves in anger, and the veins on his face bulged. He banged his fist on the wall and declared that this plan was some kind of crap that simply couldn't be carried out. He looked at Ash and reminded him that he had put them in great danger with his erroneous orders. Ash looked at Ken and thought that it was not he who was to blame for everything, but the previous owner of this body. He also noted that, despite it sounding like the ramblings of a madman, this level was impossible to pass using normal methods. Realizing that explaining his tactics to him would be too problematic and almost impossible, he decided to resort to another solution. Looking menacingly at the rebellious knight, he asked if he really wanted to confess his disobedience to him. His menacing eyes immediately began to emit an incredible aura that suppressed any resistance. The rest of the squad members lowered their eyes and did not dare even meet the hero so as not to incur his wrath. Ken immediately felt crushed and realized that he had crossed the line once again. He tried to apologize to Ash, who thought that he really was the craziest psychopath. Ash also realized that eventually, if he lost the initiative, it would all be over, so he would have to resort to extreme measures. But he understood that his plan was a senseless and reckless act, which meant he needed to convince others that he was right. Taking a few steps towards Lily, he suddenly drew his dagger from its sheath. Before everyone could come to their senses, he made quick movements to deliver an equally quick attack. Thinking that he needed these people to follow him without question, he pierced Lily's body with a dagger. Ken, Lucas, and Damien looked at what was happening in surprise, not believing that their commander had decided to do such a thing. Lily herself did not make a single sound and only looked in surprise at the dagger sticking out of her body. The tension in the room reached such a level that it seemed as if the walls were gradually sliding down. Ash smiled wickedly and said that everyone here had special abilities to complete the task at hand. Ken watched the prince's actions and realized that he had completely lost his head and gone mad. He wondered in his mind if this prince didn't know how valuable a mage could be to a team. He also asked himself how they were supposed to fight if they were commanded by such an incompetent man. A few moments later, Ash's blade suddenly burst into flames. Absolutely everyone who watched this scene, except the main character, was surprised by such a sharp change in events. Looking closer, they guessed what it meant, but they did not find the strength to say it out loud. Ash smiled and said that it was exactly what they were thinking right now. He remembered that all the characters from the tutorial had a hidden ability that was completely contrary to their roles. He asked Lily if it was true that she had been slashed by a blade during a goblin invasion as a child. Ash added that after this incident, she developed the ability of fiery skin, which allowed her to survive. In terms of the system, this skin protected against physical attacks and turned her skin into fire, consuming mana for each hit. Ash looked at the girl and said that as long as she didn't run out of mana, she could block any attack. He recalled that the tank and main damage dealer abilities were a liability in the game as they couldn't be used properly. However, in reality, our hero planned to use these abilities to the fullest thanks to complete freedom of action. He chuckled and thought that if it was impossible to pass the level, then he would have to resort to trickery. Smiling, he said that he would definitely complete this game to spite the man who threw him here, and then get even with him. After a short pause, he took out his blade and said that he was very sorry that he had to resort to such a cruel method. He told Lily that she held no grudge against him, and then asked how she knew about it. Ash replied that it didn't matter now and turned to his other guard. Looking at Ken, a sly smile appeared on his face, which began to unnerve the valiant knight. Ash reminded him that when he was a child, he would sometimes steal, as he grew up in the slums where it was common practice. Ken asked his boss in fear how he knew about all this. Ash smiled and said that none of that mattered now. All that mattered was what could be done with these skills. The system reported that Ken's ability allowed him to hide his presence in the face of a threat, avoiding attention due to his large amount of health points. Ash asked him if he could be secretive whenever he wanted, while still avoiding unnecessary attention. Ken hesitated to answer, and then Ash drew his blade, causing the knight to immediately become more accommodating. He said that it was the pure truth, and that he could indeed use such abilities whenever he wanted. Ash noted that in that case, Ken would be able to easily cope with the assigned mission, after which he turned his gaze to Damien. The young priest shuddered as soon as he heard his name spoken by the lips of our hero. Ash didn't pay much attention to it and took a few steps towards him, thinking that this was the most important person in this regard. Sitting down closer to him, he said that he had simply magnificent eyes. He also added that this is why he was able to clearly see the death of his friend, which happened before their eyes. Damien looked down again, immersed in rather unpleasant memories of the past. They said that this man was his friend from boarding school, and they studied in the same orphanage. Damien also clearly remembered that in the middle of the battle, this red-haired man sacrificed himself to save him. Damien decided not to hide his tears and plaintively asked our hero why he brought them here. Ash looked at him carefully, after which Damien asked what his goal was for which he went to such measures. He also asked if their miserable lives were just a mere entertainment to him. Gradually, his nerves began to give way, and he said that more than anything in the world he wanted his friend back. The tears in his eyes loudly demanded it, after which he fell silent for a while. Ash looked at this man as if he were a small flower that had yet to bloom in this cruel world. He put his hand on his shoulder to at least slightly calm his grave condition. Ash stated seriously and calmly that he could be blamed for all of this, and Damien could despise him if it made him feel better. After that, he reminded that his friend sacrificed his life to save Damien, and therefore one cannot simply wait for death. Ash said that when faced with the gates of death because of the cursed commander, one cannot be willing to give up one's life for which a friend sacrificed his. He squeezed his hand on the boy's shoulder and said that he must resist with all his might. Ash ordered him to kill the spiders, get out of here alive, and teach them a lesson. After that, he asked the boy if he wanted to kill these spiders, and Damien replied that he really wanted to. After a short pause, Ash asked Damien if he felt the same desire towards him. Damien was silent for a while and said nothing, but after a couple of seconds he finally decided to give an answer. This answer mirrored what he had said a few seconds earlier when asked about spiders, and it surprised the others. Ash smiled and said that this was exactly what he wanted to hear from Damien. After that, he made a promise that if they got out of here alive, he wanted Damien to be the one to take his life whenever that happened. Lucas took a few steps towards Ash, but he quickly stopped him with a characteristic gesture. He added that if this plan failed, they would die here anyway, and in that case, he would allow the boy to take his life. After this, he declared that he swears by the honor of the imperial family. He also said that one day of subordination would be quite enough and asked to follow his orders. Ash mused that sometimes you had to use hate as fuel as Damien slowly began to rise. Ash realized that even if this hatred was directed at him, but it ensured obedience, that would be enough. After that, he looked away and said that he would not make excuses, admitting that due to critical mistakes and misjudgments, their army was almost destroyed. He then stated that with the plan they had in mind, they would be able to push back these creatures, even though it would be like walking on thin ice. After that, he asked to trust him just once and follow his orders, since this time could be the last. Looking at the determination that appeared in the eyes of his fighters, he realized that his combination was finally complete. He admitted to himself that he had no idea whether this would be a lucky combination or one that would lead to his death, but he had to take the risk. As he headed towards the defensive walls, he realized that he had no other options except going for broke. The lookout beat the drum to alert his colleagues that monsters were approaching and that they needed to prepare for battle. The artilleryman turned the cannon right next to the main character and asked him if everything would be okay with him. Ash said that there was no need to worry about that and turned his attention to the approaching spiders. His plan was to buy some time to find the queen who was giving the orders. Immediately after that, according to his plan, it was necessary to blow the creature's skull apart with a mana cannon. Among other things, they removed the limiter from this weapon so that it could cope even with such a monster. The main problem was that the queen was far away and could not be found with the naked eye. Smiling, Ash gave the system the order to create a map to scan the area. After a few moments, a huge energy wall appeared and began to slowly move forward. This wall appeared exactly where our hero had just stood, in order to get at least some kind of reference point. Immediately after that, she was controlled forward, scanning everything in her path and rushing on. For all living beings, this scanning was completely harmless, and they could hardly notice it with their own eyes. Classic Nerd noted that these were his character's basic skills, allowing him to see the surrounding area as a mini-map. Ash saw this in his characteristics and was very upset, but having at least this skill made his life easier. Once the scan was complete, he looked closely at the mini-map, hoping to find the boss's mark. A moment later, his face was distorted with incredible surprise, mixed with hints of horror. He noted that the mark of the horde of monsters for this mission was not here at all, and it would not be possible to find it using this method. He tried to figure out where the queen had gone and why she was not on the map, despite the spiders following her instructions. Meanwhile, the fortress gates opened, and Knight Ken was preparing to head into the enemy's rear. He remembered how Ash had offered him to take all the stamina potions that were left in the fortress to help him. He asked if he could go out to the next enemy and get their attention. The main courtyard of the fortress turned out to be not the most pleasant place due to the fact that the walls in it shook from the approach of spiders. Lily, who was inside, also began to tremble with fear and folded her hands in a prayer gesture. She remembered her commander's orders to block the spider's passage using her fireskin skills. Lucas gave the command to the rest of the soldiers to begin forming up and preparing for battle. The crossbowmen and artillerymen took up their positions and prepared for the approaching wave. Lucas looked at the horde of approaching monsters and drew his sword from its sheath, realizing that it was time for battle. He shouted loudly that they needed to buy enough time for the commander's squad to kill the queen. Turning around, he looked at what must have been Ash and said that his dignified expression meant only one thing. After that, he loudly declared that His Highness had completed the preparations, which meant it was time to enter the battle. Ash wondered in his mind why they interpreted his crumpled face that way. But it was too late. Lucas gave the order to open fire, and all the soldiers immediately obeyed, raining deadly shells down on the enemy. The wolves approached as close as possible, despite the fact that their religiosity began to rapidly decline due to the shells hitting them. Lucas, with a sense of accomplishment, showed his commander a specific gesture symbolizing the successful execution of the plan. Ash looked at his comrade and didn't even know what to say so as not to upset him. He mused that the main purpose of the training was not to kill monsters, so their absence on the map was not surprising. After thinking for a while, he guessed that the monster would most likely appear during a full-scale attack. Ash looked closely at the map and found the only place where the queen could be. Turning to Damien, he asked him if he saw the cluster of monsters that were together that he was pointing to. Immediately after this, he tried to give the most accurate guidance possible using ordinary gestures. Damien looked closely in that direction and said that he saw a bunch of spiders gathered in a circle. Ash said that there had to be a queen among these spiders and asked if he could find her. Damien continued to peer closely at the cluster of spiders and said that he saw something suspicious. After a few moments, he asked him if he meant the monster whose lower body was like a spider's and whose upper body was like a man's. Ash smiled determinedly, realizing that his target had finally appeared, and now all that was left was to shoot her. Damien asked him if it all looked suspicious, to which he replied that the queen would soon be killed by a cannon shot. After this, He gave the order to his gunners to turn the artillery installation to face west. The soldiers loaded the ammunition, saying that the gun was ready to fire and they were awaiting the command. Ash turned to Damien and asked him to end this once and for all with a couple of shots. The young man came closer and with trembling hands took hold of the lever responsible for firing the gun. A little later, he told his boss that he was not sure he could do it because he had never done anything like it. Ash realized that he needed to give him a little motivational talk to help him overcome his fear. Putting his hand on his shoulder, he said that he shouldn't hit the target the first time, and it wouldn't matter if he missed. He stated that even if Damien misses and ruins the whole plan, everything will be fine. Ash added that all he had to do was pull the trigger, since he was only a subordinate, and all responsibility lay with the commander. He also said that this was his way of avenging his dead friend, and Damien immediately began to look more menacing. Taking proper aim with his 1,000-mile eye skill, he resolutely pulled the lever. As soon as this happened, the gun began to emit a mysterious glow, signaling that a shot was about to be fired. The gears of the mechanism immediately began to work, making all the necessary preparations for the salvo. Ash watched as the weapon began to overload and said that now would be the moment of truth. He shouted to his subordinate to wipe the spiders off the face of the earth, and the cannon fired a powerful shot. There was a deafening bang in the air, causing the fighters on the wall to lose their hearing for a while. The projectile cut through the air at incredible speed and curved in space to avoid collision with obstacles. From the outside, it seemed as if a real comet with consciousness had flown out of this cannon. Ash watched the glittering projectile and expressed hope that this shot would be successful. After some time, the projectile finally reached its target, creating a huge explosion comparable in power to a nuclear weapon. Ash immediately turned to the lookout to get the most detailed report possible regarding what happened after the hit. The sentries happily reported that the shot had hit its target and had hit the monsters that were there. They immediately approached Damien and praised him for his amazing shooting, noting that he was certainly not a beginner. Damien sheepishly explained that as soon as he grabbed the lever, his body began to move on its own. Ash remembered that all of this was thanks to the ability that allowed him to never miss. He smiled and realized that in the game, this boy was a character who was unable to hold a real weapon. But here, he just needed to grab a gun. A sudden feeling of excitement came over the hero as he realized that the enemy's attack was still not over. He looked in surprise at the approaching hordes of spiders and tried to figure out what to do with them. To his surprise, the spiders did not weaken their pressure and continued to approach the fortified wall. The lookout reported that for some reason the spiders continued to advance despite everything. Ash tried to understand what was happening here and quickly turned around to take control of the surveillance. The lookout reported that he saw a swarm of spiders advancing at incredible speed, and Ash grabbed his spyglass. He peered into the distance, trying to figure out what had happened to the Spider Queen who had just gotten caught in the outfit. He already suspected that the projectile was not powerful enough, or that they had missed. Looking closer, he discovered that the spiders had decided to form a square to protect the queen. The giant creature let out a loud roar to instill fear in its potential victims and to give strength to its allies. Ash quickly recoiled and put away his telescope, realizing that something was wrong here. Hearing the queen's howl, the spiders instantly became even more insane, their eyes starting to flash. A few moments later, they abruptly moved away from the defensive wall, radically changing the angle of attack. Ash heard the warriors asking if they had missed the queen and why nothing had happened. One of the sentries turned to his commander and reported that a great disaster had occurred. He stated that all the spiders had changed their angle of attack and were now running towards the artillery installation. Ash confirmed that the lookout's words were true and noted that the damned insect was smarter than he thought. A real battle broke out while something interesting was happening not far from it. Ken continued his missions behind the lines, preparing to disrupt the enemy formation. Looking at his potion, he realized that he only had one ampule left that could be used. Hiding behind a tree, he tried his best not to make a sound so as not to attract the attention of the spiders. Looking at the sky, he wondered if he should just run away to avoid being involved in this meat grinder. Pulling himself together, he quickly drove these thoughts away, considering them complete nonsense. Immediately after this, he carefully rose to his feet, trying not to make any unnecessary movements. After that, he looked out from behind the tree, making sure that the spiders had retreated, and realized that he could now sneak up on them. However, the veritable armada of arthropods, bringing cruel death, made him waver for a while. He fell to his knees, realizing that this decision was not easy for him, since he could die a rather painful death. Meanwhile, on the defensive walls, the battle continued with the same high intensity. Damien fired another shot, which resulted in a direct hit on the queen and a loud explosion. Ash immediately moved closer to the wall to make sure that the spiders had stopped advancing, but this was not destined to happen. Looking at the increasing effectiveness of the insect's attack, he realized that something was wrong. He guessed that if they continued their advance, it meant that the queen had somehow survived 2 hits. Ash angrily wondered if they weren't doing enough damage and tried to figure out what to do. He remembered that the spider army queen in the game died in 1 or 2 shots, as she was not as strong compared to the battle monsters. He also wondered what was going on with the queen from the training and speculated that she might have had different characteristics. His anxious thoughts were interrupted by the gunners, who reported that due to the strong explosion, the muzzle energy had almost reached its limit. They said the gun was on the verge of destruction and they would not be able to fire as many shots as they had planned. Ash asked how many more shots they had, to which he was told that they had fired 2 shots and had 3 left. Ash realized that the number was quite small, but still enough to put an end to this. He realized that his only option was to try to kill the queen within the required number of shots. Looking at Damien's eyes, he noticed that using the 1,000-mile eye skill had its consequences. Watching the young man load the weapon, he remembered that he had a maximum of 3 shots left to fire from this gun. Doubts crept into his mind as to whether this young man would be able to withstand such a load in such a stressful situation. The only relief was that the walls of the central castle coped well and withstood the onslaught. Fate decided to remind the hero about the harm of premature celebration. Ash heard cries about the approach of the destroyer. Turning towards his opponents, he saw a huge spider using its body as a battering ram. The only censored words that were spinning around in the hero's head at that moment were the thoughts that there was no such thing in the game. Without losing heart, he ordered all his fighters to concentrate all their firepower on the destroyer. The soldiers immediately followed his order and turned their guns to destroy the spider. The giant spider picked up speed to break through the walls, ignoring the cannonballs that hit it straight. Ash looked in horror at the approaching destroyer and realized that the walls would not withstand such a blow. Unfortunately, the destroyer managed to reach the fortress and instantly destroy it with just 1 blow. The impact was so powerful that the destroyer himself almost instantly fell to the ground, dying. However, a huge number of spiders stepped over his body and rushed forward. Ash watched the events unfold with undisguised horror and tried to understand how events would unfold now. Lucas loudly commanded his troops to prepare their weapons for battle and went down to the first floor. Ash also addressed the gunners and said that they must pull themselves together and trust the soldiers who will protect them. He also stated that they had no other choice but to kill the queen and end this war. The gunners loaded the cannon and reported that all preparations were complete and the gun was ready to fire. Ash turned to Damien, but he was already preparing to fire at the queen. His eyes turned red with each volley, but this did not stop him from valiantly fulfilling his duty no matter what. The lookouts kept a close eye on the Spider Queen and reported that a hit had been made. But the queen was still alive. Ash gave the order to immediately load the next shell so as not to waste a second between shots. Meanwhile, Lucas continued to fight the advancing insects, destroying everything in his path. Several spiders tried to attack him at once, but Lucas destroyed them with just a few blows. He commanded the others to defend the artillery installation and prevent its destruction. Ash cleared his throat as the shockwave from each shot kicked up a huge amount of dust. Looking closely at the spiders that had broken through, he realized that a real bloodbath was about to begin. Several knights were brutally destroyed by the spiders due to the fact that the limbs of these creatures were incredibly sharp. Ash watched in horror as one by one the fighters died in an unequal fight with the cruel monsters. The tension grew, and he realized that his thirst was growing, noting that he had never thought about it before. He briefly remembered how lazily he had played this game, not paying attention to the people who were dying. While he was playing this game, he simply didn't know that real people lived in this world. Only now did he realize that death here was not just a number, but a terrible sight, accompanied by screams and the smell of blood. The status window was slowly closing, and he realized that this rate of manpower was not bringing him any good at all. He ordered his subordinates to hold on to the gun, as it needed to be properly cooled. Lucas remained standing, despite the number of enemies increasing with each passing second. However, this could not continue for long, and he understood this perfectly well, hoping only that they would be able to perform a miracle. Ash watched the carnage tensely and tried to figure out what to do, desperately going over the options in his head. After some time, he came to the disappointing conclusion that he could not figure out what to do. Suddenly, a loud scream was heard in the air, which attracted the attention of the monsters and irritated them. Ken found himself right behind a huge group of spiders and said that they should all look at him. Ash looked at the man in surprise, realizing that his plan had suddenly started to come together due to unforeseen factors. Ken quickly took out one of the ampules with a restoration potion and quickly drank it. After that, he pressed his lips together, preparing to fight for life and death against superior numbers of opponents. He let out a loud cry, declaring that he was a knight of the Empire and would not tolerate such creatures on his land. The spiders instantly turned at his cry and rushed forward to tear him apart with their mandibles. Ken waited for a while, realizing that the situation was becoming increasingly tense. After that, he turned around and ran away quickly, hoping that the spiders would not lose his trail. A huge rock appeared in front of him, and he realized that this was his chance to use his ability. A sly smile spread across his face. He realized that this time he would definitely fulfill his duty properly. Hiding behind a rock, he said that the spiders could try to find him if they wanted to so much. Immediately after, he activated the pickpocket's survival ability to blend into the shadows. Ash immediately brought up the status window to check what was going on with his characters and subordinates. After this, he turned to Ken, saying that he had too little health left to continue acting like this. The system notified Ash that the knight's ability activation was cancelled due to low health. Ken said he made a big mistake by trusting the damn commander. Moments later, his body was cut into many pieces by bloodthirsty spiders. Ash watched this heartbreaking and cruel scene, not hiding his surprise and horror. He reflected that even from a respectful distance, he could clearly hear the horrific sound of tearing flesh. Looking at the knight's remains, he realized that his orders had pushed this man straight into the grave. Ash realized with horror that with his words he had taken another person's priceless life. The other knights rushed forward, shouting that the monsters had been pushed back into defense and they were obliged to advance further. Ash thought about how not only Ken, but all the other people outside were losing their lives because of his orders. Our hero realized with horror that he had killed all these people with his own hands, but this was far from his only sin. He remembered that while he was playing this game, he always used regular NPCs as bait. Then it cost him nothing, and he could easily place several teams on the point to sacrifice them. It was hard to even imagine the number of sacrifices he made to get hold of the item or save someone. Ash condemned himself with horror for not having the slightest doubt and for happily sending people to their deaths. Now he realized everything, and this realization trembled through his entire body, causing him to lose control of himself. He sensed the truth that every death included souls dependent on will, and shouted loudly at the monsters in hopes of stopping them. Of course, the monsters did not listen to him, because they were not able to understand human speech, and even if they could, they would not do so. Ash ran quickly on his feet and understood that such monsters could not be stopped by simple screams. A few moments later, a particularly aggressive spider that had reached the hero received a ball right in the head. Lucas asked if everything was okay because the filthy creature decided to target the prince and finish off the mundane spider. He asked Ash if he was okay, hoping that his prince had not been hurt during the spider attack. Ash watched carefully as the spider began to twitch, despite having already taken fatal damage. Uncontrollable rage helped him pull himself together and grab the sword that was on his belt. He fully accepted the simple truth that there was only one way to stop the attack of these monsters. After cutting off the head of a giant spider, he declared that they needed to kill these monsters before they killed them. The gunner informed him that the fourth charge had been loaded, but Damien was unlikely to be able to fire the shot due to his state of health. Ash spoke loudly to the shooter and asked if he could fire one more shot. Damien opened one eye with difficulty and said that he still had the strength to fire the cannon. Taking proper aim, they fired another shot, which went straight for the Spider Queen. The giant insect didn't expect the humans to have a few more rounds of ammunition left, and didn't even bother to defend itself. The giant projectile moved relentlessly towards its target, destroying a huge number of spiders who were rushing to protect their queen. They rushed forward to shoot down the projectile, but they were simply attacked and died due to unstable energy. The Spider Queen managed to make threatening sounds, and before the charge hit her again, was attacked. Ash noted a direct hit on the giant monster's critical point and discovered a huge explosion. However, this was not enough, because after the smoke cleared, the Spider Queen was still alive. Rising above the mountains of spider corpses, she let out a loud sound to break her opponent. Ash and the other guards watched in amazement as they tried to figure out what they were supposed to do. The gunners fell to their knees as their morale was destroyed, as was their physical condition. They raised their burnt hands and said that their attacks would not work no matter what. The chief gunner reported that the cannon had reached its limit, and if they tried to fire again, it would simply explode. He also added that in any case, it was all over and they should just give up because they were doomed. Ash looked at his subordinate with sadness in his eyes and asked if this was really the end. Taking a look at the weapon, he realized that it was indeed on the verge of destruction. Looking around, he realized that the defensive line had been broken through and now a huge number of people were losing their lives. Their best sniper couldn't even open his own eye because he had fired too many well-aimed shots. Ash slowly lowered his hands, realizing that they might not really have a chance to win this battle. A few moments later, his doubts were dispelled by the lookout, who said that their shots had not been in vain. Taking a closer look at the giant monster, he said that her skin was damaged, which meant she had become even more vulnerable. Ash looked at the lookout in surprise, realizing that he remained true to his role until the very end, despite this whole situation. The young man said that they could shoot again and then they would definitely be able to kill the creature, not noticing that a projectile was flying in his direction. Ash saw the approaching energy clot in horror and tried to prevent the irreparable, but it was too late. A few moments later, the observation deck where the heroes were located simply exploded. Lucas turned towards the platform in horror and realized that His Highness had most likely suffered from this attack. Ash fell down, not fully understanding what was happening to him, and stretched his arms out in front of him. As the rocky debris fell around him, he realized that an entire world of hope for passage had just been destroyed. Everything plunged into darkness, but after some time, he began to see the blurred silhouette of a person he knew. After a few more moments, color began to shine in his eyes, causing him to quickly wake up. Ash opened his eyes tensely, trying to figure out where he was and what had happened in the last 10 seconds. Lucas managed to cover the hero with his body, preventing the huge boulder from crushing Ash into a pancake. Ash quickly stood up and asked if Lucas was okay, knowing that he was definitely hurt. Lucas continued to show absolute loyalty and asked the hero if he was okay and if he was hurt. Ash said that he should have been the one asking him about it, realizing that something was definitely wrong here. Looking closer, he saw that Lucas had been seriously injured and had lost quite a bit of blood. Lucas asked him if he remembered that very case, which should have been 20 years old by now. Ash thought sadly that he couldn't remember it because he was just a player who borrowed this body. Lucas revealed that when Ash first chose him as his guard, he told him one important phrase at that place. Lucas reminded him that as a child, he used to say that even if he didn't become emperor, he would become the coolest person in the world. After that, he added that someone also approached him and told him to strive to not be the coolest goalkeeper in the world if he wanted to be his guard. Lucas said that these words touched him so deeply that he carried them with him throughout his life until that very day. While badly wounded, he turned to Ash and said that he believed in him no matter what. Ash looked at him in surprise and asked if he would trust him even in such a hopeless situation. Lucas, with his characteristic decisiveness, said that he would trust him anytime, anywhere. After this, the heavy stones began to press on him even more strongly, and he fell down from the impossibility of holding on for so long. Ash watched in horror as another one of his friends was in critical condition and about to die. Some time passed, which Ash spent trying to get his loyal bodyguard out and ensure his safety. Luckily, these stones were not too tightly pressed against Lucas's body, and he literally slipped out of the death trap. Ash looked at his seriously wounded comrade and hoped that he would get out of this situation. Looking at him, he understood that Lucas was the main character and the savior of this world, and therefore should not die here. Looking around, he realized that now he needed to understand the situation and figure out where the artillery installation was. His search was quickly crowned with success as he discovered a half-destroyed cannon. Ash also found Damien and was glad that he and the other gunners did not suffer any fatal injuries. Looking at the gun, he realized that she was much less lucky. But now that was not the biggest problem. He tried to figure out why they were still alive and where the spiders were when he suddenly heard Lily's voice. He looked up in surprise and began to reflect a very bright flame that was shimmering nearby. Lily appeared in front of Ash, holding back the determined onslaught of spiders and expressing hope that this was not the end of the story. A huge number of insects had burrowed into her body, but now they were all dead due to the fire. Lily looked at Ash with a look full of sadness and despair, but continued to stand in her place. Ash looked at her for a while longer, mesmerized, realizing that it was his fault that she was so badly hurt. He began to quickly approach her in order to at least somehow help in this situation. Lily held out her shaking hand and said she couldn't hold on any longer. She also added that very soon the monster would break through the walls, and then it would be too late to do anything. Strengthening her fire abilities, she said that there was no time and he had to do something quickly. Looking at him with some anger and determination, she said that he should not make their deaths useless. Ash realized that he was truly responsible for all these people, and therefore he must do everything to save them. He turned and loudly ordered them to load the last shells and take their places. The chief gunner approached Ash and tried to remind him that this cannon was almost out of action. He also said that she had reached her limit, and once they fired, the gun would simply go off. Ash said that if they do nothing, they will be rotting in the stomachs of monsters in a few hours. After a short pause, he said that they had to take the risk and simply had to do it. The gunner nodded and asked how they would aim if they couldn't even see what was outside. He also added that the cannon stand was destroyed, to which Ash stated that in that case he should hold it in his hands. He also said that they would aim no matter what, and the most important thing was that Damien could shoot. He turned to the gunners and ordered them to load the last shells, adding that this was an order. After that, he walked towards the boy, thinking that if he fired, the projectile would always reach its target. Damien was trying to recover from falling from a great height, while Ash was behind him. He looked at the boy confidently and said that he needed to shoot one last time to save everyone. Damien looked at his interlocutor, who seemed incredibly vague to him, and tried to listen carefully to what he was saying. After a while, he asked what the point of all this was and if there was any point at all. He revealed his thought by saying that despite all his efforts, absolutely nothing would change. Ash said that the creature would definitely die if he hit it even one more time, but Damien said that was not what he was talking about. He said that even if he pulled the trigger one more time and that Spider Queen died, it still wouldn't change the bitter truth. Damien sadly and melancholy said that half of his friends were already dead, and even if she was sitting there with all the enemies, she would not be able to bring them back. From his point of view, no matter how desperately he works and how hard he tries, the world will always take everything away from him. Despite Ash's words, Damien said that he didn't want to continue living like this and just wanted to end it. Ash realized that he had to resort to extreme measures and shouted loudly at the boy to get his attention. Ash asked him if he really thought that even if he overcame serious difficulties, life would continue to be a living hell. Coming closer to him, he grabbed him by the clothes and advised him to stop talking obvious nonsense, calling it unfortunate nonsense. After that, he said that if this world has complexity, then it is definitely hellish. He then loudly declared that this world was meaningless and ridiculous, because nothing was going according to his plan. But that was life, and everyone knew it. Ash understood perfectly well that they were living in a destructive environment, but only they had the strength to fix things. Ash asked his interlocutor if he had decided to just leave and become another spider's lunch. Without giving his interlocutor a second to respond, he said that they must continue to fight. He took a few steps back and said that he would fight and develop a plan until his last breath. After that, he reached for the knife he was holding in his hands and said that Damien had a very simple way to end everything. Ash handed Damien a sword and told him to cut off his own head with it right now. Then he tossed the sword and added that if Damien was a coward and could not bring himself to do this, there was another order for him. Leaning over to the young boy, he told him that he should pull the damn trigger like he was supposed to and stop looking for his dead friend. Ash explained that all Damien needed to do his job was to obey his commander, and he no longer needed any trivial reason to live. He called the young boy his tool and the key that would help him accomplish his plans. He added decisively that this was all he needed, and said that Damien had unlocked a new skill, the painting of a commander. Looking at Damien with a determined look, he explained that this was exactly what his orders were. Large energy particles began to emanate from Damien's body, instantly raising his morale to the maximum. Ash gave a short order that the weapons of these damn spiders had to be destroyed. Damien was fully prepared for battle and promised to carry out the orders of his community. The gunners reported that the last shell had been loaded into the cannon, but there is one small detail. The soldier warned the protagonist that there was no way to cool the barrel, but he ignored his warning. He explained that he would hold the gun himself to provide some stability. The soldier said that the gun was too hot and that touching it would cause a burn, but Ash replied that he was fine with that. After this, he turned to Damien and asked if he was ready to fire. Damien said he couldn't see anything, but Ash added that it was completely unimportant to their task. The boy also reported that he could not feel his hands, but Ash's answer remained the same. Smiling, he repeated that none of this mattered and that they would be able to cope with the task even with such problems. With these words, he grabbed the red-hot barrel of the gun, feeling the pain pierce his entire body. He let out a loud cry, but that didn't allow him to give up and abandon the task. Despite the intense pain, he raised the gun to fire the last shot. The soldiers who were nearby immediately realized that they needed to help him so that he wouldn't fall. One by one, they approached the artillery mount to help with the lift. Hellish pain pierced their bodies, but this did not stop them from continuing with the task. After some time, another destroyer appeared on their path, preparing to destroy the enemies. Ash noticed the giant creature's appearance and only gave it an angry, withering look. After a few moments, he called out loudly to Damien to make sure he was on the same page. Damien didn't respond, but immediately activated his skill to aim. Ash waited a moment, then gave the command to fire, and Damien immediately pulled the lever. The cannon began to absorb energy from the air, and Ash felt the entire space begin to vibrate. The gun barrel grew even hotter as energy built up inside. A few moments later, a powerful shot was fired, which threw the cannon back a couple of meters. The energy projectile flew far forward, piercing everything in its path. Immediately after this, the weapon collapsed, and the heroes fell to the ground almost unconscious. Ash thought that this was an impossible task, since they had to hit an enemy they couldn't even see. If it was a simple shot, there was no chance of hitting the target. However, thanks to the use of a suitable ability, the projectile flew straight towards the Spider Queen. Thanks to magic, the projectile didn't care at all about the distance to the target. He also didn't care how much difference there was in height or how many hundreds of thousands of monsters stood in his way. He carefully avoided all the false targets, like a precision-guided cruise missile. Luckily for our heroes, this projectile was enough to wipe this monster off the face of the earth. The projectile flew towards the Spider Queen, who was screaming in anger or fear, and hit her right on the head. Moments later, he completely severed her cursed head, destroying her and erasing her from this world. Classic Nerd recalled the first messages from viewers praising him for his incredible talent. He noted that at that time, he did not even know how to react to this and was speechless. The first viewers promised to subscribe to his channel and hoped that he would stream as often as possible. Ash came to his senses, opened his eyes with a question, and wondered if he was really still alive. He tried to get up, feeling incredible pain that spread throughout his body. Lily immediately warned him and advised him not to get up yet. All this time, she was desperately writing something on paper, reporting that Damien had healed his wounds with magic. Lily also said that he has severe burns all over his body, and it will take time for him to fully recover. Ash turned his gaze to her, and the girl immediately answered the unspoken question, saying that he had slept for 3 days. She admitted that she was very afraid that he would never open his eyes again after the battle with the army of spiders. Ash looked at the girl carefully, hoping that he wasn't imagining things and that she really was in front of him. Trying to find the words for this situation, he carefully said that she had survived after all, and he was very glad about it. Lily reported that the spider army retreated immediately after the Spider Queen was beheaded. After exhaling a little, she said that they still won this battle despite everything. Lily said that reinforcements that arrived a few hours later took care of the huge number of dead. These soldiers also got rid of the remnants of the enemy army and consigned their bodies to the flames, as they deserved. Lily reported that the cleanup was almost complete, and Ash said he was glad to hear it. She noted that Ash had severe burns on his palms, arms, shoulders, and neck, so he would have to visit the temple. He also stated that even after a full recovery, he will still have scars, and Ash noted that these are the little things in life. He then turned his gaze to her and asked how she felt, finding that she was in a wheelchair. This fact made him stare wide-eyed at the girl, waiting for her to tell him what had happened. Lily explained that when she ran out of power, the Spider Queen died and was no longer attacked. However, it seriously damaged her spine and she could no longer move her lower body. Ash didn't know what to say in this situation, but Lily said that he had nothing to worry about. She expressed her gratitude to fate with a sincere smile for remaining alive after all this. After a short pause, she added that, with the exception of the 5 gunners, only she, Ash, Lucas, and Damien had survived. Ash began to feel sad, realizing that there were over 200 of them and only 9 remained. He mentally asked himself if there was no other way to win this difficult battle. Remembering the dead Ken, he suggested that perhaps there was a better way that he had missed. He also wondered if there was a way to save more people in this situation. Lily saw the doubts that tormented the hero and placed her hand on his forearm, saying that he was not omnipotent. She tried to console him by explaining that in that situation it was impossible to save everyone and they did everything they could. Ash said that he was the only one responsible for this battle, noting that it was the previous owner of this body who started it. Lily noted that no one knew that monsters would come in droves for decades, which is why no one stopped him when he started the war. Lily asked him to at least not reproach himself and thus save his nerves for future battles. A few moments later, Lucas pulled the door open with determination and shouted Ash's title loudly. Once inside, he said that he thanked the heavens that His Highness had woken up, which surprised Ash and Lily. Lucas asked Ash with incredible enthusiasm if he was in any pain, noting that he would call Damien right away. Ash said that he was fine, then turned his attention to Lucas's wounds and noted that he should lick his wounds. Lucas smiled and said that there was no need to worry about him, since he was quite a tough nut to crack. After some time, he revealed that while Ash was unconscious, he made a list of those killed in this battle, but they were unable to find all the bodies. He added that they did everything possible to find as many as possible. Ash asked where the bodies were now, and Lucas said they were in the northern areas. Ash tried to get up and said that he needed to see them, but Lucas and Lily tried to stop him. Ash said that these people had sacrificed their lives under his command, which meant he had to go to them. He also asked Lucas to help him move around, and together they went to the appointed place. Lucas was a very strong knight and therefore could easily afford to carry another person on his shoulders. Ash looked around, thinking that he felt like an ordinary backpack. He asked his knight if he wanted to become a horse, but he said that if such was the will of His Majesty, then he agreed. After some time, they reached a huge hole in the wall where Damien was already waiting for them. Ash turned his attention to the young man who was carefully examining the destroyed walls. He called out to him, and Damien said joyfully that he was very happy to see him in good health. The first thing Ash did was ask how his eyes were feeling, to which Damien replied that his vision was gradually returning. Holding his glasses in his hands, he said that it was now possible to look at everything as it was before. Ash remembered hearing Damien take care of wounded soldiers alone, despite not being able to see anything. Looking at this boy, scorched by the war with monsters, made Ash think that he had gone through an even more difficult test. Coming closer to him, he said that thanks to him, they were able to successfully achieve their goal. He also stated that if Damien wanted, he would reward him so that he would not have to worry about his income for the rest of his days. Ash also said that Damien is a hired soldier first and foremost, so he is free to do whatever he truly wants. Damien revealed that a few days ago, Ash said that he was his trigger. After this, he stated that he now wants to find out where all these monsters come from and who created these creatures for what purpose. The true motivation for him will be to establish the reason for what and why his friend died. Damien asked Ash for permission to follow him further and act as his trigger. Lucas smiled at the enthusiasm and realized that this man would definitely not be out of place in their ranks. Ash also couldn't help but smile and said that in that case he gives his permission for it. By the evening of the same day, a magical fire was lit to honor the memory of those who died in the last battle. Ash looked at the blue flames blazing on the special monument and realized that there was no better way. From his point of view, there was nothing more stupid than thinking about what he could have done after everything had already happened. He came to the conclusion that he had chosen a strategy that he had put into practice, and what people saw in front of them was its result. He sighed heavily and realized that he had to take responsibility for his actions and put it on his shoulders in order to move forward. Ash said that once the funeral was over, all the bodies needed to be taken and transported to another location. He explained that the thing was that thousands of disasters happened at the crossroads every year, and the funerals cost more than the lives of people in this world. Ash decided that the bodies needed to be moved to the south of the crossroads, to a vacant lot that was ideal for a cemetery. He recalled that even in the game, this is where he placed memorials to honor the memory of those who died. Ash announced publicly that they would honor the memory of those who sacrificed their lives in this particular war, every year at a strictly defined time. He understood that this was being done not only for those who died, but also for those who died before them. Over the course of a long time, a huge number of computer characters died from the actions of the main character because he did not value their lives. Ash continued to stare at the growing fire, realizing that he was trying to get his redemption in this way. At the magic fire, our hero suddenly turned to Lucas. He firmly stated that he would never lose again and would achieve maximum results, no matter what it cost him. Gritting his teeth, he said that he would never make mistakes again and would plan much better. After that, he turned around and said that it was time to go back. Ash and his comrades headed to their main base, which was called the Crossroads. The system notified the hero that he had completed the prologue and received a reward for completing it, which ended up in his inventory. Some time passed, and we saw Ash and his companions moving into a giant fortress. Without thinking twice, They decided to leave the operational base since it was destroyed. It had been 3 days since they had started heading north back to the fortress, and the mysterious necklace around Ash's neck had begun to glow. The main character himself did not notice these changes, as he was busy languishing from boredom. He turned to Lucas and asked how much longer they had to travel, to which the knight replied that it was only a short distance. Ash sighed and thought about how he had heard those words dozens of times that day. The system notified him that he could now choose his class, and Ash knew he needed to make a decision as soon as possible. After training, he completed level 5, and it was at this point that the game offered to choose a class. However, looking at his stats, he realized that he had gotten a rather weak character. He also found that no matter what stats he improved, he could choose absolutely any class the game allowed. The most interesting thing was that he had access to a unique class called the Novice Commander, which he had never seen before. After studying the description, he found out that he got this class for completing the Iron Man Hell mode, which he overcame during streams. Ash studied with interest the abilities that could be revealed to him, assuming that this was the same hidden class. He also remembered that the last time he received a skill called Direct Command was when he ordered Damien to pull himself together. After carefully studying this skill, he discovered that it created immunity to mental debuffs from any enemy within a 10-meter radius. Ash noted that this is a very useful skill, but it was of no use early in the game because such debuffs appeared towards the end of the game. Looking around for an answer, he realized that it was risky to choose classes he knew nothing about. After a while, his mental anguish was interrupted by Lucas's voice, who loudly announced that he had finally seen the Crossroads base. Ash stuck his head out and said he was very happy to hear the news. After a few moments, he looked closely at the structure they were approaching and held his breath in surprise. The fortress that the hero now looked at was a fundamental structure designed to fight giant crying monsters. The Crossroads was the name of that very fortress built in the southernmost part of the world. Its walls were built to contain the monsters that endlessly emerged from the dark lake located to the south. In the distant past, it was the largest fortress in the entire empire, but those times are now gone. Now, as the monster invasion subsided, the army was being redirected to other places. Due to the lack of a necessary army for defense, they began to hire mercenaries, who were driven out of the battlefield, taking inexperienced newcomers in their place. Mercenaries were hired regardless of their nationality or abilities, as the empire needed cannon fodder on the front lines. When the fortress became reminiscent of cheap lives, restaurants, banks, and hotels began to appear in it. After many decades, this fortress turned into a huge city, in which life was in full swing. At some point, people even stopped calling the Crossroads a fortress and came up with another name for it. Now this place had the name of a fortress city on the front line of monsters. It had other names, mocking the mercenaries who flocked there blindly for money and their deaths, like moths. Most often this city was called the City of Suicides or the Grave City. Ash mused that this was a human Maginot Line, left here as a last resort. He also noted that during the game he did not pay attention to the fact that this city was much larger than he imagined. Looking at the building, he also discovered that it was much more shabby than he had originally assumed. He asked if he would become the lord of this city after he finally arrived there. Just a few minutes later, the convoy began to drive through the streets of this city, and the common people looked at them in surprise. Lucas continued to hold the reins confidently and, looking around, felt relatively safe. Ash also decided to look out of the carriage and see the mood of the common people. Looking at them, he wondered why they were so angry and dissatisfied. However, he quickly came to the realization why people were not happy to see them on these streets. Since new commanders were appointed, the Lord and the two returned alive after their army was crushed. This did not instill confidence in the hearts of the people. However, Ash knew that something like this could happen, so he prepared well for it. Just a few minutes later, several townspeople noticed a huge cart containing magic crystals. Ash deliberately placed the 400 magic crystals so casually to attract attention. Since spiders were high-level monsters, these magic crystals had a high degree of purity and were worth a fortune. The value of this lot was so great that he would soon have to suffer its loss. Ash knew that in order for the game to run smoothly, interaction with the townspeople had to be a key factor. Despite the lack of trust right now, he already knew how to win their hearts. From his point of view, the large amount of money that would flow into the city should have been a strong reason to love it. Ash smiled and asked the townspeople to wait at least a little while so that he could carry out his plan. His idea was that he could simply buy the damn souls of these townspeople and make them adore him. As evening gradually approached, Ash's carriage approached its destination. The wheels roughly clattered along the pavement, covering the meter-by-meter path to the destination. After a while, the carriage stopped and Ash heard the dull sound of a man in armor landing on the ground. Lucas opened the carriage door and informed Ash that they had arrived at their destination. Ash slowly stepped out of the carriage and thanked Lucas for the excellent job he had done. After a while, he froze, looking at the huge house of the Lord, which was built here especially for the manager of this city. Looking at these mansions, Ash was speechless and tried to understand what the hell it all meant. He found it hard to believe that he would now live in such a place, because he had never been in such spacious buildings before. Remembering the cramped apartment he lived in, he realized that he had nothing to compare this palace to. His thoughts about the wealth of this house were interrupted by the loud sound of doors opening and someone's exclamations. Before our hero could react, the boy ran out of the house and praised the heavens for Ash's survival. Ash looked at this little brat in surprise and tried to understand who he was. The boy quickly pulled himself together and explained that he shouldn't have shown such disrespect and that he should have immediately addressed Ash as His Highness. Ash replied that there was no need for that and that he could be called whatever he wanted, after which the boy grabbed his hand and said that he had been very worried. Ash remembered an emotional man with a hint of ignorance and servant. Ader. In the game, he was the city manager and did all the administrative work alone. Ash took a few steps forward, and Ader opened the doors to his personal chambers for him. Smiling, he said that he had already prepared a warm bath for him, as well as a delicious dinner so that he could rest. Ash looked at the size of the hallway in surprise, and Ader asked in surprise if everything was okay with him. Ash quickly came to his senses and asked Lucas to make sure that all the soldiers got a good rest, including himself. Lucas tried to object, saying that his duty was to protect Ash, but Ash insisted on his own. Lucas hung his head dejectedly and said that in that case he would carry out His Highness's order. Ader went upstairs and invited Ash to follow him so they could get properly settled. Ash thought with a smile that, judging by the looks of it, Lucas's room was on the first floor. A few minutes later, he found himself in a bathroom that was already steaming from the hot water. Ader said that this bath could wash away all the fatigue from the road along with the smell of war. Ash smiled and thought that he was really tired after the long trip and hadn't taken a bath in a long time. Ash took off his coat and thanked Ader for his work, saying that in that case he was free to go. Ader was in no hurry to leave and looked carefully at the necklace that was on our hero's neck. He smiled and said there was one more thing he wanted to say. After a short pause, he noted that this battle was simply incredible, calling our hero classic nerd. It seems there is no need to explain the degree of surprise our hero experienced when he heard these words. For a while there was silence in the room, broken only by the sound of water filling the bathtub. Ader closed the door and said that classic nerd had managed to pass the training, although he would never have believed it. Ash turned around and glared at his servant, realizing that in front of him stood the very person he hated. Ader majestically declared that he no longer had the strength to hide the great secret, that he was the director of this game. Ash instantly caught up with him and immediately delivered a sobering blow right to the head. The boy could not withstand such serious attacks and fell to the ground, hitting his back painfully. Ash thought about how the director of this hellish game had dragged him here without permission. Unable to contain his anger, he took a few more steps towards Ader, who was trying to beg for mercy. He fell to his knees and confessed that he was asking for forgiveness for the fact that because of him, they ended up in such a terrible place. After that, he resolutely raised his head and said that not only he, but this world also desperately needed help. Ash rushed at him with his fists, completely ignoring all these high-flown tirades. After several dozen blows, Ash finally decided to spare his opponent while he continued to ask for forgiveness. Ash sat back and demanded an explanation of what had happened. He reminded Ader of the strange message he had received, saying that Ader was apparently the director. Ader confirmed that everything was true and that he really was the director of this world. Ash, angry, looked at his interlocutor and asked why he dragged him to this place. Ader took out a handkerchief and said that this world has a true ending. He added that this is the only ending that no one has ever achieved. Ader said that he had reset the world many times to get the ending, but he never got the ending he was expecting. Ash asked if that was the reason he brought him here, to which he stated that he decided to enlist his help. By pressing his wristwatch, Ader summoned a hologram that displayed many different planets. Ader said that he turned this world into a game and showed it to players from other worlds. He noted that the players had opened up a lot of possibilities that he had never thought of. After a short, sad pause, He added that, however, absolutely no one had been able to achieve the true ending. Ash asked his interlocutor what the differences were then, since this was the first time he had heard of this true ending. Ada replied that he was able to do what no one else could achieve. Ash guessed that they were talking about him being able to beat this game on Hellman of Steel difficulty. Ader said that from his point of view, Ash had the highest chance of achieving the true meaning of this game, and so he decided to bring him here. An angry classic nerd quickly reminded his esteemed friend that he had kidnapped him, not brought him here. He also reminded that Ader had thrown him into this damn training in the body. It would be a shame to destroy it, and that he had not been fed with a golden spoon here. Ader tried to justify himself by saying that it was some kind of bug, since he didn't expect something like that either. He said he would like to discuss the reward he would receive for helping his people. Ader noted that if Ash brings this world to its true ending, he can grant him a wish. Ash looked at him with satisfaction and wondered what kind of wish this was. Ader replied that he was technically a being close to the god of this world, even though Ash didn't believe him. Ader continued his story, saying that it would not be difficult for him to grant this wish to Ash when he went back to the world. Ash asked if he could give him 10 billion won in cash in that case. Ader rolled up his glasses and replied that it was a pitiful amount, and he could easily increase it tens or hundreds of times. Ash realized that this was definitely a scam, since they would most likely give him a bad check. However, he realized that he was interested in this desire, as there were many things he wanted to do. After thinking for a while, he realized that there was one single thing he wanted to get at any cost. Ader smiled and asked the hero if there was something he wanted to do so badly that it was even more valuable than money. Ash didn't answer, and his interlocutor suggested that there was a dream that he had long ago given up on, thinking that he couldn't achieve it. Ash knew full well that this self-proclaimed god had called him here, knowing his situation very well. Ader was well aware that Classic Nerd had a heavy burden on his soul that he regretted and wanted to fix. Ash admitted that he really couldn't fulfill his deepest desire and gave up. Ader threw up his hands and said that as long as he carried hope in his heart, nothing was over yet. Ash asked Ader why he himself couldn't save this world if he had such powers. Ader replied that he actually had many abilities to act. He smiled and explained that this was why he needed an agent to act on his behalf. Ash asked what would happen if he died in this world. Ader smiled and said that if he died, he would die. But always. Ash swore loudly and obscenely. The creator of this world explained that life is a coin flip game, and there are no saves or loads, and Classic Nerd knew it very well. The protagonist thoughtfully agreed with him, noting that the game had always been like this. This game sometimes cared about convenience, but when it came to death, it became absolutely ruthless. Meanwhile, Ader said that if Ash wanted to return to Earth right now, he could send him there. Smiling, he admitted that he had been going to ask him about it right away, but something had gone wrong. Ash looked at him with some condescension as the boy stated that he had a choice. On one hand, he offered Ash the chance to reach the true ending and get the opportunity to fulfill his wish. He said he always had another option. Extending his other hand to the side, he explained that Ash could return to a peaceful life. Ader solemnly announced that the choice was entirely in the hands of Classic Nerd. Classic Nerd thought that before he would have returned to the old world without a second thought. But now two things were stopping him. Firstly, he began to have a terrible desire to fulfill the wish he had made a long time ago. The second thing that made him stay here was the confidence that his task was entirely feasible. Classic Nerd beat this game on impossible difficulty and knew everything down to the smallest detail. He smiled and wondered what else could stop him from going through it again. Water continued to drip slowly from the tap, and Ash announced that he accepted his advisor's offer. He confidently said that no matter what happened, he would try to play this game to the true ending. He also said in a threatening voice that he would try his best, so Ader should help him and not lie. Ader chuckled and said that Ash could use them as if they were two new dogs that would obey all his commands. Ash took a few steps towards his interlocutor and said that he was the one who started saying these words first. After this, he ordered his manager to sell all the magic crystals on the shelves before the morning. Ader looked at him in surprise, and Ash explained that these were items that could be exchanged for money, and he probably had a place where they could be sold. Ader reported that the market was currently closed, but Ash made it clear that he was not interested in excuses. Ader put on his glasses and said that he understood the command, noting that there were 388 black spider magic crystals. He said they would fetch a huge amount of money even if sold at an average price. When asked what he planned to do with the condition, Ash said there was an empty spot in the group. Ader asked in surprise what he meant, to which our hero only grinned. The very next morning, he found himself near the mercenary guild to recruit new soldiers. After tossing a few coins, he said it was time to try his luck at this difficult game. Having intercepted several coins at once, he realized that he had an advantage, since he received a huge amount of money. He asked himself, to whet his appetite, whether he should start with 100 attempts. Meanwhile, Ader successfully completed his task of selling a huge amount of magical gems. However, this was very stressful for the city manager, as he had to meet tight deadlines. Ash meanwhile stopped near the door and heard shouts and curses coming from the distance. He smiled and said that the mercenaries were happy and energetic this time, while Lucas suggested that he go in first. Ash ignored the warning and kicked down the door to the mercenary tavern. Everyone present on the first floor of the establishment turned around to find out who the brave man was who decided to walk into the tavern. The more daring mercenaries asked him who he was, assuming that he had decided to end his life. Ash responded with equally brazen insults and asked what they were staring at. Approaching the most daring mercenary, he said that he was their damned employer, and they apparently wanted a quick death. The mercenaries began to whisper among themselves, realizing that the infamous third prince was standing in front of them. Ash looked around and wondered if there was anyone among these mercenaries worthy of his attention. In the game, this building was created to receive new characters for recruitment. Of course, the extent of use of these characters depended on the rank they had. At this moment, our hero was looking exclusively for the best of the best so that they could help him. Looking around, he suddenly focused his gaze on an elderly woman who was emitting a purple aura. This woman turned out to be quite a tough nut to crack, holding a big cigar. She turned towards our hero and said that she was very glad to greet him. After a short pause, she reported that he had joined the Continental Mercenary Guild Crossroads. Ash realized that the character in front of him was an SR rank, which was an incredible stroke of luck. Without thinking twice, he walked closer to her and sat down a few meters away from her. He asked her if he could know her name, and the woman said there was no problem. Taking a respectful pose, she introduced herself as Jupiter and expressed her honor to meet Ash. Ash said that he had never seen a Jupiter uniform before and asked what country she served in. Jupiter explained that it was the Everblack Empire's uniform, and he might not recognize the model since it was decades old. Ash smiled and asked her if she had served the Empire some time ago. Jupiter said she served there for 30 years and was captain of the 2nd Squadron before retiring. Ash praised her dedication, but Jupiter stated that she was still desperately short of money. After that, she twirled the glass in her hand and asked him what brought him to such a humble abode. Ash smiled and said that, like all employers, he came here to find new people. Jupiter asked him ironically if he had come here to buy some cannon fodder who would be ready to die for him. Lucas realized that such impudence could not be forgiven and prepared to punish the elderly woman. Ash gestured for him to calm down and put down his sword. Jupiter chuckled and then said that rumors of the battle on the front lines had already spread everywhere. This sarcastic remark reminded our hero that he had not done the best job of defending the stronghold. Jupiter also noted that Ash seemed to have paid a high price for his incompetence, despite having mercenaries on his side. She stated that, of course, they were mercenaries, but it was not worth considering them as idiots digging their own graves. Ash smiled and noted that he did not expect any other attitude towards himself after what happened. After that, he remained at the table and said that he still had an important thing he wanted to say. After waiting a little, he asked them if they were people who sell their lives for a handful of coins. He then immediately raised his voice, saying that selling life was the only thing they were capable of. But now they were suddenly afraid. He slammed his hand on the table and declared that he knew perfectly well that they were the very idiots who were digging their own graves. Immediately after this, he turned to Jupiter herself and said that this whole situation smacked of looting. He then asked her if the reason for her dismissal was that she had secretly stolen from military funds. He smiled and noted that it was all very much like digging his own grave. After that, he suggested that she had gone through all the circles of corruption, even smuggling with enemies, for which she was fired in disgrace. Ash noted that despite this, she still wears a military uniform and it looks quite shameless. Despite knowing that she was a corrupt soldier, rotten to the core, and a dishonorably discharged veteran, he noted her usefulness. Jupiter was a heroine who was more like a pirate than a soldier, but as a spellcaster she was unrivaled. Jupiter reported that her end to her career was not the best, but she still had the pride of an imperial soldier. Ash interrupted her and said that she could name the price of her pride. Jupiter looked at him in anger, trying to understand the motives of this pathetic youth who demanded her. Ash continued to look at her with some arrogance, stating that he demanded to know the price she wanted for her pride. Jupiter smiled and said that it may look cheap, but in reality it would cost at least 100,000 a year. Ash replied that he was willing to pay her 200,000, and she dropped her cigar at the offer. Jupiter looked at him in surprise, trying to understand where he got so much money from, because it was a high price to pay for a mercenary. Ash also realized that after selling a large batch of magic crystals, he would have no problem with income. He happily admitted that he would easily spend more money to get a character of such a high rank. Handing her his check, he said that he would gladly buy her fear of death completely and double her annual salary. Ash declared that cowards who did not wish to trade their lives could go home, since there was nothing to be gained here. He then added that if they really wanted to hit the jackpot, they should come to the Western Crossroads Wastelands that evening. Immediately after visiting the guild, our hero had to visit the church to receive another healing session. Once he reached the altar, he sat down on the cold floor, after which the minister began to use her magic. The girl said that the healing session was over, but after everything that happened, he would still have the USA. The servant turned out to be a hidden R-rank heroine and also the best healer in the game named Margaret. Ash remembered that if he met a special condition, he would be able to recruit her as a hero. But the time for that had not yet come. After this, he put his fat wallet on a pedestal and said that he would like to discuss an important matter. Margaret reported to him, saying that she had brought here everyone who was currently free. Ash quickly found Damien among the large number of priests, noting that he had adapted well. He smiled and said that in that case they should proceed with the procedures. Finally, he said that they would have a lot more work to do today, and it would not be the easiest job. A few hours later, the action moved to the west of the city, where a small stage had been erected. A huge parade of coffins arrived straight from the front lines, containing the defenders of the stronghold. Ash looked around and discovered that Ken's locket and family photo were lying next to his grave. The sight of this medallion darkened our hero's already gloomy mood, but such were the realities of this life. Looking at the soldiers, he realized that they were standing in formation, and the flags of the empire covered each group perfectly evenly. He also noted that many clergy had gathered today and organized a large choir. In his view, in a city where death was so common and cheap, a proper burial was a rarity. But names should never be neglected. Shocked by the large sum spent on the funeral of the residents, a rumor was spread that spread very quickly. Ash told himself that he wasn't going to sugarcoat anything, and even though it was a show, it had to be one. Here, on the front lines, their battle was to be known as a noble mission to save humanity. After this, he stepped to the edge of the stage to begin his monologue. He claimed to be the third prince, a recently appointed lord named Ash von Hyder Everblack. Whispers immediately began to circulate among the people that this appointed prince looked like a complete failure. Ash didn't pay attention to such things and said that he would only say one thing. Taking a deep breath, he loudly declared that the mortality rate on the front lines would continue to rise. Jupiter, along with the other mercenaries, was present among all the other townspeople and carefully followed his every word. Ash noticed her presence and noted that she arrived on time, as scheduled. Ash spoke about how new tombstones would appear in this cemetery every week, each of which would be sung by a choir. Ash stated that their deaths would be even more valuable than their survival. Our hero remembered that all the expenses for the funeral cost about half of the money he got for the magic crystal. However, he considered it right, because death should not be something ordinary and simple. Ash addressed the people and said that he would try to keep them alive as long as possible. He added that he would do everything he could to ensure that people survived and could continue to work on the front lines. Addressing the soldiers, he said that he wanted them to work with maximum dedication and not die. Ash advised everyone else to survive as long as possible and take as much money as they could. Before the soldiers fired their ceremonial guns, he asked them not to die and make him pay for their burial. Such was the end of his speech, which was not intended to frighten people but to calm them down. Ash initially thought about how the townspeople might perceive his speech, but quickly came to the conclusion that he didn't care. He made a decision to prove his words and show them that he was the man who could save them. As he flexed his fingers, he knew that while she was on the front lines, the world would definitely not fall into the abyss of brutal deaths. After some time, the system notified him that there were only 73 hours left until the start of the first level. After the funeral, the inevitable night came, which everyone decided to spend in their own way. Ash called Lucas over, and together they headed to the backyards of the Crossroads estate. In front of them was a large pile of stones. which at first glance did not seem to have any value at all. The system asked the protagonist if he wanted to activate the teleportation gate. Ash smiled and said that in situations like these, there was no doubt about his choice. A few moments later, the magic stones began to move and flew into the air. Lucas didn't even have time to draw his sword from its sheath as a precaution when suddenly these stones formed a small gate. Immediately after this, a huge portal appeared in the space between the stones, which attracted everyone with its bluish glow. Ash looked at this religion calmly, since he had flown not just once, but about 1,000 times. Lucas asked him what it was, to which Ash replied that it was a gate that led to a dungeon under the lake. Lucas was horrified, and Ash hastened to confirm his fears, saying that this was the very lake from which the monsters came. He smiled and added that this was nothing more than a free passage leading to the enemy base. Empire Defense is a game that combines the genres of tower defense and dungeon attack. Particularly curious users could even find this on the game's cover, which informed them about it. The levels where monsters besieged the city of Crossroads belong to the tower defense genre. However, in between there were levels where enemies did not attack, and it was possible to explore the dungeon under the lake, revealing the origins of the monsters. This mode was called Dungeon Attack, or Free Exploration. Ash realized that his guess was correct, and that this gate could be activated even before the first level began. He also recalled that he had to go through a lot of training, but the game turned out to be fair. Thanks to the decisions he made, he received several characters that were of incredible value. Moreover, being in possession of money, he did not feel the need to worry about his financial situation. Smiling, Ash said that it was entirely possible and he was determined to accomplish the task. Without thinking twice, he turned to Lucas and told him about the rules of the game, noting that they could scout the enemy base to the next level. Lucas got the gist of the matter pretty quickly and, clapping his hands, declared that he understood everything. After that, he valiantly declared that he was ready for whatever Ash went through. Such unbreakable and irresistible determination surprised our hero, since he least expected such an outcome. From his point of view, Lucas should have the most questions about what was going on. And indeed, the prince he had served all his life changed dramatically, and suddenly, for the first time, recognized the structure of the city in which he found himself. Ash tried to understand why his comrade was simply following orders, assuming that he was either weird or there was something wrong. After a while, he decided to clarify a couple of questions and turned to Lucas. Lucas responded immediately, and Ash asked him if there was anything he wanted to find out. Lucas looked at him with a determined expression, but didn't say a word for some time. After a short pause in the conversation, he carefully addressed Ash, which made him nervous. However, he quickly said that he was simply doing what His Highness ordered and that he had no questions. Looking at the moon, he noted that he was His Highness's sword and shield. He added that his task was to cut and block on his orders. Ash was surprised that Lucas didn't have the slightest doubt about what he heard. However, he realized that the kind of trust that Lucas demonstrated was the most important thing one could receive in life. A slight shudder ran through him, and he realized that he didn't care about his comrade's stupidity because he needed to be properly rewarded. After that, he pulled on his cloak and asked Lucas if he was ready to go with him into the depths of hell. Lucas resolutely replied that he would gladly descend into the underworld if he could be with Ash the whole time. Ash smiled and said that with friends like these, he could overcome absolutely any difficulties that might arise. Without thinking twice, he turned to the system window and chose his destination, a pier on the shore of the lake. This was the only point that was open to our hero so far, and they rushed into the portal. As soon as the energy funnel swallowed them, the stones immediately fell lifelessly down. The game system informed our hero that the location was loading and teleporting was taking place. As a side note, the system revealed that heroes could become stronger by obtaining more powerful gear that could be found in dungeons. Ash angrily expressed the opinion that it was too late for the game to pretend to be friendly after everything she had done. A few seconds passed, and they finally materialized in a completely different part of this world. The funnel released them onto a small pier, which at first seemed rather sad and lifeless. Ash quickly looked around and said that they were in the right place. Looking at the water, he remembered that the Black Lake was the source of monsters and all misfortunes. From his point of view, this dungeon, which cut off the southern part of the world, was the very hell that spewed out nightmares. Lucas quickly noticed something surprising and turned to Ash to bring it to his attention. The water suddenly began to foam and large bubbles came out of it. For a few moments, the waves simply spread out to the sides, as if some magical force were developing them. Numerous arms clad in metal armor suddenly began to emerge from the damp earth. Terrible creatures have been watching over these lands all this time, and now the time has come for them to awaken. One by one, iron troops of soldiers emerged from the ground, preparing to punish the violators. Ash looked at these creatures in shock and realized that these were his worst fears. It turned out that these creatures were monsters from the game, which were called living armor. Ash gritted his teeth and wondered why things had turned out the way they had. He remembered that it wouldn't matter to him who he fought against on the first level, be it goblins or mermaids. Among the huge number of low-level monsters, he could defeat absolutely anyone who was offered to him. However, there were exceptions to this rule, and these exceptions were living armor. Ash cursed his luck, realizing that with such indicators, the only thing he could do was hang himself. Lucas quickly realized that they would have to stop these monsters on the next wave. Ash received a system notification that enemy information had been updated. Taking a closer look, he realized that he would be fighting against one unknown opponent and 1,052 living armor warriors. Lucas suddenly noticed strange changes that had occurred to his comrades and tried to find out the reason. He asked Ash if he was feeling okay, noting that the situation had taken a heavy toll on him. Ash didn't say a word. He just started biting his lips, trying to figure out how to get out of this situation. After thinking for a moment, he said that he had said this before, but now they were in deep trouble. After this, he glanced again at the living army of soldiers who were to attack them in a few days. Classic Nerd recalled restarting this game exactly 741 times before beating it. Each time he had different reasons, but once he saw that the first level monster was a living armor, he would start over again without a second thought. Living armors were literally monsters made of armor with a ghost inside. It followed that no physical attacks would work on these creatures, and that magic would have to do. Of course, by the middle of the game, dealing with such creatures became much easier after acquiring certain equipment. Ash knew that right now they had nothing that could help them fight these villains. He also felt anger boiling inside him, as if someone was deliberately trying to stop him from completing this game. The living armor began to gradually emerge from the lake, preparing to attack the city. Ash realized that they had 3 days left before the attack, which meant little time to prepare. Ash and Lucas went into the portal to get to their hometown and tell everyone what they saw. The first thing Ash did was break into his estate and call out to Ader in an angry voice. Ader immediately responded, saying that he was very glad to welcome his master back to the house. Ash asked about the state of the troops in the city and said that they currently had 526 men who could be sent to the front. Ash did not calm down and, angry, asked again how it happened that they had so few fighters. Ader reminded that most of the warriors died during training, and Ash began to blame the previous owner of the bodies for his negligence. Ash asked the manager how many new soldiers he could hire, to which he replied that all the mercenaries in the city had already been hired. Ash stated that in that case, people should be sent to the nearest town for help and paid twice their normal salary. Ader carefully wrote down all the orders and said that they would be carried out. Ash also demanded that a message be sent to the imperial capital and request maximum support. Ader continued to write down his boss's commands when he suddenly stopped. He asked if Ash was sure about this, hinting that it might not be the best decision. Ash remembered that requests for support from the Empire triggered a special fatal event that would happen later. Realizing that he had no choice and had to survive at any cost, he repeated his request, confirming that he was sure of it. After this, he turned around and said that it was necessary to call all the carpenters, blacksmiths, and alchemists of the city. Ader said that if they did this, the processing of magic crystals would simply stop. Ash stated that soon there would be no stone left in the city, so he didn't care about these damn crosses. Hearing the incredible anger concentrated in Ash's voice, Ader rushed to the exit and slammed the door behind him. Ash rubbed his experience and thought that the difficulty of this game was definitely abnormal. Calling up the system window, he continued to explain that he had not previously dared to take such measures. However, he understood that there was no longer time for such luxury as fear, and the more complex the game, the more variables. He returned to the system window, which asked him if he accepted his rookie commander class. In the sense that he would have to go to the bank, he agreed to accept this class. The system notified him that his character had finally become a rookie commander. Ash observed the effects the system produced and noted how lousy they were. A few moments later, he felt very unwell and some changes appeared in his body. Ash wondered what it was, noting that it felt incredibly strange. A few moments later, the system notified him that he had received a 50% stat growth debuff. Ash looked at the screen in surprise and wondered what the hell was going on. Before he could react, He was given another debuff to his gear proficiency. Ash tried to figure out what he had done to deserve being weakened by 50% in almost every way. Taking a deep breath, he wondered out loud if this game was making fun of him. Grabbing the system notification, he wondered what class could possibly have imposed such stupid debuffs. After that, he immediately grabbed a poker and decided to teach a lesson to whoever came up with this. To appease him, the game showered him with multiple upgrades and abilities. Ash had a hard time containing his anger, but decided to check out what was actually written there. He moved a few meters away from the fireplace so as not to do anything emotionally. By rearranging the ability window into a more convenient format, he realized he could now give his allies bonus buffs. He also discovered that while he was on the battlefield, his allies would receive buffs to strength, defense, and attack. The nerfs placed on his class now made perfect sense, and Ash calmed down. The main feature of his class was the ability of the energy of the group, thanks to which he could combine different classes and receive bonuses. He smiled and realized that this class was simply awesome, since he was used to managing everyone from the sidelines. Still holding the poker in his hand, he realized that he had to put it back in place, since he had burned it in vain. A few moments later, the poker was back in its rightful place next to the other fireplace tools. After some time, the next day came, and a very bright sun hung over the city. Ash looked at Ader with irritation and asked him if he wanted to explain what the hell happened. Ader struggled to find his words and said that the people he had given orders to had not obeyed him. After this, he explained that this was why he had to bring in the leaders of these professions as quickly as possible. Ash told them that it was actually a straight-up kidnapping. The president of the Blacksmiths' Union asked what all this meant, not hiding his displeasure. Other union presidents said they were pulled right out of the crystal processing process. The president of the Alchemist Union added that this was too much even for a member of the imperial family. Ash realized that these people were furious and noticed that their faces were red from screaming. Ash decided that he should apologize first and ask them if they really didn't want to die. After this, he asked them how they dared to raise their voices in his presence. He also said that if he invites them to see him, they should come immediately without any excuses. Ash noted that they decided to play on his feelings and emphasized that he couldn't let it go that easily. Therefore, if they are already serving, even taking families, they should know how to communicate with him. The negotiations went well, and the association presidents asked him if he was serious about making such an assumption. Ash smiled and said that he would have no problem providing them with 20% of the crystals the army received. He also noted that if he had direct access to production materials, it would be very profitable for him to trade directly with each other. In return, Ash wanted priority in producing military equipment on demand, guaranteed to be paid fairly. Smiling, he asked them how they liked the deal, assuming it must be a good deal. Ash deliberately warmed them up with money and interests so that they would agree to accept his conditions. Some might say that he is being unreasonable and simply wasting money, but this is not true at all. A few moments passed, and his business partners happily announced that they agreed to accept his terms. Ash smiled and thought that there was nothing in this world that could be trusted more than money. After some time, the system notified him that there were only 61 hours left before the invasion. The revived armor continued its gloomy march towards the crossroads, not tiring for a second. Meanwhile, Ash decided to hold a meeting and announce that 1,000 living armors were approaching them. He added that very soon they would find themselves at the walls of this city and would try to break inside. Ash also stated that the estimated arrival time of this armor was around 2 days. He noted that everyone probably understood that they were in a very difficult situation. Lucas calmly asked his boss what was required of them. Ash said that from now on, he would give each of them instructions in order to ensure victory in this battle. Over the next few hours, Ash detailed a strategy for defeating the living armor. Lucas, whose role as commander-in-chief of the troops was assigned, said he was doing everything he could. Ash noted that their soldiers were too sluggish and he had to train them in record time. Lily cleared her throat, trying to attract His Highness's attention. She said that she was in an incapacitated state, to which Ash responded that he really needed her help. Smiling, he informed her that she would not be on the battlefield, so she did not have to worry about that. After some time, he assigned her the role of head of the restoration of protective artifacts. Ash thought that, unfortunately, his ally might have forgotten about her pension, and now she had to suffer as a civil servant for the rest of her life. Jupiter, taking a drag on his cigar, said that he had only one question for His Highness. A little later, she asked if her salary would be increased if she performed well. Ash remembered that this character had a special feature, a gold bag, which instilled in her an uncontrollable love for money. To appease the mercenary, he promised to increase the pay depending on the merits gained on the battlefield. Jupiter smirked and said that in that case he should prepare to promote her. With her characteristic self-confidence, she declared that there was no mercenary who did her job better than she did. Ash sent Ader to Damien and handed him a crossbow prepared especially for him. Despite the solemnity of the event, this crossbow had no special characteristics. Damien, who was cast as a long-range sniper, promised to give his best. Ash noted that Damien was still acting a little careless, but with practice he would quickly get used to his new role. After a while, Ash asked him what happened to the glasses he had been wearing all this time. Ash asked Damien if he had decided not to wear glasses anymore. Damien stated that his eyesight was too good, so he wore glasses to limit it somehow. He smiled and added that now that he really needed sharp vision, he decided to take off his glasses. Ash smiled as he looked at the team and realized that he now had a much better chance of winning. Ader said this was good news as he had been concerned about the overlapping characteristics of the glasses. Ash immediately ordered his manager to shut up and stop talking nonsense, so as not to confuse his probably talent. After the operation meeting, the action moved to the south wall of Crossroads City, where repair work was taking place. Ash visited his business partners and asked them how things were going with the castle wall. One of the union's chairmen, Kuznetsov, said that this wall had been ignored for quite a long time. Ash listened carefully to all the information regarding the wall and realized that it was bad news. After this, he turned to Ader and asked him why no one in the fortified city cared about repairing the main walls. Ader shrugged and said that they did not have the money to carry out restoration of the defensive structures. He also recalled that as monsters began to appear less and less frequently, crystal production dropped sharply and their budget was cut. Ash said that he felt like the fortress was built to keep monsters out, and he mentally realized that without the invasions, there was no way to get money. After a short pause, he decisively ordered the workers to use any money and materials to strengthen this wall in 2 days. After that, he said that it was time to get to work because the monsters would not wait for anyone. He then went to the carpenter's workshop to inform them of what had happened. He also told the carpenters that over the next 3 days they would be creating something very important. Noticing the surprise and interest on the faces of his interlocutors, he explained that the carpenters would be building a wall. He was asked what he meant, and he gave the most banal explanation of what a wall was. The chief carpenter said that, unfortunately, he had to acknowledge the fact that the monsters would easily break through the wooden wall. Ash said that he doesn't need a wall that will forever hold back the monster invasion. He smiled and added that all that was required of the carpenters was to make the wall he asked them to make. Raising his hands up, he demonstratively showed them that the wall had to be damn high. After this, he spread his arms out to the sides and added that the wall must also be very strong. Ash clearly had a talent for giving speeches, so he said again that he needed the Great Wall. After this, he asked them if they had understood his thought, but in response, he heard only the chirping of crickets. Slightly annoyed, Ash said that they needed to stop asking questions and get to work as quickly as possible. The next 2 days passed rather quickly, as each member of the squad was busy with his own business. Each of the heroes has made an immeasurable contribution to preparing for the next wave, but the time has come for battle. The day of the invasion was fairly clear, but the weather was windy and choppy. The monsters were supposed to attack the city's southern wall, and this area was fortified with the utmost dedication. The system notified our hero that there were only 30 minutes left before the attack began. The sentries continued to look around carefully, trying to spot the monsters as early as possible. After some time, one of them noticed that the forest several hundred meters away from them began to glow with bluish lights. Realizing that these were signals of the enemy's approach, he immediately turned to his comrades and reported that the monsters had come into sight. Without thinking twice, his colleagues took out a special stick and hit the drum to alert the entire city. The living armor, meanwhile, continued to move inexorably towards its goal in order to break through it in this city. It was difficult to say what motivated these creatures, but for the unfortunate inhabitants who could become their victims, it did not matter. The army of animated armor looked like an approaching dark cloud of fog, which made it seem even more menacing. The roar of the metal armor's footsteps carried for many kilometers, causing the earth to begin to tremble. The fighters were making final preparations, lighting braziers and signal fires. Ash was already on the wall and informed everyone else that they didn't need to be afraid of what was coming. He looked at these creatures with disdain, as befitted the leader of the garrison of the last lines of defense. He said loudly that these monsters were just a rabble that gained strength through numbers. Of course, this was a lie, and these were the worst monsters one could encounter in the beginning. Ash also added that it was the strongest army in the southern part of the empire, perfectly prepared for defense. This was also a lie, since they were just a group of wandering mercenaries with no real experience. Ash assured them that they would be able to stop them and that there was no need to worry about it. Everyone understood perfectly well that he was just bluffing and trying to inspire his comrades, saying that they should follow his orders. In conclusion, he said that if everything works out, they will be able to celebrate their victory today. Looking at the sky, he suddenly discovered a strong weather disturbance that caused a magical thundercloud to form. A sly smile appeared on his face, as he was well aware of the approach of this phenomenon. He wished Jupiter good luck, realizing that the outcome of today's battle depended only on her. Jupiter understood this too and turned to her partners, saying that it was time to get rich. After a while, it was their turn to speak, and the mercenary squad moved forward. The peculiarity of this world was that all the monsters had one common goal. This goal was the most important in their lives, and they never stopped at anything until they achieved it. The goal of all monsters was to destroy humanity, no matter what happened. If there were no obstacles in front of them, they did not think twice and took the shortest route to kill a person. In other words, this provided scope for manipulating the behavior of these creatures within certain limits. The actions of these creatures were easily predictable, meaning they could be trapped, thereby gaining a small advantage. Jupiter and her squad deliberately lured a huge number of living armors into a giant pit. Ash realized they didn't have time to dig a deep enough trench and ordered Jupiter to act. A few moments later, powerful thunderclouds gathered over the moat, and lightning bolts began to flash through them. Jupiter smiled and created a powerful charge of electricity in her hand. After that, she said that it was time to fill her wallet with money and rushed forward. After a few moments, she decided to use her skill to create a powerful flash near the opponents. All animated armor within the radius of effect was affected by this skill. Jupiter closely monitored the consequences of her actions to make sure everything went perfectly according to plan. It couldn't be said that the skill was powerful enough to destroy the living armor, but they definitely got hit. Gradually, they came to their senses and slowly rose to their feet to continue their march. Jupiter loudly asked them where they had been and ordered them to learn to respect their elders. Immediately after that, she decided to turn to the next skill, which was supposed to put an end to the lives of these monsters. The armor only raised its heads to look at Jupiter with sharp eyes. Ash watched the battle closely and realized that this skill was Jupiter's signature skill. The woman waved the hand holding the cigarette to light it. After that, she said that they would have metal roast for dinner tonight. Smiling wickedly, she made a quick gesture with her hand to point the lightning at her target. A few moments later, she used her second skill to finish what she started and finish off her opponents. The soldiers watching from the walls joyfully raised their hands up to support Jupiter. Ash smiled, realizing that the first skill had marked these enemies, and the second had destroyed them. The system quickly updated the kill counter and informed the protagonist that 56 enemies had been destroyed. Ash knew that this was a good start for such a wave and hoped that everything would go just as smoothly from here on out. Jupiter moved a little closer to the pit where the enemies were trapped to make sure they were dead. The attacks were indeed effective, and despite their high durability, all of these armors were destroyed. However, after just a few moments, new opponents took the place of those who had just died. There were just over 1,000 enemies in this wave, and even 56 destroyed were just a drop in the ocean. Ash shouted loudly to his comrades to regroup and take a favorable position. Jupiter called her faithful horse and ordered the rest of the mercenaries to follow her. Quickly, everyone on horseback rushed forward in order to reduce the distance between themselves and the living armor. The armor broke into a run to catch up with its target, but it failed. Jupiter told her comrades that they should not turn around if they wanted to stay alive. The giant army of armor continued to pursue the mounted warriors, and the sight was terrifying. Ash said that everything was going according to his plan and ordered everyone else to get ready. One of the young mercenaries turned around briefly and saw that the armor had almost caught up with him, despite the fact that he was on a horse. Ash watched tensely as it happened and hoped that everything would work out, because there was very little left. Jupiter ordered the others to quickly get inside the defensive structures. The mercenary quickly replied that he understood this order perfectly well and spurred his horse. A few moments later, they came very close to the huge wooden walls. The animated armor followed closely behind its victims, trying not to lag behind even a single step. Ash clenched his fist in tension and said that Jupiter had done just fine. After a few moments, the walls began to move, blocking the path of the living armor. The vile creatures stopped to find out what was going on and stopped chasing for a while. The monsters found themselves locked in a small corridor where there were only two ways, forward or back. Ash smiled, thinking that now the metal creatures had to make their move. As the armor examined the wooden walls, he realized that they would have to choose between trying to avoid the walls or destroying them. Jupiter also paused briefly to find out what choice her opponents would make. Given what had been said earlier, the choice was obvious. The monsters preferred to kill the people in front of them. Ash's prediction was almost immediately correct, and he sarcastically noted that these monsters were too stupid. The genius of this plan was that if the monsters simply blocked the way, the armor would destroy the walls. But now that they had to squeeze through a bottleneck, it was time to open fire. The monsters were packed into a huge pile, making every hit incredibly effective. Ash addressed his soldiers, saying that they had waited long enough for their decisive moment. After that, he ordered them not to spare the shells and just shoot until the last of the creatures were destroyed. The soldiers followed his order, and a deafening cannonade of shots began. Every gunner on the walls tried his best to fire as many shots per minute as possible. In the first seconds of the volley, the monsters did not fully understand what awaited them, and saw only approaching lights in the sky. One of the countless monsters raised the top of his helmet to get a better look at the phenomenon. Within moments, he was blown to pieces along with his other comrades in arms. Everything that happened was an absolute basis for the strategy of games on the defense of cities or fortresses. This tactic was quite simple, but at the same time extremely effective if the monsters did not have intelligence. Ash created a kind of death zone where almost nothing could escape damage, no matter how hard one tried. Ash continued to command the artillery batteries, saying that the shooting could not be stopped. Damien was also under his command and held a crossbow in his hands to fire at the right moment. The boy asked Ash if they had enough shells to destroy that many monsters. Damien noted that the monsters were unable to move beyond a certain point due to the fire being too dense. Ash said that everything would not be as simple as it seemed at first glance. As if listening to his words, the animated armor began to adapt to the tactics used against them. Some of them put forward their shields, which proved strong enough to withstand the onslaught of cannonballs. Taking a few steps forward and immediately getting into a defensive stance, they tried to overcome the death zone that was created for them. Ash chuckled wickedly and said that those damn bastards were incredibly tough and wouldn't give up that easily. However, he expected exactly this development of events and immediately gave the order to Lily. Lily responded to his order and reported that it was time to activate the gravity field artifact. After her command, the left device, which the alchemists had been carefully assembling all this time, was activated. The device itself was a real scientific miracle, as it worked on amazing technologies. The alchemists who produced this technology said the device was ready for use. Within moments, the rows of animated armor were enveloped in a gravitational field of unprecedented power. The armor was held on its feet with incredible difficulty, given the force of gravity to the earth. Ash said that it would be much more difficult for them to move now, despite all their efforts. He also gave a command to Lucas, who turned to the archers behind the ballistas. The soldiers deployed powerful and gigantic siege weapons to attack the armor. Each squad occupied a specific area in order to hit as many enemies as possible without missing and with a high rate of fire. Lucas raised his high air sword and said that it was necessary to aim for the chest of these creatures. After a short pause, he swung his sword and announced that it was time to open fire. The soldiers followed the commander's order and immediately pulled the triggers of their devices. Enormous arrows with super strong tips instantly pierced the defenses of these creatures, making them poorly suited for combat. They also made their way to the ground, losing their limbs, making it extremely difficult for them to recover. One monster was unlucky enough to take a huge arrow straight to the head. Ash watched the battle, thinking that the crossfire would greatly increase the damage and finish them off. Almost everything was going according to his plan, when suddenly one of the soldiers ran up to him to convey disturbing news. The excited artilleryman reported that the monsters had suddenly decided to change tactics and were now going around the wall. Ash walked closer to the observation wall in surprise and discovered that the animated armor had indeed changed its tactics and was now going around the barricades. Naturally, he thought to himself that he had expected this outcome, but there were more of these monsters left than expected. To prevent the front from breaking through, he immediately turned to Jupiter and her group. He stated that she should destroy the armor coming out from the right of the barriers, recommending hit-and-run tactics. Jupiter smiled and said that she would gladly carry out any order he gave her. After this, she spurred her horse and announced that it was time to begin the real battle. Seeing easy prey, some of the armors went into overdrive to deal with it. Jupiter merely smirked, calling for lightning and declaring that they would taste true power. Ash continued to watch the battle, noting that Jupiter would handle the part of the monsters that was out of control. From her point of view, the only opponents left were those on the left, and so he decided to turn to Damien. He quickly brought him up to speed, telling him that he should shoot at the monsters passing to the right of the barrier. Damien placed his hand on his chest and said he was ready to begin his duties. A few moments later, he dropped the crossbow, preparing to fire at his target. Using his skill, he finally found a suitable target and gently pulled the trigger. A split second later, the crossbow fired, and the arrow shot forward under the influence of supernatural forces. Damien's target was yet another nameless monster that had long since lost its human appearance. The charged spiritual energy and arrow hit straight between the protective plates of this armor. The spirit inside received critical damage, causing the magic armor to behave very strangely. A few moments later, the spirit left this world, causing the armor to fall lifelessly to the ground. Damien smiled happily and reported that he had hit his target, while the soldiers looked at him in admiration. Ash smiled and thought that he didn't think that it was possible to destroy a ghost's soul with a normal arrow when using this skill. Looking at his protege, he realized that he had incredibly broken, overpumped abilities. Looking back at the battlefield, he realized that the center was a real death zone where nothing could survive. On the right, the situation was controlled by Jupiter, which destroyed everything in its path with its lightning abilities. On the left, Damien was monitoring the situation, and with well-aimed shots, he could destroy the monsters that had strayed from the pack. The counter of destroyed monsters grew uncontrollably and approached half of all existing monsters in this wave. Ash smiled contentedly, realizing that at this rate everything should go as usual until the boss appeared. Suddenly, he discovered an extremely strange behavior of the affected animated armor, from which a drop of magic began to emanate. Each defeated monster left behind a small fragment of spiritual energy that sought to gather together. Ash discovered a huge crater and tried to figure out what the hell was going on, because this had never happened in the game. Meanwhile, the monster kill count reached 500, which was a turning point in this wave. The giant funnel began to form into something terrifying, vaguely resembling a creepy face. A few moments later, it was fully formed, and a formidable creature teleported into this world. Ash watched this darkness and understood that a very serious opponent was about to come here. The system notified the protagonist that he would now also fight with one more Ghost Knight, who had a strength level of 25. Ash remembered that it was this monster, which was the boss of the wave, that gave all these freaks their strength. The Legion itself was quite strong, but even if you crushed them completely, it would be like a second phase. A boss would appear. To everyone's surprise, the ghostly knight that appeared did nothing, which raised even more questions. He didn't activate any debuff or even use a powerful attack, but simply hung in the air, watching. However, since this was the reality of the game, even with the mere appearance of this monster, the soldiers had already begun to panic. Ash realized that the situation was escalating extremely quickly and he needed to do something urgently. It was all about the primal fear caused by the embodiment of terrible ugliness, which immediately affected people. The mere sight of this creature scared the soldiers to death, causing the effectiveness of the front lines to drop below the plinth. Moreover, this creature from the other world frightened not only people but also horses nearby. One of these horses belonged to Jupiter, who was in the thick of the battle at that moment. The frightened horse decided to rear up, which greatly spoiled the fighting situation. Jupiter was unable to stay on her steed and fell down, hitting the back of her head hard on the ground. The armor, watching what was happening, immediately realized that this was their chance to destroy their target. Jupiter gradually lost consciousness, while drops of blood ran down her face. Ash was angry as he watched what was happening and realized that now everything was going in a completely different direction than he wanted. The armor rushed forward to take advantage of the moment and destroy the sleeping Jupiter. The mercenaries, noticing the fall of their leader, immediately jumped off their horses and rushed to the defense. They formed a defensive formation to protect the magician who could lead them out of here. Ash reflected on the fact that their main strike force on the first level was in danger. Lucas shouted loudly that it was necessary to immediately direct cannon fire towards the squad to help. Ash dismissed this suggestion, saying that everything should remain the same, since if there was no death zone, there would only be more escaped monsters. Lucas tried to object while the soldiers standing on top of the wall were thrown into confusion by the boss's appearance. This, in turn, led to a reduction in the number of cannon shots, and the defense, which had seemed impenetrable, was breached. Ash gave the order to concentrate on resuming fire as the soldiers were losing their minds. He mentally apologized to Jupiter, knowing that she needed to hold on a little longer at any cost. After a while, Jupiter came to her senses, quickly opening her eye to look around. She felt a strong pain in her head and rubbed it with her hand to at least stabilize it a little. After that, she looked at her hand and found her own blood on it. Her vision was double and her ears were ringing, but she heard the voice of a friend asking if she was okay. When she finally regained consciousness, she found herself at the site of the battle, where her comrades were desperately trying to protect her. Rising to her feet, she said that apparently the time to sit quietly had not yet come. Another mercenary informed her that a rescue party was approaching them and they needed to hold out until they arrived. A few moments later, one of the revived suits of armor attacked the mercenary, but he managed to notice it. With incredible speed, he turned around and pierced his opponent's head with a powerful mace. This blow had an incredible impact on the opponent, but he still managed to stay on his feet. Despite its completely broken head, the revived armor was preparing to continue the fight. The mercenary wondered if this creature could really withstand such a blow. Jupiter knew she had other things to worry about, but it was too late. She ordered the damned greenhorn to turn around, but he was suddenly pierced from behind with a spear. Feeling that he didn't have much time left to live, he decided to turn around to find out how he had been defeated. Turning his head to the side, he discovered that the living armor, now without legs, was still able to deal him a fatal blow. The other opponents decided to take advantage of the moment and quickly attacked the immobilized mercenary. The mercenary tried to shout down the cries for help, but his fate turned out to be quite unenviable. Jupiter became furious and called the living armor unfinished bastards who should have died long ago. After that, she threw her hand forward to concentrate the magical power in it. Despite all her efforts, it turned out that her control over magic was at a critically low level. Meanwhile, another mercenary was surrounded and the armor managed to grab her. Despite her desperate cries for help, she was immediately pierced by multiple spears, killing her instantly. The observer believed that in this way, everyone would be killed and die a cruel death. Throwing down his weapon, he turned to the side and began to scream loudly, running as far as possible. Such tactics were a death sentence in such lands, and the living armor immediately targeted easy prey. Taking careful aim, they sent the pointed spear flying, cutting through the air with a distinctive whistle. The fleeing mercenary had no idea what trouble was about to befall him, and became another victim of hordes of monsters. Jupiter sent a slightly worried glance towards the boy who had given life so freely. Turning around, Jupiter felt the power of the animated armor that stood right in front of her. She also smelled the rusty armor and rancid water that was usually associated with sunken targets. Such things had long ceased to frighten the seasoned soldier, so Jupiter prepared to fire an electric volley. She shouted loudly that she would not let some scoundrels prevent her from receiving her reward. She then unleashed electric blasts on them to cause a monstrous amount of damage. A fair number of enemies were defeated by this attack, but to say that they were completely destroyed would be an exaggeration. This lightning was unlike the previous attacks, as it did much less damage than intended. Jupiter watched the approaching enemies, realizing that she did not have enough strength to fight them. Turning to the last surviving youth, she ordered him to run away from here. She also said that at least one of them must survive, claiming that they bought time with their magic. The boy said that it would be better to stay here and wait for the rescue team, after which he recommended that she use her magic. Jupiter looked at him in surprise, after which the boy stated that the mercenary leadership forbade the survivors to leave their mage. He also said that before trying to escape from here without a horse, it is better to try to survive by helping Jupiter. The elderly mercenary was surprised by such incredible courage, which was only possible for fools. The young mercenary's tactics worked, however, and he was able to hold out, pushing his opponents away. He was unable to kill any of the monsters due to their exceptional durability, but thanks to the spear he was able to buy time. He stated that he would be able to hold out someday and buy her time to prepare the next spell. Damien saw this funny scene perfectly well and tried to help as best he could with the help of a crossbow. Despite all his efforts, fighting against a large number of opponents was quite difficult even for such a desperate man. All these efforts were not enough to completely stop the monsters until everyone was safe. When Jupiter finally managed to gather enough mana to summon a rain of lightning, the monster's spears pierced the young mercenary's body. Jupiter angrily ordered all monsters in the area to die immediately. As her argument, she unleashed a huge amount of lightning on them, after which no one had a single chance to survive. After a few moments, she was the only one standing among a small number of creatures. Jupiter looked at the dying boy and wondered if she could have saved him if she had gathered mana even a second earlier. After a short pause, She turned to the boy to ask him something. The young mercenary looked at her, and she asked him what was the first rule of survival for a mercenary. With the last of his strength, the boy told her that she shouldn't take on missions with a suspiciously high price tag. Experiencing incredible pain and crying from fear of death, he called for his mother in his deathbed delirium. Of course, no one came to his aid, and the boy breathed his last, leaving this world forever. Jupiter looked at the monster reinforcements and thought that this child's rules were stupid and naive. Concentrating her power, she said that one would never get rich this way. She also added that if a mercenary wants money and fame, then he needs to act in the exact opposite way. Rushing forward, she declared that only dangerous missions with huge price tags should be taken on. While destroying one enemy after another, she also recommended staying as far away from her mages as possible, and to remain in the city alone, because it is necessary to do so either because of danger or because the magicians will appropriate all the merits exclusively to themselves. She felt blood start to run down her hands and said there was one more important rule. Taking out a cigar, she said that if this boy wanted to survive, he should never have stopped. A few moments later, she was overcome with a fit of helplessness, and she realized that she would not even be able to light her cigar. More monster reinforcements appeared before her, and Jupiter reflected on how it seemed to her that everything was going as usual. Smiling, she realized that she would no longer be able to receive her salary, and her dreams of paid work were once again dashed. However, the last hope saved the heroine, a valiant knight who was trying to get to her all the time. Lucas drew his sword and immediately imbued it with power and divine energy. He tore through the enemy line, cutting them left and right with incredible strength. Jupiter looked at this knight in surprise, not holding the cigar in her teeth out of surprise. Lucas gave her a serious look, demonstrating incredible strength and determination. If it weren't for Ash, he would have given the order to focus on restoring the death zone. Ash knew he couldn't save Jupiter without serious casualties among the soldiers on the wall. Coming closer to each frightened soldier, he hit them on the back and ordered them to gather up. Using his skills as an unyielding commander, he told them that this monster was not so scary. Feeling incredible determination and indomitability, the soldiers immediately declared that they would never experience fear again. Ash was surprised by such a violent reaction, and the soldiers tried to understand what was happening. Looking at his hand, he noticed that it was emitting a strange glow and realized that he had activated the ability. The system reminded him that the unyielding commander skill granted immunity to frenzy to all allies within a 10-meter radius. Ash realized that this skill not only prevented the mental debuff, but also restored morale. He immediately turned to Lucas and said that he would take care of the soldiers and the restoration of the death zone. After that, he gave him the order to save the Jupiter squad, which was trapped. Saving his comrade from certain death seemed like a very stupid and suicidal order. However, Lucas did not ask a single question and said that he would return as soon as possible with good news. Ash watched his comrade's desperate prank and wished him luck in his plans. He himself decided not to waste time and immediately ran to the other soldiers to raise their morale and force them to follow orders. Upon reaching Jupiter, Lucas immediately grabbed her by the collar to lift her up and place her on the horse's circle. Immediately after this, he spurred his horse harder so that it would accelerate instantly. Jupiter instantly got her bearings and grabbed Lucas by the armor. The angry monsters tried to catch up with their victims, but their attempts were doomed to failure. One after another, they threw their spears to hit the fleeing ones. Each such spear was as fast as a modern bullet and cut through the air with a deafening whistle. Lucas parried all these attacks with the same ease, swinging his sword. Jupiter was amazed at Lucas's incredible dexterity and turned to him to get his attention. Lucas asked her what she wanted, and Jupiter suggested that he meet her granddaughter, who was a real beauty. Lucas said that if Jupiter still had the strength for jokes, it would be better to spend it on restoring mana because the monsters were still there. Jupiter chuckled, noting that Lucas acted like a contented dog around his master, but without him, he was like an iceberg. She thanked him for saving her, but Lucas said that there was no need to thank him since he was just following Ash's orders. After a few seconds, he looked down, and it was clear that he did not treat his service so indifferently. With a heavy voice, he said that he was sorry that he could not come sooner and save more people. Jupiter said they would grieve over this once it was over. Finding the monster hanging in the air, she noted that today had been quite an amazing day. She stated that she hadn't been this angry in a long time, and mana began to flow through her body again, restoring her strength. Thanks to the skill of the unbending commander, the death zone was restored quite quickly. Ash was delighted to find that his chief mage, Jupiter, had also returned safe and sound. However, his heart was darkened by the fact that he had lost 4 precious characters in the blink of an eye. Ash remembered that earlier in the game he had to monitor the psychological state of soldiers. In reality, the reaction was much more unpredictable, because he couldn't even imagine that horses could be scared. Ash made a new promise to himself that he would be much more careful in the future. Looking around, he realized that all this was the result of reality. Due to the large number of explosions, the death zone began to disintegrate, and the enemies came in on a wider front. He ignored the burning debris as the massive army of animated armor rushed forward. Ash knew that from now on he would have to fight at the fort wall even though he really didn't want to. Looking at the statistics on the number of monsters killed, he realized that they had already dealt with most of the opponents. As he watched the events unfold, he realized that the battle was still under his control. Lucas emerged stronger and said that he was able to save Lady Jupiter, reluctantly addressing her as a lady. Ash knew that a person like Jupiter would definitely not please Lucas, since she had been dishonorably discharged from the army. Ash said he was glad to see her in good health, but Jupiter admitted that she was ashamed of the mistakes she had made. She also admitted that because of her, very green youths died in vain, and it was a shame. Ash explained to her that she couldn't have known that monsters would appear out of nowhere and the horses would start going crazy. Jupiter stated that she was no longer a young girl and had to react appropriately on the battlefield. After that, she squeezed her hand and said that this is why she pays these monsters for everything. Looking at the boss of this wave, she declared that no matter what it took, she would bring him the head of these creatures. Ash just focused on recovering, since they would need her devastating power soon. The cannonade continued as the soldiers' morale was quickly restored. Ash shouted to his subordinates that the death zone had been destroyed and they must now cease fire. The soldiers were surprised, but obeyed the orders of their commander, whom they did not dare to contradict. Ash also advised Damien to take a break, and he asked why now. Ash put his hand on his shoulder and said that he would soon have bigger prey. After that, he recommended to take a rest and recover, because he had just received this order. The enemies gradually reached the walls of the fort and were preparing to lay siege to it. The system forts proved strong enough, so the living armor adopted a different tactic. Despite their fatigue, they began to climb up the walls to get to the other side. Ash shouted to the soldiers to prepare for close combat, as the enemy was advancing rapidly. The soldiers immediately grabbed their heavy weapons and declared that they would carry out the order. A specially formed close combat unit, equipped to deal with small groups of enemies, moved forward. Ash understood that now a real massacre would begin, based on both magic and ordinary brute force. On one side were the troops of the Empire, consisting of valiant soldiers ready to give their lives for the safety of the city. On the other side, lifeless, senseless creatures were advancing, whose only goal was to drag people to the bottom. The living armor continued to climb upwards in the blind hope that this time they would be able to crush the people. Ash waited for the right moment and ordered all the soldiers to be ready. The scraping of metal armor and the smell of drowned people grew stronger as the enemy approached. Ash raised his hand and signaled for everyone to be on guard, indicating that the next command would be the last in the line. The armor continued to climb upward and ended up in the critical zone of destruction. Ash gave the command to release the special substances and ordered it to be done immediately. The soldiers immediately approached the edge of the defensive wall, holding barrels of heavy stones in their hands. Without thinking, they quickly emptied the contents right onto the heads of the climbing monsters. A huge amount of stones, pieces of steel, and other debris, such as remnants of reinforcement, flew from all the walls. A huge number of living armor fell to the ground and shattered into pieces, unable to withstand the force of the impact. However, the rest rose again and moved forward as if nothing had happened to them. Ash looked at these monsters and realized that they irritated him more than anyone else. As the other monsters approached the walls, spears made specifically to push them down were thrust down. Ash made the decision to reorganize the depth of the group to appoint both Jupiter and Lucas as leaders. The system informed him that he had just activated group interaction. Thanks to his reorganization talents, all party members' magical attacks now increased in power by 20%. Ash realized that this was simply a magnificent result, and he could not even dream of such strong increases. However, to his delight, he didn't have time, as the monsters had figured out a way to avoid the spear attacks. The defenders cut off the spearheads, but the monsters continued to move forward despite the danger. Within moments, several dozen animated suits of armor leapt over the protective wall and came face to face with the melee squad. Rising to their feet, the revived armor let out a terrible cry, but was in no hurry to join the battle. Ash realized that from now on they would have to deal with these opponents in close combat. The soldiers hesitated, trying to figure out what they should do since this enemy still filled them with fear. Ash wondered if the soldiers could handle it when suddenly one of the armors was struck by a sacred blade. A powerful flash appeared on the defensive wall, blinding anyone who looked at it for too long. The source of this flash was the valiant knight Lucas, who continued to spin in a deadly dance, destroying his opponents. Pausing briefly, he lowered his sword to show everyone his determination. Lucas turned to the soldiers and said that he would take care of them himself, and that they only needed to stand their ground and not let the enemies in any further. The warriors, who had been less grateful a few seconds ago, responded to Lucas that they would carry out his order with full zeal. Ash chuckled and thought that these people simply had to succeed, and they had no other option. He added that in order to survive, these soldiers need to give 200% and win this battle. Ash immediately turned to Lily and said that it was time to activate the next artifact. Lily said that his order would be carried out immediately and turned towards the alchemists. She declared that it was necessary to activate the artifact of haste, and the alchemists immediately carried out her command. A few seconds after the artifact was activated, all soldiers on the battlefield began to be affected by the buff. The system notified the protagonist that all his comrades became 5% faster for 5 minutes. Ash immediately turned to the system window to use his other abilities. The soldiers rushed forward, saying that they must push the monsters back and throw them aside. Ash watched the battle with tension and noticed that despite all the difficulties, they were still managing to cope. The sky suddenly became covered with even more leaden clouds, making the battle as gloomy as possible. The soldiers continued to fight with the living armor, overcoming their fear and horror. Lucas the Unbreakable charged forward, cutting down one enemy after another with his sword. He was attacked by several animated suits of armor at once, and all of them fell victim to his righteous anger. Ash realized that this was Lucas's first skill, called Strong Will Strike. This cumulative skill allowed him to become stronger with each enemy he killed, allowing him to single-handedly destroy half of the creatures. Ash also realized that even though this skill was very powerful, it wouldn't be enough. One of the knights was seriously wounded and was no longer able to continue the fight. He was immediately intercepted by his comrades and informed that they needed a replacement capable of fighting in close combat. Ash realized that unlike the living armor, they were getting more and more wounded, while the monsters didn't feel pain. Damien expressed a fierce desire to return to the front lines, but Ash stopped him. He realized that he needed the strength of these two to fight the boss and wondered what he should do. After some thought, he figured that there must be a way to reduce the number of wounded and get rid of the enemies. In response to his prayers, a bright flame suddenly flared up in the air, which almost blinded him. However, Ash continued to stare at the flash like a mesmerized moth approaching a fire. The flames grew stronger with each passing second, flaring up with renewed vigor and threatening to destroy all living things. The source of this flame was Lily, who directed it at the animated armor. After a while, the flash died down, and Lily looked at her charred victims with a spark of dormant rage. Ash happily noted that she was fortunately able to use magic no matter what. Lily asked him in surprise if he was serious, reminding him that she had always been a mage. Ash happily promised her a promotion, to which Lily replied that she actually really wanted to retire. Ash said he would be happy to provide her with everything she needed, also promising a decent bonus. Grabbing her wheelchair, he told her to continue with fire, but Lily responded that her mana was running low. Ash continued to insist and ordered her to continue fighting the opponents, causing her to panic and follow his command. Lily's fire magic has been improved by 25% as a result of all these buffs. The damage output had reached fantastic levels, and Ash ordered her to continue destroying everything in her path. The soldiers continued to fight fiercely for the lives of their comrades and for the lives of those who were waiting for them in the city. Lucas worked with his sword all this time and cut his opponents tirelessly. Lily burned their ranks to ashes while Ash helped her quickly regain her strength with a mana potion. One by one, the revived armor fell to the ground, no longer showing any signs of life. At a certain point, the sound of metal armor falling to the ground became so deafening that some people's ears became blocked. However, after a few more minutes, the soldiers were suddenly surprised to realize that all the enemies were gone. They joyfully shouted that they had finally stopped these monsters and that everything was finally over. Ash quickly interrupted their celebration, informing them that it was not over yet. The warriors who remained standing looked at him in surprise, and Lucas was no exception. Ash urged the remaining men to stay focused, reminding them that there was still one enemy left. Suddenly, Fragments of the animated armor began to rise into the air by someone's supernatural will. After that, a huge number of metal parts rushed toward the side where the Phantom Knight had been all this time. His supernatural being commanded pieces of metal, creating his own armor from them. After some time, it was the turn of such a powerful creature's weapon. The preparations for the battle were completely completed, and the giant animated armor came into action. The Phantom Knight was an improved version of the regular armor, only larger in size. It was also worth remembering that the quality of his armor was on a completely different level. Rushing down like a bullet, it caused a powerful earthquake from which nothing could escape. The soldiers felt like they were simply falling to the ground, unable to withstand such an earthquake. Ash angrily cursed the game, resenting the fact that he had this creature as the boss of the first level. The size of the Phantom Knight exceeded even the wildest expectations, making it a gigantic threat. Ash looked at the metal giant that could destroy entire cities with one blow. His hands were shaking from uncertainty and misunderstanding about what he should do in this situation. However, after a few moments, he realized that he had nowhere to retreat, and he clenched his fist tightly. He thought about how he shouldn't give in to fear because it was just a simple first-wave boss. The artillerymen also came to their senses and began to fire at this creature as much as they could. Ash encouraged his allies, saying that they must not spare their projectiles on this creature. The enormous Phantom Knight took a few steps forward, despite the damage he was receiving. Even amidst the thick smoke and random explosions, his angry, flickering blue eye could be clearly seen. Every step he took caused the ground to shake within a small radius due to his incredible weight. Ash continued to command his garrison, saying that they must not stop attacking. Despite the incessant fire, the Phantom Knight continued to advance, holding his sword in his hand. Ash suddenly turned to Lily, who was looking at him with fear and asking what she needed to do. He firmly told her that it was time to activate the third artifact, and the girl said that she would carry out his order. The third artifact was a magic multiplier that could double the effect of the magic used. The recipient in this case was Jupiter, who could effectively destroy spirits. The system has notified all users that the effects of Jupiter's magic are increasing. The elderly mercenary had fully recovered her strength and was preparing to deliver the decisive blow. Smiling, she said she felt like she was back in the good old days of service. Ash pointed at the giant monster and said that it needed to be attacked with everything we had. Jupiter took a few steps forward, gaining strength, and Ash further noted that the creature's weak point was in its chest plate. Jupiter warned His Highness to be careful with the lightning that flashed here and there. In the clouds above her, golden lightning began to flash again, threatening everything in its path. Jupiter said that if he was struck by lightning, there would be no refund for her services. After that, she concentrated all her power to direct the force of unbridled nature at the careless enemy. The Phantom Knight felt an incredible force hitting his armor, but it was not enough to destroy him. However, Ash got his way and split the creature's breastplate at its most vulnerable point. Ash looked closely at the pulsating sphere, realizing that the soul core was in front of him. After thinking for a long time, he turned to Damien, ordering him to begin his task. Damien, who had prepared the ballista for the final shot, announced that he was ready to carry out His Highness's order. Ash said that he should shoot, and the boy used his ability to not miss. Just a split second later, he pulled the lever, setting the ballista mechanism into motion. He additionally imbued the projectile with an incredible amount of energy, giving it its ability. Thus, the arrow, charged with the energy of light, rushed forward, cutting through the air at incredible speed. The clumsy enemy didn't even have time to react and found himself hopelessly struck in the very heart. The shot had its intended effect on the soul sphere, and cracks quickly began to spread across it. A few moments later, the arrow completely pierced the shell of the soul sphere and rushed on. Ash watched the proceedings with joy and praised Damien for his phenomenal aim and dedication to the cause. The giant Phantom Knight froze for a moment, and Ash happily said that it was over. However, after a few moments, the creature's class once again burst into bright blue flames. Ash looked this monster straight in the eyes in surprise and tried to understand what was going on here. This blow was not enough to kill such a formidable opponent, so the knight raised his sword again. He also swung to unleash his full force on the wall's defenders, who were unable to dodge. Ash, realizing that if the sword touched the wall, it would simply collapse, shouted loudly at Jupiter for her to do something. Jupiter boasted and said that the armor was making a mistake by raising its weapons during a thunderstorm. At that very moment, lightning bolts began to gather around the giant sword that was created from the body of the fallen animated armor. Jupiter shouted that these were the last things her opponent would see in his miserable life. Immediately after this, the Phantom Knight's body began to rapidly become electrified, and he was completely overwhelmed by the electricity contained within. These injuries quickly became critical, rendering him immobile. However, this was not the most terrible punishment compared to the amount of lightning that fell on him in the next second. Despite this, the Ghost Knight still retained the ability to move his arms. Having prepared himself well, he brought his giant sword down on the defensive wall to destroy it. Ash ordered his soldiers to escape as quickly as possible in order to survive. Ash added that they needed to run as far away from the sword as possible to save their lives. Lucas rushed to his master and told him that he had to get out of there as quickly as possible. Moments later, the giant metal structure fell onto the defensive structures. A shockwave was created that threw a huge number of soldiers in different directions. A huge cloud also rose up, blocking the view of everyone present on the defensive wall. Ash exhaled heavily, knowing his back wasn't feeling the best, but otherwise he felt fine. Ash's first thought was to wonder what had happened to the wall, while his fighters carefully studied the aftermath. Rising to his feet, he saw a huge sword hanging in the air just a few meters away from him. The Phantom Knight was rapidly losing his strength, and the light in his eyes faded almost instantly. After some time, a small explosion was heard, scattering armor fragments in different directions. Ash let out a tense breath, realizing that they had managed to destroy the first wave boss. The spiritual energy of thousands of fallen warriors immediately broke free to rush in an unknown direction. Lucas warned his comrade, saying that it was very dangerous, but Ash said that it was okay. Looking at what was happening, he realized that this was the last flash of anger, ghostly fear, and madness. Ash realized that this attack did not cause damage, but if it worked, it could send a person into madness. Ash looked closely into the creature's eyes and said that from now on this was human territory. Raising his hand, he commanded the monster to leave these lands forever using the skill of a lowly battle commander. At first, the spirit of the ghostly knight tried to resist the hero's brightening power. However, his resistance was quickly broken and destroyed, and he himself was scattered to the wind. Energy pollen began to scatter across the battlefield, illuminating the cracked sword and lifeless armor. The soldiers who had risen to their feet suddenly asked where the metal giant and the ghosts had gone. Quite quickly, they began to say that the prince had got rid of them with just one phrase. They wondered if it was finally over as the skies gradually cleared of clouds. Rays of light penetrated through them and spread them apart to reveal the bright sky. The flag of the Empire was once again undefeated and continued to flutter in the wind. Ash raised his hand up and loudly declared that they had won and repelled the attack. After that, he continued to triumphantly broadcast that they had survived and would continue to win. The soldiers gradually shook off the huge amount of dust that fell on them after the attack. The soldiers stopped feeling fear, and it was clearly visible how the horror of battle was replaced by the joy of victory. Ash thought that it didn't matter to him at all whether it was achieved by his passive skill or his words. He suggested chanting words about how they would continue to win and survive at any cost. All he did in this situation was just shout from the bottom of his heart that they had finally made it. The level ended, and the system notified Ash that he had received a reward, which would be waiting for him in his inventory. Sometime later, the night after the battle came, which was set aside for celebrating the victory. There was a festival in the central square, and Ash raised his mug, congratulating everyone on their victory over those merciless creatures. He also congratulated everyone on the addition to his difficult list and invited everyone to clink glasses with all their hearts. A few moments later, all the festival participants raised their mugs filled with beer. Ash said loudly that today they could drink as much as they wanted, since he would be the one paying for everything. With these words, the festival began, and other people continued to clink glasses with each other. Invited musicians performed victorious melodies to lift the spirits of the already tired warriors. The soldiers, who decided to rest after a very intense battle, filled their bellies with beer. To celebrate the victory over the monsters, the local innkeepers decided to prepare the most delicious dish. For the occasion, they even prepared beef roasted over charcoal. The soldiers began to have friendly arguments, which they decided to resolve with the help of arm wrestling. In this case, the winner was a newcomer who was able to beat a proven and experienced fighter. Ash watched the celebration closely, hoping that everyone involved would be able to have a good time. There was a stern but sincere smile on his face, which lasted for quite a long time. Lucas came closer to his friend and asked him if he was okay. He also said that Ash hadn't eaten anything all day and offered to correct this oversight. Lucas reminded him that his appearance was not that of a commander who had just achieved a crushing victory over a superior enemy. The knight said that they were able to stop thousands of living armor without significant losses, and this was a reason to rejoice. Ash noted that there were indeed no significant losses, but this is no reason to forget the fallen. After that, he decided to try the local beer, but after a few moments he quickly spat it out. Lucas asked him if he was okay, to which he stated that the beer tasted different than he expected. After thinking for a moment, he realized that this beer had at least 20% alcohol content. After shaking himself off, he said that there were not really any major losses, but many still lost precious lives. Ash mused that someone's death could not be offset by the fact that it was only one person out of many. He knew he couldn't save everyone, and in such a cruel game, such thoughts would be arrogant. However, he was well aware that if he had been more careful, these people would not have died. In this situation, everything was different from training, and he had a chance to change everything. Looking at the bottle of beer, he realized that it created a feeling of something akin to melancholy in his soul, which was even worse. Lucas said that Ash did a great job, so there was no need to be sad. He also noted that his words were not that important, as they were unlikely to dispel Ash's sadness. Rising to his feet, he said that this was a celebration in honor of victory, and if Ash did not rejoice, the morale of the soldiers would not rise. He asked his friend to smile at least now and have fun with the soldiers who had had a hard day. Ash smiled, knowing that such a smile was also part of a commander's duty. Suddenly, Eider appeared behind him and said that he had never heard more correct words in his life. Eider noted that mourning the fallen is very important, but time must also be taken to celebrate the victory. Ash asked what he was doing there, to which the manager replied that he had brought him some vegetables. Smiling, he congratulated Ash on passing the first level, adding that it was very difficult, but he did a great job. After a short pause, Eider wished him to continue in the same spirit. Ash picked up the tomato that he thought was the tastiest and decided to enjoy it. Eider immediately began waving his hand and said that His Highness had no meat, so he would have to make do with vegetables. The people who were in the square immediately started talking about how they had forgotten too much and apologized to him. After this, they came up with a huge amount of meat and confessed that they had committed a serious crime. One of the crowd members said that His Highness should be served immediately with as much delicious meat and alcohol as possible. After a while, they began to celebrate wildly, stuffing Ash into a long, juicy sausage. Ash wondered how things had turned out this way, realizing that he had planned to sit in a quiet, dark corner and think about today's battle. His thoughts were interrupted by the feeling of someone tugging at his sleeve, and he turned to the side. Looking closer, he realized that it was Lily in front of him, who continued to tug at his sleeve, hoping to attract his attention. Clearly drunk, Lily said she wanted to retire no matter what. Ash smiled and said that she needed to work a little longer before perhaps retiring. The alchemist's apprentices immediately noticed that their mistress was not in the best condition. They carefully took her away, telling her that she needed a bed and a good night's sleep. Ash turned towards Damien and noticed that he had already become addicted to a huge mug of beer. Damien laughed and said that the water here was a bit disappointing, to which the prince noted that it was not water at all. Ash wondered who had already gotten this child drunk, and suddenly realized that the insidious Jupiter was behind it. When asked what the hell she was doing, Jupiter replied that he was not a child, but a full-fledged mercenary who needed to learn to drink and smoke. Smiling, she said that the boy was like a grandson to her, so she would teach him everything. Damien laughed before landing right on Ash's shoulder, not fully aware of where he was. Ash smiled and said that he had become much braver since he dared to touch the prince's body with his head. Damien suddenly said that when he is alone, he begins to see the face of his dead friend. He admitted that he can't stop thinking about how surviving without him is breaking his heart. Smiling slightly, he said that for some strange reason, being around Ash made him feel better. He wanted to confess his sincere admiration for his friend's abilities, but he was unable to do so because he lost consciousness. Ash realized that all of this was not achieved by special speeches at all, but was simply the effect of the skill. Jupiter noted that for some reason her magic became stronger when she was under Ash's command. Ash mused that his leadership skills had nothing to do with it either, and that it was all his stats and the group's interactions that were to blame. In this battle, the buff was a mind-blowing 25%, but our hero couldn't admit it to his comrades. Lucas also indulged in compliments, saying that when he was around Ash, his body became light and fast. Ash chuckled and noted that now it became clear to him why Lucas was always on his side. Lucas said that maybe that was true, and Ash wondered in his mind what that all meant. After a while, They raised their mugs again to honor the fallen and celebrate the fate of the survivors. The fighters around Ash wondered why his mug was full, to which he tried to justify himself by saying he was feeling unwell. The soldiers immediately apologized to him and admitted that they were completely incapable of raising spirits. Ash wondered in his mind what had happened to his reputation and the previous owner of his body for them to react like that. Ash tried to calm the frightened people down, telling them that they just needed to calm down and stand up. Taking the mug, he drank it down and noted that if they forced their lord and commander to drink, then they should know what would happen next. Taking a deep breath, he shouted loudly for everyone to be given enough beer. All the festival participants joyfully raised their mugs and said that now they don't even mind dying. While the stars dimly shone in the night sky, they ate, drank, sang, and talked, and the victory night continued its course. After some time, Ash finally made it to his room, thinking that he needed to lie down. Almost immediately, he sat down on the bed and realized that there was one unfinished business left. Looking at the chests he received for completing the level, he decided to open one of them before he fell asleep. Reaching out to one of the chests, he wondered what this chest contained inside. After a while, the chest began to open, and he realized that it contained an item of the highest rarity level. Our hero was overwhelmed with emotion and solemnly pulled out a pair of max-level super rare rank gloves. Smiling, he thought that he had finally gotten a worthy item that could help him in the future. However, as soon as he looked at the item and read its description, his body began to fill with anger. He pushed the gloves aside and wondered why the hell fate had been so unfair to him. The whole point was that he got gloves that dealt random damage depending on the player's luck. Ash recalled that he once entertained people on his streams using these things, which in practice turned out to be completely useless. After letting off some steam, he said that these gloves would still be much better than nothing. Having pulled them on, he noted that there was no point in throwing them away, and he couldn't give them to anyone either. Looking at these gloves, he realized that he might get lucky a couple of times, so he decided to think about the good. Thinking about the good things was too difficult, so he said that out of all the cheat items that could make life easier, this was the one he got. Thus, although our hero received the electrifying item, he was only able to fall asleep in the morning because he grumbled all night. Ash slept the entire next day and came to his senses only in the early evening before sunset. Ash came out of his room and said that he had never experienced a more severe headache. The first person he saw after leaving the room was Lucas, who wished him good morning. Ash asked him how he was feeling and recommended that he rest in the morning. Lucas said that he is the prince's guard, so he cannot behave inappropriately. Ader happily wished them both good morning, handing them cups of tea. He noted that the tea was very tasty and was intended to make them feel better, recommending that they drink it and not be shy. Ash took a few sips and felt that the drink had a restorative effect on him. Without thinking twice, he decided to head to the wall to begin preparing for the next level. Looking at the destruction, he said that in such a state, even the walls become wild animals, and wondered how long it would take to repair. The chief builder said that it would take at least 2 weeks to repair it, and first they had to somehow heal this giant sword. Ash looked closely at the system window, which informed him that the next wave would begin in 9 days. Turning to Lucas, he said that everyone who was able to stand on their feet needed to be mobilized and sent to repair. After this, he asked Ader how things were with reinforcements, to which he replied that new soldiers from the surrounding area would soon arrive. Ash realized that he wouldn't be able to make any significant progress until tomorrow, so he needed to do other things. Turning to Lucas, he told him that he should use this chance to give his all. Lucas asked what he meant, to which he replied that they would go into the dungeon to destroy the annoying monsters in advance. Lucas asked if they were really going to the Black Lake like last time, and someone confirmed that he was thinking correctly. After this, it was announced that this time they would descend directly under the axis of the times, taking with them the elite members of the squad. After that, he returned to the house and said that that was all and everyone else should have a good rest until tomorrow. One of the squad members said that they were going on an expedition, without specifying where exactly they were going. Damien said that they would see everything tomorrow, while Lily was indignant that she would have to go with them. Ash turned to Ader and said that he should prepare everything necessary for the expedition. Ader asked what exactly they needed to prepare and said that they would need canned goods, camping supplies, and various ideas. After a short pause, he added that they would also need lamps, flashlights, and anything that could be used to track the path. The next morning, our heroes gathered with Lord Crossroads in the backyard where the portal was located. Jupiter assessed the size of the duffel bag and said she was impressed, wondering where they were headed. Ash waved his hand to activate the portal effect and informed her that she would see everything soon. After the mysterious artifact took on its true form, Jupiter wondered if a portal had appeared in front of her. Taking a few steps towards this portal, she noted that they should have disappeared hundreds of years ago. Ash said that behind this teleport there is a breeding ground for monsters and their hideout under the Black Lake. He stated that in fact, their kingdom is located at the bottom of the lake, where they were originally born. Ash stated decisively that they would explore this kingdom to find out the reason for the monster attacks. From his point of view, destroying the source of the monsters was the only way to end the war forever. Turning to the system window, he decided to choose the shore of the Black Lake as his destination. Lucas tried to go out first, but Ash rushed ahead, thinking that it was a fairly safe procedure. The system once again told the hero that locations were being loaded and world elements were being generated. She also gave advice that it was necessary to level up by earning experience points in battles and improve the character's stats. With the thought that there were apparently no more useful tips in this game, Ash and his companions appeared on the shore. Jupiter noted that the gloomy lakes on the sides indicated that this place really did look quite creepy. Looking at the lake, she said that she had been here a long time ago. When asked by her comrades, she replied that it was 20 years ago, when there were still royal soldiers in the city, and they received orders to drain the lake. Ash wondered if even then the commanders hadn't been brilliant with clever ideas. Jupiter reported that many battle mages were then summoned, and with their combined efforts they filled the lake with soil. However, it turned out that it was simply impossible to fill it completely, despite all efforts. Jupiter noted that no matter how many pieces of earth or rocks they sent there, the lake did not become smaller. The female soldiers said that rumors quickly spread throughout the royal army that the lake was connected to the abyss itself. She also said that after a week, whole hordes of monsters appeared, and the troops were forced to retreat. She concluded that it was her first time there, and Ash advised everyone to be on their guard. After that, she added that they were going to go deeper to explore the lake to the end. The system asked Ash if he was going to the kingdom under the lake, and Ash immediately accepted the offer. The system sent him a red notification informing him that he could not return until he reached the checkpoint. Ash mentally asked himself if the game didn't know how many times he had played it before. After he accepted the game's offer, a huge whirlpool appeared in the lake. Ash watched him closely, realizing that this procedure opened a passage to the abyss. Ash jumped off the dock and into the lake, causing small waves to spread across the water and a soft splash to ring out in the air. Once underwater, Ash immediately began to swim deeper and deeper to reach the dungeon area. The system informed him that he was entering a dungeon and advised him to always be careful. Ash looked around, realizing that it was damn dark here and he couldn't see anything at all. He began to hear some sounds approaching, but they were interrupted by the voice of Lucas, who was looking for his comrade. Ash said that everyone should remain calm and ordered the torches to be lit, which, unsurprisingly, they did. The group of heroes looked around, trying to find a path they could follow in this darkness. The light sources gradually dispelled the darkness, despite the fact that it seemed impenetrable. The fire gave hope, and its warm glow even calmed the travelers. Lily, spreading her fiery hands, wondered where they had ended up and where they were. Jupiter and Lucas took a few steps forward, then froze in place. Lucas asked his friend if he knew what kind of place this was. Ash reported that they found themselves in a kingdom under a lake, which was a dungeon at the bottom of the lake itself. He also said that it was also the home of monsters, which they had to destroy one by one. Looking at himself, he realized that here he could breathe, and his movements were absolutely unrestricted. After thinking for a while, he assumed that the ancient magic that surrounded this city was to blame. Lily asked how such a huge city could be hidden underwater and why they could move. Lucas heard strange footsteps and told everyone else to get ready. The other fighters listened and indeed began to hear the soft sound of simple feet walking on the ground. Looking closer, they discovered a dark silhouette approaching them. This silhouette belonged to an unknown girl who was calmly walking towards them, holding a huge sword over her shoulder. Ash said they were able to remain calm because there was clearly no hostile being approached. The girl said that in front of her there were probably treasure hunters who came for rich kingdoms. Ash looked at this NPC in surprise, trying to figure out who decided to appear in front of them. The girl said that they would not find what they were looking for here and advised them to return to the surface while they could. Ash noted that he had never seen her before and wondered if there had been an NPC like this in the game before. The whole point was that the abyss at the bottom of the lake contained many NPCs, and there were about 100 of them here. Our hero has replayed this game 742 times, but he has never met such an NPC. Without paying much attention to it, he calmly entered into a dialogue with the NPCs, who informed him that they had come from the surface to put an end to the source of the monsters. The girl looked at him with an indifferent gaze, but remained silent for a while and did not say anything to him. Ash added that the outside world was suffering because of the monsters breaking through to the surface, and they came to put an end to it. The girl also calmly reported that the monster invasion never ended, and no one has yet managed to stop this endless cycle. She said that there were many great warriors and houses of peerless heroes who tried to break the curse but failed. She once again suggested that they not enter the darkness and return to the surface while it was not too late. Otherwise, they would be swallowed up without despair or regret. Ash took this warning with a barely contained smile, realizing that he was not at all afraid of something like this. He immediately announced that he was the Lord of the City of Crossroads, which served as a stronghold for defense against monsters, and it was his responsibility to protect humanity. He added that this was why he was not afraid of the darkness and would enter this city with his comrades to destroy the source of the monsters. Looking at this gate, he said that the passage was closed, so they could not enter inside yet. Turning to the girl, he asked her if there was another way to lead them. The girl continued to look at him with the same indifference, but notes of surprise were visible in her gaze. After a while, she said she wondered if his words came from the heart or if they were empty, reckless chatter. After that, she turned around and said that she would lead them into the city, and Ash asked her what to call her. The girl suddenly stopped, and after a while said that she did not remember her name. After some time, she said that if they wanted, they could call her Moomin. Ash nodded along with his comrades and continued to follow her for 15 minutes. Lucas began to panic, saying that they shouldn't follow some stranger as it could be a trap, but Ash reassured him. Lucas continued to follow his comrades, and Ash told him that he was acting like a real cuckoo. Moomin entered almost silently and did not react in any way to the words of other people. After a while, she stopped and said that they had reached a place from where they could get into the city. Ash looked into the huge passage and realized that in front of him was a regular sewer. Moomin warned them that it was slippery there, so they should be careful, and then their squad moved forward. Ash walked further and further, holding a lantern with him to light his way. After some time, they reached the first location of the kingdom under the lake, called the dried-up sewer. Moomin reported that all the sewer drains converge here, and all the pipes have long since dried up, and there is not a single drop of water. Ash found a pile of rocks and decided to use his skill to create a portal. The system notified him that they had reached the checkpoint in the dry sewer and could now turn back. Ash opened the system menu and realized that next time they could start right from here. Lily saw this as an opportunity to return home and asked Ash about it, but he calmly informed her that he could not allow her to do so. Moomin said that she would leave them here since their future fate was entirely in their hands. Ash thanked her for her help, and Moomin warned them that the kingdom was completely consumed by chaos. She said that the further they went, the stronger the monsters they would encounter. The girl said that if they were determined to enter the abyss no matter what, she had one piece of advice. Looking them in the eye, she declared that they should not turn off the light under any circumstances. Ash and his team looked at this girl in surprise, realizing that her advice should not be ignored. Looking at the lamp, she wished them luck and said that she would pray to all the gods for them. Immediately after that, she calmly turned around and walked away into the darkness. Lucas wondered who this strange woman was and how she could live in this creepy place. Damien also turned to the protagonist and said that the darkness here was somehow strange, and even with his eyes he could not see anything. He admitted that this darkness seemed alive, and therefore he could not understand how the woman walked in such darkness without a torch. Ash thought that this dungeon was still full of secrets that he, who had cleared the map on maximum difficulty, knew nothing about. After thinking for a bit, he said that they would definitely meet this woman again, and then they would be able to question her. At the checkpoint, they armed themselves to the teeth and prepared for what might await them ahead. The system told them that they needed to clear 3 normal rooms and 1 boss room. Ash smiled and said that with such levels in the squad, they should pose no special problems. After that, he said it was time to move on, and they rushed into the dark corridors. Lucas kept everyone on guard and said that they were in the main corridor of this so-called sewer. He also wondered how long it was, and Ash replied that it would be over soon. The standard structure of a dungeon was a sequence of rooms where battles took place and corridors. Ash, opening the door of the first room, wondered who was waiting for them this time. The first thing he did was discover a huge rat that was preparing to attack its victim. The system reported that it was time to destroy 14 enemies called the Withered Rat. Our heroes are prepared to take on these creatures and send them to the next world. Ash remembered the giant rats and noted that they shouldn't relax since they attacked in droves. Lily suddenly became frightened and admitted that she couldn't stand rats. Ash ordered Lucas to continue tanking, but to keep his distance. He told Damien that rats had pretty strong skulls, so he should aim for the eyes or neck. After that, he gave the command to Jupiter and Lily not to waste their strength in vain and to destroy only those who broke through Lucas. Ash himself in this situation decided to simply observe what was happening and, if necessary, intervene. Lucas was quite effective in his task, killing rodents that did not pose a threat. Damien also took careful aim at the nearest victims, who seemed most convenient to him. A few shots were enough to take down several creatures at once. Before Ash could remind them of all the sources of danger, they were destroyed. Ash praised them for their high combat power, while Damien admitted that he was very worried. Lucas noted that there were only 13 creatures killed and asked if it was worth collecting the magic crystals. Ash wondered what that could mean, remembering that the infographic had stated 14 opponents. The last rat hid on the ceiling and decided it was a good time to pounce on Ash. Ash let out a loud squeal and moved his hand to strike the rat. As soon as his fist reached the rat's face, the jackpot mechanic was triggered. The makeshift slot machine came up with the number 121. Without realizing it, Ash had dealt a colossal amount of damage to the pathetic rodent. Having received such serious damage, the rodent flew into the wall and was smeared across it almost instantly. Ash looked at his stats and was surprised that he was able to get over 100. Lucas immediately asked his friend if he was okay, to which Ash replied that he was fine. Lucas asked how he was able to kill the monster with just one blow. Ash thought he couldn't admit to his comrade that every clear resulted in chests with items. After thinking for a moment, he clenched his fist and said that this was the prince's signature blow. Lucas looked at him in surprise, and Ash stated that if the royal family members clench their fist, they activate superpowers. Lucas turned out to be the only one who was somehow convinced by such nonsense, although he didn't ask any questions. After some time, they reached the second room, and the system informed the protagonist that there was nothing in it. Ash didn't believe the description that there was nothing hidden here and decided to search the room thoroughly. Damien watched and asked what it was. Upon closer inspection, he said it was a treasure chest, but Ash warned him that it could be a trap. Jupiter succumbed to the gold fever and immediately rushed forward to open the chest. Ash mentally called Jupiter a damn old woman and wondered if this could be a trap. After a few moments, he breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that it was just a treasure chest. Jupiter apologized to everyone, explaining that the sight of money instantly made her lose her mind. Immediately after that, she handed the chest to Ash while someone asked if she would pretend that nothing had happened. After some time, they passed another room in which they had to destroy a giant sewer rat. Despite the menacing name, clearing the third room was quite easy. After a while, they finally reached the room where the boss of this level was located. Ash looked at the giant door and wondered who this enemy could be. Smiling, he told his comrades that after they dealt with the boss, they would go home. Without thinking twice, they walked forward and pushed the heavy door, causing it to make a loud creaking sound. Ash took a few steps forward and immediately began to hear a nasty, wet sound. The very next second, he smelled a strong odor coming from a huge number of dead rats. Ash covered his nose with his hand to stay conscious, wondering what the hell was going on here. In a huge room, there was a giant rat who was complaining that he couldn't get rid of parasites. He held a rat in his hand and said that he had to get rid of such creatures. Instantly breaking the spine and other internal organs of the pathetic rodent, he called it a monster because he had to cleanse the kingdom of rats. After that, he threw his head back and loudly declared that he must restore the kingdom under the lake. Damien watched the creature in surprise and wondered why the creature spoke in human language. The giant rat began to twitch its ear when it heard the words of the careless boy. The monster quickly turned around and wondered if there were any more living rats left here. The system told Ash that he needed to destroy the giant crown, which is the head of the sewer service named Peelig. The monster let out a loud roar and said that he had destroyed so many parasites, but they still continued to crawl. Lucas drew his weapon and stepped forward to protect his prince. Ash studied the boss's name carefully and wondered why he had the same status as a human. The giant monster rushed forward and declared that he would kill every rodent he came across. Ash realized that he had never expected such a reaction from such a giant monster, and tried to figure out what he needed to do. Lily was the first to panic and put her hands forward to burn this monster like a piece of paper. Once engulfed in flames, the monster immediately began to roll on the ground and reported that he was very hot. Lily continued to panic and began to spray liquid napalm at the monster, much to the surprise of her comrades. After a while, her strength ran out and she found the giant monster lying on the ground, almost face forward. He opened his eyes and sternly ordered them not to come near him so that nothing bad would happen. Jupiter took a few steps forward and concentrated lightning bolts on the tip of her index finger. Coming closer, she said it was time to finish and shot lightning straight into the giant rodent's head. A few moments later, several lightning bolts hit the monster's body, causing it to writhe in pain. This boss's health instantly dropped to 0, and he finally wished everyone a good night. As he fell down, he said that he had to get rid of it, and Ash looked in surprise as the giant carcass stopped showing signs of life. He also noted that thanks to the joint work of the mages, defeating the boss was easy, and if they were not there, it would have taken much longer. Lily grabbed Ash's sleeve firmly and asked if they could finally go home just now. The group of heroes decided to take their time as a treasure chest appeared in the room. There was a system notification above the chest stating that this chest was the treasure of the boss room. Ash quickly turned to Lucas and told him to hold Jupiter with both hands. Lucas lifted Jupiter into the air so she couldn't resist and ignored her protests while Ash opened the chest. After a few seconds, he finally completed all his manipulations and raised up a bizarre-looking sword. The system informed him that it was a rare sword called Rat Slayer, which increased damage to rats by 25%. Without thinking twice, Ash handed the artifact to Lucas, who accepted it with incredible gratitude. Ash said that this weapon is not good enough to replace his main sword, but he should instruct it since it will still be useful. Ash looked further into the chest's contents, hoping to find something useful. After some time, he finally found a scroll that allowed him to learn the spell to summon defensive turrets. Ash realized that they had taken everything they needed and said that it was time to go home. The system informed them that they had cleared the first zone and successfully completed the task. After that, they went out into the corridor, after which the sewer area ended. Ash looked ahead and was surprised at how quickly they had moved to the next area of the kingdom under the lake. They were now in an area called the Back Streets, which was a dark street of the city under the lake. Ash mentally noted that it was quite beautiful here, despite the fact that the city had fallen into disrepair. Once upon a time, it was a city that embodied a magical civilization, and that was its true essence. Looking around, he realized that even in such an advanced city, there was not a grain of light and not a single living soul. Wandering the streets, he discovered a small town of stones that could be used as a home base. As he approached them, he saw a notification that the checkpoint had been passed and the location was unlocked. The system immediately informed him that they could not yet leave this zone and go further. Ash thought that they shouldn't even try, since they could be taken and eaten in this darkness. Turning to his ally, he said that they had done a wonderful job, but their campaign was over for today. Coming closer, he turned to the system window to select the lake as the teleportation point. Smiling, he said that now they could finally go home. After he returned home, the system informed them that the free research was complete and he was given another reward. Character progression was only a modest few levels for Ash, Lily, and Damien. After some time, near the City of Stones, where a portal had recently formed, a mysterious figure appeared. The unknown man said that he saw for the first time that very last player who had made all the way here. Holding in his hands an instrument belonging to the place where his family is located, he began to play a melody. Immediately after this, a huge number of rats arrived in the city, appearing out of nowhere. The mysterious figure asked the last player to forgive them for their sins. From his mouth, he looked around and discovered that there were a huge number of rats around him. While the mysterious figure was doing all these inexplicable things for the sake of the kingdom under the lake, Ash and his team were returning home. Ash praised them for their incredible bravery, saying that they had done amazingly well and could now rest. Jupiter said that she would never fall asleep after learning that such a huge thing was under the lake. She began to frown and said that this darkness in this city was definitely not natural. After that, she asked him if he could explain what was happening in this city. Ash remembered that even though he had completed the game, nothing was really explained to him, and the kingdom under the lake had simply always been like that. Ash began to feel like he could understand something if he could break through to the very center of the city and uncover its secrets. Smiling, he told his comrades that they would figure this out one by one. Jupiter chuckled and said that she could say with absolute certainty that she would not sleep tonight. Lily offered Jupiter something strong to drink, adding that she wouldn't be able to sleep sober tonight either. Jupiter smiled and took her towards the bar, saying that she knew a wonderful place. Damien returned to the temple, despite the fact that the darkness frightened him. After a short pause, he said that he would probably feel better after praying, and Ash approved of his actions. After that, Ash turned his gaze to his faithful knight and said that they should also rest. Lucas asked him if they were going to the dungeon, and again asked if they could figure out what kind of monsters would come next. Ash smiled and said that they had already figured out what monsters would appear next. Lucas looked at him in surprise, after which Ash assured that next time they would encounter a pack of sewer rats. The kingdom under the lake was teeming with crawling monsters, and during reconnaissance, one would usually encounter those who would attack next. Ash confirmed his hypothesis by saying that the monsters they encountered in nearby locations were reaching their peak in numbers and crawling out of the lake. After a while, they returned to the house, and Ash expressed the hope that Eider had already prepared food and a bath. Eider immediately rushed towards them, loudly lamenting, and said that they had a serious problem. Ash asked him what he meant, and Eider explained that they would not be receiving any reinforcements. Eider added that the capital and province said they would not be able to send reinforcements despite the request. Lucas heroically paused, either because of the dramatic moment or because of the loud growling in his stomach. He immediately apologized to Ash after this, but Ash did not find anything offensive in it. Ash waved his hand and said that they would think about it tomorrow, but for now, Eider had to bring food here, and lots of it. The next morning, the manager already asked why reinforcements were not coming. Eider stated that war had recently broken out on the Western Front, and the Empire had sent all its forces there. He also added that they are gathering all the soldiers from all regions and transferring them to the Western Front, and they simply do not have any extra troops. Ash took a close look at the geopolitical situation in the country and realized that something was wrong. He noted that the Empire was always at war with someone, regardless of the time of year or day, and it always had and will have neighbors. However, he found it suspicious that this happened just now when he had requested reinforcements. Ash asked Eider if he was able to hire any mercenaries, but he replied that they had hired everyone who was already there, and only a few new ones had appeared. Ash realized that it had only been a couple of days since the last battle, and it would be foolish to expect the guild to fill up right away. Everyone at the table was wondering what to do now, while a smile spread across Eider's face. Ash asked him why he was laughing, suggesting that someone knew a way to quickly recruit troops. Eider said he knew of a loophole, but it wouldn't be easy, to which Ash replied that he should have told him about it right away. Eider smiled and said that in that case he should follow him. After some time, they found themselves in the courtyard of their estate next to shooting horses. Lucas asked Eider and Ash where they had decided to go at the moment. Eider replied that they would now head to the former governor of this city. Smiling, he stated that the destination was Margrave Cross's mansion. Margrave was a title borne by a count in strategically important border regions. Since these people had to protect the borders from enemy countries, monsters, and natural disasters, they had more power than ordinary counts. In other words, these men were not just pampered provincial nobles, but military commanders responsible for defense. Eider said that when the first peasants moved to Crossroads, Margrave Cross was already in charge of the city. He also stated that this is why Ford was named after him. The name comes from the road built by the Cross family and the fort at its base. Ash wondered why this manager had retired and was no longer in charge of this city. He realized that the southern front was quite far from the center, and the Margrave would have much more power than the emperor. However, this man renounced his status as a landlord and forced a man from the capital to be sent here, who just happened to be Ash. Ash passed on the question later, saying that he could already see that the man had simply abandoned the land of his ancestors. Eider said that there was quite a complicated story here, and it would be much easier if he asked him about it personally. After a while, they found themselves at the estate, and Eider said that they had finally arrived. Coming closer, he said that it was something like the country residence of the Earl of Cheryl Cross. Ash looked around the estate, realizing that it could use a major overhaul judging by the way it looked. He asked if anyone really lived there, to which Eider replied that he regularly sent provisions here. Cheryl Cross greeted her guests with a disgruntled exclamation, asking who they even were. After this, he advised them to get lost, declaring that he would not tolerate anyone on his land. Eider happily ran towards him, waving his arms, reminding him of his name, after which he said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Observing the behavior of this old man, Ash realized that they were feeding him some nonsense, because this decrepit old man could not be a Margrave. Looking at this man, he realized that this was some kind of street alcoholic who could not be the chief of defense of Crossroads. Eider turned to the respected Margrave and simply greeted his comrades, but Cheryl Cross said that he did not wish to see anyone. Ader said that he only asked for one favor, and then loudly introduced the newly minted landlord named Ash Everblack. Ash was personable and polite when talking to Ader's former colleague. Smiling, he said that he was the youngest son of the Emperor, but the lord of this city. Ash felt that he would not like speaking to this man formally, as if he were his boss. Smiling, he said that he really wanted to talk to him about important things, but Cheryl Cross ordered him to get out of here. Ash looked at him in surprise, not understanding why exactly he was being chased away, since he only wanted to say a few words. Cheryl Cross began to act out and stated that she was ordering him to run away from here in fear before it was too late. The Everblack Empire was a state with a strict hierarchy system where such behavior was considered unproductive. Ash asked menacingly what allowed him to treat him like that, hoping to suppress his mood. He also said that he could remind him of the difference in hierarchy between him and the Margrave. But Cheryl Cross pulled out his weapon. Ash realized that he couldn't handle this so easily and headed towards his opponent, realizing that no one would dare attack him. Cheryl Cross made a motion as if he was going to pounce on his opponent and ordered him to get out of here as quickly as possible. Ash suddenly turned around, ignoring the insults flying at his back, and said that he would be back. Cheryl Cross angrily cursed him and ordered him to leave him alone, while Ash held Lucas back from engaging in battle. Ash remembered that Cheryl Cross was a character who never appeared in the game itself. The only reason Ash decided to contact this old man was because he was the father of the best tank in the game named Evangeline Cross. After thinking for a bit, he realized that he would have to find a way to negotiate with this alcoholic. If everything went smoothly, he would be able to recruit his daughter. He turned to Eider and asked how this old man could help with the problems with the troops. Eider reported that this man has his own army of elite soldiers who are very loyal to him. Ash said that they would definitely need to come to an agreement, but it was impossible to look at this man without tears. Eider smiled and said that there was one very sure way to talk to him. Ash asked what he meant, and Eider made it clear that he was much closer to a friend with a bottle. Ash became frustrated that his attempts to be a proper aristocrat were being ruined by the need to survive. That same evening, he again found himself at the Cross estate and loudly shouted the Margrave's name to attract his attention. Cheryl Cross got angry, walked out of his estate, and wondered if the boy was tired of living. However, when he approached Ash, he discovered a cart nearby, filled with something unknown. Cheryl Cross asked what was inside, and Ash showed her a huge number of bottles. Smiling, he said that he had brought him his favorite drink, which could make him drunk. Prince Ash was known as a playboy, living a wild life, and was a disappointment in every way. That's why it wouldn't surprise anyone if he showed up at someone's place with a bunch of expensive alcohol. Taking the bottle, Ash offered the Margrave a good drink to celebrate their acquaintance. After a short pause, he asked the old man if he was really sober now. Cheryl Cross said he would never tolerate anything like that, and offered to bring in absolutely all the alcohol so they could taste it properly. At that very moment, Lily saw nightmares in which Ash continued to force her to work no matter what. Cheryl Cross opened the doors to his mansion and told Ash he could follow him. Ash entered the estate and found it in incredible disrepair. Looking around, he also noticed a huge number of empty bottles and was surprised by the unpleasant smell. Covering his nose with his hand, he noted that he could smell alcohol a mile away and that Cheryl Cross had a serious drinking problem. Meanwhile, Cheryl Cross took out 2 glasses and said that he hadn't had a drinking buddy for a long time. Ash expressed the hope that the glass he was offered would be clean, to which Cheryl Cross replied that he kept his glasses clean. Immediately after this, Cheryl Cross took the bottle and said that he was interested in looking at the drink that the prince had come with. Looking at the label, he realized that in front of him was an imperial whiskey of the first year of release, which was simply priceless. The Peacemaker is the nickname of the first emperor, and the batch of drink itself was made in the year of his coronation. Ash noted that he had put a lot of effort into getting Cheryl Cross to talk and hoped that he would cooperate. He also expressed the hope that the old alcoholic was not so stupid as not to understand this. Ash raised his glass to make a toast, but Cheryl Cross drained it almost immediately without waiting for the signal. After that, he smiled and said that this is exactly what he expected from the noble drink, because after it the sensations are completely different. Ash wondered if he had tasted the drink if he had swallowed it so quickly, to which Cheryl Cross replied that there was no point. Ash thought it was best not to argue with the man, as he was not an alcoholic and knew nothing about it. After that, he tried to cautiously start a conversation, but Cheryl Cross made it clear that she wanted another drink. He then declared that he would not tolerate talk about the past and had only invited him here for a drink. Ash said he actually wanted to ask about the snack, thinking that an alcoholic couldn't drink on an empty stomach all the time. After a short pause, Cheryl Cross rather roughly pulled something strange out of the bag. Ash wondered what it was and was told it was dried fruit that he grew himself. Ash was surprised that the man had a garden, and he rudely replied that it could be seen from the window. Cheryl Cross said it was a small garden and he really enjoyed pottering around in it. Ash thanked him for the treat, then tried the grapes and was surprised at how disgusting they were. Looking at a small piece, he noticed that it was oxidized and at the same time incredibly bitter. Cheryl Cross took a bite of grape and asked Ash, like a polite boy, if he had the fruits of his many years of labor. However, after a while he himself began to turn away, and Ash immediately told him that he himself was not able to eat this disgusting thing. Cheryl Cross said with displeasure that hard work never tasted good. After this, he stated that labor should not be wasted, so he offered the bag as a gift. Ash asked why he would give something he couldn't stomach, to which Cheryl Cross replied that otherwise he wouldn't have given it. Ash was mentally surprised that this old man was talking complete nonsense, but still managed to sound convincing. After that, he looked at the grapes and said that he did not understand why he was not succeeding, despite the fact that the city was located in the northernmost part of the continent. Recalling that the daylight hours here were longer than average and the soil fertile, he added that there was simply no better place to grow fruit. Ash asked in shock why the dried fruit tasted so bad, to which he replied that he didn't know. After thinking for a while, he suggested that perhaps the whole problem lay in the monsters that constantly visited their region. Cheryl Cross said that the monsters poisoned the land with their filth when they finally rested. He also told of a belief that where filth had been spilled, the soil itself became leprous, and plants simply refused to grow in it. After thinking for a while, he said that this was precisely why there was not a single field around this city. The Margrave's longing gaze fell on the glass filled with golden alcohol, which was made from high-quality fruits and grains. Ash asked why he worked on this garden then if nothing grew there. Cheryl Cross decided to have another drink and said that everyone has at least one regret in their life. Looking around at these fields, he noticed that this garden served the function of his regret. After that, he took the bottle and said that with such thoughts he wouldn't even be able to get drunk. Ash poured him some alcohol and asked him if he had any idea why he came here. Cheryl Cross responded that he had already said he wanted to talk, to which Ash angrily replied that he could send him away, but he would still say what he had to. After that, he reported that the monsters continued to come, and their numbers were enormous. Ash decided to share the story that the last time they repelled the attack of the Living Armor Legion, and now their walls were damaged. Ash said with bitterness in his voice that despite all his efforts, he had not been able to carry out the defense without losses. After this, he admitted that he was now desperately in need of military support and the support of the soldiers who were under his command. Cheryl Cross replied that he didn't have any soldiers, and Ash asked about the personal army that had served him for years. Cheryl Cross said that all that was left of that army were the friends he trained in his time and with whom he fought many battles. He also added that as soon as he betrayed his faithful spear and shield and renounced his title, his friends also threw down their weapons and fled. Ash said that these people should be called back into service, but Cheryl Cross said it was useless. Looking at the dried grapes, he noticed that this land was not worth any defense. He asked why innocent lives were being wasted trying to defend a useless border, noting that it would have been better to simply evacuate everyone. Ash reflected that it was disappointing to hear something like that from a man whose ancestors had sworn to protect these lands in front of his descendants. Cheryl Cross took another sip from his glass and asked the prince how he had ended up in this wasteland in the first place. The sad old man said that only death awaited Ash here, like all living things around him. Frowning, he gave advice that they needed to run away from there as quickly as possible. Otherwise, this damned place will swallow him up, taking him into the abyss of madness and endless grief. After some time, Ash came to Lucas and said that he had failed to convince the old man. Looking at the bag of dried fruit, he noted that it was not evening yet and he would definitely return there later. Remembering this old man, he wondered why he had finally given up the title. As he mounted his horse, he said that the man must have been through a lot and asked Lucas if he knew anything about it. Lucas replied that he didn't know the man, and Ash lamented that finding out the truth wasn't that easy. He remembered Eider, who had also recommended that he make friends with this old man, and cursed him. Heading towards his city, he came to the conclusion that they needed to try to do everything in their power. Ash knew that even if he danced with a tambourine and summoned spirits, the monsters would still come, so he needed to focus on preparation and strategy. He turned to his comrade and said that they had a lot of work to do, so they should return as soon as possible. The system notified him that the second wave would be fought against by countless large sewer rats. After some time, morning came and some progress began to appear in the city's fortifications. The craftsmen informed Ash that they had finally destroyed the huge sword that was stuck in the wall and that they would remove the fragments today. Ash said that the fragments did not need to be carried far and that it would have been better to lay them out right in front of the wall. In his opinion, it was simply an ideal barricade for a huge crowd of rats, which were bound to run into them. Ash asked how long it would take to repair the wall and was told that its condition was worse than they had expected. Ash asked his subordinate for a specific answer, to which he stated that there were 10 days left. Ash reflected that this was a very long time, since there was about a week left before the next siege. Looking at this wall, he realized that it was the embodiment of the Empire's architecture, and it couldn't be covered up with a couple of boulders. Turning towards his interlocutor, he said that it was necessary to take care of the name of the workers and the materials, so the repairs had to be completed within a week. Ash responded to any objection as was appropriate in such a situation, in order to stop any disobedience. Turning to the system, he realized that 3,521 rats and 3 unknown creatures would come to this wave. He also realized that 3,000 dog-sized creatures would appear, which had quite sharp teeth. Looking at this wall, he realized that without restored defensive structures, they simply would not succeed. The craftsmen said that they would try their best, after which Ash was praised for his dedication and commitment. Immediately after this, he addressed the workers, saying that the deadline was pressing and that they must hurry if they valued their lives. Ash supervised the repair work every day to ensure it was on schedule, and in the evenings he came to have a drink with the Margrave. Ash and the Margrave barely spoke and tirelessly raised their glasses of drink. The line of defense was gradually restored, despite the fact that it was extremely difficult and significant work. Unfortunately, the same could not be said about our hero's liver, which was under heavy attack from alcohol. Ash fueled himself with booze of varying quality for hours on end, and after 4 days of drinking, Cheryl Cross finally couldn't take it anymore. Looking into his glass, he suddenly wondered if he had ever loved anyone. This question came very unexpectedly in a room that was lit only by one candlestick. Ash looked at his drinking buddy in surprise and asked what he meant. Cheryl Cross repeated his question, saying there was no catch. Without waiting for an answer, he noted that this could be interpreted as a statement that he had never loved anyone. However, he did not give up and asked if there was no person he loved. Ash thought hard, trying to remember at least one person who was his lover. Remembering himself in his past life, he realized that he was a loner with whom few people interacted. No one really confessed their love to him, and he didn't think it was worth wasting time on it. After some time, he started streaming, and it started feeding the love of his audience. The faces of his audience, who treated him with some disdain, floated into his mind. Ash tried to push those memories away, realizing that it was just about the general adoration of the great classic nerd. A few minutes later, he said he had never had a lover, and Cheryl Cross noted that he had led a rather barbaric life. Ash glared at his drinking buddy, realizing that he was trying to support him while not being in the best position. Pointing his index finger at him, he said that it was unlikely that a person would drink heavily in an empty house because he had a good life. Cheryl Cross chuckled and said that he, unlike his drinking buddy, actually loved. After this, he stated that he had loved only one person his entire life, and that person was his wife. With bitterness in his voice, he said that, unfortunately, his wife was torn apart by monsters 3 years ago. The old man poured himself some alcohol and said that the body was so mutilated that they had nothing to put in the coffin. After that, he looked tiredly at the glass of alcohol, in which the reflections were shimmering. Cheryl Cross stated that every lord of these lands is haunted by misfortune, and it can be called a curse. Ash asked what he meant, and Cheryl Cross replied that one day everyone will have to choose between saving the fortress or saving the person they love. The Margrave said that from the founders of the distant past to his closest relatives, no one has yet been able to escape this curse. Before these words, in the not-too-distant past, his hands began to tremble from nervousness and horror. From the house, choosing his words carefully, he said that this curse of terrible choice had reached him too. He reported that over the past couple of decades, the monsters have shown almost no activity. He remembered that peace reigned in the fortress, but income began to fall, finances were very bad, so he had to open his own business. Cheryl Cross continued the story, noting that it was then that his wife suggested they start a farm south of the fort. This seemed like a good deal, since the northern lands were then dirty from war and empty, and the peaceful southern lands seemed like an ideal option. The Margrave said that in the south, monster escapes were rare, so there was little soil pollution, which is why they decided that farming would be a great idea. In his opinion, this was an excellent reason to move farmland to the south. The Margrave noted that for some time everything was fine, and the orchard stood at the southernmost point, the new border. He also recalled that his wife took the initiative to plant trees and sow seeds even in the most dangerous parts. He remembered how she fed him grapes grown with her own hands. He said that their first harvest on this land was modest, but there was nothing in the world sweeter than these fruits. At certain points, he had hope that one day he would be able to step away from the routine of a monster slayer and work in the fields. The elderly warrior even felt a taste of something new, unfamiliar to a soldier, peaceful life. Afterwards, he noted gloomily that this happiness had not lasted very long, despite the fact that it should have been expected. The Margrave reported that in his second year as a farmer, information was received about hundreds of huge monsters rapidly advancing on the city. That day, he said a warm goodbye to his wife, promising to be careful, and left the farm. These memories clearly stirred the psyche of the old fighter, who would like to say goodbye to them forever, but could not. Even on the approach to the fort, he learned that the monsters had split into two groups, and some of them had attacked the southern part, where the farms were located. It was obvious that defenseless people had no chance of winning or even surviving an attack by such creatures. However, a large group was heading into the city, and it was at this moment that he had to choose. He could turn around and save his wife, or he could do his duty and protect tens of thousands of city residents. The old man paused for a moment, while the candlestick continued to burn calmly, looking at the surroundings with indifference. Cheryl Cross asked her drinking buddy if it would be hard to guess what he had chosen. Ash looked closely at the old man and, after a short pause, said that he had chosen the city. Cheryl Cross noted that all his ancestors made the same choice, and that from a moral and legal point of view, he did the right thing. Thanks to his presence, he was able to protect the walls of the fort and defeat the monsters, because it was a long and grueling battle. Immediately after this, he hurried towards the farms without stopping, but came across only trampled fields and mountains of corpses. Just a dozen monsters tore apart hundreds of people, and the Margrave's dear wife was among them. Margrave Cross fulfilled his duty to the land of his ancestors at the cost of everything that was ever dear to him. Cheryl Cross wondered whether this was a reflection of domestic blockheads who were incapable of defending the front lines without commanders. He also wondered whether his own decision to stretch his borders and forces along them, thereby hampering himself, was to blame. Looking down, Cheryl Cross admitted that it was his own fault, and that didn't make it any easier. But for him, the hardest part was something else. With bitterness in his voice, he admitted that, unfortunately, he had betrayed his wife and chosen the city. Looking into the glass, he said that even his own daughter called him brainless and did not understand how he could choose the city and not her mother. A few days later, she left him, going off to an unknown destination. Cheryl Cross looked at his hands and said that this was all he got in the end after dedicating his entire life to protecting this place. He sadly concluded his story, saying that his wife was dead, his daughter had left, and he was rotting here all alone. Looking at his drinking companion, he noted that this was just one example he could give. Cheryl Cross said that Ash probably knew what else this place was called, and Ash remembered that this city was called the City. Cheryl Cross said this city was built on corpses, and one day it would force him to make a difficult choice. The battle-hardened soldier said that in order to save this city, he would have to pay a high price, sacrifice everything that was dear to him. Ash reflected that it didn't seem like a curse so much as an inevitable future. Cheryl Cross said his family had carried the sacrifice through generations, but he wanted to break the cycle. Closing his eyes, he said that he dare not shift this damned work onto his daughter. Ash listened carefully to these words and said that he understood his comrade perfectly. He asked if he had left his position to protect his daughter from inheriting the position and his fate, to which he replied that it was done exactly that way. Cheryl Cross said he wanted his daughter to get out of here safe and sound so she could live a happy life, even if it was somewhere far away. Ash reflected on the fact that the very person he wanted to get his hands on, Margrave Cheryl Cross, was trying to keep away from the battlefield. Meanwhile, Cheryl Cross poured another glass and reminded Ash that he came here to get help in protecting the city. After that, he slammed the bottle down on the table to emphasize his next words. In a tired voice, he said that this damn job was too much for him, and he had even exchanged the lives of his loved ones for this crap. Ash looked closely at his drinking buddy, who could not resist and admitted that he would very much like to retire. The Margrave's eyes, reflected in the glass, did not shine with pride for the work done to protect the city. Cheryl Cross admitted that he would very much like to die in this garden, and not on the walls of the fort which had to be defended. The Margrave expressed hope that Ash now understood that he had reasons why he could not help. He also said that he told him the truth as a thank you for keeping him company. After this, he recommended that Ash leave, adding that he had only one last piece of advice left. Cheryl Cross told Ash that if he had to make that choice, he should think carefully so he wouldn't regret it later. After some time, the 5th day of repair work began, and there were only 2 days left until the next wave. Ash watched the builders work and told them that they were all great without exception. He brought them refreshments and told them that they could all rest and eat a little. The workers were happy with this attitude and said that their boss would be able to give them something to drink, something to eat, and something to protect. Ash said that they shouldn't be distracted by flattery and should just get on with their meal. The head foreman held out a mug into which Ash poured milk and then asked how things were going. The foreman said that they had been supplied with a sufficient number of workers, which meant that they would be able to complete the work on time. He also added that the repair would not be the most reliable, but if it was to remain intact after 2 days. Ash reflected that the hardest part was that they didn't figure it out and it was time to throw that very thing away. The alchemist held his scroll in his hands, which said that they would finally be able to use it. It was, of course, about the magical scroll of summoning, which could only be used after researching the alchemist. Ash was learning the skill, and the system asked him if he wanted to place a defensive turret. Ash said firmly that the question was meant to be rhetorical. After that, he clenched the scroll in his hands, absorbing its powers in order to acquire this skill for constant use. The system reported that Ash had received a new player skill called Defense Turret Summoning Magic. After some time, a large pile of scrap metal and reinforced concrete blocks was collected in front of him. He remembered that at some point in his life he had been given a normal item that could be used. This item turned out to be a mana core, which was the energy source for the turret. A system window appeared asking the player to select a location to install the defensive turret. Ash looked at the minimap of the fort and wondered if he should put a turret right in the middle. Having chosen a suitable place, he watched as pieces of reinforced concrete flew into the air to form into something amazing. Through some strange summoning magic and terraforming, the materials needed to create the turret took the correct shape themselves. After some time, a completely clear outline of this defensive and offensive structure emerged. Within minutes, the turret had completed its assembly and revealed itself to the world in its menacing glory. She began to quickly twirl her barrel in order to calibrate herself. Ash clapped his hands, after which the alchemist reported that this magical architecture technology was lost hundreds of years ago. Ash's smile showed that thanks to everyone's efforts, the line of defense was becoming stronger and stronger. After this, he turned to the inspired workers and said that they must continue to work. Smiling, he expressed hope that they could work in the same spirit and thus achieve success. The next stop on his route was to be the forge, where he made weapons for his companions. The mechanics in the forge were working at the limit of their capabilities, causing the temperature in the room to rise. Ash asked Lucas how he felt in his new armor, to which he replied that he had never felt better. This armor was made using the mana core of the Phantom Knight, making it defensive but low in durability. This armor also granted a special ghost skill that prevented the wearer from attacking for 5 seconds. Lucas was delighted and said that he would use this armor. Ash remembered with a smile that Lucas had almost cried when they took his measurements, and reminded himself to give him gifts more often. After this, he turned to the blacksmith and thanked him for the beautiful armor, receiving thanks in return. The chief blacksmith also said that he was very pleased to deal with the prince, expressing hope for further cooperation. Ash knew that upgrading the forge and gear was extremely important even in the late game, so he would definitely check it out again. Having resolved some issues, he turned to Lucas to agree on something with him. Frowning slightly, he said that they should head to the western part of the city, since that was where they needed to be present. In the western part of the fort, the sounds of cannon fire could be heard in memory of the dead. Ash climbed the wall to once again see the fallen off on their final journey. Their comrades, with whom they fought hand in hand, were buried under fresh tombstones and in terrible conditions. Ash noted that not many people died, but it was difficult for him to judge whether this was good or bad. The clergy continued to perform funeral services for all the victims to show them the respect they deserve. Ash Ash walked up to the freshly opened gravesite to salute them and see them off on their final journey. In the endless bustle, he ran the whole day, because of which he did not notice how it began to get dark. Suddenly, Cheryl Cross appeared nearby, surprised by how much of the budget was spent on the funeral. The Margrave said that Ash even arranged for posthumous compensation, showing royal generosity. Cheryl Cross said it was a transmission of monsters whose lives were taken by a giant hydrogen storm. As a warning, he said that sooner or later it would not be possible to recoup the funeral expenses. But Ash asked if that was the only reason for his visit. He then asked if he had run out of booze yet, to which Cheryl Cross replied that even he had to stock up. He then explained that he had visited his comrades in arms to ask them if they wanted to defend the city. Ash looked at his interlocutor excitedly and asked what they answered. Cheryl Cross reported that everyone agreed and said they would defend this city for as long as it took. Ash happily said that it was the best news he had heard in the past week. Cheryl Cross noted that he didn't know how much use these old men were, but right now they were preparing for battle. He also asked to hand over Unity into his hands and asked not to waste the lives of these guys in vain. Ash shook the Margrave's hand and thanked him for saving him, but emphasized that it was his friend's decision. Ash reflected that the Margrave was adamant and had already despaired of getting anything from him. Ash reminded the Margrave that it was he who had spoken to them, and he could not express in other words how grateful he was to him. Cheryl Cross dryly replied that he had helped as much as he could and asked Ash to take care of the town. Ash stated that the Empire would not forget the Margrave's help and that he himself would give his all. After this, he said that he would definitely visit the Margrave as soon as his wisdom was needed, to which the Margrave only spat rudely. Ash reminded the old man that he drank too much, so he would bring him some medicinal herbs, to which he recommended drinking the herbs himself. After exhaling a little, he still managed to put on some semblance of a smile to demonstrate his sincerity. After that, he turned around and, without looking in Ash's direction, waved his hand, thereby saying goodbye to him. Ash watched him go, thinking that he had most likely gone back to the garden. Ash wanted to stop the Margrave, because even as an old man, he was an excellent commander who could help in defense. However, this man has been defending this city for too many years in a row. Ash knew perfectly well that he had no right to stop him, and decided to let him go. He wondered if they would hold a council of war the next time they met. At that moment, he had no idea that the next time would never come, and that this was the last time they would talk peacefully. 2 days passed, and early in the morning the wall repair was finally completed on time. The foreman reported that a couple of places were repaired somehow because they were in a hurry, but the wall was able to do its job. Ash looked around, realizing that they had gotten a large amount of ammunition. Looking back, he also noted with a smile that they had an additional 300 fighters, each of whom was a veteran. Looking at the new leader of the veteran wing, he remembered that there were originally supposed to be about 1,000 of them. Nodding to him, he realized that he didn't dare ask for more because it was already too much. The automatic turret continued to scan the area, moving its barrel from side to side. Ash hugged her and kissed her, hoping that this beauty would serve him for a very long time. Approaching the observation wall, he realized that even the barricade with the death zone had been successfully restored. He smiled and thought that everything was perfect, and these creatures could attack if they dared. Meanwhile, the same mysterious man in the smiling mask who appeared from the lake came onto the stage. He took a few steps on the ground, which was unusual for him because he was used to living in the kingdom under the lake. He looked at the fort, which was an impenetrable barrier for all the monsters trying to break through from here. After some time, Xenia began to approach the rider who was trying to convey an important message. His horse raced as fast as it could to reach its destination as quickly as possible. The soldier shouted loudly that he had brought an urgent message from intelligence. Making sure he was heard, he loudly announced that the monsters were advancing at incredible speed. Ash saw it as a huge cloud of dust rising behind a horde of rats approaching his fort. The system reported that there were 10 minutes left before the invasion began and started the countdown. Ash shouted to his soldiers that the monsters were already close, which meant that they must not let their guard down under any circumstances. The soldiers replied that they would carry out this order with the utmost care. Ash felt confident, since he had never had better conditions during the entire game than now. Smiling, he said that as soon as these two are drawn, he expects the real thing and despair. The dust began to gradually disperse, and Ash made out some mysterious silhouette in it. Looking closer, he discovered that it was a man wearing a bizarre clown mask. This unknown variable immediately surprised our hero, who looked at this man in fascination. Even though he stared at it for quite a long time, he still couldn't figure out who it was. Lucas asked him what was wrong, and Ash immediately pointed out the person who caught his attention. However, as soon as Lucas turned his gaze towards Ash's finger, the man was obscured. Lucas said he didn't see anything, and Ash immediately turned to Damien, asking him if he saw a person there. Damien used his magic eyes and said that there was absolutely no one there. Ash turned back in that direction again, wondering if he had imagined it. However, he understood that it was impossible to rule out the possibility that he had not imagined it, and that there really was someone there. Today, it suddenly started shaking, causing the braziers on the defensive wall to fall at any moment. Ash looked at the approaching enemies, realizing that they were about to reach the death zone. He clenched his fists, thinking that he had to remain calm no matter what. From his point of view, it shouldn't have mattered to him how many creatures there were, and whether that person was real or just his imagination. There was only one thing he could do now: stop the monster's advance. Realizing that the right moment had come, he gave the soldiers the order to prepare the guns. After some time, he gave the command to open fire, and all the soldiers immediately carried out this order. The air was again filled with the rich smell of gunpowder and the deafening roar of cannons. Burning cannonballs, loaded with additional explosives, rushed forward, bringing with them nothing but death. The rats continued their advance, entering the territory that was in the death zone, and the first cannonballs flew at them. Simple rodents had no chance of surviving even a large stone. But in this case, they could compensate for this with numbers. Death instantly turned into a local branch of a huge number of fires. The murder rate began to rise at an incredible rate, but this was an expected outcome. Ash was pleased that they had managed to destroy almost 100 rats in the first volley, and ordered them to continue pouring fire on them. He looked at these rats and noted that their large numbers played a cruel joke on them, since they formed a crowd. It is much easier to conduct aimed fire on a huge crowd, which allows you to hit as many targets as possible. Ash called the system assistant, realizing that the battle had first gone on for about 30 minutes. He found that they had destroyed a good 1,000 of these creatures, which meant that at this rate they could easily cope. After some time, the rats began to change their tactics, to the surprise of our protagonist. He watched them carefully, trying to figure out what the hell they were doing. Taking a closer look, he realized that the rats had decided to use the corpses of their comrades to attack the barricades. Gradually, the barricades began to collapse due to the enormous weight of the rats that had piled on them. The pile of corpses was so large that it created a springboard for the kin, allowing them to destroy one of the barricades. Thus, the rats neutralized some part of the death zone, disrupting our hero's plans. To somehow compensate for this effect, Ash ordered the soldiers to disperse their fire and expand the area of destruction. This was still not a critical problem, since the killing zone was far from the fort and there was a barricade on the ground. Ash continued to watch the battlefield closely as the gunners fired more volleys. The ballistic squad also decided to open fire to destroy the huge number of rats. Watching what was happening, our hero came to the conclusion that he had not taken something into account after all. The soldiers said that the rats were too fast and extremely difficult to hit. Ash wondered what the hell was going on and why the rats were so fast. He began to reproach himself for not having thought earlier that all rodents possess exceptional speed. Now the number of rats had reached much greater numbers than he had originally expected, and this threatened a great tragedy. The automatic turret would begin scanning the area, then target the rats on the other side. Moments later, she fired several shells, each carrying a large warhead. Ash turned around in surprise, realizing that he had not escaped the fire of the automatic turret, which could shoot even from there. One of the rats sensed its own death approaching and let out a nasty squeak. A few moments later, several hundred more rodents were destroyed by powerful explosions. Ash could barely restrain himself from confessing his love to the automated turret due to its incredible firepower. He remembered that these turrets were simply designed for defense, and it would be foolish to neglect them. However, these turrets had a natural drawback as they could not cover the entire battlefield. He also discovered that the turret had expended all of its ammunition and was in reload mode. Looking down, Ash came to the conclusion that the creatures were still too numerous and the defenses were rapidly shrinking. Looking at the fragments of the ball, he understood that they did their job and allowed him to destroy several rats. But there were still too few of them. Ash knew that close combat was inevitable, and that was the most undesirable turn of events. A few moments later, explosive shells began to hit the rats again, destroying dozens at a time. Ash was surprised by such a sharp reinforcement and tried to understand what was going on here. The mysterious comrades continued to fire at the huge number of rats, destroying them dozens after dozens. Ash turned around to see who was behind those perfect shots. When he returned, he saw how elite fighters came to the aid of the frontline soldiers and helped them to aim better. Ash remembered that a silver army had arrived to him, consisting of experienced and battle-hardened warriors. Their presence had a far greater moral effect than he had imagined, and the soldiers began to behave much better. They regularly helped ordinary soldiers by communicating with them exclusively in obscene language, but this only improved understanding. The Silver Army's performance indicated that Ash could give them command of the soldiery, as they took good care of their subordinates. Ash smiled, thinking that these people could really be relied upon and trusted with something like this. Looking at the battlefield, he realized that the defense was still going quite smoothly, despite the force majeure. The reinforcements of the Silver Army were hard to overestimate, given the realities of this battle. Thanks to them, Ash and his garrison could defend themselves against the rats more effectively. Besides, Ash's best fighters were currently busy with important matters and weren't just hanging around. Lucas continued to command the group of soldiers, telling them to expand the area of effect. Lucas was in charge of the front line, following the general instructions that guided the defensive strategy. The protagonist's military knowledge left much to be desired, but Lucas understood him perfectly and conveyed orders to the soldiers. Ash watched him work and realized that the main character of this game was a real guy. Meanwhile, Damien continued to wield the invalid, gaining experience with every second. Thanks to his ability, which had been significantly upgraded during previous battles, he could shoot for much longer. Despite the fact that such shots required preparation, each of them hit the target without a miss. Ash mused that this boy's ability might not seem like it would be of much use in a battle like this, but that was not the case. Every enemy killed in this battle mattered, so Ash was glad that Damien was comfortable. Meanwhile, alchemists continued to enchant artifacts that could change the course of the battle. They were also commanded by Lily, thanks to her phenomenal knowledge of magic and alchemy. Lily told her apprentices to use gravity artifact number 1 in 3 minutes and immediately begin preparing the second one. Ash watched her closely, noting that she was energetically bossing other people around. Lily gave him an approving gesture, letting him know that she had been a great employee. Ash immediately turned away, thinking that he would still need her help on the battlefield. After that, he turned his gaze to the last member of his squad, Jupiter, who was also a very useful magician. To his surprise, the old granny was lounging on the hospital bed, drinking alcohol and giving everyone praise. Ash thought about how he had ordered her to rest, but she had settled in too well. Jupiter quickly got to her feet and said that she was tired of lying down, while Ash tried to keep a smile on his face. Jupiter chuckled and remarked that she could use a couple of drinks to help her recover better. Ash reflected that if you ignored Jupiter's shirking, the defense of the fort was going well. The automated turret finished reloading and prepared to rain fire down on the rats. Its killing power was something amazing, which left the rats without a single chance. Ash mentally hugged the turret again and began to gently stroke its body, thinking about how proud he was of it. Looking at the huge field of corpses, he realized that at this rate they would be able to fight back pretty quickly. He wondered if he would be able to win without taking any damage. Looking closely, he discovered a strange silhouette that he had already seen earlier. Taking a closer look, he realized that it was the same runt he had noticed at the beginning of the attack. Ash immediately ordered the system to create a map to find out who it was. He watched the map's creation process with great intensity, waiting for the moment when he could find out who it was. The system informed him that there was an enemy NPC invasion, which surprised Ash greatly. The protagonist remembered that many variables made this game interesting, and one of those events was the invasion of an enemy NPC. Such an NPC could belong to absolutely any enemy camp, and each of his appearances could bury the passage. Gritting his teeth, Ash realized that it was not yet time for such powerful creatures to invade. Ash thought about making many claims against Ader, but the scoundrel had hidden somewhere again. Ash immediately ran up to Damien and asked him if he had seen the man nearby. Damien decided to use his skill, and this time he clearly saw a man in a strange mask. Damien answered in the affirmative, saying that it was some kind of wandering artist. Ash angrily ordered him to finish off the man in a second. Damien looked at him in surprise and said that he was an ordinary person, but Ash said that he had to be killed. Ash expressed confidence that this NPC came from the kingdom under the lake, as he was familiar with this jester's costume. A few moments later, he remembered who it was and ordered the man to be killed before he played the flute. Damien struggled to lift his crossbow, his hands beginning to shake violently. Ash reminded him that he was a tool and had to follow orders to bring about the death of people. Their heated arguments were interrupted by the soft sound of a flute, which nevertheless carried for many kilometers. Ash froze in surprise and realized it was too late to argue. He slowly turned towards the unfamiliar figure, looking at her with a surprised and angry look. The man in the jester's costume brought the flute to his lips and began to play a strange melody. The rats immediately began to listen to this melody, and their behavior completely changed. The soldiers watched the huge hordes of creatures, trying to figure out what to do now. They were surprised to find that the rats had suddenly stopped and were now changing their tactics. The Pied Piper continued to play the flute to guide his four-legged friends in the right direction. The rats became enraged and headed towards the fort, but now they moved in a completely different way. The guards watched what was happening and realized that the rats were heading in one direction. Ash wondered out loud where those rats had run to, trying to figure out their route. Lucas replied to his comrade that these rats were running towards the center of the wall, and he guessed what their plan was. Now the monsters were going to destroy the place that had only recently been finished being renovated. Ash turned to two of the crew's gunners and told them that they needed to make a course correction. The soldiers fired the most powerful single volley at the designated point to kill all the rats. Ash watched in horror as it happened, realizing it wasn't fast enough to do any serious damage. The rats changed direction too suddenly, giving them a significant advantage. These maneuverable creatures approached the fort at great speed. The fastest and most agile rat found itself just a few meters from the wall and made a quick dash forward. After this, there was a very dull knock that could only be heard with a hearing aid. Ash watched the rat's behavior in surprise and realized that something was clearly wrong here. The rat crashed into a stone wall at great speed, instantly ending its life. Ash tried to figure out what these rodents were doing, while her fellow four-legged creatures followed her example. The rats began to ram the walls with their heads, regardless of the fact that it could cost them dearly. The soldiers were surprised by this and tried to understand what the plan for such behavior was. It quickly became obvious that the mod's script, which had just been completed, would not last long even under the onslaught of rats. Ash cursed loudly, realizing that the repair of this wall had been completed a couple of hours ago at most. The workers had only recently left, and due to the tight deadlines, they still had not managed to patch the wall perfectly. Initially, their goal was only to fill the gaps, which meant that cracks were inevitable. The sewer rats were drawn to these cracks in order to destroy the barrier separating them from the soldiers. They also used their claws and teeth to chew their way through. While one rat would not be able to cause much damage, 100 rats was a different matter. Gradually, their number became more and more, due to the fact that the onslaught of rats did not decrease in any way. Ash knew this was the perfect strategy for an enemy that attacked in giant swarms. Naturally, he understood that the situation was once again on the verge of the limit. After that, he turned his gaze to the mysterious figure who continued to watch what was happening. Looking at this jester, he assumed that he was most likely laughing at them. Ash recalled the name of this NPC and how the players dubbed him because he could control monsters with his flute. Players called him the Pied Piper of Hamelin and always noted that he needed to be killed as soon as possible. Ash ordered Damien to shoot the man immediately in order to weaken the pressure. Damien raised his crossbow and felt that he would hardly be able to fire despite the whole situation. The Pied Piper looked closely at the man who was aiming at him and did not even try to dodge the possible projectile. After that, he raised his hand to make a farewell gesture. Ash raised his voice to bring Damien to his senses, but it was too late. The Pied Piper suddenly vanished into thin air, leaving the arena forever. Ash looked at Damien, who was unable to fire a shot, despite the lives of his comrades depending on it. Damien apologized to Ash, adding that even if the man was an enemy, he still couldn't shoot another person. Ash mused that it wasn't surprising since Damien was originally a support class. Ash also knew that there would be many people among his enemies, and if that remained a problem, then Damien would be of little use. Placing his hand on Damien's shoulder, he told him that they would return to this conversation a little later. There was some rationale behind this, as they now had a much more serious problem in the form of a rat infestation. Ash ordered the soldiers behind the cannons and archers to keep firing no matter what. All the soldiers on the defensive wall immediately accepted this order and began to carry it out. Ash spoke loudly to Jupiter, telling her that she had urgent work to do. Jupiter chuckled and said that she already missed the fight, trying to figure out where she needed to shoot the lightning. Ash pointed her in the direction, telling her that she was supposed to organize a rat barbecue there. Jupiter immediately carried out the command, calling several bolts of lightning to the area that was near the castle gate. Ash immediately turned to Lily and ordered her to prepare the fire artifacts at full power. Lily immediately conveyed these words to her subordinates so that they could immediately begin to implement them. The alchemist apprentices began performing the ritual, activating the massive fire machines in the process. Ash gave the command to open fire, and the heavy flamethrower system brought the men into action. The area near the castle gates instantly turned into a fiery wasteland. Ash said loudly that he could not have expected a better result. While he mocked the Pied Piper's antics, he realized that the death zone could be organized not only through barricades. Laughing maliciously, he shouted that a death corridor could be created right under the wall if such a need arose. He sent a curse and a taunt towards the Pied Piper, who in any case could no longer hear him. However, after some time, his ardor was seriously cooled by a new system notification. Ash looked at the notification and realized that he could now see the Wave Boss name that was previously hidden. According to the system information, 3 elite champion ratlings should now appear on the battlefield. Ash knew that if the name was revealed, then the monster would not keep him waiting long. The giant creatures brought with them even more sewer rats as cannon fodder. They immediately rushed to the wall of the fort in order to make a crack in it and destroy it. Ash ordered the soldiers to stop them no matter what it took, hoping that they wouldn't have to fight hand to hand. The giant creatures continued their march forward regardless. They turned out to be quite agile creatures and could break into a sprint. Ash shouted at the soldiers, telling them that there was no time to be afraid and that they needed to attack immediately. The soldiers' morale increased again, and they began to fire at the approaching creatures as quickly as possible. Several projectiles hit one giant creature, but it turned out to be quite strong. Ash realized that these creatures were at least twice the size of the specimens they had encountered in the dungeon. He understood that if such a creature hit the wall of the fort, one blow would be enough to destroy it. Fortunately, the automatic turret reloaded in time and aimed at the approaching intruder. She immediately fired several magical bolts, each of which brought death and destruction. The Ratman had absolutely no time to dodge the rockets that were flying so fast and came under fire. The damage from this automatic turret was enough to take down this giant. Ash watched as the lifeless body lay on the ground, pockmarked with craters and smoking. He had absolutely no time for joy, since it was just one of several monsters. He ordered his soldiers to focus their fire on the larger creatures first. He recommended not to save ammunition and to fire as many shells as possible. The soldiers followed his command without question and fired one volley after another. After this, he ordered to use the mana artifact in order to restore Jupiter's powers. Jupiter felt an instant recovery, making her ready to unleash lightning on another victim. After that, she smiled and said that now they would make even more shashlik from these parasites. Leaden clouds gathered and a huge number of lightning bolts fell to the ground. The power of the attack was so great that the rat carcasses melted as if they were made of beeswax. However, the champion Ratman was able to withstand such serious damage and continued to carry out his task. Jupiter wondered in surprise how this was even possible and why this creature had survived such serious damage. The attack was too scattered, which is why the champion managed to avoid significant damage. Ash turned to Lily, telling her that she had to activate the fire artifacts. Lily replied that the artifacts were still cooling, but Ash said that it didn't matter at all. Lily looked at him in surprise, trying to figure out how she could use the overheated artifacts. After a while, she focused all her power into her palms to spew out streams of flame. Getting closer, she asked herself why she had suffered such an unenviable fate and released a fireball. The rats were too exhausted to fight a mobile battle and did not have time to return. The giant carcass melted so badly that it could not survive. When Lily's strength was running out, the champion lifelessly took a few more steps. The surviving monster grabbed his half-dead comrade in order to move him to the side. He rushed forward, trying to close the distance between himself and his target as quickly as possible. Ash shouted that there was only one creature left and it needed to be destroyed as quickly as possible. Lucas grabbed his sword and prepared his powerful attack that could be carried out even from a distance. A few moments later, the sword rushed forward with incredible speed, cutting through the air. The attack was successful, and the sword landed in an area near important carotid arteries. Lucas gave the command to Damien, saying that the shot had to be fired right now. Ash called out to his sniper and told him not to hesitate. Damien instantly decided to use his skills to improve his accuracy and prepared to shoot. Raising his weapon, he immediately pulled the trigger, sending a thick crossbow bolt forward. The bolt proved incredibly accurate and hit the champion right in the eye. Ash happily noted that they had accomplished their task and had almost fought off the rats. Unfortunately, the champion turned out to be much tougher than he seemed at first glance. Ash looked at the approaching monster and wondered how he still had the strength to move. Meanwhile, The monster finally reached its target and prepared to crash into the wall. Ash watched in horror as the huge monster smashed the cracked rocks to create a large passage. However, this blow did not come without cost for the American creature, causing it to fall to the ground. Cheryl Cross watched the battle from afar, noting that there was something strange about it all. Cheryl Cross discovered that the monsters had begun to attack in a different way than the method they had been using for a long time. The Margrave realized that there were many more monsters, and secondly, a hierarchy and some logic appeared in their construction. Cheryl Cross was mentally surprised that Prince Ash had been able to survive 3 such battles already. The Margrave understood perfectly well why the newly minted landlord turned to him for help in the first place. The old man was also surprised that Ash had a reputation as a drunken bastard who was good for nothing. Cheryl Cross noted that things were still getting serious and thought that perhaps he should have intervened. As he thought about this, he immediately remembered the grapes he had once found when he returned to his village. Tension coursed through his body, and he knew that if he got involved in a fight, he might not survive. Closing his eyes, he made the difficult decision not to interfere in this battle, as he had already done enough. Turning back, he realized that he was retired, and if he came to help now, he would only get in the way. Thoughts that he might die in the garden, as he had wanted, were interrupted by the loud sound of the wall collapsing. Turning around, he found the carcass of a giant ratman that had broken through the wall. Excitement and rage, mixed with surprise, began to overwhelm him, but he restrained his impulses. Frowning, he realized that he should stop fighting and retire to a well-deserved rest. He thought about returning to his garden and recalled the time he and his wife had spent there. He rushed there with the thought that this time he would finally fulfill his duty to his beloved. Ash shouted loudly that they needed to start evacuating the garage as quickly as possible. The common people, who had been hoping all this time that the defenders and the walls would not tremble, still did not leave the buildings. Ash looked up and realized that these rats were advancing and they were already quite close. The soldiers reported that, in addition to rifle squads and artillery, everyone who was capable of close combat was to immediately go to the breakthrough point. Ash turned to Lucas and ordered him to take command of the swordsmen. He ordered the shooters to continue firing no matter what, killing as many rats as possible. He recommended that they strive to create a fiery barrier in front of the breach in the wall. Ash ran to Jupiter and told her that she had carte blanche to destroy a huge number of rats. He also assured her that she would be provided with the required amount of mana, so she did not have to limit herself. Ash asked Lily what artifacts they had left, to which he replied that they only had the acceleration artifact. He asked how long it would take for the fire artifact to recharge, and Lily said it would take another 10 minutes. Ash said that we need to use acceleration on the fighting soldiers, and as soon as the fire artifact is ready, connect it. After giving orders to the main soldiers, he turned to Damien, not noticing the anger in his voice. However, after a few moments, he suddenly stopped, looking closely at his sniper. Damien asked him fearfully what his next orders would be. Ash assumed that Damien was probably blaming himself and thinking that it was his fault that what happened. In order to dispel the young man's doubts, he took a few steps forward and gave him a powerful flick. He smiled and said that Damien was a problematic rookie who they still needed. Damien looked at his boss with fear, trying to understand what he meant by this. Ash put his hand on his shoulder and said that everyone could make mistakes, and that was okay. But the main thing was to not lose confidence. Ash knew full well that a shooter who couldn't miss was too important to combat unit. The protagonist also said that Damien's mere presence gave hope to the other fighters. Looking at the insecure young man, he advised him to believe in himself as much as he believed in him. After that, he turned around and walked to another part of the defensive wall. He stated that Damien had to shoot those rats that broke through the soldiers and rushed into the city. Damien nodded briefly and said that this order would be carried out. Ash responded with satisfaction and then walked to the other side of the defensive wall to assess the situation. As he watched the rats approach, he remained hopeful that each one would be up to the task. Ash informed the soldiers that the rats were breaking through and they should prepare for battle. The soldiers drew their blades and hoped that this battle would pass without serious losses. A huge number of his comrades began to climb up the body of the giant corpse. The very first rat in the city stood on the body of the fallen giant and prepared to rush into the attack. However, her life was cut short by a swift and precise blow of a blade to the neck. Lucas decided to use his special sword, which was designed to kill rats. By lowering the smoking weapon down, he demonstrated that these creatures were quite easy to kill. Lucas told the soldiers that the passage was quite narrow and they would not all fit through at once, which meant they had to remain calm and kill the creatures one by one. The soldiers began to feel more inspired by this act. Ash heard a suspicious sound and tried to figure out what was causing it. He also noted that the number of rats breaking through was rapidly increasing. The reason for this was that they began to gnaw an opening for themselves so that their flow could increase. Ash realized that there was only one direction open here, and he fought against the formidable moles. Scientists reported that the fire artifact was fully charged and ready for use. A few moments later, piercing screams were heard, accompanied by death cries. Ash wondered what was going on and turned towards Lily. He discovered that the rats had climbed the castle walls and attacked the scientists, quickly tearing them to pieces. One of the dying alchemist's apprentices approached Lily, hoping to find salvation in her. Ash quickly ran forward in order to save Lily from an unenviable fate. Having swung his sword properly, he thought that now the rat would taste the prince's punishing hand. The jackpot mechanics were triggered and the number 15 appeared on the reel, which symbolized the amount of damage. Luckily, the rats had a rather small amount of health, causing the enemy to fly into the sky. Ash looked angrily after his defeated opponent and wondered how they had climbed the wall. The rats managed to climb the walls of the defensive structure thanks to their jumping ability and the body of a champion ratman. Lily felt incredible anger that permeated her entire body due to the death of her beloved students. She burned everyone who reached her, thinking that she would treat anyone who dared to come close with flame. Ash understood that activating the artifact without scientists would be very problematic. Meanwhile, some soldiers began to receive serious injuries while fighting the rats. One of them grabbed his hand and began to drink greedily, drenching everyone else with blood. Ash knew the riflemen were supposed to be helping the troops closing the gap in the wall, but they had their own problems. Ash continued to look for a way out of the situation, delivering one blow after another to the rats that were jumping towards him. His stamina was at 0, and he realized that at this rate the damage would be irreparable. A terrible vision crept into his head of what might happen to the city if the rats got through. Suddenly, the battlefield was illuminated by light, and the commander of the Silver Army looked into the distance in surprise. A few moments later, he said that the former Margrave had come to the rescue, and Ash raised his head in surprise. He too saw a bright glow coming from somewhere on the far side of the battlefield. This glow emanated from the huge spear that was tightly clutched in the hand of Cheryl Cross. Jumping onto his horse and receiving his battle armor, he rushed forward. He also let out a loud cry to attract the attention of more than just the rats. Using a combination of bright colors and loud cries, he approached the herd of opponents in order to lead them away. Ash realized that the Margrave's tactic was to draw attention to himself and buy time. The angry rats immediately turned to the new source of sounds and let out shrill screams. Ash wondered what the hell he was doing, since this was a suicide mission. Ash tried to stop the man, thinking that if he continued to provoke these creatures, he would die. Cheryl Cross just frowned, preparing to fight the massive hordes of monsters. Cheryl Cross has spent his entire life fighting monsters, and the town he was born in was a bastion of defense against those monsters. Even though the burden of being a landlord fell on his shoulders very early, he killed monsters every single day. His world was very clear and simple before this woman appeared in the city. Cheryl Cross once asked her what she intended to do while staying in their town. His future wife handed him a flower and said she would like to sell them here. Cheryl Cross was genuinely amazed that an ordinary trader decided to conduct her business in such a terrible place. He told her that there were monsters out there and that this city needed swords, spears, arrows, guns, and something more practical than flowers. The woman answered him that people need flowers because they are very valuable, despite the fact that they quickly fade. She told him that the life of these flowers may be fleeting, but they are truly beautiful. At first, he did not understand her at all and suspected that she was a foreign spy. He decided to expose her and for this purpose began to visit her from time to time. He did this solely to expose her as a spy and find evidence. As a result, Cheryl Cross learned to distinguish all types and scents of flowers and even learned their intricate names. However, the understanding of the nature of beauty, its meaning and value still eluded him. But a year later, he proposed to this woman. Cheryl Cross returned to the present and rushed forward, seeing only death and destruction in the form of rats before him. He let out another loud cry to attract even more angry creatures to him. The rats, who were just about ready to tear apart the soldiers in front of them, turned around. Ash was surprised at how effectively this man could attract the attention of a crowd. The protagonist loudly asked him why he took such suicidal measures if it would lead to death. Cheryl Cross didn't answer again and only clenched his fists tighter. Gaining speed, he gritted his teeth, becoming the embodiment of vengeance, a monster for their sins. Once in the line of attack, He let out a loud cry in order to stun any opponents who got too close to him. With his spear thrust forward, he charged into the pack of monsters on his trusty horse, hoping to destroy as many as possible. Meanwhile, the action was transferred to several decades ago, when the history of this family was just beginning. One night he returned home late and saw his wife lying in bed, holding a small bundle in her hands. Tired from the stressful procedure, the woman told her husband that he could take a look at his daughter. Thus, Cheryl Cross, who had returned from yet another battle, was carefully handed a tiny baby. This child's name was Evangelina, and his wife said that she was incredibly beautiful, true to her name. Cheryl Cross still didn't understand, so he didn't answer, but the girl grabbed his armored finger. Cheryl Cross looked at the child and silently wondered, trying to understand why he felt so strange. Looking at this small, fragile creature, in whose weak body life was flickering, he did not understand why his heart was beating so fast. When he was killing monsters on the front lines, his world was incredibly simple and understandable. His life was very easy, but now everything is turned upside down. Ash addressed the survivors and demanded that they all regroup and that the rifle squad cease firing. He stated that it was necessary to shoot these rats only if they were far from the Margrave. After that, he ran to the other side of the observation wall and turned to Lucas to get his attention. He told Lucas that it was necessary to gather a detachment of the strongest guys who could stand outside the walls of the fort and save the Margrave. Lucas replied that it would be difficult to save a man who had saved them with his behavior. After this, he added that thanks to the Margrave's provocation, they could now attack the enemy with arrows and deal with him. Lucas shouted that they would destroy all the monsters and return back with the Margrave safe and sound. The gates began to open rapidly to release the strongest fighters who could withstand the horrors of battle. Lucas raised his sword before the battle with the rats and said that they would cut out this spawn and pull out their savior from there. A large number of silver warriors and ordinary soldiers joined him in the rescue operation. Ash sent prayers after them that they could reach the Margrave quickly enough. Cheryl Cross, meanwhile, had received a large number of wounds, but continued to fight despite everything. His furious attitude was beyond all influence and simply could not be broken. The rats continued to attack him one after another, but their lives were not interrupted as instantly as a flash of lightning. Cheryl Cross continued to fight a losing battle and couldn't understand why he was here. The rats continued to attack him, but he fought them off, hoping that he would have enough strength to hold out a little longer. Cheryl Cross could never understand why he did what he did at that moment. He once promised his late wife that he would meet his end at her grave, but it seems he did not even keep that word. The Margrave wondered why he was once again drawn into the battle for this damned city. The rats continued to fly at him in a continuous stream, but he fought them off one after another. After some time, he was knocked off his horse, which immediately became the victim of a huge number of rodents. Cheryl Cross spent his entire life trying to find the answer to this question, but he was never able to find it. Falling to the ground, he softened his fall with the help of his weapon and took a short break. There was only one thing he knew for sure, and that knowledge gave him the strength to continue fighting even in this situation. He rushed forward towards the huge horde of rats that rushed towards him in the hope of devouring him in an instant. All Cheryl Cross could think about at that moment were the flowers his late wife had shown him and his dear daughter. He understood perfectly well that their lives were quite fragile and could be interrupted by this cruel world at any moment. Cheryl Cross thought that these lives needed to be protected from monsters, and that was exactly what he did best. Tears came to his eyes, and he thought that these lands belonged to him and his daughter. He rushed forward with the thought that he would not allow anyone to cross the threshold of his domain. The rats fought him back mercilessly, causing him to receive more and more wounds from their sharp claws. However, the burning pain had no effect on his morale, which only made him angrier. Cheryl Cross knew full well that he could have grown at least 100 more gardens and killed at least 1,000 more monsters. However, there was also something that he could not return, even if he really wanted to. That was why he finally realized that the only thing he knew how to do was fight monsters, and that was why he would raise his spear again and again. Cheryl Cross charged at the superior enemy and continued to destroy them with his massive spear. Dozens of monsters died in a matter of seconds, but they were replaced by others who faced the same fate. Margrave Cross stood to the death, gritting his teeth, and unleashed upon his enemies all the rage that had been boiling within him all these years. However, after some time, his spear froze in the air, while warm blood continued to drip from it. He suddenly wondered why it had become so quiet and why the monsters had suddenly stopped attacking. Having caught his breath a little, He asked himself if he had already died and found himself in the afterlife. After a while, Lucas appeared next to him, calling him by name to get his attention. Lucas said that all the monsters had already been killed and the battle had ended a few minutes ago. Cheryl Cross looked at his interlocutor, and suddenly a shining glow began to envelop him. Having finally come to his senses, he saw in front of him a huge number of soldiers who surrounded him. Lucas told him that he could finally rest now, while Cheryl finally realized how bad his wounds were. He dropped the giant spear, which landed with a dull thud on the blood-soaked ground. Ash soon arrived at the mobile unit to find out what the situation was. Lucas said with sadness in his voice that, unfortunately, they were too late and did not have time to save the Margrave. Ash looked wearily at his comrades, and his gaze showed regret and sadness from accepting the inevitable. After that, he decided to look at Cheryl Cross himself, passing by the soldiers who bowed in a respectful gesture. However, as soon as he reached the place where Cheryl Cross lay, he froze in surprise. He saw how Damien was trying to help the exhausted Margrave, using all his healing magic to the maximum. Ash walked closer to him, then called out to him, looking straight into his sad eyes. Damien lowered his head and shook it briefly from side to side, making it clear that there was nothing more that could be done. Ash bit his lip slightly from the indignation and true sadness that pierced through him. He remembered that he had a high-quality potion that had dropped from the last reward chest and took it out to try and heal the Margrave. Cheryl Cross said that such a potion could not heal such wounds, and he would only suffer. Looking at him, he asked Ash to help him up since he couldn't see anything due to the weight of his armor. Cheryl Cross asked Ash if the battle was over, to which he replied that his contribution to the victory was invaluable. Looking at the wall, he sadly said that it had been broken through, but Ash stated that not a single monster had broken through into the city and the townspeople were safe. Margrave Cross said with weariness in his voice that he was very glad to hear this. After that, he turned his gaze to his comrades, looking at them for some time and not saying a word. He chuckled and asked them why they looked so sad and sorrowful, as if their toy had been taken away from them. He said that this war with monsters was one where losses were inevitable, and so it was simply his turn. He also advised them not to mourn him, but to think about themselves and rejoice in the victory and the fact that they survived. His eyes began to slowly close, even as he resisted the grip of death that came for him. With sadness in his voice, he said that it was not without reason that this city was called the City of Graves and the Fallen, because people were buried here time and time again. He added that it was only thanks to these graves that people could continue to live peacefully for at least some time. He asked Ash to make sure that there were positive things in his people's lives, no matter where they were. Ash looked at his wounded comrade accordingly and said that this wish would be fulfilled in full. He understood perfectly well that people needed hope in order to continue to live and work for the good of society. Cheryl Cross said that if anyone should die, it is those who have lost all hope. Cheryl Cross asked Ash to promise him something, and the protagonist said that he would do everything in his power to fulfill this request. Cheryl Cross said with difficulty that if his daughter ever came back here, he wanted her to know that her father was very sorry. At that moment, he remembered the last time he saw his daughter, who left him without even saying goodbye. His hands began to weaken, and he said that he wanted to give her one more thing. Cheryl Cross voiced his dying wish, which was for Evangeline to live freely the way she wanted. Ash made no mention of fulfilling this request, and Cheryl Cross apologized to his dear wife. Looking up at the sky, he said that he never fulfilled his promise about the garden. Ash extended his hand and said that he shouldn't be so critical of himself, because he was protecting this world. He also added that the Margrave did this not only now, but throughout his entire life. He sincerely stated that they were all indebted to him for what he did. Cheryl Cross didn't respond and just continued to apologize to his beloved for not doing anything. Ash realized that the Margrave had no longer heard anything that was being said to him, when suddenly he remembered something important. Without thinking twice, he put his bloody glove in his pocket and pulled out a bag of dried fruit that he had given him. Ash didn't understand why Cheryl Cross was bothering with these grapes, considering how horrible they turned out. Assuming that it was all for this moment alone, he slipped a grape to the dying old man. Cheryl Cross instinctively clenched his teeth and felt the familiar taste of dried fruit on his tongue. After some time, he began to see at least something pleasant, and he gradually floated away into oblivion. With his last breath, he said that there truly was nothing sweeter in the world than these grapes. In the last second of his life, a semblance of a smile appeared on his face, which he had long forgotten after the death of his wife. Suddenly, the tense silence was broken by a bell, which notified all people that the monster attack was over. People realized that there was no longer any need to evacuate and they could return to their homes and work. Ash continued to support the body of the deceased Cheryl Cross and reflected on how he did not understand him despite his best efforts. Cheryl Cross was a man who had lost everything defending the city, and he hated his job so much that he refused to pass it on to his successors along with the title. Ash wondered what had made him change his mind and turn back at the last moment, and what he had decided to fight and die for. Looking around, he tried to understand what kind of crazy war this was, which had no end, no edge, no meaning. Ash said it was a very heavy cross for Cheryl Cross to bear all this time, protecting these lands. Looking at his fallen comrade, he said that it was indeed very difficult. Despite this, life went on, and the victorious sun continued to shine, despite the fact that the heroes had lost a valuable and good ally. The system notified him that the wave had been reflected and he received a reward, which ended up in his inventory. She also said that the most valuable player at this level was Lucas, who made the biggest contribution to the victory. After this, the game announced that there were dead characters among the characters, and one of them was Cheryl Cross, who was here as a guest. After a while, night came, which completely washed away even the ghostly joy of victory from Ash's face. He returned home tiredly and roughly pushed the door to make it open as quickly as possible. Ader asked him anxiously if he had received any injuries, adding that he was very worried about him. Ash was covered in blood after the grueling battle, but it didn't make him any less strong to deal with Ader. The manager said that he was very worried, but he didn't have time to finish his thought because Ash grabbed him by the clothes. Immediately after that, he slammed him hard against the cabinet, and Ader asked Ash why he was acting so aggressively. Ash exhaled tensely and ordered his manager to tell him everything he knew. Ader asked him what he wanted to know, and Ash said that he understood everything perfectly well, but for some reason continued to pretend to be an idiot. He asked him again what this abnormal complexity was, which he had never encountered before. Looking back on the training, he said he had no questions because training was always like this, so he didn't pay any attention to it. Ash added that he didn't pay any attention to it even when the first wave turned out to be living armor, as he chalked it all up to his lousy luck. Here, Ash began to describe the oddities, saying that an enemy NPC suddenly appeared on the second level, capable of ordering monsters. Ash said that this had never happened before and demanded information from Ader about what he had pushed into the next level. Ash accused him of pretending to help but actually trying to put a spoke in his wheel. Ader didn't answer and tried to gather his strength to have a normal conversation with his interlocutor. He stated that he could be disbelieved, but in reality he was exclusively on his side, even though it might not seem so at first glance. Ash squeezed his throat and said that he asked him a specific question about what he had planned next and was not interested in excuses. Ader said that the necklace they received as a reward for completing the training was valuable, and that its functionality would be unlocked as a reward for the next wave. He swore that once this functionality was unlocked, Ash would understand what was going on here and all his questions would disappear. Ader said that he only had to hold out for one more level, then he would understand everything himself. He turned to the protagonist and begged him, as a gambler, to overcome all the trials. Ader also expressed his sincere hope that he will continue to fight as he does today, even when he learns the bitter truth of this crazy world. He added that he wouldn't be able to get out of here anyway, and Ash looked at him with a look full of anger and surprise. Ader smiled sadly and said that it was simply impossible to escape from this world. It was all some kind of creepy game of chess, but they still didn't understand who was moving the pieces. In the darkness of the night, an unfamiliar person who looked like a little girl suddenly came out into the moonlight. The girl wore a strange academy student uniform and looked around, trying to figure out if she had come to the right place. 3 days had passed since the successful repelling of the second wave, and flags were flying at half-mast throughout the city in mourning. A gloomy atmosphere settled over the city, which nothing could dispel due to how difficult the battle was. Ash, of course, blamed everything on Ader, who had not warned him about how crazy the difficulty was in this game. Ash was busy with various things and even got a very rare item from a chest as a reward for completing a wave. Reflecting that he had no time to grieve and needed to start preparing for the next wave, he got into the carriage and returned to the estate. The system informed him that there were 12 days and 9 hours left until the next monster attack. Ash thought about how, given the 3 days that had passed, there was only 15 days left until the next level, which was an average amount of time to catch his breath. He realized that during this time it would be possible to at least repair the wall, when suddenly he discovered something amazing on the road. As we approached the estate, it turned out that there was a strange woman standing next to the gate, armed with a giant spear. The girl looked at the approaching carriage with a stern gaze and suddenly took off with the speed of a bullet. Lucas wondered who was at the entrance when suddenly the girl appeared right next to his cart. Without thinking twice, she attacked with a giant spear, destroying the wooden doors of the carriage and nearly killing Ash. Ash raised his hands and began to scream shrilly, saying that he did not expect such a violent reaction from the stranger. The girl thought that she had only planned to damage the wheel, but now her attack had gone beyond her plan. Lucas immediately jumped out of the cab and asked his prince if he was okay while the girl continued to watch them. Immediately after that, he turned around angrily and asked the little girl how she dared to attack his highness. Pointing his sword in her direction, he said that for this she would be arrested, and now her fate would be decided by the authorities. Ash looked at this girl in surprise and said that it would be strange to hold a trial over an ordinary child who was not even 18 yet. Lucas said that one should never underestimate an enemy because of their age, since this girl clearly had special training. Ash asked him how he knew that, to which Lucas replied that she was wearing the Royal Academy uniform. He also noticed the badge, shining in the moonlight, which was a symbol of distinction for all students. Lucas wondered why the Academy student was behaving so inappropriately and what she was doing here anyway. The girl called Ash and Lucas old farts and said that she wanted to ask them first about what the hell they were doing in this house. Ash and Lucas immediately lost their temper with anger and asked her where she saw the old men, reminding her of her young age. The girl said that in fact this estate belonged to her and she had just recently returned, and then suddenly there were a lot of armed people whom she had not seen. The girl also wondered how she could know that these were not bandits or some kind of conquerors occupying foreign territories. The girl said that her behavior was quite logical, since anyone in her place would have stopped the carriage and demanded an explanation. Ash said that any normal person could use language to negotiate and ask a few questions, rather than break someone else's carriage. The girl said that this was a key rule of the academy, according to which, when in doubt, one must demonstrate strength. After that, she said that she had not planned to damage the carriage so much, so it could be written off as an unexpected loss. Without thinking twice, the girl raised her spear and asked them who they were and what they were doing in her house. She also said that the more sincere the answer, the milder their punishment will be, so it is better to answer wisely. Lucas thrust his sword into the ground and said that he was tired of listening to some empty nonsense from the lips of yesterday's graduate. He stated that the estate belonged to a local landlord and that this landlord was in person before her. The girl excitedly said that this was some kind of nonsense, since her father was the landlord of these lands. Ash and Lucas looked at each other in surprise, guessing who exactly was right in front of them. Ash became more serious and said that now he understood everything, looking closely at the girl. Before his eyes appeared the image of Cheryl Cross, who had recently been alive and walking this earth. Ash was talking about how Evangeline Cross was supposed to be in front of him, and the girl asked them if they already knew each other or not. Ash mentioned that her father had told him about her, mentally noting that one look was enough to tell whose child it was. Looking at this girl, he realized that she was very similar to him, and they had almost the same looks and eyes. After that, he noted that in the SSR rank game, she was a tall and beautiful girl, but now she looked a little strange. Ash wondered why she was so short, gesturing with his palm that she was quite short. Ash tried to figure out why everything was so different, noting that the other characters matched their prototypes that he had met before. Lucas carefully told his companion that it would be a bit rude to discuss a person's appearance right in front of him. Ash realized he had made a serious mistake and said he didn't mean anything bad, noting that there had been some misunderstanding. Evangeline stated that if his opponent had the audacity to criticize her appearance right in front of her nose, it meant he thought he was immortal. Ash said that he was not immortal at all, but this did not diminish the anger of the young warrior. She instantly made the decision to join the fight and took off her strange backpack from her back. After a few moments, the bizarre device opened up to the sides, increasing in size. It turned out that all this time, this strange metal bundle was a sliding shield. Evangeline kicked up dust with the movement of her feet and declared that she had now changed her mind. Looking at them with all her anger, she said that before she only wanted to stop the carriage and interrogate them, but now everything had become serious. Evangeline rushed into battle, and Ash noted that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree and is practically right next to each other. Remembering the angry Margrave who was ready to execute members of the imperial family, he understood that genes decide too much in our lives. Lucas stood up to defend his prince and easily repelled Evangeline's attack with his sword. Lucas advised her to immediately lower her spear, asking if she was aware of who was in front of her. Lucas claimed that she had been in contact with Ash Everblack, but Evangeline said that they not only stole people's houses, but also people's identities. Lucas tried to figure out what all this meant while Evangeline launched a sneak attack with her leg. She also said that she would never have believed in her life that this was the prince that people were talking about so much. Pointing her spear forward, she said that some man had settled in this backwater and was trying to deceive the ordinary townspeople. Lucas understood that if he didn't come up with something, then a real massacre would begin, and he was preparing to repel another attack. Evangeline launched another attack, which Lucas repelled with a quick strike using his sword. Evangeline jumped aside and said that her opponent was still capable of something and wasn't such a useless piece of trash. Lucas said that he was a graduate of the same academy that she had recently graduated from. Raising his sword, he said that he graduated from the academy as number 2 and introduced himself by name. He also mentioned that Prince Ash, who was standing behind him, was also a graduate of the academy. Lucas added that among his graduating class, Prince Ash was one of the most legendary students. Ash was delighted and asked what it all meant, demanding the most vivid and juicy details that could be given. Lucas hesitated for a moment and said that it wasn't as easy to explain as it seemed at first glance. Ash asked what he was famous for, since he stated that many members of royal blood were famous for exactly that. A little later, he said that Ash had been so skillful at avoiding studying that he had absolutely deservedly taken first place from the bottom. Evangeline said that she was now dealing with self-proclaimed academy graduates who were trying to deceive the little girl. Ash and Lucas tried to understand what this girl was trying to convey to them with her unmotivated fits of rage. After that, she angrily clutched her spear, stating that she also wanted to introduce herself. She then looked at them angrily and said that she was the top graduate of Class 375 named Evangeline Cross. As she charged into battle, she said she wanted to show respect for her colleagues, implying that she did not consider them real alumni. Lucas grabbed his weapon and prepared to engage in another round of combat with this high-ranking tank. The blows began to ring loudly in the air, causing the surrounding people to wake up at such a late hour. Lucas and Evangeline continued to fight with increasing bitterness due to the fact that neither of them could gain the upper hand in this fight. Ash watched this battle, realizing that it was an incredibly spectacular fight, since both characters were super competent fighters. He noted that the fight between the geniuses was on a completely different level when compared to any other opponents. However, he quickly came to the conclusion that this had to be ended somehow and tried to shout at them to stop. With a confident and charismatic grin, he said that, apparently, there had been a misunderstanding and everything simply needed to be discussed. Lucas and Evangeline didn't react to his words, continuing to fight as if nothing had happened, destroying everything in their path. Ash asked them if they were listening to him at all, but they also didn't give him a second of attention with words. Looking at both of them, he realized that they had no time for this now, because these were two completely absorbed in the battle with each other, which could be quite dangerous. Ash noted that in such fights, there needed to be a third person who would have to step in and separate the fighters, and in this case, he was the only third person here. Taking a few steps forward, he assumed that a normal attack would be enough, as he simply needed to disrupt their concentration in the battle and draw attention to himself. Continuing to walk towards the fighting knights, he realized that a light slap with his glove would do, because the blow would be very weak. Once behind Evangeline, he shouted that it was time to strike the prince, surprising the naive girl. Evangeline managed to put up a shield, but Ash successfully carried out an attack, touching her protective equipment with his fist. Luck favored our hero again, and the random damage generator gave the maximum 777 units out of 777 possible. The system also congratulated him on getting the maximum result without spending so many attempts. Ash looked at his hand sadly, wondering why he seemed to get lucky when he shouldn't have. Evangeline looked in surprise at the prince's hand, from which a mysterious energy suddenly began to emanate, ready to explode at any moment. A few moments later, an incredible beam of energy pierced the sky and sent the unfortunate girl on a long flight. Ash's mouth dropped open in incredible surprise, trying to understand how everything had come to such a sad result. Looking at the solid concrete wall, they immediately noticed that a huge hole had formed in it, as if a freight train had just passed through it. Lucas praised Ash, saying that it was a truly amazing hit, and asked how he managed to achieve something like that. However, he immediately corrected himself and added that he had a more important thing he wanted to ask about. Looking at his comrade, he asked how he could do that to a child, and Ash immediately began to justify himself, saying that he didn't mean to. The blow was so powerful that the weapon Evangeline was using was destroyed and shattered into pieces. Ash and Lucas exchanged glances, and then one of them asked the other what he thought about the girl's chances of survival. When Evangeline was younger, the monsters were still as active as before and attacked the city quite often. Her mother always came into her room during every such night to make sure she was not afraid. The mother said she needed to know if her little girl was crying from fear because of monsters, and she smiled every time. Evangelina already knew the truth then, which was that the only one who was afraid was her mother because she was very worried. Evangelina added without crying that Dad had always defeated monsters, so she saw no reason to doubt his success. Evangelina's mother smiled and said that it was hard to argue with such words, and that her daughter, as always, was right about everything. After some time, Evangeline realized that her mother was not afraid of the appearance of monsters, or that her father would not return from another foray. Mom was also very worried that one day her daughter would also have to go out onto the bloody battlefield and fight monsters, risking her life. Evangelina, meanwhile, came to her senses, looking around and trying to figure out where she had ended up and how many of her ribs were still intact. Quite quickly, she recognized the familiar outlines of the room in which she had lived long ago. She leaned back on the pillow, thinking about how the smell of this room seemed terribly familiar to her. She also felt a ray of sunshine falling on her face, warming her in these difficult times. After some time, the door most likely opened, and an unknown figure immediately entered the room. Evangelina realized that she urgently needed to pretend to be asleep so that no one would catch her. She turned away as quickly as possible so as not to meet the gaze of the man she didn't really want to see right now. Ash cautiously entered the room, but found that Evangeline was no longer asleep, and he realized that there was no point in being quiet. Immediately after this, he picked up a chair and began to drag it loudly across the floor, making a rather unpleasant creaking sound. He moved the chair as close as he could and sat down on it, looking closely at Evangeline, who continued to pretend to be asleep. Evangelina assumed that her father had come to see her and said that 3 years had passed, asking how he had been doing. Ash didn't answer, and then Evangeline said that he didn't have to say anything, since it was clear to her that he was probably enjoying hunting monsters. Having said this, she reflected that this was not quite what she wanted to start a conversation with after a long separation. Ash apologized to Evangeline, saying that he was not her father and that she had been mistaken in assuming that he had come to her. Evangeline immediately opened her eyes wider, surprised by the voice she heard instead of the one she expected. She wondered in her mind who this man was and where her weapon, which she had come to rely on, had gone. Looking at her hand, she suddenly discovered that it was almost completely wrapped in bandages, which meant that she had been seriously injured somewhere. Ash said that she apparently hadn't recovered yet, since the blow was too powerful, even though he didn't mean for it to be. Evangeline looked at him, and fragments of memories flashed through her mind, capturing their conflict. She also recalled how he dealt her a powerful blow that knocked her out, leaving behind a huge number of fractures. Pointing at him, she said that the old fart from yesterday was in front of her, to which Ash replied that he was not an old fart at all. Evangeline Cross accused him of pretending to be a pathetic old man, while in reality he was a powerful fighter who could knock out anyone. Ash yelled sadly at her, saying that he didn't realize how many times he needed to be told that he was not old and was young at heart. Realizing that this was all a pointless farce, he said it was time to introduce himself and told her his full name and imperial title. Evangeline looked at him in surprise, wondering if he was still talking such nonsense. After that, she stated that if Prince Ash was in front of her, then she was the great book. Evangeline asked him if he wanted to bow to royalty, but Ash pulled out his ID. Evangeline looked at the document and made a long, surprised sound, not believing her own eyes. Holding the royal family's insignia, she said she couldn't believe it was actually a prince standing in front of her. Ash angrily told her that he had given her his name and title several times already, but she still didn't believe him. Evangeline turned sharply towards him and said that she was a fan of his, asking for his autograph. Ash signed the paper and handed it to her, saying that he didn't quite understand what the value of his autograph was. He also wondered why she even fangirled over someone like him, despite him being the Empire's main rebel. Evangeline said that this was exactly how it was, and that Prince Ash was a crazy rebel and the biggest scumbag in the imperial family. Ash asked her why she liked a man who acted like that, to which she replied that she too had rebelled against her father. After that, she happily said that Ash was much cooler, because he was a piece of trash that was tarnishing the reputation of the royal family, and also a diamond. She decided to tell her story, saying that she ran away from home to escape her idiotic father and entered the Royal Academy on her own. She also noted with regret that it turned out that everyone there trained all day long, and she had to resign herself and forget about her rebellion so that she wouldn't be kicked out of there. Ash mused that this was most likely the case, since Evangeline was not just a model student, but a real diamond. Thanks to her genius, she graduated from the Royal Academy in just 3 years, becoming the best in her class, although it usually took 6 years. Evangeline continued that the most rebellious thing she could do was not to contact her father during her entire training period. After that, she told me that Ash's story was remarkable, because even being the son of the Emperor himself, he managed to become famous as a notorious brute. She reminded him that his creativity changed the headlines every day, as he either created a fountain of gold or some other nonsense. Evangelina sincerely stated that he was her idol, and she looked up to him in matters of rebellion and outrageousness. The main character reflected on what seemed to him to be wildness, that despite his disgusting behavior, he was still an idol for someone. Evangelina looked at him with a smile and asked where her good-for-nothing dad had gone. She chuckled and said that she wanted to follow Ash's example and put her evil ideas into action, expressing hope that her father would not hide. Ash looked at her calmly and asked in a sad voice if she had heard any news about what had happened here. Evangelina paused and asked what news they were talking about, noting that she had just graduated from the academy and knew nothing. Ash remained silent, not saying a single word, and clenched his fists to find the strength to tell the girl the truth. Evangelina felt that something was wrong here and carefully asked her interlocutor if something had happened to her father. Ash apologized to her for not informing her properly and for her having to learn the information firsthand. After a short pause, he said that her father, Cheryl Cross, had died tragically a few days ago. Ash added that it happened during a battle with monsters, and noted that he lived a worthy life and protected the city again. Remembering Cheryl Cross's heroic sacrifice, Ash said that he died a hero's death and earned his place in the Alley of Heroes. Ash also added that Cheryl Cross worked all his life, so he received, at the very least, the Queen's Medal for Honor and Bravery. Evangelina did not respond to this and remained silent for a while, trying to accept this difficult truth. She chuckled and said that she was going to be a bad girl when suddenly her father decided to run away and get rid of the responsibility that was on him. Evangeline recalled that he always said that he was most likely lying when he fought monsters, and now he really was dead. Looking at her bandaged hands, she said with sadness in her voice that she had not even had time to throw out all the anger that had accumulated during this time. Ash asked her for forgiveness and said that he is the current lord of these lands and gives orders during the battle. He also added that he was responsible for what was happening, and if she wanted, she could take out her anger on him to make it easier for her. Evangeline suspiciously asked if he was really Prince Ash, after which he asked her why she was interested in this. Evangeline said that the Prince Ash she knew didn't think about others and did what he wanted, because he was the most common scumbag. Ash looked down and said that she should stop calling him a scumbag, especially considering he was only a few meters away from her. Evangelina said that she was grateful to him anyway for the care he had shown her. Ash opened the door to the room and said that if she needed anything, there were servants outside the door who would be at her disposal. Evangeline stopped the protagonist, addressing him by his imperial title to attract his attention. Ash looked at her and she apologized for what happened yesterday, adding that she was very sorry that the carriage and everything got damaged. Ash smiled and said that there was no problem with that, and their conflict had been completely resolved yesterday. After this, he recommended that she rest and close the door, leaving the young warrior alone with her sad thoughts. He then met with Ader, who said that he should know Evangeline's age as it was important. The manager informed her that she would be turning 16 this year, and Ash noted with surprise that she was very young and only 2 years younger than Damien. Ader reminded him that Evangeline was originally scheduled to appear in the game somewhere between 2 and 3 years from now. He also said that in this version of events and given the circumstances, it appeared much earlier than it should have. Ash scratched his chin and said that now he understood why she looked completely different than in the game. Lost in thought, he thought that in 2 years one could significantly increase in height, because nowadays children grow very quickly, as if they were consuming something special. After that, he looked at Evangeline's system stats and noted that her agility was high despite being a tank. He thought with delight that this was to be expected from the best tank in the game. The characteristics were simply amazing. However, after some time, he discovered a strange feature called clumsiness and tried to remember if there was such a feature in the game. He realized that the ability to be clumsy was that, due to immaturity or inexperience, the character might sometimes make mistakes. Ash understood that the appearance of such a strong character ahead of schedule was a good, albeit problematic characteristic that could very well put a spoke in the wheels. However, he understood that for a man of his age this was quite expected, because girls at 16 years old need to play and have fun, and not fight on the battlefield. Suddenly, a strange pressure system appeared before his eyes, addressing him as a brother. Ash felt a sharp deterioration in his condition and tried to understand what was happening here, and his eyes began to twitch. Ader conveyed the meaning of the incident and asked if he wanted to add Evangeline to his main squad. Ash looked up at Ader in surprise and tried to gather his strength to answer normally, but he didn't succeed right away. Ader asked him if he was going to invite Evangeline, as she could be a very powerful comrade who could help on the battlefield. Ash looked down and said that it would be a mistake to think that he didn't want to get involved with this superpowered character. He understood that the opportunity to obtain the two rarest characters on the 3rd level was a fate that could only be read. However, he remembered the Margrave's words, which said that he wanted his daughter to get out of here alive and well, and to be able to live happily. Ash eventually made a promise to his comrade that he would pass on Cheryl Cross's last words to his daughter and allow her to live freely. Cheryl Cross really wanted her to live her life the way she wanted, on her own, and not have her family's curse on her shoulders. Ash knew full well that his comrade's last wish was to spare his daughter from this terrible burden. After some thought, Ash said that he would keep his word and let her choose exactly what she wanted. Eider looked at the protagonist's face and noted that it was difficult to tell from his appearance that he was saying this from the heart. Eider also suggested that they at least try to keep her at any cost, since it would be a shame to lose them, to which Ash replied that he would be very sorry if she refused. He also said that he would not compromise his principles for the sake of profit and would follow them until the very end. Eider suggested that Ash was able to beat the game on Hell difficulty solely because he completely abandoned his moral principles. Ash said that it was true, but if he kept going like this, he would never get better, and he wanted to be better than yesterday, every new day. Eider sternly noted that the protagonist's principles could turn into a heavier burden for him, which could even destroy him. Ash said he didn't care, musing that he wasn't a saint, but he had no intention of turning into a monster. Even in this reality, human life was worth a penny, but he still wanted to remain a man with high moral principles. He advised the manager to keep an eye on the other warrior, reminding him that she was going through puberty and could do something outrageous. Ader said that he would follow these orders with the utmost responsibility, after which he again turned to his lord. He said that the matter was about Evangeline's equipment and spear, and Ash immediately began to glance at him nervously, wondering what news might come out. Ader said that according to preliminary estimates, these were items of the highest rank, and they are now beyond restoration. Ash realized with horror that these items were incredibly expensive and high quality, but now they were irretrievably lost. Ader smiled and said that they could get some new items for her, since there were some high-quality mana cores left over from the last visit. Ash looked at his manager with a specific look and said that he used all the cores to improve the turrets. His hands began to shake, and he said he could offer her his gloves since they might be of equivalent rank. But Eider shook his head. Ash closed his eyes tensely, trying to figure out what he could do to get out of this difficult situation. He slammed the table loudly and ordered the manager to call the squad together as quickly as possible. After that, he said that we need to go for mana cores, knowing full well that it was time to make another visit to the dungeon. After some time, his best fighters found themselves in the backyard of the estate, where the entrance to the kingdom under the lake was located. After examining all the participants, he said that they had not gathered for a long time and expressed the hope that everyone had had a good rest during this time. Almost all of the fighters, except Lily, looked fresh, rested, and brimming with readiness to go into the dungeon again. Lily, with tears in her eyes, began to wring her hands and asked why she had been given this cruel lot in the dungeon again. She grabbed Ash by the cloak and reminded him that he had promised to recruit new recruits, but he replied that they were just regular mercenaries. These mercenaries were of the most ordinary rank, and although they would improve over time, carrying them around right now would be fraught with consequences. Ash knew that if there had been a decent specimen among them, he wouldn't have worried about this at all, but unfortunately, luck had turned away from him. Evangeline stepped out of the shadows and asked what this gathering was, drawing the attention of all the other members of the squad. Ash looked up in surprise, trying to understand why the child was not sleeping at such a time and was wandering around the night estate. Evangeline approached them, trying to find out for what purpose such great heroes had gathered together and something about the stones. Lily turned her gaze to this girl and asked the protagonist who she was and what she was doing here at such a late hour. Ash introduced the girl, saying that most of them were probably seeing her for the first time and called her the only daughter of Margrave Cross. Hearing this information, Damien and Lily bowed their heads respectfully, and their faces showed genuine sadness. Jupiter paid a military honor and condolences for Evangeline's loss, saying that her father was an outstanding man who gave his life for a good cause. Evangeline responded with a mirrored gesture of gratitude for the concern, but said that she nevertheless felt completely fine. After that, she asked them with interest where they were going, and Ash realized that she was drawn by teenage curiosity. He decided not to lie and said that they were heading to the dungeon, but Evangeline said that she did not see any entrances to the dungeon here yet. After thinking for a while, she wondered if there really was a dungeon under the lake, and Ash asked her how she knew that. Evangeline said she thought it was all a lie because she had heard rumors that someone was trying to break in. Smiling creepily, she said that usually those who ended up in this dungeon never returned and remained there forever. Ash smiled and said that if that was true, it was only partly true, since they had already been there several times and returned. Evangeline looked at him with genuine trust and asked if he was trying to deceive her at that moment. She wondered if there really were underground tunnels here, something that even her family, who had owned this land for generations, knew nothing about. Ash explained that her family most likely knew about it, but just didn't say anything to save themselves from unnecessary trouble. Evangeline ran away and did not have time to properly apply the knowledge needed for the heir, so if the secret of the kingdom was passed down in her family, she had not yet reached it. After that, he turned around and said that she could not believe them, but it would not change anything, when suddenly Evangeline said that she also wanted to go with them. Ash looked at her in surprise, and she asked him to take a closer look since she was the best graduate of the academy in her year. After that, she said that if there really was a dungeon under the lake, she wanted to see it with her own eyes. She also added that she is now a member of a family whose parents died in battle with the monster, so she deserves the right to know what's inside. Ash looked at her sadly and thought that this was why he didn't want to drag her into this pointless conflict with the monsters. After all, this was the wish of the late father, who in his life tried once again to save this city. Ash asked her if she was able to cope with the horrors of the dungeons, to which Evangeline replied that she felt fine and had fully recovered. Ash inquired about her emotional state, adding that they needed to go with a cool head. Evangelina said that if she sat at home she would go crazy, so she better do something useful. After that, she decisively asked him if he was ready to take her with him in the squad, and after a few seconds, Ash agreed. Lily instantly perked up and watched the events unfold, hoping that he would agree and finally give her the opportunity not to go to this hell. Ash told Lily that she could stay here, and she immediately screamed in joy, raising her hands up. After some time, the squad was regrouped, and now, thanks to the synergy of the knights, the defense of each squad member was increased by 20%. Ader prepared basic weaponry for Evangeline, and she stated that she had wielded such weapons as a child, noting that it brought back memories. Smiling, Ash said that they should move out and asked the squad if they were ready to enter the portal. Lucas and the rest of the squad nodded silently, showing incredible determination and readiness to fight the horrors. Ash raised his hand up to activate the portal, promising Evangeline that he would tell her all the information she needed on the way there. Evangelina looked at the magical miracle with genuine surprise, admitting that she had never seen anything like it before. Ash smiled and said that now he would show her where the dog was buried under the family estate, taking a step toward the shimmering portal. During the system loading, he gave advice to be careful when talking to NPCs, as depending on the choice, they can either help or be enemies. Ash realized that he had finally heard some useful advice, and a few moments later, the entire squad was transported to the designated point. They found themselves in a dried-up sewer that had been cleared out during the previous expedition. Lucas asked the commander why they were here again, since they had already passed this place before. Ash explained that the reason was that there was a new member of the squad, and they needed to test her ability to work in a team in a simple location. Lucas asked in surprise if the monsters were really reappearing in already cleared areas, to which Ash replied that that was exactly how it happened. After the defensive round, the monsters in the dungeons would respawn again, and thanks to this, you could endlessly farm items and experience for your characters. Usually, in the case of newcomers, the squad was divided into two groups, one of which went further, defeated bosses, completing tasks in accordance with the level. The other group returned to already explored areas to level up and get items. Ash said that they would not split into groups and would all return there together to give the new guy a chance to level up and work as a team. After a few moments, Evangeline pinched her nose, letting everyone know that the smell in here left much to be desired. A few minutes later, she began to empty the contents of her stomach, with Jupiter keeping an eye on her, ready to help if needed. Lucas said that babies always get sick from teleportation, and Evangeline once again called him a joker who was making up some nonsense. Lucas responded with mirror-like taunts, considering her age and height, suggesting that she take a baby bucket with her. Ash thought that the process of establishing teamwork would be greatly complicated by these two bullies who were constantly showing off in front of each other. After some time, they decided to temporarily put aside the axe of war and went further through the sewers. Evangeline carefully said that the dungeon really did exist, and asked how he knew about it if she hadn't been told anything. Ash chuckled, thinking that he had already prepared an answer to this question and was glad that he was so smart, brilliant, and cool. He said, his charming eyes flashing, that the mighty emperor must have had his reasons for sending him here. Lucas and Evangeline instantly believed the story, and Ash was glad that he was able to convince them so easily. Ash noted that having a title is really nice and saves a lot of unnecessary trouble, because you can just get a badge and the job is done. The main character mentally thanked his character's father for existing and producing such a descendant. As they walked further, they found themselves in complete darkness and decided to light torches to light their way. Evangeline waved the hot stick, wondering why it was so dark in here, and then a note of fear entered her voice. Ash recommended that she get used to such conditions, adding that darkness was the only constant thing in the entire dungeon. Smiling, he said that if she was afraid, they could go back, but Evangeline began to put on a brave face and declared that it was all nonsense. The system notified them that they had entered an abandoned sewer, noting that 4 normal rooms needed to be cleared. The detachment continued moving, periodically looking around to avoid being caught off guard. After a while, they came to the entrance of the room, and Ash said that they would finally be able to find out what kind of monsters lived here. The first thing they encountered was a giant pile of stones, which turned out to be a living creature, ready to destroy all intruders. The giant stone golem took several steps forward, each of which was accompanied by a loud roar and shook the ground. Evangeline was very surprised by the sudden appearance of such a giant in this sewer and prepared to enter the battle. Ash also looked at the stone giant and realized that in the next waves they would be attacked by golems of different types and ranks. The rest of the squad moved closer to form a united front against the giant enemy. The system notified the protagonist of the need to destroy the stone golems, of which there were 4 in this room. Ash thought that this was quite a difficult opponent, and the battle promised to be nothing but trouble. He noted that there were at least not that many golems, although their size was of no small importance in this situation. Evangeline gripped her weapon tighter and prepared to fight, but suddenly began to hesitate a little. Ash watched her and mused that she had probably never been in a real battle before, so she was nervous. To encourage the squad, he clapped his hands and said that now they knew what kind of enemy they would face. He addressed his comrades, recommending that they prepare for battle and adding that the battle would not be the most difficult. Evangeline rushed into battle, declaring that it was time to launch a decisive attack on this giant monster. The magical golem, whose consciousness was programmed only to destroy all people in sight, raised his hand to counterattack. Evangeline put up an operational shield to block the attack of an enemy that was several dozen times larger than her. She felt a powerful force coming from the golem and said that this opponent was quite formidable. After a while, she jumped back to avoid pushing her luck and decided to attack from the other flank. Using the physical damage absorption skill, she expressed surprise, asking if this was the rock monster's strength. After charging her weapon with increased damage, she said it was now her turn to attack. Rushing forward, she declared that it didn't matter to her how big the enemy was, because the bigger they were, the louder they fell. After that, she decided to use her second skill, which reflected the damage received when absorbing. Ash also thought that she was now more like the best tank in the game, and that this was her signature skill, a combination of defense and attack. Immediately after this, the girl rushed forward at the remaining golems, who had not shown much activity before. The character's first skill recorded the damage dealt to her while in a defensive stance, and then released it with her second skill. While Ash was thinking about the limits of the damage absorbed, something terrible happened. Evangeline activated her ability. The system notified the protagonist that the elasticity characteristic had been activated, causing Evangeline to lose the initiative. Ash grabbed his face in horror, realizing that if he didn't do something, this could turn out very badly. He nervously shouted to his allies to help Evangeline, as she was not to be seriously injured under any circumstances. Damien, Jupiter, and Lucas rushed to destroy the golems, and they had quite an effective combination. After that, the next entry into the dungeons went on as usual, and the monsters fell one after another despite their strong bodies. Evangeline tried to make amends for the incident with the awkward fall, rushed into battle stronger than anyone else, but did not always manage to reach the enemy. After some time, the system notified that the depleted sewer zone had been cleared and they were now entitled to a reward. The heroes looked around to make sure there were no secret rooms left. Ash mused that this area was too easy, and even calling it training was a stretch, since enemies appeared here too quickly. After that, he said that when everyone had warmed up, it was time to move on to a more difficult zone, and recommended that they take a breather and get ready. Evangeline continued to follow her boss, seeing places around her that were like nothing she had seen before. Looking at the nooks and crannies, she asked him what kind of place it was, to which he replied that he was exploring this area for the first time and had never been there before. Rushing forward, he cherished the hope that they would be able to find a couple of cores here, because the time had come for the group under the lake. However, they decided to take a little rest before going into the second zone, as it was dangerous to go into such places unprepared and unrested. Although the first zone was relatively easy, clearing it required forces that needed to be restored. Ash noticed Lucas and Evangeline competing to see who could eat their lunch the fastest, and concluded that Lucas still had some energy left for such things. The fire gradually flared up, sending small sparks into the endless darkness, which hopelessly disappeared into it. Ash turned to Damien and asked how he was feeling, to which Damien replied that he wasn't tired at all. Suddenly, he took a gun out of his inventory, handed it to Damien, and said that he should take it for himself. Damien looked at the weapon he received in surprise, which was a sample of a magical ranged weapon with good characteristics. Ash remembered that he had gotten the gun from a chest in one of the rooms, and noted that it was as powerful as a real gun. As a result, this device had high damage, but a large spread and extremely low ammunition, so the weapon was not popular. However, if such a weapon is given to a character with a 100% chance of hitting, the picture changes dramatically. Ash said that the weapon should be used as a backup, while Damien stated that the rifle was much heavier than the crossbow. Ash smiled, thinking about how in the future Damien would be carrying around 5 or 6 of these rifles, since that was the only way to make up for the lack of ammo. In order to prevent a shortage, he gave orders to the blacksmiths in his free time to prepare for work with firearms. In the game, a character could only be equipped with one weapon, but before a campaign in reality, no one forbade carrying several at once. Damien thanked Ash for such a generous gift, promising that he would take care of the weapon as if it were his own daughter. Ash realized that they had rested enough and took the lantern, which continued to shine as if nothing had happened. Looking at Lucas and Evangeline, he asked them how they were going to eat and found that their mouths were full. After some time, the system notified him that they had entered the second zone, where they had to destroy 4 regular rooms and one one-room room. Ash and his team took a few steps, and from the increased light of the lantern, he realized that beyond lay impenetrable darkness. This darkness didn't scare Ash much, and he said that it was time to clear the next area of the underground city and earn trophies. With these words, they cautiously rushed forward, holding their torches in their hands, which drove away the terrible darkness that tried to envelop and engulf them. At this rate, the group cautiously advanced, making up most of the Lake Kingdom, without encountering a single ray of light. Ash reflected on how when he played the character in the game, the darkness didn't really scare him. Now, when he himself walked in this darkness, not seeing more than a meter around himself, he felt incredible tension, because this was the refuge of monsters. Looking around, he realized that here you could never predict from which corner a golem the size of a house might jump out. Fate once again ironically mocked the main character, and they were indeed attacked by several giant golems. Ash and Evangeline began to scream loudly, not expecting to meet such a gigantic and complex opponent in front of them. The huge mechanisms began to make a terrible loud sound and move, and the golem itself released a gigantic amount of steam. To remove the steam, huge pipes were built into his head. The mechanical golem itself, being a level 15 elite creature, had a giant eye that struck terror into the ears of its enemies. Ash thought about how in this car you couldn't tell the alleys, whether you were in a corridor or had already entered a room with monsters. Meanwhile, the giant golem rushed forward, hoping to crush the pathetic humans with a few blows. Lucas rushed forward, declaring that he would take on this opponent and prepared for an unequal fight. He immediately drew his sword and launched a counterattack aimed at the mechanical golem's giant claw. Ash tried to warn his friend, saying that this enemy never attacks alone. A few moments later, the mechanisms began to break down, and another mechanical golem ran into the arena, ready to take revenge on its comrade. Evangeline rushed forward, declaring that she would not stand aside either and would help her allies. Once she was close to the golem, she raised her shield to block the powerful attack. Feeling incredible tension, the girl said that this opponent was much stronger than those who came before him. Ash thanked the gods that he had both Evangeline and Lucas on his team, as it was a great opportunity to think of a plan while the knights were stalling for time. After all, it was the only role he could fill in the squad, so he turned to Jupiter and Damien to demand that they focus their fire on the first golem. Ash understood that even though both Lucas and Evangeline were knights, Lucas was much more focused on dealing damage than blocking. He also gave a command to Evangeline, stating that she should hold off this golem with all her might and go into deep defense. Monsters of this size usually appeared in small groups, but each of them possessed phenomenal strength. Ash knew that this monster had an elite title, so fighting one-on-one was not an option that suited them at all. He turned to Lucas, telling him that he was to knock the enemy down, and Lucas confirmed that he had accepted the order. After that, they took a few steps back to prepare for a powerful attack. Rushing forward, Lucas slipped under the mechanical golem's feet and delivered a quick blow aimed at its knee. The mechanical golem did not have time to react to such swift blows and felt his leg give way, causing him to fall to the ground. Ash said that Jupiter should aim for the armor on the golem's chest, as destroying it would expose the mana core inside. Jupiter declared that such a task would be easy for her, and directed lightning bolts straight at the designated point. The golem lowered its creepy eye and discovered a huge crack in its chest from which electricity was coming out. Jupiter said angrily that it looked like it would take more than one blow to damage the creature. Ash noted that this kind of damage would be enough, while Damien quickly aimed his rifle. Ash studied the crack carefully and realized that even the best sniper would be able to make such a gap in the enemy's defense. Damien took aim and prepared to fire a powerful energy blast at his opponent's critical point. After a while, he pulled the trigger and the rifle jerked back, causing the muzzle to jerk upward. Ash caught the sniper, who was thrown back due to the massive recoil the weapon had. Damien was surprised by how the rifle was behaving, but Ash said that it was nothing to worry about. He asked Damien how he was feeling, to which he replied that he was fine and inquired about the fate of the golem. Ash smiled and recommended that he take a look for himself to make sure the rifle was a great choice. Damien looked closely at the golem he had shot and discovered that its body had been fatally damaged. Lucas fixed his hair, saying that this time he had to sweat to defeat these metal monsters. Ash noted that it was an elite monster, possessing much greater strength than a normal golem. He was surprised that the difficulty had increased so much, assuming that the second zone would mostly involve battles with a small number of elite creatures. Evangeline continued to hold off her opponent, wondering if they were having a picnic since she was still busy blocking damage. Ash immediately came to his senses and said that her blocking was so silent that he almost forgot that there was a monster here. Ash noted that he would fix everything and ordered his soldiers to get to work as quickly as possible. Things got a lot easier from there, as every time they moved out wide and prepared for the golems to appear, the surprise effect wore off. Our hero also fell for a mimic who disguised himself as a treasure center and wanted to eat a person. Ash wondered if he could lie to his commander that he had deliberately walked into this trap to test its effectiveness. Looking at their faces and the smiles that spread from ear to ear, he realized that at least they had a good laugh at the expense of their carelessness and stupidity. After that, they rushed on, looking around to avoid the enemies that appeared there. Lucas started to climb the obstacle when suddenly his hand hit something liquid and unpleasant. He informed his comrades that something was taking shape here and was trying to push his hand out to prevent him from getting out. Turning around, he said that this was probably a sign that they should follow the path and not try to turn into other zones. Damien noted with some disappointment that they wouldn't be able to explore much if they always had to go down the alley. When they approached one of the tasks, they discovered that the doors were boarded up and not a single sound was being made inside. Jupiter approached the boarded-up shutters and said that all these houses were sealed with magical spells that were not so easy to open. Damien assumed that someone was trying to hide from what was happening around them and wondered what it all meant. Ash said they were most likely wrong because the houses were boarded up from the outside, not the inside. After a short pause, he added that, apparently, Someone really did not want to let whatever was in these houses escape. Damien wondered what was in there, and Ash replied that he had no idea and they wouldn't be able to check it anyway. After that, he said that they needed to move on, and Damien turned around in fear towards his comrades, trying not to lag behind even a step. After some time, the progress of clearing the second zone approached the end, as the heroes had 2 rooms left to clear. Ash wondered ahead if there was a passage to the next room where their enemies were supposed to be waiting for them. Looking around, they realized that they had come out onto a fairly large square, where, at first glance, it was impossible to see anyone. However, he advised all his comrades to be on their guard if they wanted to encounter golems in this darkness. Evangelina pointed to the fountain in the square, noting that, unfortunately, it was completely dry, but a statue was visible on it. Coming closer, they examined the statue with the help of a torch and discovered that in front of them was most likely a king who once ruled these lands. Ash mentally asked himself why the statues on the sides of this monument were destroyed, but only the king remained intact despite everything. Damien discovered something very surprising and turned to his comrades to have a look at it too. It showed an unusual shimmer that stood out brightly in the impenetrable darkness. Taking a closer look, the heroes discovered that it was some kind of strange light, which could be either a harmless guide or a cruel spirit. Ash looked closely at the light in the dungeon, which did not come from torches or lamps, but was of natural origin. Damien suggested that there might be a person there, and Ash said that they could check it out, after which he recommended that everyone keep their weapons ready. Ash and his friends hoped that they would be able to prepare for various misfortunes and took a few steps forward. Ash thought that in a city full of monsters, there was only one thing that could be more frightening than these monsters. That thing was a man, since no one in their right mind would live here of their own free will unless they were some kind of deranged villain. Lucas held his sword tightly, so that if necessary he could instantly rush at the source of the threat and cut it to pieces. Ash tried to figure out who could be hiding there, because any mistake could lead to the end of the game, which he did not want. As they got closer, they discovered the remains of a huge number of golems with oil leaking out of them, causing it to burst into blue flames. Ash took a few steps forward and finally became convinced that what lay before him were the fragments of dead golems. Noticing a silhouette in the distance, he assumed that a man had single-handedly dealt with such a large army of serious opponents. Moomin quietly turned towards them and said that she didn't expect them to get to the court in such a short time. She stated that they were serious about exploring the site if they were able to get to the court safe and sound. Ash looked at her in surprise, after which the girl met his gaze, which, as before, was full of indifference. Ash and his comrades remained vigilant and asked her what she was going to do here. Ash couldn't figure out who this NPC was, considering he had never met her in 742 attempts. Moomin said that she came here to relax since the kingdom under the lake was quite boring if they wanted to know. After that, she reached into the pockets of her coat and said that if they had come this far, they deserved to see something interesting. Lucas, Evangeline, and the other fighters immediately took a confident stance to respond to a surprise attack if Moomin attacked them. However, Moomin pulled out a huge red bag from her cloak, which she managed to hold with one hand. Immediately after that, she laid it out on the floor, and our heroes saw a huge number of shiny artifacts of great value. Moomin extended her hand and said that they could feel free to come over and choose the goods, noting that she only had the best prices. Ash asked her in surprise if she was an NPC merchant, to which Moomin replied that she didn't know what an NPC was, but she was definitely a merchant. Sitting up, she said that there was a promotion that day, and any purchase included a gift, and there was also a 30% discount on the first purchase. She warned them not to click their beaks, or they would miss out on the limited supply. Looking seriously at the recognizing heroes, she said that the discount was only valid on that day, so they had to plan their choice wisely. Ash still couldn't believe that such a mysterious character who was destroying golems left and right was a merchant. After this, he sat down near her and said that he would take a look at her goods, trying to find out what she had for sale. Moomin said that here were the things that she found while wandering around the kingdom under the lake, and they were very rare, as they were impossible to get in the human world. Ash looked at the artifacts, noting that there was indeed an excellent selection here, surpassing even the best offerings from human merchants. Ash asked her what he could pay with, to which she replied that outside world money had no value here, meaning she would accept the core's payment. She also revealed that she could accept payment in the form of magic stones, and Ash noted that this was not surprising. Ash realized that, unfortunately, He had sold all the magic stones he had, and now he had none left. Looking at these things, he realized that, unfortunately, they were all as unattainable as the stars, because he didn't have that much currency. After emptying his pockets, he handed all the stones he had received to Moomin and asked her what he could expect in exchange. Moomin carefully assessed the gems that were offered to her and said that, frankly speaking, they were rather mediocre. After that, she announced that as an incentive, she would allow them to choose one item as a small bonus. Ash eagerly asked if he could choose any item from the list, to which Moomin replied in the affirmative. Ash looked carefully at the assortment of goods, thinking about what he should choose in this situation. Jupiter said that if she could eat this 100-year-old ginseng, she would become at least 10 years younger. Ash stated that he did not understand her hints, thereby making it clear that he did not intend to spend money on such a thing. Lucas approached our hero and asked him what he thought of the boots, after which Ash noted that they had a good acceleration effect. Lucas added that these boots would be perfect for His Highness, as they would make it easier for him to escape from danger. Ash mentally called Lucas a brat, even though he knew he was offering the boots out of concern for his safety. However, he realized that he was not the main link in the battle, so he did not need it, and noticed how Damien looked at the potion brewer. Damien said that if such a thing were placed in the temple, it would be much easier to treat wounded soldiers. Ash realized that the advice was useful, and that making healing potions would make their lives much easier. However, potions were already sold in abundance in the outside world, and it would be unwise to waste the opportunity on this item. After that, he turned to Evangeline and asked her what she thought about these artifacts. Evangeline explained that she was only a temporary member of the group, so she wasn't particularly interested in the equipment. She also stated that the only exception was the top-quality spears that her teachers gave her, and which would last her the rest of her life. Ash immediately remembered the fate of the spear and shield, which were destroyed by a powerful blow from random gloves. Ash immediately approached Moomin and said that he needed to get a spear and shield, to which the girl replied that she had one set. After rummaging through the chests a bit, she offered him Ace's spear and shield, each of which had good defense and attack stats. Ash thought about it being the perfect combination of features and design, knowing that this was exactly what he wanted. However, he was immediately faced with the depressing fact that this was the only set and he could only choose one item. Ash said that he could only choose one thing, which meant he would have to make a difficult decision. Moomin noticed his thrashing and said that there was a promotion that day, a gift with every purchase, adding that he could pick up the items without paying extra. Ash asked her if she would really give him items for the price of one, to which the girl replied that she didn't need the spear. After this, she asked for a promise to explore the place, adding that she would be happy to bargain with them when they met. Ash swore by everything he could, saying that he was very grateful to her, and now in his eyes she was the closest saint to God. After this, he called Evangeline to him, stating that he had purchased very high-quality equipment for her, which she should like. Ash thought about how he could finally admit that her equipment was broken into pieces and could not be repaired. Evangelina listened to this apology with surprise and said that it was her own fault that she started the fight, and they were simply trying to stop her. She also said that even if her equipment was so badly damaged during the collision, it was her responsibility. Ash said that in that case she could consider it not compensation, but an ordinary gift from the imperial family. Evangelina wasted no time and quickly thrust the items of equipment into her hands, adding that such gifts were not to be refused. He reminded her that this could be taken as a graduation gift from the best prince of the empire, who was her idol. Ash also speculated that it was a tribute to Cheryl Cross, who sacrificed himself to save this city. Although this reward was nothing compared to what he deserved, Ash couldn't leave his daughter with broken equipment, because then his conscience would torment him. Evangeline thanked Ash for his incredible generosity, saying that she would treasure the weapon as her most precious artifact. Jupiter began to protest this, asking what about her, to which Ash replied that he was paying her a good salary. Lucas also joined the parade of requests, wondering why he had not received any gift for his service. Damien smirked and said that he was not offended by His Highness, which caused confusion in Ash, who gave them all valuable gifts. Jupiter suddenly took out a magic stone from her pockets and said that she would like to buy ginseng. Moomin handed her a valuable artifact, and Ash mentally wondered where she got this stone from. Moomin began to gradually get ready for her business, and Ash asked her if he could ask her some things. Moomin said that if she knew the answer to this question, analyzing the problems would give it, and Ash asked her if she knew the Pied Piper. Ash gave a more detailed description, saying that it was a man who resembled a bard wearing a pointed black hat and mask and playing a flute. Moomin said that there seemed to be many weirdos in the kingdom, but this one was especially famous, so she had heard of him. Ash remembered that he was a fairly prominent NPC in the game and wondered if he had a big reputation here as well. Moomin said that if they continued straight ahead, they would find a large camp between the 3rd and 4th zones that would be fairly safe. She also added that there would be a considerable number of intelligent beings to be found here, and this place was called the main camp. Ash smiled, thinking that he also knew what this place was, since it was a safe zone accessible after completing the 3rd zone. Previously, the game had a huge number of different NPCs, among which you could find partners for new tasks. Moomin said that perhaps they would meet there the one they were looking for, or the one who would tell them how to find this Pied Piper. Turning towards them, she smiled and said that they would surely get there easily. After that, she said goodbye to them, saying that she would be glad to meet them if, of course, they survived in these parts. Damien said that it was very unexpected to meet traders in such a place, and he didn't even understand how this was possible. Lucas stated that he did not trust the woman, and Ash asked him why he was so wary. Lucas replied that this merchant was too strong, and that she was playfully smashing golems to pieces, which meant that she was relaxing. Ash calmly thought that this was just normal combat efficiency, remembering that Lucas could produce the same results after maxing out. Ash thought that despite her apparent unsociability, he would put her on the list of friendly NPCs who did not pose a threat. After that, he clapped his hands and said that it didn't matter because it was irrelevant in this situation. He then announced that the next room belonged to the boss, who was clearly already waiting for them. The system confirmed his words, reporting that the progress of clearing the normal rooms had reached 100%, and all that remained was to destroy the boss. After some time, they reached the boss's room, which was a huge barn with broken iron gates. Ash said that whatever was locked here broke down these doors and didn't even feel the effort, which meant it was some kind of formidable creature. Damien wondered if it was too late to go back and regroup and come up with new tactics. Ash advised them to keep quiet, saying that they had not come all this way to get scared right at the finish line. After this, he took a few steps forward, indicating that they should follow him and extend their torches forward. Looking around, he said that the place looked very much like a dump that had not been cleaned out for several decades. Lucas said that it smelled incredible and everything was covered in mold, as if the place had been underwater for a long time. Lucas wondered where the water could have come from, and Ash said that the city under the lake should be full of water. Suddenly, Damien noticed something creepy and with trembling hands pointed in an unknown direction, saying that there was something there. Ash asked him what he saw, and he pointed to the lying body of a huge robot. Ash suddenly froze in place and looked in surprise at the creature that had been lying there without moving the whole time. The heroes looked at each other and realized that all this time it was not just a pile of garbage, but a real monster. The system told them that they had to defeat the boss, which was a giant mechanical golem called the Scavenger. Ash looked closely at the name of this boss and tried to find out if he had been given the name of some person again. He remembered that it was the same with the rat boss in the first zone, who had the same name and position as an ordinary person. Before Ash could figure out what was causing the change, the mechanical golem suddenly sprang into action. He activated and said that unfortunately he had fallen asleep again, after which he began to look around, illuminating the dark buildings with a red beam. Entering combat mode, he said that he had a lot of trash to take out, after which he took a few steps towards the heroes. Quickly aiming, he put his hands forward, starting to generate laser fields to fire the shot. Several laser beams immediately shot towards Ash and his team. Lucas and Evangeline deflected the projectiles using defensive techniques and superhuman abilities. Evangeline managed to reflect the energy projectile to the side, causing it to begin cutting through the air in a completely different direction. Jupiter watched the powerful explosion that occurred at the point where the beam hit the ground and said that it was rare to see beam magic these days. After that, she turned to Ash and asked what he would order her to do, to which he said that he needed to think for a few moments. Looking at the boss, he realized that it was a little bigger than he initially expected, but he said that he had already verified the victory over this monster. Addressing his comrades, he said that the size of this monster should not frighten them, as it was as easy to defeat as the previous golems. Ash noticed several mana cores located near the elbows, in the claws, thighs, feet, chest, and head. After doing some quick calculations, he said that this golem had 10 mana cores, and Lucas wondered if it would fight until it destroyed everything. Ash noted that this was exactly the case, But there was one very important point that needed to be taken into account when drawing up a plan of attack. He explained that when one of the mana cores was destroyed, the area it was responsible for would immediately shut down, so it was necessary to start with the claws. Jupiter explained that she accepted the order she had received and asked the others to spread out so she could inflict maximum damage. Damien grabbed the rifle and said that he would go for the monster's right arm, as it was easiest to hit in that position. After a few moments, he took aim and fired a quick shot that pierced the area where the mana core was located. A moment later, the damaged arm became inoperable, forcing the opponents to immediately change tactics. The monster stamped his foot menacingly, trying to shake the ground and throw the heroes off balance, but it didn't work. Ash informed his team that they now needed to focus on the monster's legs to knock it down. Lucas and Evangeline rushed forward, having received orders to destroy the mana cores in the beast's thigh. The monster, who seemed tired, was breathing heavily and trying to gather strength. He then lunged forward and explained that he had spent his entire life cleaning up trash, so injuries like these didn't surprise him. Ash was surprised that the monster suddenly decided to attack with its broken arm, as if it was holding a club. Lucas and Evangeline managed to react to such a sudden and destructive attack, jumping to the side and avoiding injury. Ash noted that this opponent was quite strong, but his movements were too sweeping, which allowed him to be bypassed with agility. Evangeline rushed forward, declaring that the damned piece of iron should have been sent to the dump where it belonged. Without thinking, she aimed at the mana core and used her damage reflection skill to deal maximum damage. Lucas also rushed forward, saying that he would not give in to his colleague and would definitely prove that he was an even more capable warrior. Once in the right place, he made a circular swing with his sword, hitting the golem's vital point. Having received serious damage to its legs, the golem suddenly fell to its knees, and parts of its metal armor crumbled. The golem, breathing heavily, admitted that more than anything in the world he would like to go to the academy and study magic, instead of endlessly cleaning up trash. Ash ignored the seemingly meaningless words and ordered Evangeline to take up defensive positions while they shot off the monster's right arm. Jupiter took precise aim and unleashed a lightning attack that severed the monster's right arm. Golem admitted that he would first invent cleaning magic to make life easier for his robot colleagues. The next second he received even more damage. His second arm and remaining leg flew off. Under the weight of the giant pile of metal, he fell to the ground headfirst and stopped showing any signs of life. However, Lucas decided to finish what he started and quickly finished off the golem's body before it was too late. He raised his sword and charged it with holy power to destroy the evil spawn hidden within the robot. Without thinking twice, he delivered a powerful blow, breaking through the main mana core concentrated in the monster's chest. Lucas noted that they had destroyed all of the mana cores, and all that was left was to deal with the head that was still functioning. The robot suddenly came to life, causing Lucas to desperately slash his sword at the metal body to stay on his feet. The golem raised its one eye and wondered where such a large amount of garbage had come from. Ash reminded that he was only the commander, so he easily dodged the attack, but his comrades might not have such agility. He added that they had no other option but to use the mighty power of their random gloves. Ash swung his arm, noting that at this rate he wouldn't be able to spend time without work, and rushed forward. Upon striking, he triggered the random damage mechanic and took a whopping 125 damage. Having taken such incredible damage in one hit, the monster flew into the air, causing a large dent to appear on its head. The head easily separated from the body and fell onto the concrete floor, making a loud sound. Ash thought that if the damage had been even a little lower, this situation would have ended more favorably. Meanwhile, the golem continued to lie motionless, but the circuits in its head began to spark with strange flashes. Apparently in a dying state, he uttered strange words while looking at the black ceiling. He said he was very glad that it finally started raining and would wash away all the rubbish. Lucas handed Ash the sword and said that he wanted to pass on to him the right to deal the finishing blows to the creature. Ash picked up the sword and brought it to the monster's head, reminding him that finishing it off always gave a lot of experience, which would not be superfluous. As he got closer, he realized that he had the lowest level, so he needed to raise his stats a little. Taking the sword, he said that you just need to kill the monster and get a huge amount of experience. Meanwhile, the golem began to say that he had never seen or felt such a pleasant downpour. Ash, with an undisguised look of arrogance, ordered the monster to stop chattering and accept his death. The system notified that the boss's nooks and crannies had been cleared and that they had received the highest score for destroying all parts. After this, The heroes scattered around the dump in search of valuable items left behind by the golem. Ash happily noted that he had received a bonus for a complete destruction and experience for the last hit on the monster, which guaranteed him several levels. Damien informed Ash that he had discovered a path to the next level and a treasure chest. Jupiter immediately rushed forward, asking questions about the chest, but Lucas stood in her way. Ash opened the chest and found the Scream Orb, an ideal artifact for a mage like Jupiter. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, realizing he wanted to get himself some cool gear while Jupiter smirked. Ash, after thinking for a long time, handed over the Scream Sphere and said that she could keep it for herself, since he would be able to use it most effectively. Looking at her, he realized that he had no other choice, since this item was only suitable for a mage, and there were no other mages here. The system told the protagonist that this item was part of a set, which, when collected, would apply fear to a large area for each enemy killed. Among other things, the chest contained 2 super rare artifacts of superior quality, but overall it was a rather meager reward for a boss room. Ash realized that they had successfully cleared the second zone and told his comrades that they were looking for a checkpoint and were going to head home. The system also repeated his words, displaying a notification that the back alley area had been completely cleared. Ash moved further and opened the door, trying to figure out where they were now after defeating the boss. Looking up, he discovered a huge staircase, which was an ascent to some kind of fortress or something similar. Everything was going pretty smoothly. The terrain was familiar, which meant Ash remained optimistic that they were on the right track. After this, the detachment moved forward, gradually overcoming step by step, despite the fact that they still had several hundred to go. At one point, Jupiter said that they needed to take a break because her knees were starting to crumble and she could hear them crunching. Ash said it was his knees that were cracking, adding that they were almost there and there was no need to stop. After some time, they overcame all the obstacles and found themselves in a huge room surrounded by a large arch of columns. Ash and Jupiter lay down on the floor and said that there was one last push left before they could finally get some proper rest. Jupiter said that her heart would most likely stop soon, so she should have time to take one last drag before she died. Looking at Lucas and Evangeline, who were feeling great, Ash thought that the knights were real cyborgs. After some time, they finally overcame all the obstacles, and the main character praised everyone else, saying that they were great. A huge gate appeared in front of them, through which one could easily see a pile of stones that served as a teleportation gate. Jupiter climbed the stairs and began to gain speed. Before the teleportation gate, she said that she missed home. She also added that as soon as she returns, she will immediately plunge into a hot bath and lie there for several hours. However, after a few steps, she suddenly stopped, which caused general surprise among the rest of the team. Ash asked her why she stopped, after which everyone came closer to find out the reason for her change in behavior. Coming closer, Lucas, Evangeline, and Damien also froze in surprise, saying that they did not expect to see anything like this. Ash walked up to the observation window and said that this was what the kingdom underneath the lake they were exploring actually looked like. The kingdom under the lake was a monstrous structure that could be explored for years and still not reveal all its secrets. Damien looked closely at the huge tower, saying that it emitted a light that was almost never seen in this place. His guess turned out to be correct, since, except for the teleportation gate, there was not a single other source of light in the kingdom. Ash realized that this was not entirely true, since these light sources were magical stones that few travelers could use to navigate. Evangeline wondered what it was, assuming it was some kind of imitation lighthouse. Ash looked ahead and searched his memories hard to answer this difficult question. He said that the central tower of the palace was the last area they had to go to. Ash thought about how his teammates had no idea how long it would take them to get to this place. To make things clearer, he showed a mini-map, which showed that the group of heroes was at the very beginning of their journey. Before that, they had entered through the sewers, wandered through the back streets, and finally came out to the walls of the city's northern gate. Ash approached the teleportation gate and said that they would think about their further route next time, since their trip was over for today. He added that it was now time for them to return to where they came from and prepare for the next battle. The system notified the protagonist that free exploration had been completed, and new rewards in the form of 2 chests became available to him. This research was also very fruitful as it allowed all heroes to gain at least 1 level. A few minutes passed, and Ash and his comrades found themselves near their estate, praising them for their good work. Ash looked at the sky, realizing that they had spent a whole day in the kingdom, despite the fact that they had entered it at dawn. Fatigue instantly enveloped the protagonist, and he realized that he too needed to rest to recover between adventures. Ash went to bed to wake up for dinner, but opened his eyes at a completely different time than he expected. Rising from the sofa, he glanced at his watch and discovered that it was now about 4 o'clock in the morning. Looking at his watch, he said that, unfortunately, his body let him down and did not allow him to get up on time. After that, he opened his inventory to look at the items he had received and found a torch with a blue flame and an infinite supply of fuel. Ash mused that it wasn't a bad item to have, considering that dungeon exploration was a constant battle against darkness. But other than that, the item was useless. After that, he lowered his hand and looked at the system notifications, thinking that he had no idea that this item would be given as a bonus for a full clear. He also took out a scroll from his inventory to summon a giant mechanical golem, which allowed him to summon the defeated boss. Ash knew that this one-time scroll was of great use, since it could use that same huge golem that they had once met. The system asked the protagonist if he wanted to activate the summoning of the giant mechanical golem right now. Ash replied that he saw no point in waiting and that he needed to learn this ability so that it would be useful to him someday. Ash began to absorb this light, and because of this, it gradually dissolved in his hands, leaving behind only sparks of light. The system reported that Ash had activated a player skill that allowed him to summon a giant mechanical golem for a one-time use. Ash finished his examination, after which he discovered that his stomach was throwing a concert of demands, demanding to be fed as quickly as possible. Rising to his feet, he walked calmly around his estate, heading towards the kitchen to cook himself something tasty. When he reached the kitchen, he discovered that Lucas and Evangeline were no longer asleep and were once again doubting something. Holding a few cooking ingredients in their hands, they looked at him in surprise, trying to understand why he woke up at such an hour. Ash looked at them with the same surprise and asked what they were doing there at such a late time of day. Evangelina explained that she came to the kitchen because she was really hungry and met this old man there. Ash said that he was also a little hungry and asked if they had eaten absolutely all the food they had. Evangelina replied that they ate everything that was lying around, but it was just pieces, because there was nothing prepared there. Ash asked them if they were that hungry, to which they both nodded vigorously to confirm the sincerity of their emotions. Ash rolled up his sleeves and said that they would have to get to work, noting that he could cook, so he would make something for them. Lucas wondered if he could cook, and Evangeline shared his confusion that a man of royal blood could get his hands dirty. Ash explained that cooking was not prohibited by law, and even if it was, he didn't care, because he was a member of the imperial family. Ash was lost in his dreams of a past life where he could buy Romeo some finely chopped onions and eggs and add some kimchi to it. Nevertheless, he opened the cupboard and thought that there were plenty of simple ingredients here that could be used to make something interesting. After thinking for a while, he realized that there was only one option to feed himself and his comrades, after which he set fire to the wood in the stove. He also took a small piece of butter to roll out in the pan and prepare for frying. Lucas and Evangeline sat down at the table while Ash made another confident culinary victory over the ingredients. After some time, he approached them, said that the dish was ready, and wished everyone a bon appetit. For the dish, he prepared royal toast, which consisted of slices of fresh bread fried in an egg with ham and vegetables. He gave one of the toasts he had made himself and decided to try it, noting that it turned out divine. He also realized that it was the perfect choice and did not require the addition of ketchup or mustard. Lucas said it was so delicious that the royal chef couldn't compare to His Highness. Ash replied that he didn't need to be flattered, but Evangeline said that it was indeed very tasty and similar to what was sold in the stalls at festivals. Ash mused that her judgments were correct, since these were recipes from the enlarged kitchen he had ordered many times. Evangelina added that it reminds her of the times when she was still very little. She told a story about how one night she heard some sounds coming from the kitchen and went out to check, seeing her father there eating a hastily prepared meal. The reason for such a rush was that monsters usually invaded regardless of the time of day, so the father might return late at night. Evangelina said that that time he came from the battlefield, asked for everything that was in the kitchen, put it in a frying pan, and fried it. As soon as their eyes met, he asked her if she would like to try this dish too. Ash looked at her with a smile and wondered if she would really agree to answer something like that. Evangeline smirked and said that it was her father's fault that she still had round cheeks. She also noted that in each such case, the mother woke up and ran out to them, grumbling at the father for feeding her late at night. Evangelina said that her father's face was something to behold because he looked like a mischievous kitten. Such conversations about the past suddenly reminded her of what she had lost, and the girl suddenly became quiet. After taking a deep breath, she said that such snacks reminded her of a time lapse that was already irretrievably lost. Ash said that Cheryl Cross's funeral would be tomorrow and he would definitely attend. Ash also said that their city doesn't have a tradition of giving a grand send-off to leaders, so he usually gives a speech. But if she wants, she can speak too. Evangeline looked at him carefully, then said that she could not do it and trusted him. She also noted that she respects her father and in her opinion he was an incredible man who protected the locals his entire life. She added that it doesn't change the fact that she still can't forgive him for abandoning his and her mother. Evangeline asked him if he had ever told her how his mother had died, and at that moment her voice began to shake. She said he left her to die, choosing to protect the walls, and she could never forgive him, even though she understood him. Evangeline explained that protecting the cities was a lord's first duty, and her father was simply confident in his duty. After that, she said that on the day they buried her mother in the garden, he didn't even come to her funeral. Cheryl Cross went to the south wall that day to strengthen it in preparation for the next attack. Evangeline clutched her pajamas and said that this was much more important than seeing her mother off. She admitted that she was guarding her mother's empty coffin in his place, and realized that this is exactly what the head of the Cross family should be like. After this, she stated that she could never become such a person, despite all her attempts. Ash asked her if that was the real reason she left this place. Evangeline thanked Ash for organizing her father's funeral in her stead, adding that she considered Margrave Cheryl Cross an important figure. She said she would, however, never forgive her father, Cheryl Cross, for what he did. After finishing her meal, she quickly stood up from her chair and thanked Ash for the incredibly delicious food he had prepared. She said it was a real honor to eat food prepared personally by His Highness. Ash watched her go, thinking that family matters could sometimes be incredibly difficult. Looking at his empty plate, he noted that it was already quite late, so it was time to leave. Ash and Lucas got to their feet and walked out into the hallway to go to their bedrooms. Lucas suddenly turned to the protagonist and asked how things were going on his personal front. Ash asked what he meant, and Lucas said that he heard that he and his family don't have the best relationship. Ash looked at him in surprise, wondering in his mind if his character really had such serious problems with his family. Lucas said that maybe Ash sees Evangeline as someone from the past, and added that he doesn't know much about him. Looking up at him with tired eyes, Lucas asked if he was wrong in his judgment. Ash began to stutter a little, trying to figure out if Lucas suspected him of not being the real Ash. A tense silence hung between them, and neither of the participants in the conversation tried to break it. Ash reflected on how he suddenly saw his comrade in a whole new light, and wondered why he had asked that question. He also reminded himself that Ash was a cameraman, so it was no surprise if his home life left much to be desired. He realized that he knew nothing about his past, and began to try to get out of the impasse, stumbling over every word. Lucas immediately bowed respectfully and apologized for asking too personal a question, and Ash said that the question simply confused him a little. Smiling, Lucas expressed confidence that His Highness and Evangeline would resolve their family issues. Ash thanked him for his concern, smiling and trying to figure out if Lucas really didn't suspect him of anything. Taking a breath, he said that for now they should go to bed and wished Lucas a good day. Immediately after that, he quickly headed to his room, after which he loudly slammed the door, making sure that it was closed. Ash began to breathe heavily, trying to understand whether his character really had such a difficult relationship with his family, and then decided to get information about it. Looking at his hands, he thought that he needed to remind himself more often that this was not his body, which meant that it would be difficult for him to answer such questions. The next day, he went to the system to immediately begin preparations for the new wave and begin repair work. The system notified him that the third wave would be a couple hundred metal and stone golems. Ash noted that there won't be many of these monsters, but they will be elite, so you'll have to adjust as the battle progresses. Looking at the time, he realized that they had a week left before the invasion, which meant they would have to sweat this time. He also hoped that they could be prepared for any sudden changes, such as the appearance of the Pied Piper. With determined eyebrows, he told himself that they must not only be prepared for such changes, but also resolutely nip them in the bud. That is why he strained all the production facilities he could and constantly pushed them to ensure that everything was perfectly prepared for the next wave. The next day, he headed to the Western Crossroads field to prepare for the Margrave's funeral procession. Ash looked carefully at the list of the dead who had given their lives for this city in the previous battle. He noted that there were not many casualties at the second point, but only a dozen people died, including Cheryl Cross. Lucas approached the protagonist and informed him that the coffin was already on its way, to which Ash replied that they should go then. The coffin was carried from the temple itself along the main road of the city, and behind it followed a very long procession of townspeople. The flags of the Everblack Empire were raised, as well as the flag of the Cross family, as the former landlord who had ruled here for decades had died. The funeral procession moved slowly so that every citizen had the opportunity to pay homage to the coffin of the deceased. Even though death was considered a natural thing in this city, many people were actually offended by the loss. The procession lasted quite a long time, but finally the coffin was placed in front of the dug grave. However, this was only a show burial ceremony, since the burial of the body itself was to take place in the Margrave's garden. Ash knew perfectly well that his only beloved, whom he had not seen for a very long time, was waiting for him there. Ash took slow steps forward to walk up to the stage and deliver his speech. Finally, rising, he slowly looked around at all those who had come here, as well as the huge number of graves that had only been replenished by the passing wave. After delivering a funeral speech, he concluded by saying that the death of any person here was a blow to him. He added that he was not using this phrase metaphorically, because each death was a blow to his wallet. He then stated that Cheryl Cross's death could not be measured in money and said the pain of the loss spread throughout his heart. Lily brushed a tear from her face while Jupiter turned his face slightly to the side to avoid looking at Ash. Ash continued his stories by saying that Cheryl Cross told him that people needed hope because the city couldn't live in an endless dirge. Cheryl Cross also told him that this city was on the front lines of monsters, and death was a given here. But there should always be hope. Ash said loudly that today he would violate the Margrave's last will and allow himself, despite the loss of his precious life, to inevitably die on the battlefield. Ash also noted that this did not only concern the Margrave, since any loss was accompanied by wild pain and tears. Ash said he wanted to remind everyone that every loss is worth the pain it causes because it is all done for a higher purpose. Ash implored everyone to remember this, adding that he would not tire of repeating it over and over again. Looking at the grave, he said that they could not do without losses, but in this case, every death was justified. Bowing his head, he offered almost a minute of silence in memory of the departed defenders of this world. The sad townspeople decided to follow his example and also bowed their heads in memory of the dead. Ash silently expressed the hope that one day the series of funerals would be replaced by the lush and joyful victory festivals. Remembering the dying face of the Margrave, he realized that this was the true will of this man for whom he gave his life. After some time, a loud cannon salute was fired in honor of the fallen, sending many magical projectiles into the sky, and the funeral was finally over. The funeral procession then harnessed its horses to head to Cheryl Cross's home estate. After loading the coffin onto a quality cart, they walked forward slowly, still holding the flags of the Empire and the Cross family in their hands. The Silver Army had previously approached the mission and suddenly noticed Evangeline standing next to the grave of the Margrave's wife. Looking at her, they wondered if it was really her. Evangeline quietly greeted them, saying that she didn't expect to see them there. The joyful soldiers called out to each other, reporting that Miss Evangeline had finally returned to her native estate after a long separation. The soldiers surrounded her and told her that she had been missing for 3 years and apologized for not being able to save Cheryl Cross in time. Evangelina looked at the coffin for a long time and asked the soldiers if she could open the lid to look inside. Everyone nodded silently, after which the girl opened the coffin and looked into the face of her dead father, noting that he was indeed dead. Her hands began to tremble, and she said that this man always rushed into the very care, as if he were immortal, after which her voice broke off. She suppressed the impulses and clenched her trembling fist to move away and not tempt the fate of her nerves. Quickly turning her back, she said she had seen enough and thanked the soldiers for allowing her to look at her father. Immediately after this, the group lowered the coffin into a freshly dug grave, and other soldiers gradually filled it with fresh earth. The commander of the Silver Army turned to Evangeline, saying that she needed to know something very important. Ash looked closely at the equipment he was holding in his hands, his eyes widening in intense surprise. The Margrave's comrade-in-arms reported that this was Cheryl Cross's equipment, which had been passed down through generations, and now belonged to Evangeline. Evangeline looked at the shield and spear that her father used for a long time, without uttering a single word. The soldier said the gear was worn but would be as good as new after some treatment. but Evangeline quickly declared that it needed to be buried. Looking at the coffin, she said that she would like the weapon to be buried with her father, and the soldier assured her that he would fulfill her request. After reciting the sacred prayers, everything was over, and Ash looked up to look at the sky, which looked quite beautiful this time. He recalled lines from a poem by Cheryl Cross that told of the tragic fate of a man who built walls of ice and walked along a snowy path. Ash remembered this passage because it described Cheryl Cross's life quite accurately. He also remembered the Count's words that the defense of this city would require him to part with what was most dear to him in the world. Ash looked up at the sky and wondered what he would have to sacrifice to save this city. Cheryl Cross approached him cautiously from behind and said that she had not expected the prince to be interested in poetry. Ash replied that he was hardly a fan of poetry, but he remembered a couple of lines, so he decided to read them. After a short pause, he asked how she was feeling, hoping she wasn't too upset about what was happening. Evangelina replied that everything was fine with her, since sooner or later it was bound to happen to her father anyway. She also said that if she had been hired as a knight, she might never have returned to this city and seen her father off. She added that it was a real miracle that she was able to attend his funeral and see him off. Ash asked if she really wanted to devote her life to battle, to which Evangeline replied that she definitely wouldn't stay here and would sell her junk and move out of the houses. Evangeline was already mentally prepared for this, since she buried the family heirloom with her father in order to reject the past once and for all. Ash smiled and said that he would help her with the inheritance, as there was too much red tape for a teenager. Evangeline looked at him in surprise, wondering if he wouldn't try to stop her from staying here. She also said that she was abandoning the legacy of her entire family and running away like a coward, noting that it was quite selfish. Ash said that the Cross family had served this place enough, and he didn't know if anyone would do as good a job, but she would do everything to protect this city. Smiling, he advised her to forget her worries and live her life the way she wanted, and he would try to make sure that her family's hard work did not go to waste. Evangelina looked at her interlocutor and said that he was very different from the image and rumors that constantly surround him. The girl stated that if she were in his place, she would make every effort to return to the palace as soon as possible. But Ash took his work seriously. Ash said that someone promised him a wish for protecting this place, which is why he was so hardworking. He remembered Ader's words, who said that if he brought this world to its true end, he would grant him a wish. The main character reflected on the fact that he tried not because he was right, but to take advantage of the chances and get what he wanted so much. Looking at the mountains, he came to the final conclusion that he was doing this exclusively for this reason and for no other. Suddenly they heard a loud sound, and Ash turned to his companion, saying that they seemed to have been ambushed. Evangeline looked calmly at her incredibly loud stomach and said that she was just hungry. Looking at Ash, she asked him if she could get something to eat, noting that yesterday's food had been absolutely delicious. Ash patted her shoulder, thinking that the fact that they wanted to eat was proof that they were alive. He smiled and said that they must now come forward as a united front to fill their stomachs. As he walked into the sunset, he knew that the dead had to rest in peace, and the living had to move forward no matter what, because a new wave of monsters was approaching. After some time, Ash continued preparing for the next wave, realizing that he now had two main tasks. The second challenge, besides preparing for the next level, was the paperwork involved in dividing up Cross's property. Ash recalled that Evangeline had refused to inherit the title and decided to leave here, so he decided to transfer at least part of the fortune to her retroactively. Ader noted with sadness that Ash had decided to let Miss Evangeline go, despite the fact that she was such a useful character. The developer said he would take care of the property sale and the paperwork associated with the inheritance. Ash thanked him for his hard work, after which the manager stated that it would be almost impossible to sell everything in a week. The first thing he said was that the biggest income could be obtained from selling the estate, since there were not many luxury items there. Ash said that for now, the estate could be bought in his name for a reasonable price, so as not to go broke on charity. Ash stated that he had to finish all of this within a week and see Evangeline off on her journey. Ash mused that all the members of the Cross family died here, and Evangeline was the last descendant of that family, or even the last survivor. He felt an incredible responsibility and duty to send her as far away from this place as possible, so as not to involve her in this battle. This was the last will of the Margrave, who gave his life to protect this city from the attack of the rat. Ader smiled and asked Ash to trust him on this matter, after which Ash noted the exceptional usefulness of his secretary. The system notified him that there were only 8 days and 11 hours left until the next wave. Ash clenched his fist, thinking that time was running out, so he needed to act more decisively. As he thought about it, he realized that he had to get through this game without using people as cannon fodder and without compromising his principles. The time until the next wave flew by very quickly, and we were transported a week ahead to the forge, which was working without a single day of rest. The head blacksmith and head alchemist apologized to Ash, saying that it was their first time working on magic guns and they had a lot of difficulties. Afterwards, they said that they didn't have enough time to create 5 guns, but Ash noted that it was no big deal. Magic guns were invented in this world over a century ago, but due to their high cost and impracticality, they did not catch on in the local market. It took both an alchemist and a blacksmith to create one, so making them quickly wasn't easy. Ash asked them how many guns they had made, and they told him they had made 2 guns. The protagonist said that he would not scold them, after which he removed the cover from one of the rifles, surprised at how good it turned out. The first rifle turned out to be an incredibly rare weapon of the maximum rank, which had a low chance of instantly killing the enemy. The alchemist happily said that they created this rifle from a special mana core they received from Ash. Ash remembered that it was about the core from the tutorial level, which fell from the giant spider queen, who fell victim to her own cruelty. Ash also remembered that these monsters usually appeared later in the game, and this core could be used to dig up shorter gear than was expected for the current levels. He knew he had expected the item to be good, but a rifle like this had surpassed his wildest expectations. Remembering Damien's incredible abilities, he realized that this rifle could be used for another year without worrying about its effectiveness. A wicked smile spread across his face as he reflected on the fact that this game had the courage to give him even one break. The alchemist and the blacksmith happily stated that they were very glad that Ash was pleased with the masterpiece that they were so afraid to create, like people possessed. The second gun was quite ordinary, if a little defective, but it was still useful because Damien had no problems with accuracy. Ash praised them for their perseverance, saying that this applies to everyone who was born in this forge during this time. He also promised them a good reward, and the blacksmith and the alchemist said that they were very happy to work with him on this interesting weapon. Lucas held the rifle in his hands and asked in surprise if they were really that amazing, to which he replied that the weapon justified all the costs of its production. Looking at his comrade with confidence, he said that this weapon could change the course of the war, which made Lucas very surprised. Ash said he was very glad they managed to finish before the new level started, noting that there were only 20 hours left until it started. Immediately after that, he went on a tour of the city to find out if there was anything else he needed to do. His carriage continued to travel along the pavement, when suddenly it stopped as they arrived at their destination. Lucas turned to His Highness, telling him that he could come in and take a look at something. Ash turned his head and found Evangeline waiting for him at the gate with her gear and travel backpack. He came closer to her and looked at her with some surprise, trying to understand why she decided to wait for him in this particular place. Evangeline said that his weirdo secretary gave her an envelope today, and Ash realized that it contained a cash check. All of Cross's property cost a pretty decent amount, but with the money she earned, Evangeline would be able to start a new life without worrying about anything. Evangeline thanked him for dealing with the property so quickly, noting that the secretary had said something as he handed over the papers. Ash asked her what he said, and Evangeline began to impersonate the eccentric Ader, saying that that was all and that she had nothing more to do in this city. Evangeline said that the most offensive thing to her was that it was Ash's order, which made her wonder if he really wanted to get rid of her. Ash looked at her calmly and said that he really wanted her to leave this city. Evangelina asked him why he wanted to see her off as soon as possible, adding that she hadn't even said goodbye. Ash told her that if she was going to leave, she should have done it quickly because there was no need to drag out this procedure. He also noted that there would be a massacre here tomorrow, and it would be very ugly if she were to be drawn into that massacre. Evangeline tried to object, but Ash interrupted her, saying that she should leave this city, since nothing else connected him here. Evangeline said she would like to pay conditionally for the service in the next battle, but Ash categorically rejected this offer. He advised her to deal with her own problems and leave here as soon as possible, because this was not her battle. Evangeline said that he had seen her fight very well, so he could be sure that she could handle these monsters. Ash cut her off loudly, raising his voice to finally shut her up and gain the upper hand in this difficult argument for him. Evangeline recoiled from him in fear, looking at him with eyes that were beginning to fill with tears. Ash asked if she hadn't said that she wanted to leave and start a new life, which was why she had given up her inheritance and cut ties with this place. Evangeline tried to answer something, but Ash added that if she decided to act, then she had to act, which meant she had to leave and not come back. He told her that this war was filled with death and grief that would only take away her strength to live. And if she stepped on this path, she would never be free. He handed her an envelope of money, telling her that she didn't need to get involved in the war against the monsters and that it would be better for her to leave. Looking at him, he also recommended that she do what she really wants and never come back from here again. Recalling the tragic death of Cheryl Cross, he said she should live freely as she wishes, noting that this was her father's last wish. Evangelina looked at her interlocutor in surprise, realizing that she had never expected her father to say something like that about her. Ash reminded her that she was going to be a bad daughter and do everything against her father's wishes. He also said that now she should listen to her father for the last time, since this was his last wish. Turning around, he said that from now on she was a stranger here and this house no longer belonged to her family. Evangeline tried to say something, but Ash said that he was busy and had a meeting about the defense, which meant she had to leave and never come back. Evangeline shouted that she wanted to thank him for everything he had done for her in that short period of time. After that, she said that she would honor the graves of her parents and leave this city forever, never returning. Bowing respectfully to him, she expressed the hope that he would be haunted only by easy victories and incredible battles. Ash quietly wished her luck in return, making the little child smile and hoping that he would never be in any serious danger again in his life. Closing the doors of his estate, he slowly slid down, and Lucas told him that he shouldn't have been so strict with that girl. Ash replied that if he had not been tough and firm, she might have had doubts and wanted to stay in this hell. Lucas said that he should have been more gentle, while Evangeline picked up her travel backpack and slung it over her shoulders. Having fully gathered herself, she glanced around the houses to prepare for the trip to the family estate. Ash said not all goodbyes have to be tearful, and sometimes a simple check is enough. He understood that losing such a high-ranking character was incredibly difficult for him, but his principles seemed much more important to him. Turning around, he said that people come and go, but monsters will be eternal, so they must cope by relying on their strength. Lucas smiled and said that words and principles would always be a law for him, which he would strictly follow. Ash walked into another room of his estate, opened the door, and thought about how his loyal soldiers were resting. Jupiter, Damien, and Lily all looked at him, each filled with varying degrees of despondency. Lily raised her bound hands and asked why she had to fight on the front lines again, to which Ash replied that she was their little spark of hope. With a sly smile, he asked her if she had enjoyed her freedom to the fullest, noting that now it was time to work. Lily grabbed the protagonist by the clothes and began shaking them from side to side, begging him to send her to the workshop where she could work for the rest of her life. Ash ignored these requests, saying that there was less than a day left and they needed to run through the constructed taiga one last time. After that, he approached Damien and said that he had prepared a gift for him that he should like and enjoy. Suddenly, the doors to their room opened and a soldier ran in with a very urgent message. Having caught his breath a little, he reported that a report had been received from intelligence, according to which the monsters had decided to attack much earlier and were already approaching the fortress. Ash looked at the lookout in shock and wondered what the hell was going on. The lookout reported that an army of about 200 golems was advancing on them, approaching the city at great speed. Ash said that this made no sense, since there was much more time before the attack began than he thought. The system suddenly notified him that someone unknown had invaded the game, and the time until the next wave was reset. Ash watched in horror as time quickly rewinded, with only half an hour left until the wave began. Ash wondered in his mind why even the system was trying to deceive him at such a crucial moment. The soldier reported that this was not all, and added that the enemies, for some reason, had split into two groups. Ash tried to figure out why the monsters would do something like that, after which the soldier said that most of them were heading to the city, and the second group separated. The soldier added that about 50 golems were heading towards Cheryl Cross's garden, apparently to destroy it again. Ash felt a chill run through him and tried to figure out if he had misheard that information. He understood perfectly well that right now Evangelina was in the garden, having decided to say goodbye to her parents. The soldiers were alerted and ran in haste to the defensive wall to prepare for battle. They beat drums to alert anyone who had not heard the first alarm signals to take appropriate action. A real bustle began, but Ash was sometimes there in time to supervise the preparations for defense. He asked the scouts where the monsters were now, to which they replied that they were already in sight. After that, they handed him a telescope, pointed him in the right direction, and Ash saw several hundred golems heading towards the city. Ash knew that even though they had fought them in the dungeon, as an organized army, the golems were truly terrifying. Looking at them, he realized that it all looked as if an impregnable wall was advancing on them. Ash asked the scout how long it would be before the golems would be within cannon shot range, to which the scout replied that it was 15 minutes away. Ash ordered everyone else to roll out their guns and get ready for that moment, and Lucas asked him what to do about Evangeline. Ash looked at him out of breath, trying to figure out what they should do in this extremely simple and cruel situation. He wondered why this level started so abruptly and why the monsters suddenly split into two groups to head to the manor. Remembering Evangeline, he tried to figure out why this happened right now, when it could harm his plans the most. Frowning, he assumed that this was some kind of intent on the part of a hostile being who was twisting circumstances as he wished. He remembered how the system told him that someone unknown was interfering with the game to change its rules. The commander of the Silver Army quickly approached Ash and informed him that they had started to receive rumors regarding Evangeline, and then asked for permission to go there. The commander said that the current defense looked solid, and even without them, everything would be fine, so they should go and save Evangeline. The deputy commander noted that they did not have much time left, since if they delayed, the rescue team might not make it in time. Ash said both of those assumptions were doubly wrong. Turning to the soldiers, he noted that the defense did not look secure at all, despite the fact that he really wanted it to be. Looking at the preparations for the invasion, Ash told the commander of the Silver Army that due to the surprise, even the cannons were not ready yet. He also said that if they leave their post, only new recruits will remain here, who need careful supervision. After this, he loudly asked the leader of the detachment whether he really thought that it was possible to resist such an enemy with the forces of these greenhorns. After a short pause, he added that they also could not help Evangeline, who was now alone. He explained his idea by saying that where part of the enemy army was heading, there was an ordinary garden in which there were no fortifications or weapons. He also said that the enemy army consisted of as many as 50 huge golems, and even if there had been fortifications, it would not have helped. Thus, he summed up his thoughts by stating that such an approach was certain death because there was no line of defense. He asked them how they were going to help Evangeline in that case, but the commander did not answer him. Ash understood perfectly well that in this game the only way to maintain defense was to have impregnable walls that would delay the attack. He logically assumed that any attempt to organize a battle on an open field would only end in crushing defeat. The commander of the Silver Army said that they were not afraid to die and could not afford to abandon a little girl in battle. Ash continued to stand his ground and asked him what the essence of his failed plan was. There was an ominous silence as everyone knew that what Ash was proposing was a very difficult choice. Ash put his hand to his face and said that he needed a plan with a chance of success, since they would always have time to die. The army leader wondered what Ash was proposing to do in that case, because if everything was left as is, Evangeline would die, and that could not be allowed. Ash fell silent, trying to figure out how he could get out of this disgusting situation without compromising his principles. He understood perfectly well that the soldiers were right, and without reinforcements, Evangelina would definitely die in battle with the monsters. However, to save her, it would be necessary to send a huge number of troops or an elite squad, which would be useful here too. If the defense fails, everyone will die, even if they rescue Evangeline. Ash was faced with a real dilemma and remembered the words of Cheryl Cross, who told them that he once had to choose between his wife and the city. The Margrave said with a heavy heart that it was clear what choice had to be made, despite its gravity. Ash reflected on the fact that he now seemed to be beginning to understand the past protector of this city. After thinking for a moment, he declared to everyone that none of them would leave here to help Evangeline no matter what. Looking at the fluttering flag, he realized that in this situation there was only one answer to these challenges. Ash said that they couldn't afford to lose any fighters and had to focus all their efforts on defending that line. Reflecting on the fact that thousands of lives were now hanging in the balance against one, he realized that there was no point in thinking about it. The scales were clearly tipping in the other direction. Ash stated that if this wall falls, tens of thousands of citizens will die, and then all of humanity will be at risk. Ash knew perfectly well that no matter what happened, they had to stand firm, and no matter what happened, they had to fight, because that was their duty. He wondered what the point of saving a character, even one of the rarest rank, was if the game was going to end there. Ash stated firmly that it was an order that none of them would leave the walls until the defense was completed. Meanwhile, the scene had moved south to Crossroads, to the Margrave's farm, the estate where he lived. Evangelina noted that, unlike the house, A huge amount of effort had been spent on caring for this garden, although it too had fallen into disrepair after the death of its owner. Looking at the trees, she understood that with the arrival of spring, even here, somewhere here, all the buds had awakened, and in time the fruits would ripen. Evangelina watched all this and understood perfectly well that she was not destined to see it, since she was going to leave here forever. Looking at the piece of paper, she thought about how after her mother died and she left home, her late father took care of everything. Evangelina thought with bitterness that just a week ago this man walked this earth caring for the trees. She allowed that he hoped that at least this time the grapes would taste as good as the first time he tried them. Looking around, she briefly imagined how he set up special baskets to put grapes in. She chuckled to herself and called him a fool, realizing that the history of this place was coming to its natural end. Taking a few steps forward, she told herself that Mom and Dad were already dead, and she was leaving here forever, never to return. Looking down, she thought about how this place would become as empty as it had originally been before people came here. She thought about how this was the end of the era of her family, who had protected this place for centuries, and noted that it was a rather inglorious and selfless end. Looking at the graves, she understood that there was absolutely nothing left here except the ashes of the ancestors who laid down their lives for these lands. Evangeline began to blame herself for running away from the battlefield like a pathetic rat, but she understood that she could not have acted differently. She stopped at the graves of her parents and addressed them, as if expecting them to respond, but the graves remained silent. After a short pause, she said that she would not see them again and went far, far away in secret, hoping for objections, admonition, or some sign. Evangelina would like to tell them much more, but for some reason nothing sensible came to her mind until now. Her thoughts were confused and her head was splitting, as if the earth itself was shaking. But she thought it was just a coincidence due to anxiety. Without attaching much importance to it, she came to the conclusion that it was only a storm of passions that arose in her soul and did not give her peace. Smiling, she said that she was leaving forever, mentally conjuring herself to go into a new life with a smile. Looking into her eyes to wipe away the tears, she said goodbye to her parents forever, realizing that she would never see these graves again. Quickly turning her back to the graves, she prepared to set off, but she paused for a moment. Her breathing also paused for a moment, as she wanted to say something in parting, but decided not to abuse the hospitality of these sad places. She smiled and said it was time to get out of here and start her new life of adventure. A few moments later, a giant golem appeared next to her, preparing to swing at her and crush her with one blow. Evangeline, absorbed in her experiences, suddenly came to her senses and tried to understand how such a giant golem ended up here. Before she could react, she missed the blow, which sent her flying, and with her body she smashed several stone walls. As she hit the last wall, she felt blood fly out of her mouth and she instantly lost consciousness. Moving into the past, we remembered how Evangelina, when she was very young, came to her mother and asked when she could start doing this business. Evangeline's mother asked her what she meant, and the girl replied that her father said that being a fighter on the battlefield was in their blood. Immediately after that, she saw her mother's worried look and asked her if she didn't want her to fight. Evangelina's mother hugged her daughter and said that she didn't think she could do anything about it, because that kind of debt was on their family's cross. Hugging her daughter, she said with a heavy voice that it was quite hard to accept, but there was nothing she could do about it. Evangelina asked if Mom didn't know that everything would be exactly like this when she married her beloved husband. Evangeline asked if she knew that every time monsters invaded, her father would fight them and be in danger. Evangeline's mother touched her ear and said that she always knew everything her daughter said, even that she herself would fight. The woman added that she knew even before marriage that she would spend many nights in tears and fear if she agreed. She also knew that if she gave birth to a child, then the child would be destined to become the next fighter and lead the defense of the fort no matter what. Evangelina asked her mother in surprise why, in that case, she decided to get married and have a child. Evangeline's mother smiled and said that the answer to this question was simple. Life must go on no matter what. Even 3 years after her mother's death, Evangeline still could not understand this and could not figure out why her mother chose a future full of uncertainty and sadness. Understanding such strange things always eluded her, but she knew now was not the time for it, as the girl quickly woke up from a brief knockdown. Turning back to her weapon, she wondered how long she had been unconscious. A giant golem immediately appeared in front of her and dealt a crushing blow to her, and she realized that she most likely had not been unconscious for long. Her body reacted before her mind, and she rushed to grab her gear. Turning quickly to face her enemy, she knew she had to act immediately if she wanted to survive. The golem launched a powerful attack, causing Evangeline to crash into several walls again and be thrown back even further. This time, she managed to grab her shield in time and block it to protect herself from the monstrous blow. She wondered if this golem was mocking her and would not let her say goodbye to her family in peace. The soulless machine tried to destroy the house to get to its victim, and Evangeline asked him who gave him the right to do this. Clutching her spear tighter, she said that she was going to give this monster the real slap in the face that he deserved. At that very moment, 2 more of his comrades joined this golem to ensure that they killed the pathetic man. Evangeline turned around in horror at these creatures and tried to understand how several more golems could have gotten in here. She understood that in this situation, resistance was akin to suicide, and raised her hand to meet the enemy's attack. Rushing forward, she combined blocking an attack from one golem and delivering a fatal blow to the other one's head. However, the third golem was not going to stand still and launched an attack that our heroine did not have time to block. Having taken full damage, she flew to the side several dozen meters and broke through several stone walls with her body. Evangeline tried to get to her feet, feeling her strength slowly fading from the injuries she had received. However, she turned towards her opponents and rushed into the attack, telling herself that she would not give up. Jumping back from the attack of another golem, she dealt lethal damage to another enemy who turned out to be too slow. Gathering herself, she turned to the surviving robot and rushed towards him to continue the fight. Despite their high lethality, these robots suffered from low mobility, making them easy prey for the academy graduate. Evangeline landed on her feet when suddenly she felt a real earthquake approaching. The army of golems showed up here much earlier than the city expected, which meant that there was some kind of trap. Evangeline knew she needed to get back quickly and warned people to prepare for an attack as quickly as possible. Having emerged from the ruined estate, she looked around and suddenly her gaze was drawn to something incredibly terrible. She saw a large group of metal golems in front of her and couldn't believe her eyes. It was then that she realized that the 3 mechanical golems that had treacherously attacked her were merely a reconnaissance squad. A veritable army of cruel mechanical giants had been waiting nearby all this time to weaken her. Turning in the opposite direction, she realized that she had to run away from here urgently to get to the city. Looking at the place where the horse had recently been tied, she realized that the horse was missing, which meant she would have to run on foot. At that moment, an idea flashed through her head that she had to run to the city as quickly as possible in order to escape behind its walls. Looking at her feet, she wondered if she would be able to reach safety with her injured leg. Rushing forward, she thought that there was no point in asking such questions now and that she simply had to do everything she could. Her attempts to close the distance by any means were on the verge of failure due to the enemy's long-range mages. The rune golem rose into the air and prepared to launch a powerful ranged attack. Evangeline turned around and immediately realized that she needed to block if she wanted to survive this situation. However, suddenly and treacherously, her ability called clumsiness worked, which did not allow her to make quick maneuvers. She began to fall slowly and wondered why this was happening now. The next moment, the place where our warrior had just stood was destroyed by a powerful surge of magical energy. Evangeline landed on the heavy rocks and, clearing her throat, said that she had never felt such severe pain. As she tried to rise to her feet, she felt blood running down her arms, staining her clothes and frightening her with the approach of death. Evangeline was quite a smart girl, so she quickly realized that this was very sad, but inevitable. Looking at the huge army of approaching golems, she thought that she could no longer escape death and would remain lying in this ground forever. Death overtook her here and now. Abruptly and without the unnecessary preamble that one might expect in some romantic book, Evangeline looked down and told herself that there was so much she hadn't managed to do yet. Recalling her parents' relationship, she noted that she never heard confessions about herself. She also reminded herself that she had never tried alcohol or cigarettes to feel like an adult. The silhouette of her father appeared in front of her face, and she thought that she had not really grown up and still did not understand what she wanted to do in life. Realizing that this was already the end, Evangeline cast aside her anger, fear, and despair, feeling that the only thing left was regret. This is exactly what the little girl felt in the last tragic moments of her life, which was about to be cut short. However, at the moment when everything was supposed to end, a ray of hope suddenly appeared in her life and came to her aid. This ray of hope turned out to be a man in a red cloak, and she immediately understood who this young man was. Ash said that she should do everything she hadn't done in life yet and live it to the fullest. Evangelina looked at His Highness in surprise and asked herself what he was doing here. Ash didn't respond as they prepared to repel the powerful attack of the massive number of golems. Finally, he smiled and said that her savior had come here to finish off the spawn that had ambushed her. In order to find out how our hero ended up in this place, we were transported 30 minutes back to the defensive walls of the city. Ash told his subordinates not to leave the wall, adding that he would go after it alone himself. He added decisively that he would carry out a rescue operation and help Evangeline escape from the ambush, no matter what it cost him. Lucas asked him what he was saying, adding that it was very dangerous, but Ash reminded him that he didn't have to shout so loudly. Lucas said that such questions did not matter, since Ash himself said that such a trip was certain death, and now he wanted to go there alone. Ash asked his comrade to calm down, adding that he was not going to die there at all, and in fact, he had a plan with a chance of success. If you think about it, there was no more unpredictable character in this game than him, since he was the X-rank protagonist who had to act. Any attempt to take anyone else with you only increased the possibility of death and unnecessary deaths in this mode. Besides, he had a couple of aces up his sleeve just for such a case, since there had been too many sudden troubles in the game lately. It was almost impossible to prepare for everything, but our hero made every effort to minimize the risks. Ash told his comrades that they had been under his command for a long time, so they knew one thing well. He reminded them that he never underestimated monsters, and most of the strategies he chose in desperate situations worked. He asked them to trust him and noted that he had a solution to the current situation, and this risk was justified, which meant that he had to go there alone. Lucas looked at his comrade in surprise, still not understanding how one could decide on such a suicidal and selfless act. Ash asked him not to argue, adding that time was running out and noted that he had to take command of the front lines for now. Lucas said that he should go after Evangeline himself, but Ash said that his abilities were too valuable, which greatly irritated Lucas. Lucas explained that he couldn't send his comrade there because they really needed him as a moral compass. Ash put his hand on Lucas's shoulder and said that he had already decided everything for himself and recommended not to argue with the decision of a senior in rank. Ash knew that if he turned away from Evangeline here and now, it would destroy the moral principles he had chosen to uphold in this playthrough. His principles were that it was necessary to save absolutely everyone who was possible. He also said that this was the only way to protect the city and help Evangeline, and noted that he had thought everything through carefully. Ash turned to Jupiter and Lily, saying that they hardly needed reminding how important magical contributions were to this battle. Lily and Jupiter replied that he could rely on them as they would give 100% not to let him down. Ash turned to Damien, who was supposed to be of particular value in this whole selfless plan. Coming closer to him, he said that he would like to make one request, which had to be fulfilled under certain conditions. As soon as he had laid out the plan to all the necessary members of his party, he immediately rushed down to saddle his horse. Once the horse was prepared, the southern gate gradually opened to allow passage. Ash rushed forward to catch up with the Margrave as soon as possible, and Lucas watched him closely. Ash turned to his friend and asked him to stand guard, noting that he would be back very soon. Lucas responded with a special military gesture, thereby making it clear that he understood his order and would try to carry it out. After that, Ash turned towards his team, hoping that they wouldn't hesitate. He remembered the Margrave and made him a promise that after everything he and his family had gone through to protect this fortress, he would fulfill his promise. This is how he found himself next to Evangeline at the moment when she was on the verge of death and was ready to give up, giving her life to be torn apart by the monster. Ash prevented this tragic fate for the Cross family, thereby giving her a chance to start a new life on her own terms. Evangeline looks at him in surprise, trying to understand how an ordinary person could have managed to save her and come to her aid so timely. Ash hands her health potions. She tries to prevent the irreparable, saying that he should leave here quickly. She asks him if he didn't notice the Golem army, noting that they don't stand a chance against this armada. Pushing him further and further away, she says that he should hurry to hide behind the walls while she buys time. Ash ponders that it is too late to run, as the magic has already targeted them and was preparing to give them a powerful haul. Quickly counting all the magic golems, he realizes that 2 out of the 5 are already preparing to kill them with magic rays. After turning on the system notifications, he discovers that no more of these enemies will appear on this wave, as they are the elite bosses of this wave. Evangeline asks him if he can't hear what she's saying and puts her shield forward, telling him not to play the hero. Turning her head towards him, She says that she is just an orphan and her life has no meaning, but with him it is different. But before she can finish speaking, Ash silently shuts her mouth by inserting a flask of potion. She has no choice but to obediently swallow the potion, and he continues to pour the potion, thinking that she has finally calmed down. After this, he turns to the monsters with a smile and tells her to be smarter and leave adult matters to the adults. This time he raises his hand to his face in anticipation, thinking that he has been waiting for this for so long. Then he suddenly raises his hand, deciding that it would be enough to simply shout something pompously and solemnly. After a short pause, he shouts about the summoning technique and demands the appearance of a giant mechanical golem. A blue magic circle appears in the air above him, illuminating everything around him. From this circle, a golem begins to appear, breaking completely out of the magical sphere. His body is surrounded by blue sparks and he jumps forward with incredible speed. Landing with a deafening thud, he releases more sparks and hot smoke billows out of the pipes on his back. Evangeline is amazed by this sight and wonders what it is. Ash likes her reaction and thinks that saving her has paid off many times over in emotion, after which he waves his hand. Following this, the giant golem clenches its hand into a fist and looks towards the enemy army. System windows appear around Ash, informing him that control has been gained and the summoned monster is now under his control. Meanwhile, the magic golem starts attacking and stretches out its arms towards them and starts accumulating magic. Ash, noticing this, concentrates and prepares to use countermeasures. Several dozen magical projectiles fly towards the golem at great speed, threatening to destroy it in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Ash suddenly extends his hand forward, ordering him to block the attack. The golem immediately obeys, stretches out his hand, and a huge shield appears in front of him, which begins to quickly grow in size. When the enemy golem's magic reaches them, the barrier is already built and covers them from all sides, withstanding powerful blows. Evangelina is amazed at what she sees, and loudly repeats the question of how this is even possible. Ash turns to her with a smile, saying to himself that this is their ticket to salvation from this hell. In his mind, he recalls the summoning scroll he activated back then, and muses that he never expected that this thing would be needed so soon. The army of golems continues to advance, and those hovering in the air rush towards the very end. Ash notices this and thinks that the mages have returned to the rear, since long-range attacks no longer work, and now they are trying to overwhelm them with numbers. In his mind, he wishes them luck in breaking through, and then with a smile, he extends his hand forward and points his finger, ordering the golem to attack them. Hearing the order, the golem begins to glow even brighter, and abruptly takes off from its place after receiving the necessary instructions. The Iron Giant quickly runs towards the enemies, preparing to destroy an entire army of the enemy single-handedly. The golems move slowly towards him, demonstrating their unstoppability and desire to destroy the traitor. As soon as the golem gets close enough, it jumps up and appears directly above them. Ash is also filled with excitement, wishing for the golem to crush them all as it is bigger and more powerful than its opponents. Meanwhile, the giant golem falls and crushes several golems beneath it with its weight without putting in much effort. In this game, monsters are divided into 3 groups: normal, elite, and bosses, and even without taking into account the level, these monsters are already dangerous opponents for people. The bosses are real monsters that are strikingly different from the rest. Each of them acts as the brains of their army, while being very smart and even capable of teaching. However, their main problem is their terrifying strength, and when you meet them, it is difficult to believe that there is only one creature in front of you. After crushing several enemies, the giant golem quickly recovers and continues to attack nearby opponents. He begins swinging his fists from side to side, wreaking havoc and destruction on the ranks of his mechanical opponents. He grabs one golem by the head with one hand and by the legs with the other, not giving it a single chance to escape. A few moments later, he tears it apart with incredible ease. Summoning magic that allows you to control the boss is essentially cheating, albeit a one-time thing, but everything has its downsides. The small golems that surrounded the giant golem on all sides begin to pounce on its legs and hold them down, while others climb up its body. Although this golem is a powerful fighting unit, it can be defeated by numbers. While all monsters have a basic instinct to kill people, they are also extremely sensitive to traitors. The giant golem looks at the stone golem clinging to its arm and then shakes it violently, throwing it away. But no matter how strong the boss is, it is simply impossible to destroy the entire enemy army alone. Ash watches his golem try to hold off the enemies and thinks it looks like a swarm of ants devouring a praying mantis. He frowns as his irritation grows, realizing that he was not expected to defeat everyone. He turns to Evangeline and tells her that they need to escape while the enemies are distracted. She asks why, and he replies that their protector cannot hold off the enemy forever, so while he buys time, they need to leave. He asks how her leg is, and Evangeline replies that it's generally fine, but she's not sure about her ability to run. Ash shows her a flask of potion and excitedly asks if she can escape with the potion. She asks him again what he means, and after that, they sit on the ground and Ash begins to pour the potion on her injured leg. She winces in pain, but after being treated, Ash asks if she can run now. Evangeline looks at him with a smirk and says that it looks like everything is okay now. Ash stands up and says that they need to run, and she agrees, following him. After that, he adds that they need to get to the server, where his horse will be able to take them away from here. Seeing them leave the battlefield, the magical golems immediately begin to act. They stretch their arms towards them and begin to accumulate magic in order to produce a destructive volley. Evangeline notices this and warns the prince of the danger behind, adding that those flying things have appeared again. The other golems also notice their escape and no longer pay attention to the giant golem, running past it and heading straight after them. Ash looks back and grits his teeth, thinking that the enemies won't let them leave so easily. At that very moment, magical projectiles fly towards them and it becomes clear that they need to dodge immediately. Evangeline rushes towards the prince, pressing her palm to the back of his head and forcing him to bend over, covering him with her shield and ordering him to duck. At that moment, several magical projectiles hit Evangeline's shield, and she gritted her teeth and withstood the blow. The projectiles reflected off her shield and scattered in different directions, after which a thunderous explosion was heard. They continue running, and Ash says it was a great job, but he shouldn't have bent over because his back hurt now. Evangeline responded by only sharply noting that it was his fault that he had grown so tall, and if he really wanted to, he could bend down and pick up a couple of shells right off the ground. Ash looked at her with a playful smile, thinking that although this was all fun and games, magical attacks were serious business. Opening the system window, he clicked on the image of the magical golems, moving the targeting of the controlled golem to them. After that, the huge golem turned towards the magical golems hovering nearby in the sky. Seeing one of them, he raised his hand up and took several quick steps forward in order to grab the annoying enemy. The next moment, he grabbed one of the magic golems and squeezed it in his hand, while the second one began to shoot magic projectiles at the barrier. Seeing the result, Ash noted with relief to himself that now they could at least relax for a little while. But the joy does not last long, because a stone golem approaches them from behind, which poses a serious danger. Evangeline, noticing the enemy, turns around sharply and says that she will smash him to pieces. The stone golem immediately takes aim at her and delivers a sharp blow, but she manages to jump back in time, dodging in the air. Gritting her teeth, she points her spear at the enemy to use her devastating damage reflection skill. The blow proves incredibly effective, and the stone golem is pierced through and through. Ash, still running, notes that it was really cool and impressive. Evangelina asks him what these compliments are for and wonders where the horse is. Ash pointed towards the tree the horse was tied to, thinking this was their chance to finally escape from here. But as soon as the horse sees the approaching heroes, it opens its mouth wide in shock and horror. The horse tried to escape, but being tied up, it couldn't do anything, fortunately for our fighters. Ash mentally asks the horse to be patient, and when they almost reach it, magical projectiles appear in the sky behind Ash. The next second, the shells hit the tree to which the horse was tied, thereby freeing it from its tether. Ash turned around to see that the projectile had released a magical golem that was being held by their allied iron giant. Gritting his teeth in anger, Ash cursed loudly, thinking about how terribly stubborn his opponents were. Stopping near a fallen tree, he leaned his hands on his knees, trying to catch his breath, and again swore loudly and obscenely. Evangeline asks if they have another option, and Ash straightens up and, looking at the approaching golems, says that they only have Plan B left. Evangeline, catching her breath, asks him what Plan B is, and Ash, smiling nervously, says that, in his opinion, all they can do is kill everyone. Evangelina asked in horror if he had gone crazy, because between the two of them there wouldn't be a single wet spot left. At that moment, one of the golems began to attack, clenching its fist to strike. Noticing this, Ash shouted that there was no choice anymore, either fight or die, and asked her if she was ready. Realizing that she really had no choice, Evangeline rushed into the attack, loudly shouting that she hated her job. Running up to the golem, she blocked his blow with her shield and began to restrain him, feeling how difficult it was for her. Ash praised her and told her to focus all her energy on defense and only use the spear when the absorption reached its limit. Hearing this, she turned towards him sharply, wondering who would attack if she was busy blocking. Ash resolutely declared that he would be the one to attack and launched a powerful attack with his random gloves. This attack is so powerful that it tears the body of a durable stone golem apart. Raising his smoking hand, he looked at Evangeline with a smile, saying that this was a real blow from the prince. She opened her mouth in shock, not understanding if he really did it or how it was even possible. Ash clenched his fist again and rushed forward to deliver another attack. The attack also turns out to be quite successful, and the enemy breaks into pieces as if he were made not of stone but of fragile glass. At that moment, a mechanical and stone golem began to approach them from the side, and Evangeline screamed that there were two more. Ash ordered her to destroy the right one with a reflection, and then block the left one in order to reflect this attack as effectively as possible. She followed the order, piercing the mechanical golem with her spear and blocking the second one's strike without taking any damage. Ash exclaimed that it was great and ran over to the remaining golem, thinking that it was now his turn to shine on the battlefield. He swung majestically and dealt a crushing blow to the golem's body, triggering the random number counting mechanic. This time it came up 0, which is a complete failure, which was very, very inopportune now. Probability often fails at a critical moment, and the system wishes him rest in peace after this blow. Seeing the power of his blow, Ash froze in shock and the realization of what was about to happen to him. His hand, which he had been hitting with, began to shake and blood began to spurt out as the skin and bones were horribly damaged. He who desires victory must not rely only on luck, but all actions must be clear and well thought out. But even knowing this, Ash still trusted chance. That was his principle, to use everything that was possible at the moment. Feeling a sharp pain in his arm, the bones of which broke from the blow to the golem, he screamed, and his whole body trembled. Hearing his cry, Evangeline immediately turned around and asked with alarm what happened to his hand. Ash cut off her question by pulling the cap out of the flask with his teeth and told her not to worry, claiming that everything was under control. He poured the healing potion onto his hand, and steam began to rise from it as the tissue began to regenerate. The torn skin regenerated and the broken bones healed, but the pain was still unbearable. First aid was given, but now Ash was temporarily unable to use his left hand, after which he stepped aside and told Evangeline to buy him 10 seconds. She asked if 10 seconds would be enough for him to come up with a plan, and he shouted back that they wouldn't be given more, looking at how 3 other golems were already approaching them. Evangeline began to hold them back with her shield, cursing and ordering them to finally calm down and let them get to the fort in peace. Ash meanwhile opened his inventory and thought that relying only on luck inevitably leads to defeat, and he knows this better than anyone. He takes out a rifle from his inventory, which should help him fight off his opponents. The reason he uses gloves under all circumstances is because he has a plan B in case his luck suddenly runs out. Ash pulls the trigger, and at that very second, energy begins to accumulate at the end of the barrel, and a moment later a shot is heard. The golem is completely pierced by this powerful energy volley, which has increased armor penetration. Evangeline at this point opens her mouth in surprise and shock as she looks at the purple trail in the air and then wonders what it was. Ash, breathing heavily, thinks to himself that this was his plan B that he relied on throughout the entire rescue operation. Actually, this rifle was meant for Damien, but he saved it just in case he was left with no other choice. He presses the barrel of the rifle to his hand again, thinking that his hand should be able to withstand a few more shots. He plans to finish off the remaining monsters with this rifle, which allows him to destroy large opponents in one shot. He knows that mana guns are very difficult to use, but at such a close range, even with the prince's weak body, it will be easy to hit. Unfortunately, all of his military shooting experience that he had acquired during his military service was of no use here. He feels a sharp pain in his right shoulder where the butt rests, and thinks that the recoil of this weapon is comparable to a real gun. At this moment, he remembers Damien and mentally asks him for forgiveness for borrowing his signature weapon. Meanwhile, Evangeline continues to repel the onslaught of opponents, loudly shouting that there is only one enemy left. She uses damage reflection and then pierces the golem's body like a hot knife through butter. They finish off the remnants of the small group that pursued them, and on the battlefield there remains only a pile of stones and metal debris. Evangeline turns to Ash and says that she has a lot of questions, but now she will only ask one. She looks at the crowd of golems, which are being held back by the giant golem with all its might, and wonders what they should do next. Ash stands up and replies that they will have to kill them all because without a horse they won't be able to get far. He notes that if all the golems rush after them at once, they will meet an inglorious and rather cruel end. Meanwhile, the golems try to defeat their big brother, climbing onto his body and trying to disable him. Ash logs into the control system and muses that it's time for the feature he likes the most. He gives the order for the golem to self-destruct, and its eye begins to emit a bright, threatening light that the iron villains do not take seriously. After which a powerful explosion is heard, tearing apart all the golems that were dangerously close to the boss. Evangeline watches the explosion, shocked by the capabilities that this summoned monster possessed. Capable of holding back an entire army, Ash bites his lip in frustration and clenches his fist, hitting his chest, mentally telling the golem that he did a great job and gave it his all. After the explosion, only rubble remains from the giant golem, and Ash thinks that it would be great if all the enemies died from this explosion. Component placement, however. Looking at the map, he sees that 14 golems remain alive, who immediately turn their attention to our heroes. Those who were seriously injured by the explosion, but not destroyed, begin to slowly rise to their feet, regaining their mobility. Ash tells Evangeline that they need to leave before their opponents come to their senses and chase after them. They need to get home as quickly as possible, and Evangeline replies that now everything is clear to her, after which they start running. Unfortunately, they are noticed almost immediately by magical golems, who launch another wave of energy projectiles in their direction. Seeing this, Evangeline curses loudly, then puts her shield forward to block the next danger. Magic projectiles are easily reflected, flying to the sides and hitting nearby landscape elements. They run on, and Evangeline notes that the most annoying opponents who cause the most problems still survive despite everything. Ash says that this is how Murphy's Law works, according to which even the worst live the longest. The magic golem prepares to unleash a powerful attack again, and Ash notes that at least they took out his friends. Evangeline agrees with him, happy about that at least, while Ash looks at the remains of one of the golems that shot their horse. However, he also understands perfectly well that he does not have time to linger and gloat, because they need to hurry. Continuing to run, they finally come to a hole in the wall, and he thinks they are almost there. Evangeline suddenly notices movement to the side and stops to put her shield forward. The brave girl takes the full brunt of the attack, defending herself with a shield while preventing her comrade from being harmed by the golem's attacks. Ash watches closely as he watches and discovers that cracks have begun to appear on his ally's shield from the damage she has received. A few moments later, her shield shatters into pieces, leaving the poor warrior completely defenseless against the impending threat. Seeing a great chance, the Golesi release several dozen more magical projectiles forward, each of which can kill our heroes in an instant. Evangeline takes a stable stance and swings her massive spear in order to perform a risky defensive maneuver. Swinging her spear properly, she screamed loudly and repelled the projectiles, completely nullifying their lethal force. Unfortunately, the spear is not designed for defense, and soon it cracks and crumbles, depriving her of her last tool to fight her opponent. The magical golem gives them no respite and releases a new volley of magical charges that whistle through the air. Evangeline realizes that they need to leave immediately, after which she pushes Ash forward. But suddenly one of the projectiles flies very close and hits her in the shoulder. She screams in pain, but she claims that she is okay. They need to run and find shelter. She lets go of him and they run into the house together, dropping to the floor for cover as she follows him as thunderous explosions sound outside. This house is a rather fragile shelter, but it can withstand at least one volley of magic projectiles, which is already a good help. Once inside, they hide behind the rubble and try to catch their breath in order to restore at least some of their strength. Evangeline peeks out from behind cover and notices that the golems are already approaching the hole in the wall, making a loud noise, and she asks if he has any plan. Ash reaches into his pocket and tells her to trust him because he has something in store in case they get cornered twice. He admits that he is not a knight in shining armor, but he does have the blood of a true trickster in his veins and shows her an ordinary mana core of the highest quality SR rank. He then peeks out from behind cover and throws it into the breach, summoning an automated defense turret. The energy sphere immediately begins to hover in the air and glow, activating the ritual of summoning a protective structure into this world. Ash thinks that all that is needed to build it is at least an R-rank core and building materials like planks and stones, which are in abundance in this house. Just a second later, a fully fledged turret is already standing at the entrance to the house, ready to sow chaos and destruction among the golems. One of the golems comes close and tries to analyze what kind of construction it is, thereby making a fatal mistake. The turret immediately activates and begins to rotate towards the closest target that poses a threat to it or to our heroes. Before the golem can even understand what has happened to him, several holes form in his body with which he can no longer live. Having dealt with him, the tower aims at the next enemy and begins shooting at everyone who is in the kill zone. Ash comes out of hiding and celebrates his turret, thinking that he is going to use everything he can to survive. Suddenly, he notices a small oddity concerning the change in the golem's behavior and frowns. The whole point is that the remaining golems stop and begin to retreat, presumably having realized that they cannot go straight ahead. He wonders why these idiots suddenly turn out to be so smart when they clearly didn't show such intelligence in the game. He remembers that their mental abilities should only be enough to run straight at people and nothing more. He hides behind the rock again and sits on the floor, saying that it seems the golems have left them alone for now, while Evangeline says that he is a strange man. She opens the potion and begins pouring it onto her wounded shoulder, gritting her teeth in pain and admitting that she has used enough potions today to last her a lifetime. Taking a breath, she asks what they should do next, hoping that the protagonist will be able to come up with another effective plan. Ash looks outside and replies that they need to wait until the sun sets so that the enemy's visibility becomes worse due to the weather conditions. From his point of view, after that they would be able to use his next preparation and successfully escape from this trap. At this moment, Evangeline's body shudders from pain, and she presses her hand tighter to her wounded shoulder in order to at least somehow calm it down. Ash watches her silently, thinking that she got hit pretty hard in this fight and expressing his hope that she doesn't have a limit on how many healing potions she can use. Getting to his feet, he says that he will go look for something like bandages or medicine that should help her. Soon he finds some old bandages in one of the drawers and realizes that this will be enough for a simple bandage. Then they go to the bedroom, where he carefully bandages her shoulder, taking advantage of the fact that the opponents have delayed their attack for now. After tying the knot, he says that he thinks it turned out well, noting that the bandage will allow her to hold until the medics arrive. Evangeline's gaze falls on several bottles on the floor, and she asks why there is so much alcohol, which has a simply terrible smell. He smiles slightly and says that her father drank a lot, almost without stopping for an hour. She's surprised and asks if this is true, to which Ash, with a slight grin, asks her why she didn't know about this despite living with him. He jokes about her father almost draining an entire lake, but Evangeline says that's impossible because the father she knew never touched alcohol. She remembers that her father always had to be prepared for monsters to appear and attack at any moment, so he didn't drink. Ash falls silent for a moment, realizing that this seemingly small detail says a lot about Margrave Cross. After a short pause, he admits that, in his opinion, a lot has changed during the 3 years of her absence. He also says that after those events, Cheryl experienced such pain that he could not live a day without drinking, which helped him forget. Ash sees the surprise on Evangeline's face and asks if she still hates her father despite just finding out about him. She looks away and replies that yes, she hates him, noting that it is unlikely that anything could make her forgive him for what he did. Then he asks if she would be angry with him if 3 years ago he left the city and saved his beloved wife. Evangeline admits that she wouldn't have hated him as much back then, but Ash looks at her seriously and says that she was in this city at the time. She remains silent, looking at him with sad eyes, and Ash adds that if her father had gone to save her mother, Evangeline herself would have been in danger. From his point of view, her father did not betray her mother and sacrificed the most precious thing in order to save his daughter. Evangelina lowers her gaze and quietly agrees with him, saying that such thoughts have visited her more than a dozen times. She says that she understands perfectly well that he always did everything he could, and she could not argue with these statements if she wanted to. Looking at Ash, she asks who she should blame for the terrible tragedy that happened to her parents and her. Ash is surprised and asks her what she means, to which she explains that her mother was torn apart and killed by monsters, and the rage and sadness drove her crazy. Everyone around her told her that there was no point in hating monsters, because it was just an unfortunate and tragic accident. After this, she again asks herself who she should blame for what happened. The room falls silent, and after a short pause, Evangeline admits that she understands how selfish it is to look for someone to blame for the monsters killing her mother. She also adds that if she does not look for the guilty, it will be almost impossible for her to exist in this cruel world. From her point of view, if she accepts the bitter truth that this tragedy simply happened on its own, then melancholy will eat her up from the inside. Ash reflects on how, instead of hating monsters whose attacks are like natural disasters, she chose to blame one person. Ash understands her. After all, hating someone specific is easier than keeping this pain inside and letting it eat away at you from the inside. Evangelina says that her father accepted her hatred and himself said that he was to blame for the death of her mother, whom he could not protect that day. Then he knocked on her door and confessed it, and she simply silently agreed with this state of affairs. Evangelina doesn't understand how she can now just forgive him without offering any options for what she should do after that. Evangelina sadly wonders who is to blame for her mother's death if she can't blame her father. Ash listens to her and replies that it happened and we need to move on because life is full of tragic accidents like this. There was no evil intent in this, or any mockery of an evil God who created this world exactly like this. In this world, the harsh reality is that monsters continue to kill and people continue to die at their paws or from old age. Relatives, friends, comrades perish. All this is inevitable, because people are too weak to resist such strong opponents as time or the universe. Ash says that if she needs to hate someone to live, let her hate them if it makes her feel better. He reflects on the fact that it is not because she wants to hate, but because she needs to at least somehow cope with the pain. He puts his hand on the top of her head and strokes her head, telling her that in that case she should hate him. She looks up in surprise, and he, looking at her seriously, says that he is ready to take on the burden that her father has been carrying all this time. After all, he is the Lord of the Crossroads, and that means he is responsible for everything that happens here, be it good or bad. It seems obvious to him that he must inherit this burden as the new Lord who has taken responsibility for these blood-soaked lands. He smiles and tells her that it would be better if she hated him and at least tried to understand her father. She reminds her that more than anything, Cheryl Cross just wanted her to be happy. Evangelina suddenly interrupts him, saying that his stroking will ruin her hair. Ash smiles and replies that this is exactly why he came, to atone for the sins he committed throughout his life. A slight blush appears on Evangeline's cheeks, and she adjusts her hair, looking at him with a look full of gratitude and embarrassment. Izrenia, однако, как soon as she wants to say something, a roar suddenly comes from outside, causing them both to flinch. Evangelina immediately runs to the window and looks outside in order to scout out the situation and find out what is happening. Seeing golems approaching the turret from all sides, she says that they are surrounded and it doesn't look very promising. Ash irritably notes that they clearly have no time to relax, discovering that if the golems surround the automatic turret, it will only be able to shoot at one target. He throws his rifle over his back and says that if the golems attack at the same time, they are finished, which means they need to attack first. Evangeline looks at him worriedly and says that she has no weapons to support him in this battle. Ash talks about how she still has her father's weapon, which they buried just a couple of days ago. Hearing this, Evangelina froze in place and seemed to want to say something, but suddenly the roar increased many times over. The thing is that the golems began to gradually approach the turret and continue to switch from target to target without firing shots. The golems switched from walking to running and rushed towards the turret from all sides with great speed in order to break through. Detecting movement in several directions at once, the turret began to rotate again, trying to find a suitable target. By locking onto one enemy, she fires several projectiles at him in order to destroy him. One of the golems falls dead, unable to withstand the damage received, but the rest continued their attack regardless. The turret continues to shoot back at the monsters pressing against it, but the golems are too fast. Once they reached the turret, they grabbed it from both sides and began to break it in order to neutralize the threat to their lives. The crystal on its body began to glow brighter, foreshadowing the initialization of the self-destruct protocol in a critical situation. A moment later, the turret explodes, destroying all the golems that were nearby. Meanwhile, Ash and Evangeline were already running along the walls of the estate towards the garden, constantly urging each other on. The golems, noticing the movement from the side, turned sharply and immediately rushed after them in order to prevent the pathetic little people from escaping. Ash looks back, notices his pursuers, and realizes that the time has come to act extremely decisively. He grabs his rifle and tells Evangeline that her time has come. He stopped and fired several shots at the golems to destroy those who had managed to get dangerously close. He also turned to Evangeline and shouted that she needed to take her weapon because it was his last piece. Evangelina did not answer and ran with all her might to the garden where her parents were buried. Soon she reached the back of the garden to their graves in order to gnaw out a chance of survival from fate. Fell to her knees in front of the tombstones and tried to catch her breath. She looked at her parents' graves and hesitated for a moment, trying to figure out if she was doing the right thing. At that moment, she heard Ash shouting her name, turned around and saw him running towards her with several golems following him. She realized that now was not the time for emotions, turned to the graves and began to rake the earth with her bare hands. Suddenly she stopped, realizing that her efforts had paid off many times over. A wooden coffin appeared underground, in which her long-suffering father was buried. There also lay an old shield and spear, a family heirloom of the Cross family, passed down from generation to generation. Evangeline once asked to bury this weapon with her father, but now the situation has changed radically. She took the weapon in her hands and, standing up, confidently looked towards the approaching monsters. She also felt that her leg began to feel much better and more confident. Her hands were dirty, but Evangeline gripped the spear tightly as if it was her only chance. On the day of his departure, her father wanted to give her this weapon, saying that it would be a faithful assistant to her. Then she just pushed his gift away, threw the weapon aside and said that she didn't need this junk and didn't need anything from him as an inheritance at all. But suddenly she fell silent and felt guilty for yelling at her own father before saying goodbye. She didn't really mean to be so harsh, but she was curious how her father would react to the way she was acting. Then she turned sharply and walked towards the carriage, and father called her name as she opened the door. He said that it was very cold in the north, and winter in the capital was especially harsh, so he asked to dress warmer so as not to catch a cold. She paused before climbing inside, her father only adding that she could always come back whenever she wanted, and his voice wavered at those very words. She sat down and, without saying goodbye, slammed the door behind her, not wanting to hear another word from her father. However, her sad look betrayed her true attitude towards her dad. The father remained standing in place, still not uttering a single word. He continued to watch her even when the carriage disappeared behind the hills and for several hours after. Evangeline remembered that moment when she saw the weapon near his coffin, and those memories instantly flashed through her mind. The spear and shield were old and worn out, like the father himself, who had aged quickly after the death of his mother. When she was little, this spear and shield seemed incredibly cool to her, but they were nowhere near the figure her father had when he was preparing to fight monsters. Taking the weapon, she confidently turned to the golems and wondered how it had come to this. Ash, who was running towards her from the golems at the time, asked her to hurry if she wanted to get out of here alive. She asked because he said that he had another preparation that he was preparing to use. Ash shouted back that it was true, and he did indeed have another ace up his sleeve. Evangeline said that it was time to use it, because she had almost no strength left and she would not last long. Ash ran up to her, stopped abruptly, and standing behind her, put his hand on her shoulder. He said with a confident smile that his latest piece was right in front of him. Evangeline looked at him confused and asked what he meant by that, but he began to push her towards the monsters, saying that she was their last hope. She wanted to object, but there was no time. The golems were rapidly approaching and posed a serious danger. Evangeline stood before them with a spear and shield in her hands, preparing to enter the battle. The equipment fit her perfectly, as if it had found its lost owner. At that moment, she suddenly remembered how her father taught her to hold a weapon in order to fight monsters. He adjusted her hand, talking about how to hold a spear and how best to hold a shield so that it would not interfere in battle. These memories of his lessons, of childhood, when she first took up a spear and shield, flashed before her eyes. The golems were getting closer, but she remained standing, ready to deliver a powerful blow. And at that moment, it seemed to her that the ghost of her late father was helping her to take the correct stance, as if touching her hand and telling her to turn her wrist for perfect balance. As soon as the first golem approached, she suddenly rushed forward and pierced its core with a spear, causing the monster to crumble into pieces. 4 more golems ran after him, 2 of which were stone and 2 mechanical. Evangeline ran confidently towards them, gritting her teeth, ready for whatever they could show her. When she fully concentrated, her eyes glowed green, and she even began to feel like the monster's movements slowed down. The mechanical golem tried to hit her, but she jumped to the side with lightning speed and incredible ease. She immediately rushed forward, punching a huge hole in him, after which, having jumped through it, she rushed to the next enemy. Her legs moved on their own, and her hands held the spear in the correct position, helping her to perform pirouettes. She knew instinctively how she should move. It seemed to her as if a path had opened up before her eyes, along which she could easily bypass the monsters and hit them in the cores. Running between the golem's legs, she delivered a precise blow to each one's vulnerable spots. As soon as it was all over, she seemed to wake up and, catching her breath in surprise, asked herself what it was. Ash clapped his hands and began to praise her, adding that she had exceeded all his expectations. He raised his fist in the air with joy, showing how much he believed in her. But Evangeline looked at him with obvious confusion, trying to understand what had just happened. She looked down at her hand holding the shield and said she thought she saw a path in front of her. To this, Ash replied that everything that was happening was due to the effect of her equipment, because according to him, this equipment was created specifically for her. Evangeline looked at him in surprise, wondering if all of this was really created specifically for her, because she didn't understand what buffs he was talking about. However, she was sure of one thing. Prince Ash knew exactly how it all worked, because he was a very experienced fighter. And suddenly Ash realized what he had just said, after which he laughed awkwardly and, coughing into his fist, added that now was not the time to discuss such things. He pointed his finger at the magical golem floating in the sky and said that there was one more enemy left. As soon as the golem noticed them, he immediately extended his hands towards them and began to accumulate magical energy. Evangeline turned to Ash and exclaimed what she should do in such a situation, since the golem was too high. Ash thought about the fact that Evangeline didn't have any ranged weapons and there were no more bullets left in the magic pistol. If she had thrown the spear and missed, it would have been the end of them. But opening the system window, he confidently answered her that there was always a way out. The sun had almost set, and soon the night they had been waiting for so long in the shelter would come. Ash turned to Evangeline, and I informed him that this would be his last order for today, and said that there was very little time left. Then he ordered her to run straight towards the enemy, promising that he himself would throw him from heaven to earth. Evangeline, hearing this, looked at the magical golem and, without thinking, rushed forward, completely agreeing with Ash's plan. Ash raised his fist up in joy again, saying that this would be their last attack. Evangeline didn't even ask how exactly the enemy would end up on the ground, because it was obvious to her that if this was Commander Ash's order, she would carry it out without hesitation. At this time, the magic golem released several dozen magic projectiles from its hands, flying straight towards Evangeline. It seemed to her that some path had opened up before her again, and she ran along it with ease, avoiding all the places where the shells fell. Ash, for his part, also ran forward and shouted that she was doing well and was leading them to a confident victory. He took a torch from his inventory and, waving it, shouted that it was now time to bring the curtain down on this battle. After that, he threw the torch upward, leaving behind a blue strip of fire, threatening everything living and non-living. To everyone's surprise, the torch did not reach the magical golem and fell to the ground with a dull thud, and silence reigned around. Ash looked up at the golem, and the golem in turn looked down with obvious confusion. Evangeline, opening her mouth in surprise, wanted to ask what this was all about and whether this was really the plan of such a brilliant prince. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared on the wall of Crossroads, which sowed confusion among everyone except Ash. A moment later, a shot rang out, and the bullet, flying through the body of the magical golem, hit the target right on target. Evangelina looked in surprise in the direction from which the bullet came and wondered how this was possible. A bullet came from the walls of Crossroads, putting an end to this intense battle near the estate. At this time, the soldiers were still holding the line, firing at the golems with loaded artillery cannons. Damien stood on the wall with a rifle in his hands, aiming at the magical golem, which turned out to be his final target. Evangelina thought that it was simply physically impossible for a person to fire a shot at such a distance. "Swing, however," Ash exclaimed with a smile that it didn't matter anymore, pointed his finger at the golem and told Evangeline that now was their chance. The golem began to fall down, unable to cope with gravity after the damage to the aura, and then Ash ordered her to finish him off. Evangeline ran towards the falling enemy without hesitation, and then, pushing off the ground, jumped up. She raised her spear, and her eyes glowed a bright green in the darkness of that cruel night. The next moment, she suddenly extended her hand forward, piercing the golem's core with her spear. First there was a bright flash, and then a powerful explosion followed, and the fragments of the golem flew in all directions. But by this time, Evangeline was already standing on the ground. She immediately let go of the weapon, dropped to her knees, and, breathing heavily, tried to come to her senses. Ash took a few steps towards her to check how she was feeling. He walked up to her, sat down next to her, and patted her on the head, telling her that she had done a great job. She asked if they had managed to win this battle, to which he, looking at the battlefield, replied that, of course, they had managed to win here. Evangeline smiled weakly and said that he was truly amazing, because everything that was happening reminded her of real madness. Ash agreed with her, adding that the story was indeed unbelievable, but they both now knew how it all happened. Evangelina was completely exhausted and, dropping her head on his shoulder, asked if she could already lose consciousness. Ash smiled and asked what would happen if he forbade her from losing consciousness until they arrived in the city. She replied that if it was his order, then of course she would try, and then he laughed and said that he was just joking and she could rest. Evangeline's eyes stared at one point and slowly closed as she fell asleep. Some time passed, and Ash came out onto a hill overlooking the entire city and waved a torch. In response, someone on the wall gave him a signal, and our hero noticed 3 flashes, which meant the successful completion of the battle. Ash thought with relief that, thank God, everything had ended well there too, and there were no tragic incidents. Then he turned and looked at Evangeline, who was sleeping under his cloak by the fire and recovering her strength. At that moment, he thought that he had to sweat a lot because he only had 2 blanks left, the first of which was Damien's shot. A normal bullet could not cover such a distance, and this was only possible thanks to the 1,000-mile eye. Even one shot like that really exhausted Damien, and Ash noted to himself that he would definitely thank him when he returned. Secondly, his last preparation was this little girl herself, who is now diligently trying to get some sleep. More precisely, the blank was Evangeline's family equipment, because the spear and shield of the Cross family were very cool artifacts. It was the personal weapon of the character Evangeline Cross, and its true power was only awakened after being upgraded. All SSR-ranked characters had personal equipment that was a family heirloom. If the specified character equipped both items, a unique characteristic of the Cross path would be activated, which was usually closely related to their personal history. This path allows the owner to find and follow the ideal route in any battle, consuming mana during use. Usually in the game, once a character's loyalty level reaches the maximum, he is automatically given a personal set. Ash could barely contain himself as he watched them commit it to the ground, but he still let it happen since he was going to send her away anyway. Component placement, however, he believes that desperate times call for desperate measures, and so he is forced to act in this way. He looks at the grave and mentally addresses the Margrave, saying that he was simply trying to save his daughter and hopes that the Margrave will not be angry with him. Then he sits down next to the fire and sighs heavily, feeling pain throughout his body. A moment later, he expresses hope that the city is okay, noticing how shells are flying from the wall again, and thinks that they are probably finishing off the remaining golems. Closing his eyes, he convinces himself that everything will be fine with them and decides to rest a little. He falls asleep and suddenly a monitor appears in front of his eyes, displaying the patient's condition, such as pulse and blood pressure. A child lies on a hospital bed nearby, connected to a ventilator, and a measured squeak can be heard in the room. The main character stands nearby and silently watches, unable to change anything. Suddenly he wakes up and, shaking with fear, begins to breathe heavily. Gradually he calms down and looks at the red cloak that covered him. At this moment, Evangelina comes out of the forest and asks him how he feels after sleeping. He looks up at her and replies that he is fine, and then asks if she is okay, to which Evangeline replies that she is fine after sleeping. In response, he only sighs with relief and adds with a smile that after defeating 50 golems, he feels simply wonderful. Evangeline smiles and, with a slight chuckle, notes that this empty bravado is starting to get a little tiresome, to which Ash replies that she is the same way. They fall silent, and all that can be heard around them is the crackling of fire and the rustling of magical dust. After some time, she asks if they will have to spend the night here, and Ash says yes, because they will only be able to return when the siege of the city is lifted. Evangelina says that she wonders if everything is okay there, to which he replies that it is definitely better there now than it was, and asks her not to worry. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound is heard, signaling the approach of something terrifying. Ash jumps up from his seat, thinking that these are enemies who managed to sneak up unnoticed. Logically, but Evangelina sighs heavily and, looking down at her stomach, admits that it's just hunger. Her stomach continues to rumble and he looks at her in complete silence until his own stomach makes the same sound. And then he gives in and says he's hungry too. Time passes and Ash emerges from the ruined estate, holding a bottle of alcohol and a bag in his hands. Evangelina notices him and turns around, and when he approaches the fire, he places the bottle and bag of dried grapes on the ground, announcing that he brought everything he could find. Evangeline decides to try the grapes and wonders what they taste like as she carefully places them in her mouth. зрения, однако после того, как она взяла кусок, она немедленно вырывает его и морщится, заявляя, что это самое отвратительное, что она когда-либо пробовала. Ash smiles weakly and remarks that her father grew these fruits, which greatly surprises Evangeline, who did not expect this at all. Ash adds that he ate them every day himself, despite the fact that they weren't very tasty. She looks at the bitten grape in her hand and says with a slight sadness that the old man had amazing tenacity. She closes her eyes, pops the grape into her mouth and begins to chew, and when she finally swallows it, she shudders and gets goosebumps all over her body. She then notices Ash drinking alcohol and asks for some for herself, saying that the taste is too bitter and she needs something to wash it down with. Ash is surprised and tells her that she is still too young to drink alcoholic beverages. Evangelina confidently states that it doesn't matter since she almost died recently, and he himself told her to do what she wanted. Ash is silent, but she, without waiting for an answer, reaches for the bottle in his hands and asks for a pour. He begins to hold her with his hand and, sighing with displeasure, says that she is terribly stubborn. Pouring some alcohol into her glass, he watches as she drinks it all in one gulp, exhaling loudly with a smile. He warns that it is very strong alcohol and asks if everything is okay while the girl winces and admits that it tastes disgusting. Suddenly, her face becomes very sad again due to the realization of a sad fact. She looks down at her glass and wonders if her father ate and drank this nasty stuff every day, causing himself additional suffering. Ash replies that he defended the city for 3 years in a state that left much to be desired. Ash fills his glass with alcohol and adds that Margrave Cheryl Cross often swallowed only dust and dirt. Smiling, he also says that he did his duty every day like a real adult. Then Evangeline seriously states that she doesn't want to be an adult, and Ash starts laughing and admits that it's very cute. The branches in the fire begin to crackle more often, giving a more cozy atmosphere. After a short pause, Evangelina, blushing slightly, replies that she knows about it herself. He asks what exactly she knows, and then she admits that she knew about how he secretly went out every night and stood at her mother's grave. She knew that even though he didn't make a sound, inside he wanted to cry, and she knew how much pain it was for him. After this, she falls silent and, pressing her lips together, adds that despite everything, she still hates him. She also says that this is why she wants him to stay alive, so that she can hate him as much as she wants. She needs him to just give her a chance to be a bad daughter, and he can yell at her and scold her as much as he wants. Suddenly, her body begins to tremble, and she admits that now she feels disgusted with herself, that she is angry alone, sad alone, and experiencing everything alone. Unable to bear the emotional strain, she whispers that she misses her parents terribly. Evangelina began to cry loudly, telling her parents how much she missed them. With each word, her sobs became more desperate, and Ash silently allowed her to cry it out. He understood that Evangeline found herself in a cold, unfriendly, cruel world. She had to, from that moment on, fulfill her duty without evading or retreating a single step. Now she will have to become a real adult and move on with her life, thinking about her late parents. Evangeline's tears were sincere, and she began to cry louder and louder, trying to throw out all the pain. She cried until the fire finally died out and the cozy crackling sound finally stopped. Evangelina herself fell asleep and covered herself with the imperial prince's cloak. Even in her sleep, she continued to cry and call for her father, hoping that he would come to her and help her. Meanwhile, the sun was already beginning to rise as Ash stood by 2 graves in the garden. He looked at the Margrave's grave, where he had previously placed a bottle of alcohol to honor his memory. Without thinking, he drained his glass in one gulp to make his head feel a little better. After drinking alcohol, he exhales loudly so that the alcohol does not immediately go to his head. Looking back at the grave, he noticed how the sky in the east was beginning to lighten slightly, signaling that dawn was almost upon us. Under the brightening morning sky, he saw his soldiers rapidly approaching him from afar. Noticing the cavalry, he raised his hand with a smile to signal them his location. Lucas, riding at the head of the cavalry, noticed him almost immediately because he had been looking for him with his eyes for a long time. After that, he put his hand to his chest with relief and exhaled, giving the excitement time to dissipate. The morning sun flooded the garden as the horses continued to come closer and closer. Ash thought about how he had passed another level of the game. Some time passed after the level ended and Ash arrived in the city, and the first thing he did was go to the temple. His wounds were already bandaged, and Saint Margaret used her powers on him, noting that she did not know how he had received such injuries. According to her, for now he will not be able to use his left hand as before, because his grip strength may weaken and his hand will be less maneuverable. He nodded, noting to himself that the price of defeat might be too high since he was not a damage dealer. The saint said that he needed rest and that he should come to the temple for treatment every day. He thanked her and asked how Evangeline was feeling, to which Margaret replied that her shoulder was injured, but she would recover fairly quickly. At the same time, the saint added that Evangelina is a very strong girl who can recover in record time. Ash crossed his arms and thought with a smile that she was, after all, an SSR-level character, and his regeneration couldn't compare to hers. After the treatment procedures, Lucas reported to him how the fight went, noting that his plan was still correct. He said that in the first 15 minutes, Damien knocked down all the magical golems, and the rest were finished off over the next 6 hours. He also noted that thanks to the calibrated guns, the artillery showed its best side. Once the golems were dealt with, they rushed to the Margrave's house in search of their precious leader and Evangeline. Everything turned out to be so simple that Ash was even surprised, because magical golems are strong opponents. While Lucas was telling what happened, they were walking down the temple corridor, and suddenly he stopped. Lucas says that their rescue team was a little delayed because they were carefully inspecting the front lines. He bowed slightly and asked the prince for forgiveness, to which Ash smiled and asked why he was apologizing, since everyone had done a great job. Afterwards, he asked about the casualties, and Lucas looked towards the room where the wounded were being treated, and replied that 14 people were seriously injured and 128 were lightly injured. Ash asked how many people died, and Lucas replied that there were no deaths this time. Ash suddenly froze in place and asked again if he understood him correctly, to which Lucas confirmed his words. And then Ash fell silent. Realizing this, he laughed, thinking that for the first time they had fought back without a single death. He came closer to Lucas and, smiling broadly, said that it was simply wonderful and he was very glad that they had gotten through without any irreparable losses. He noted that Lucas had done even better than he had, and Lucas nervously asked him not to say that, and added that while His Highness was away, everyone had been extremely tense. Ash was surprised to hear this and wondered if it was due to the lack of the steadfast commander buff that gave allies mind protection. He thought that this buff simply prevented madness in battle, but apparently it had another effect that he was not aware of. It seemed to him that by his mere presence he was able to calm people and help them cope with adversity. He even wondered if it was some kind of aromatherapy, hoping that they wouldn't become addicted to it. He put his hand on Lucas's shoulder and, still happy, said that, in any case, the result was excellent, he need not worry. Lucas asked him to promise this, looking with such serious and at the same time terrible determination, and said that he was His Highness's guardian from the moment they met until the very end. Ash got a little nervous and replied that he understood him, and then Lucas asked him not to go anywhere without him anymore, especially to dangerous places. Ash patted him on the back, confirming that he understood, and asked how everyone else was feeling, to which he replied that they were fine. But Damien had gone a bit overboard. Ash asked worriedly if it was serious, but Lucas assured him that he said everything was fine and was currently undergoing treatment at the temple. Ash put his hand to his face thoughtfully, deciding that as soon as Damien got better, he would definitely need to meet him. So far, everything was going pretty well, so he thought how much he wanted to just lie down on the bed. Returning home, he went to the Lord's inner garden, which is a very beautiful structure. He sat down on a bench and, looking at the green bushes and trees, thought that it seemed that spring was already near, because the weather was getting warmer. At that moment, he heard Evangeline's voice asking why he was not resting inside. She came up to him, leaning on a crutch, and said that if he sat there for a long time, he might catch a cold. She came closer and, sitting down next to him on the bench, put the crutch aside. Then she smiled, and looking at the garden, admitted that she didn't even think that she would live until the morning and that she would see this dawn again. Ash apologized to her for putting her through all that on the day she was supposed to leave the area, adding that she needed to heal her wounds and then leave. Component placement, however, she replied that she did not want to leave, which caused serious surprise in Ash, who clearly did not expect such a decision on her part. Evangeline said that she had thought about it the previous night and had decided to become the next Margravine, and then he asked if she understood what that meant. Ash tells her that her father wanted her to be free, to live the way she wanted, to which she replied that that was why she made this decision. Evangelina smiled and added that her father's last will was the only thing she could disobey him in now since she was still a rebel. The girl looked at the high walls and the flags that fluttered above them, and said that she wanted to understand her father. She says that she is interested in what he felt then and what he thought then. She admits that she still cannot fully understand his actions, but perhaps having been in his place, this will change. After a short pause, she says that this is the only way she can at least come closer to understanding this stubborn old man. She also apologizes for contradicting herself, then says that she really wants to inherit these lands and her father's title, since she remains Cross's only daughter. Ash says her name and wants to say something, but she interrupts him, adding that she will share with him the responsibility and hatred that he bears alone. She clenches her hand into a fist and enthusiastically declares that, of course, she is a little embarrassed to say this, but she has always been the best student of her year at the academy. Ash thinks that it is obvious because she has the rank of SSR, who in a few years will become an absolute warrior. She continues to say that the most important thing now is to become stronger as a knight and as a person. Noticing his silence, she finally asks him to answer something, to which he asks what exactly he should say. Then she stands in front of him and adds that, for example, he could tell her that he is glad to accept her into the team. She also suggests telling him that now they will fight side by side against monsters. He remains silent, looking at her happy face, and thinks that the strongest SSR rank tank, Evangeline Cross, is now asking for permission to join his squad. In his opinion, there is not a single idiot in the world who would refuse such an offer, and yet, after thinking about it, he refuses her with a wide smile on his face. Hearing his answer, she immediately laughs, thinking that he is allowing her to join in, but suddenly freezes mid-sentence, realizing what exactly he said. Noticing her confusion, Ash repeats that he refused, adding that he is the Lord here and he is not going to give her the city. She looks at him in shock, not knowing what to answer, and then he says that if she is persistent and goes through the inheritance procedure, she will be accepted under his command. Evangelina looks at him in surprise and asks him why he made such a decision. He explains his thought by saying that only when she grows up and becomes mature enough to rule the entire city, then he will hand over to her the duties of Lord Crossroads. He also says that he will grant her the title of Margravine so that she will live up to her status. Evangelina says that in 3 or even 2.5 years she will already be very grown up. Ash replies that they will discuss it later, and Evangeline smiles and says that he will definitely acknowledge her, and then she will get her title and city. Ash calls her by her full name and replies that he will wait for this, thinking that in 3 years this game will end anyway. Until then, it doesn't matter to him whether he gives up the city or not, even if he writes a check for it. She sits down next to him and asks if she can ask him a question, and Ash asks what exactly she wants to ask. Then she says that when she was little, her mother told her that she knew that if she stayed here and married her father, her life would be hard and full of worries. According to Evangeline, she knew about it from the very beginning, but also said that she made this choice anyway because life goes on. Evangelina asks what he thinks she meant by that. Even though she knew how it would end, she still stayed in the city. She admits that she used to think that she would understand this when she grew up, but she still doesn't. Ash bends his middle finger and prepares to perform an incredibly unexpected attack. Taking advantage of the element of surprise, he flicks her on the forehead and hears her snort in pain. He points his finger at her with a confident smile and asks if she really doesn't understand what the words "life goes on" mean. According to him, life itself, which continues, is now sitting right in front of him. He then rises from the bench and welcomes her to the front lines where the creepy and cruel monsters live. He heads towards the mansion and, without turning around, waves his hand at her, telling her to get some rest since from this day on she is officially under his command. As he walks towards the mansion, he thinks with a smile that the sun is shining and the weather is wonderful, because spring has come. After he leaves, Evangeline looks down and reflects that she now seems to be beginning to understand what exactly her mother wanted to say. Her mother knew that for what you love, you have to pay the highest price that can be paid. She also understands that this price could be the most terrible death at the hands of bloodthirsty creatures. Despite this, she stayed close to her lover and gave birth to a daughter because she loved him with all her heart. From her point of view, this is the only way to support your significant other. In this case, if there is a reason why people stay to fight monsters, this is it. This is what Margrave Cheryl Cross was guided by every time he went into battle with the monsters that never calmed down. All the city's inhabitants live with similar beliefs and hope that one day they will be able to wake up in a world where monsters have disappeared. After all, when spring comes, a sprout grows from the ground, which gives hope for the emergence of new life. Even if it dies from winter frosts, a new sprout will still appear in its place with the arrival of spring. Death comes to all living things, but the future, despite everything, remains. Because after the Cross family, not only ashes remain. Evangeline addresses her parents in her thoughts, saying that now she is beginning to understand, even if only a little. But it is already a beginning. There is not a single living place on her body. Everything hurts. But her heart has become lighter than ever. Spring has finally arrived, and Evangeline is preparing to return to the hospital. The system reports that the third wave has been repelled, and Ash receives rewards and decides to check his inventory. Ash also becomes the MVP of this wave, which went surprisingly easily. He wonders why he is the one who becomes the MVP, sitting on a bed in a dark room lit by candles. He looks at the system window and thinks he needs to look at the rest of the awards. But suddenly the necklace on his neck sparkles brightly. He looks down and touches it with his hand, and the system informs him that a hidden ability has been unlocked. It turns out that he had been wearing an EX rank rebel necklace all this time, and the description says that it is the necklace of a player who rebelled against fate. Ash wonders what it is and why it's called the Necklace of Rebellion, but it still gives access to the shop. He enters the store and the system welcomes him to the experience store, saying that he now has 1 million points. After this, the system shows an image of some object that is a dark event tracker. According to the description, if a dark event occurs during the level, he will know about it in advance. This tracker costs 100,000 experience points, and he immediately buys this thing. Ash wonders in surprise what these dark events are, because he hears about them for the first time in his life. And then a system window pops up before his eyes with a detailed explanation of what all this means. It turned out that a dark event was happening on every level, and that was why the dark armor was the first wave. This also explained the appearance of an enemy NPC in the level with the giant rat invasion. The very behavior of the monsters on the third level with the division into 2 squads is also another dark event. In other words, it had not been a simple coincidence from the very beginning, and that was why he had this heavy premonition all the time. Deep down, he wonders why anyone would go to such lengths and who is behind all this manipulation. Meanwhile, to the north of the crossroads, in the very center of the continent, and perhaps the entire world, New Terra thrives. This city is the capital of the Everblack Empire and is one of the largest architectural structures. This city is a center of trade, and its fleet covers all the nearby seas. In the very center of this largest city stands a palace, which, because of its countless towers, is called the Palace of the Black Peaks. Meanwhile, we are transported to the administrative chamber of the Everblack Palace. A servant knocks on the door and calls His Highness in order to have a short audience. Entering the office, he hears the prince asking him why he came, continuing to look at his papers. The man replies that the prince's younger brother is again asking for reinforcements, and the prince's hand, holding the pen and writing words on the paper, stops. The Empire's Minister of the Interior, Fernandez Everblack, looks up at the servant and adjusts his glasses, asking if he is talking about Ash. The man confirms his words by looking at the letter and reports that it says that the invasion of monsters from the south is getting stronger every day. Fernandez takes off his glasses and, placing them on the table, asks with slight fatigue what exactly this request is. The servant replies that this is the third request, and the prince wearily covers his face with his hand, burying his fingers in his hair. After a short pause, he states that he doesn't care, after which the man tries to object, explaining that the situation on the southern front really does look unstable. The prince indifferently repeats that he doesn't care about the monsters' invasion because they have more important problems. The servant immediately apologizes, but Fernandez, looking at the map, says that the war with the Bringer Principality in the west is coming to an end, so now is not the time to divide the troops. The man agrees with this, trying to add something else, but the prince interrupts him, clarifying that the war with the Bringer Principality is a priority. His eyes flash a cold red light for a moment, and he quietly adds that Ash always just whines and then asks how the battle with the Bringer Principality is going. The man reports that the 1st Division is currently storming the capital of the Principality, and the enemy is expected to capitulate within a week. The prince then asks where his older brother is. The man replies that he is on the front lines, and Fernandez sighs and notes that he told him not to do that. The eldest prince of the Everblack Empire, Lark always leads the knights and soldiers as he holds the position of Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Army. His bravery is known throughout the Empire, and he is always the first to rush into battle. But despite his outstanding fighting skills, he is the first prince, which means he should be at headquarters. Thinking about this, Fernandez comes to the conclusion that both brothers bring a lot of problems. He then asks how their father is feeling, to which the man replies that the emperor is still in his chambers, and the prince merely remarks that this is nothing new. The emperor had locked himself in his chambers many years ago, only occasionally sending letters with orders and calling servants to him. In connection with this, the first prince took full responsibility for protecting the country from external threats, and the second prince began to deal with the internal affairs of the empire. Over time, rumors began to spread that something had happened to the emperor, and it was his absence that had pushed the Bringer Principality into active military action. Lost in these thoughts, Fernandez is distracted by a man's voice, who says that he needs to look at another document. The prince, taking the paper, asks what it is and receives the answer that it is a petition for execution. The man confirms that it is about executing the traitors who are in the underground prison and asks if he will approve of it. Fernandez replies that he will approve the request, since they are all traitors to the empire. However, when he touches the tip of his pen to the paper, he suddenly stops. Suddenly, the prince says that he still needs to send reinforcements, and the servant asks with slight confusion whether soldiers need to be sent there. Fernandez tears up the petition for execution and, grinning, orders that these suicides be sent there and let the monsters deal with them themselves. Fernandez also says that Ash just needs living shields, and units like these are perfect for that. The man exclaims in shock that he means these are not ordinary criminals, and if they are sent, there will be chaos. Component placement, but the prince calmly replies that this is already Ash's problem, and since his little brother needs toys, any will do. He orders on behalf of the Minister of the Interior that 5 of these traitors be sent as reinforcements, and that Prince Ash be responsible for their execution. Immediately after this, he signs this order with his last name and smiles. After signing the request for reinforcements for Ash, he says with a slight smile that he is helping his little brother after all. Then he turns away from the table and, looking out the window, smiles slyly, looking somewhere into the distance. He sarcastically asks his brother if he agrees that he is an amazing brother. Meanwhile, Ash scratches his ear and wonders if someone far away is cursing him. He sits in a bright room next to the bed and looks at the teapot and vase of flowers on the nightstand. Ash looks at Damien and asks him how his eyes are feeling, to which he replies that they are feeling better. Ash apologizes for making him worry and sweat because of this visit. After hearing the prince's apology, Damien expresses concern and claims that it is not his fault, but his own choice, and that it is not the prince's fault. Ash smiles at this reaction and lightly pats Damien on the head, calling him a little brat. Damien sighs in surprise, straightens his disheveled hair, and says with a smile that his vision will return after a few days of rest. So there is no need to worry. Ash promises not to make him worry like that again, but Damien doesn't understand what he means at first. Ash extends his little finger to him, promising that he will not insist on such actions again. Damien, not seeing the extended gesture, smiles and says that it is like a trigger that he can use as long as it is useful. He touches his blindfold and adds that if he can help get rid of the terrible monsters, he will gladly pull this trigger, even if he loses his sight. He also says that Ash shouldn't be shy and can use it as much as he needs. Ash silently looks at him with a smile and thinks that he cannot refuse such an offer, because the 1,000-mile eye is too valuable. He calls Damien by name and asks if he remembers his first promise. Ash reminds him that when the time comes, he will be able to kill him. He thinks that then Damien lost his friend and the will to live, so something had to be done. Then he realized that in order to bring him back to his senses, he used his hatred as fuel. Now Ash wants to understand how Damien feels now and asks if he still hates him because of his friend's death. Damien thinks, and at first does not say a single word, trying to collect his thoughts. After a short pause, he admits that he hasn't thought about it since then. He also says that first they must defeat all the monsters and finally see the world. He also says that only then can you ask about it again, and he will definitely answer whether he hates it or not. Ash places his hand on his shoulder and notes that they will have to wait quite a long time since the war is still in full swing. He hopes that in 3 years, when he gets to the center, everything will be over, one way or another. He confidently says that he will accept any answer, thereby demonstrating his incredible determination. He reflects on loyalty and hatred, kindness and anger, realizing that Damien has had a difficult fate. He thinks for a moment about players and cheating characters, and comes to the conclusion that sometimes relationships don't matter. Ash understands that the main thing for him is that this young guy who helps him will one day be happy. After a victorious night, Ash returns to his quarters, traveling through the night city illuminated by lanterns. He carefully opens the door to his room so as not to wake the servants with a loud creak. He complains of severe pain in his back after a fierce battle and notes that his whole body hurts, but he has no time to rest. Ash needs to know the exact course of the battle, which he did not participate in, given that he was not able to fully study the behavior of the golems. To do this, he checked the storage of artifacts, the injured soldiers in the temple, and also the production of weapons. Only after this does he find himself at home, thinking about the fact that he made a short toast and leaves. Ash muses that the soldiers might get drunk without his involvement, so his presence would be extremely unnecessary. He also understands perfectly well that Jupiter will be able to maintain the fun for a very long time, being an experienced soldier. He thinks that since she has a lot of experience, let her be the main ringleader of the evening for his sake, and settling down on the bed, he yawns widely, realizing that his brain urgently requires sleep. He still has things to do, so he opens Lucas's character system window and looks at his stats, smiling. He reaches out his finger to the screen and wonders if it's time to change the class of his favorite knight. Lucas currently has 35 strength, endurance, and agility, 20 mana, and 15 spirit. Seeing these numbers, Ash is surprised to note that he already has very good indicators. Lucas has already leveled up twice and is now an elite knight and has received a second skill, a dash that allows him to cover a huge distance to his target. The thought of Lucas unlocking his ultimate ability and collecting his personal equipment and then turning into a true god of battle makes Ash drool. He understands that the path will be difficult and thorny, but once the goal is achieved, everything will pay off many times over. By swiping his finger across the system window, Ash switches to the next character, himself. He holds back his tears, realizing that the path from the 1st to the 20th level was difficult and that he wants to cry because of it. Previously, his class skills were unknown, and he hopes that some really cool abilities will be revealed. Opening the characteristics window, he sees that his physical indicators, apart from the indicator of spiritual strength, are at an unremarkable level. In his opinion, it is not the characteristics that are more important, but the skills, after which he moves on to the skills section, noting with interest that he has discovered the first skill called the Commander's Eye. This makes him curious, and he wants to study the description of this skill. The skill allows you to control the target's mind by establishing eye contact. Ash thinks it's some sort of mass mind control, and while the skill seems difficult to use, it can be very useful. He honestly admits to himself that he would like a more independent skill, but perhaps this skill is also good, and he will only be able to test it in practice. He then looks into his inventory and discovers 4 chests that he received as a reward for completing the level. 3 silver and 1 gold. He clicks on the gold one and says that if the player manages to open at least 10 of these chests before the end of the game, then he can consider himself lucky. He looks at the light shining through the lid of the chest, hoping to finally get a weapon he can use. Looking at his hand, he realizes that he can't rely on gloves alone. He needs something stable and practical. With his eyes closed and his hands folded in prayer, he asks God to reward him with a suitable weapon. At this moment, the lid of the chest begins to lift, and he mentally wishes to receive something cool. A second later, a magic wand appears in his hand, emitting light, and he looks at it in surprise, barely believing his eyes. The system reports that this is an SSR rank magic wand called Maestro, with attack values from 25 to 50 and durability of 10. He is surprised and thinks that this is really a serious purchase, because all SSR rank weapons have unique effects. But among them, this wand is especially famous. Essentially, she creates blades that can be summoned several at once and attacked with as long as she has enough mana. For a newbie to magic like him, this medium-range weapon would be just great. With such a wand, he would look like a real wizard. But the most interesting thing is the attack buffs that you can get if you hit someone with this stick. Looking at the wand, he wonders if this means he will now have to hit his comrades to strengthen them. Ash wonders how he'll even explain this behavior to his teammates, as they're unlikely to appreciate it. He also wonders what the logic is here and where exactly one needs to hit in order to give them an attack boost. He realizes that he will have to come up with a convincing excuse for hitting them with a magic wand. In the morning, he begins immediate preparations for defense, realizing that every minute will count in this matter. He meets with the workers and gives orders for them to begin repairing the wall and strengthening the front line. He understands that the first thing he needs to do is to take care of the front, like the part of the fortress wall closest to the Black Lake, which was badly damaged during the battle with the spiders. This happened during the training stage when the walls were seriously damaged and then they were left as is. Now it's time for repairs, because this wall is hard to defend. But if it is repaired, the number of monsters reaching the main fortress can be reduced. Next, he takes up anti-aircraft artifacts to prepare for flying monsters. There is a specific order in which enemies appear in the game. Flying waves come at least once every 5 levels. 3 waves of walking monsters have already passed, so flying ones may appear very soon. Having explained all this to Lily, he notices how she, with a serious and excited look, confirms that she understood everything he told her. She also said that she urgently needs to prepare the artifacts, so she leaves, quickly moving away in a wheelchair. After that, he took Evangeline's equipment to the forge to discuss the possibility of repairs. He then told Lucas about his plans to open a casino in the city which could help the city make money. Later, he tries the local food at the tavern and gradually begins to arrange everything here in order to bring it into proper condition. 3 days have passed, and in the courtyard of the Lord's estate, everyone is gathering at the portal in order to set off on another sortie. The system tells Ash that there is only a week left until the next wave of monsters, which means it's time to find out who they will be fighting. Ash looks at his team and hopes that they have had a good rest over the past couple of days. He smiles and apologizes for keeping them on edge, but they had no time to idle. Suddenly, he notices a new member of the squad nearby who suddenly decided to join them. Evangeline, with an embarrassed face, gradually approaches Ash and his squad. He quickly approaches her and asks what happened, if she has any problems, while the girl flinches in surprise. She turns away to hide her blushing face and explains that she just felt awkward. He wonders with surprise and bewilderment what this could mean and why she began to behave so strangely. He remembers that it started after the two of them fought against an entire team of golems. After some thought, he suggests that this might be related to the truth about her parents. Ash takes a step towards her, but she starts to move away, so he asks why she's running away. What is the matter? But she shyly says that everything is fine. Ash stops, sighs heavily, and thinks that teenagers are sometimes completely impossible to understand. At this point, Damien scratches the back of his head, laughs awkwardly, and admits that he feels strange too. Ash asks what's wrong, but Damon hangs his head and remains silent, and Ash guesses that it has to do with the visit to him. He wonders why everyone is acting so strange and finds Jupiter chuckling quietly. When Ash asks her a question, she waves her cigar and explains with a smile that she doesn't want to interfere in the affairs of the young, so as not to look stupid. Ash counters that she already looks like an old fool who is talking complete nonsense. After this, he turns to Lucas and says that he is the only normal one here, to which Lucas clenches his fist to his chest, bows his head, and replies that he will not let him down. He immediately plunges his sword into the ground, kneels before Ash, and enthusiastically declares that he is His Highness's protector and everything will be fine no matter what. Ash claps his hands and orders them to stop talking, which will lead to nothing anyway. He states that today they are heading underground to explore the third area at the northern wall. He adds that, as usual, they will have to go straight ahead, looking around, because there will be no branches. He thinks about the battle on 2 fronts and realizes that in order to progress, he must kill monsters that appear and respawn again and again. He informs the team that the journey will not take long and they will try to return by dinner. He asks them if they have any questions, and Evangeline confidently replies that they are ready. He smiles and says that then we can hit the road. By clicking on the system window, he selects the destination in order to go to the outer north wall. After this, they pass through a portal that begins to glow blue. Then the portal disappears, falling to the ground as if this pile of stones had always been there in this form. The system reports that the procedure of teleportation and loading of locations has been initiated. A hint also appears that areas already completed can be explored again. In just a few moments, the protagonist and his entire group found themselves in the right place. After exiting the portal, they found themselves on the tower of the outer northern wall and again saw the stunning view of the kingdom from above. Lucas noted that the kingdom under the lake is truly mesmerizing, and every time he looks at it, he can't tear himself away. Ash frowned and said that it was time for them to move on so as not to waste a single second. They left the observation tower and climbed down the wall, finding themselves in the third zone. Ash refreshed his memory about this zone. Unlike the previous one, everything here was quite simple. The system reported that there was only one normal room and one boss room that needed to be defeated. This meant that the fight would be difficult, but without any unexpected surprises, because a lot depended on what monsters would appear. Suddenly, Lucas noticed something, pulled his sword out of its sheath, and warned the others that something was approaching. At that moment, a monster appeared on the wall, a gargoyle with red eyes sitting on the fence. Other gargoyles began to fly towards them from different sides, trying to surround them. Ash noticed them and became alarmed, realizing that they were serious opponents who could attack from the air. One of them growled loudly in order to sow fear among the wandering travelers. At this time, a system window appeared in front of him with information that they needed to destroy the first wave of enemies. 8 stone gargoyles. Ash waved his hand and ordered his comrades to deal with them quickly, warning that the monsters would come again and again, so there was no hesitation. Things would only get worse. From his point of view, they needed to move forward with all the determination they had. Obeying the prince's order, everyone rushed in different directions and began to attack. In the first half of the game, 2 types of flying monsters could appear, like wyverns, which many thought were dragons, although in fact, this was not the case. They were a weak subspecies of dragons, quite stupid and unable to use the abilities of real dragons, but still retained some of their traits. After all, they were their direct descendants. Because of this, magic did not work on them, and the main character remembered how hopeless he felt when, having gathered a squad of magicians, he could not even scratch the wyverns. In addition, these descendants of dragons loved to shoot fire and had flight and long-range attacks in their arsenal, but they were vulnerable to physical attacks. He recalls that with the help of archers and ballistas, they could have been defeated, albeit with difficulty. The second type of monsters were gargoyles, and unlike wyverns, gargoyles could withstand physical attacks but were powerless against magic. They preferred close combat and did not attack from a distance. So the tactics against them were simple. The front line held back the attacks, and the mages and artifacts in the rear tried their best to finish off these freaks. Jupiter shouted that this ball was ruled by magicians, while simultaneously raising a sphere around which lightning was accumulating. She then raised her hand higher and laughed loudly as lightning struck the enemies around her, giving them a powerful shock. Then, raising both hands and holding the sphere even higher, she accumulated even more magic and said with delight that she was already waiting for a raise. The third wave had already appeared, and the number of monsters killed was rapidly increasing due to the fact that Jupiter was in full swing. Ash watched as she quickly dealt with the gargoyles and thought about how Jupiter was a great mage with a bad character that couldn't be changed. Diamond, who was standing nearby, timidly called out to him and asked if there were any tasks for him. Ash looked at him and replied that he could just rest. He justifies this decision by saying that his eyes and left hand have not yet fully recovered, and the others can cope without him. Ash also thought that there were currently 2 SSR rank knights and 1 SR rank mage on the battlefield, each already leveled up twice. He also noted that 2 knights can wreak havoc among opponents with incredible ease. Jupiter laughed loudly as she blasted the enemies with lightning, while Ash expressed confidence that such a squad would be more than enough to clear the third zone. While the battle was going on, Ash and Daimon were gaining experience points, and he reminded them that they could just rest. The gargoyles were soon defeated, leaving behind a pile of stone shards on the hard floor. Jupiter found red gems among the debris and smiled at the same time, and Ash thought that although she was troublesome, her skills were excellent. After that, they continued on their way, walking a little along the fortress wall, and they finally reached the right place and stopped. Ash tells his comrades that they have finally reached the boss room. Ash looked at the huge doors in front of them and said that this was the room where a powerful opponent with outstanding equipment would be waiting for them. Ash touched the doors, opened them, and explained that they needed to deal with the monster quickly. Together, they entered the boss's room with a leisurely gait, assuming that a rather easy walk awaited them. The system informed them that they would have to defeat the boss of the outer northern wall, Centurion Malin, a level 30 stone gargoyle. Inside, their torches illuminated the room, and they froze as they saw a huge gargoyle in golden armor sitting at the end of the room. Ash raised his flashlight to get a better look at the monster, and was surprised to see that it was the boss that needed to be destroyed. According to legend, this gargoyle decorated the palace, and in terms of skills, it was not much different from the boss's, but it looked impressive and promised many valuable items. Ash clapped his hands to get everyone's attention and noted that this was great because they were going to get good stuff. He says that everyone needs to get ready, but as soon as he says this, Jupiter suddenly rushes forward, creating a powerful stream of wind. Ash immediately turned around and saw Jupiter with shining eyes, sticking out her tongue, laughing madly and rushing towards the monster. She stretched out her hands to the monster and exclaimed that this was real gold that could be sold for a very high price. The system has confirmed the activation of the gold rush effect, which completely subjugates the wearer. Seeing her rushing towards the monster, thinking only about gold, Ash came to the conclusion that she had gone completely mad. His face darkened, and he decided that the old lady had gone completely mad in an attempt to make as much money as possible. At that very moment, the gargoyle Milan suddenly came to life and gripped the weapon tighter. He said that 20 years ago he was a centurion, and 10 years ago he was also a centurion. In anger, he raises his weapon, loudly declaring that now he will have to remain a centurion for the rest of his life. Despite this, Jupiter continued to rush towards him, and Ash, noticing this, nervously turned to the others with a request to urgently cover her, so as not to allow her to die. Lucas rushed forward and assured the prince that he understood the task, and Evangeline called out to Jupiter, asking her to wait. At this point, the centurion said that if he had been on the inner wall, he would have been promoted long ago. Ash froze, watching the enemy's actions, and realized that they would not have time to stop him before he struck. Milan's weapon quickly approached Jupiter, who laughed loudly and ran towards him. Despite the obvious danger, Jupiter was never able to come to her senses and remained consumed by the thirst for profit. Ash called Damien and ordered him to open fire, after which he pulled out his rifle, took aim, gritted his teeth, and fired several times. The bullets hit Milan's weapon from the side, causing his mace to be pulled to the side. Due to the lethal power of these cartridges, Milan lost a lot of strength. He hit the ground next to Jupiter, sending her flying back and finally bringing her to her senses. After the fall, she felt dizzy and asked what was going on. Lucas immediately grabbed her by the clothes and said that they needed to get out of here as quickly as possible. He picked her up in his arms and quickly ran in the opposite direction from the centurion. Milan watched them with a gleam in his eyes, realizing that there was no point in running after such fast opponents. Suddenly, Evangeline's voice came from below, and she began to scold and insult the monster in order to attract its attention. Milan became enraged, his mouth wide open and growling loudly as he was caught in the battle cry. He swung his mace with all his might and struck Evangeline, flattening her in the blink of an eye. She managed to block the blow with her shield, and it caused her whole body to tremble, but she continued to hold off the monster. At this time, Lucas threw Jupiter to the ground in front of Ash, who, with difficulty containing his anger, turned to her with displeasure, and she, excited, admitted that it was her fault. Ash was surprised by her behavior and asked her to pull herself together, reminding her who had the most combat experience here. Jupiter complained that because of her mistake, everyone was now in danger. He, still dissatisfied, noted that although she realized her mistake, she thought that in the game, such a situation only affected chests. Lucas decided to return to the fight and ran to the centurion, telling him that he was going to help Evangeline. Jupiter quickly came to her senses and began to cast a spell, declaring that she would soon send the monster to the afterlife, after which a magical sphere appeared above her hand. However, this energy sphere suddenly disappeared and she felt pain in her hand. Ash noticed this and said that everything was fine and that she needed to recover for future battles. Damien looked at the monster with determination and expressed a desire to help, but Ash raised his hand, saying that it was not necessary. Damon was surprised, and Ash thought that he had already used his skill 3 times without proper eye rest after the fight with the Spider Queen, so he was still in pain. He took out his wand and stepped forward, motioning for the others to step back as their prince wanted to try out his new toy. He waved his wand to announce that the show was about to begin, and 3 swords appeared floating in the air. He made a surprised sound as he looked up, thinking that he had used up half his mana by summoning only 3 blades. As soon as the mana left his body, he felt severe pain. After making a few more movements, he decides to try to take control of this weapon. With unprecedented ease, he began to control the swords and asked if Jupiter could help in any way. She noted with surprise that he never ceased to amaze them, to which Ash adjusted his hair and replied with a smug smile that he was simply talented. Looking confidently at the monster, he declared that it was time to stop showing off and use weapons. With one wave of his wand, he directed the swords towards Milan, cutting the air with a light movement. The blades rushed forward with lightning speed and pierced the golden armor on the monster's shoulder. After this, the armor crumbled into several pieces, and the centurion screamed in pain. Ash was glad that they managed to penetrate the armor, and noted that it was pretty good. Looking at how the magic weapons crumbled, he thought that the swords could withstand about 5 blows, and their power was not too great. After such a blow, Milan became furious and declared that he had chosen the wrong side and now should rot in this hole. Evangeline exclaimed that they were actually enemies and didn't understand why he was complaining. She used the first absorption skill, pushed off the ground sharply and jumped. Taking aim, she declared that it was now her turn and used her second skill, damage reflection, and thrust the spear straight into the centurion's chest, delivering a powerful blow. From this blow, Milan's golden armor cracked and crumbled into many pieces, and Milan himself sighed heavily, saying that he wanted to wear the same armor as the statue. Suddenly, everything around him went dark, and he felt small drops of water begin to drip down his hands. Looking at the drops from the sky, he wondered why suddenly black rain began to fall from the sky. As soon as he uttered the last word, Lucas rushed forward and cut off the centurion's head, which flew into the air. A second later, the centurion's body fell to his knees, and Lucas proudly announced that he had defeated him. After that, the body fell completely to the floor, making a powerful roar while his head was nearby. Ash looked at the monster's corpse and told Jupiter that when they returned, she would have to return the week's advance since the money would go towards developing the city. Hearing this, Jupiter looked at him in surprise and wanted to say something, but Ash looked at her with such a terrible face and gritted his teeth, barely holding back. After this, Ash calmed down and admitted that he didn't understand why she sometimes went crazy whenever she saw something shiny. He reminds her that before she became a mercenary, she was a soldier for the Ever-Black Empire. Ash then expresses his hope that she will remember her honor and not give in completely to greed, reflecting on how gold fever is an uncontrollable trait. After his words, Jupiter looks at the trembling hand and claims that an old woman like her should show the way to a bright future and not be a burden. She clenches her fist, looks confident and serious, and is ready to sacrifice her own life if something like this happens again. Ash says that sacrificing her life is not necessary, and then she agrees to sacrifice her money, to which Ash asks if she's willing to spend a day's wages. There is a pause between them, after which they both laugh loudly. The system reports that the northern outer wall has been cleared, and Ash notes that it wasn't all that easy, but without any major complications. The Golden Gargoyle didn't leave any equipment, but they got a lot of gold that can be spent on developing the city. The treasure chest in the boss room dropped a Scream set item, which is quite valuable. It turned out to be a level 30 SR rank robe, with a durability of 20 and a defense of 15 to 20. Ash is surprised, because this is already the second item from the same set in a row, which seems incredible to him, and now he has 2 of the 3 items of the Scream set. He hands the cloak to Jupiter, and she, with a wide smile, admits that they are having a very hard time because of this old woman, and is even embarrassed to accept the gift, quietly laughing. So they collect items and complete the 3rd zone, deciding to head to the checkpoint. Ash explains that once they go down these steps, they will be in a safe zone, adding that of everything they have seen, the largest place is the main camp. He also talks about how local residents often gather here, exchange goods, and provide various services. He states firmly that their goal today is to add a new person to the squad, and if they find anyone capable and friendly, they must convince him. According to him, the reason he is in such a hurry to complete the dungeon is the long-awaited meeting with an NPC who is useful in battle. Later, after the city develops, the mercenary guild will be replenished with such fighters, but now they simply do not have enough people. That's why in this game, developing the city's infrastructure is as important as fighting, and Ash has to take care of many things at once. He warns that everyone needs to be extremely vigilant, and Evangeline, chewing bread, doubts whether there will be anyone suitable in such a dark and gloomy place. Ash replies that a ghost would be enough for him, because the main thing is that he can kill monsters, and the rest is not important. After a short break, they gather and descend the stairs, and the descent turns out to be as long as the ascent. Ash is very tired and muses that it would be better if there was an escalator here, noting that at least he is not so tired. Finally, they reach their destination, noting that there is very little time left before the mission is completed. Evangeline raises the torch higher and looks ahead with admiration, noting that they have found themselves in a new place. They find themselves at the great northern gate of the kingdom, beneath the lake they had seen on their first approach, then from the outside, and now from the inside. In fact, this entire long journey was made because the door was locked and they had to look for workarounds. Lucas approaches the gate and notices that it cannot be opened simply, There is no pulley or lever, and wonders if it opens at all. Ash explains that this is a magical kingdom, and the gates are likely only opened by magic and only in one case. Lucas asks him what this incident is, and he tells him that the gates open when the invasion wave begins. Evangeline and Damon are surprised and nervous, and Ash adds that from these gates their army goes to war with the humans. These words have a very frightening effect on them, because they could not even think about something like this before. Everyone is silent, looking at the huge gate, and then Ash smiles slightly and says that it is now time for them to move on. They head to the center of the kingdom, where blue lights are shining, indicating a safe zone. Along the main road, they pass through the northern gate and emerge into a huge square. On either side of them are several rows of frozen gargoyles. Evangeline points to one of them and tells Ash that the gargoyles are going to attack the crossroads next. Ash says that there will be even more of them, and soon this entire line will move to attack their city. Lucas grabs the sword and asks if he can kill them right now, but Ash replies that it is better not to do that or they will wake up. At this moment, several gargoyles fly into the square and begin to descend onto the square, joining the formation. Gargoyles from all over the city gather here to swell the army to invade the human world. Ash notes that they are in the very center of the formation, and there are 5 of them, and hints that fighting now would be suicide. After this, he carefully turns around to proceed further. Lucas remains silent, but Ash continues and points his hand towards the road, saying that for now they need to do what they can. They walk along the main road for quite a long time, hoping that they won't meet anyone evil. Finally, they reach the right place, which is the main camp of the kingdom under the lake. In the safe zone in the main camp, blue lights are burning, but there is not a single living soul. Ash explains that this is the main camp, which will be the starting point for further exploration. Evangeline looks at the falling light with admiration, and Ash looks around with a smile, feeling calm and confident after long wanderings through dark and hopeless places. They make a fire right in the center of the camp and are happy that everything worked out for them. Ash reaches his hands towards the fire to warm himself, thinking that they finally have their own base. Lucas looked tense, placing his hand on the hilt of his sword and asking his companion if people really lived here. Ash confirmed his words, but Lucas noticed that there was no one around, hinting that this was all for a reason. Only then did Ash look around himself and realize that Lucas was right, because the place turned out to be completely empty. There were usually 4 or 5 NPCs in the game at any one time, but this was surprisingly quiet and empty. This made him feel uneasy, and Ash thought that it was a bad sign, which meant that something was definitely going wrong. Suddenly, weapons are pointed in their direction by the people who had been in ambush the entire time. People in gray clothes and white masks emerged from their hiding places, pointing drawn crossbows and bows in their direction. They came out from all sides and surrounded Ash's group in the center of the camp. Damien screamed in fear, and Ash tried to understand who these people were and what they ultimately wanted. Judging by their equipment, they were high-level opponents who could give it a good fight. He glanced at the 2 men standing on the roof next to the cannon and was surprised to see that they even had artillery. The enemies prepared for battle, completely surrounding them, and there was no way out. Ash gritted his teeth, admitting that he had relaxed too much, thinking he was in a theoretically safe zone. In the game, you can't use weapons in the safe zone. Monsters don't appear there, and it was impossible to attack anyone. Inside, Ash was almost on the verge of tears, but he gathered all his will into a fist and tried to keep a calm face. It was very important to him that the enemy did not think that they had managed to catch them off guard. He stepped forward decisively to try to talk to the people surrounding them. He tried to smile and say that they had been greeted incredibly warmly and praise the enthusiasm of his rivals. He also tells them that they have recently begun to explore the dungeon and are not bothering anyone. However, the masked men remained silent, not lowering their alertness, and their cold gazes pierced our heroes, while their weapons remained at the ready. However, Ash smiled and assumed that this was probably some kind of initiation rite for newbies, noting that he hadn't expected such nonsense. Suddenly, one of the opponents spoke up and objected that it would be wrong to call it nonsense. On the contrary, it is a wonderful tradition, rooted in decades. Ash turns around carefully, trying to figure out who this person is with such a low and pleasant voice. The man says that thanks to such tests, correct relationships are built between elders and younger ones, and this should be appreciated for the sake of a bright future. Ash looked around to find who was speaking, wondering if that beautiful baritone was talking nonsense. He says that any savagery can be woven into culture, which means that the person who says this has an outdated way of thinking. Taking a closer look, he noticed that behind the crowd stood a man in the shadows with a black silhouette. He approached the group laughing and said that he often hears such words, but as he gets older, he begins to miss the past. Ash recognized the jester's pointed hat and smiling mask that were so familiar to him, and clenched his teeth in rage when he realized that the person standing before him was the Pied Piper of Hamelin. The Pied Piper says that this is a very funny nickname, noting that he will still introduce himself properly. He says that he is the last court jester and magician and now just a criminal named Crown. Turning to Ash as the last player, he expressed his joy at meeting him with his eyes sparkling. Ash was very surprised by this treatment, because he previously considered Crown an insignificant NPC. Previously in the game, this character was only an episodic villain who was not that difficult to defeat. Even when he appeared on the battlefield, he did not fight personally, but only directed monsters or put debuffs on players. He also remembered that in the last level of the game, where Crown appeared in the first room of the dungeon before the final boss, he also did not show any fighting skills. Ash's squad was very strong, so it wasn't difficult to fight him. Crown died after a couple of hits. Ash looked around again and looked at the crowd of masked men to get a realistic assessment of their fighting capabilities. These people were also with him when he stormed the final boss room. Ash wondered why Crown called him a player, as if he knew perfectly well that he had made a deal with the local god. He also wonders if this could mean that Crown understands how this world works. Ash had a lot of questions in his head, but right now he was unlikely to be able to get answers to them. He looked away, lingering on the crossbow, and thought that right now neither the plot nor anything else was more important than his life and the lives of their team. He looked at Crown again and asked why he was showing such hostility and if he could at least explain the reasons. Crown replied that Ash's squad had invaded the kingdom and were unceremoniously digging into its secrets, unaware of the terrible things that were hidden there. He tells us that his job is to prevent these secrets from being revealed. Raising his hand, he declared that they were the last defenders of the kingdom, the last thing left of the kingdom under the lake. Pointing to the people behind him, he called them night wanderers who stand guard over these secrets. He treacherously speaks of them destroying all who dare to touch the darkness of this city. With his other hand, he gave the wanderers the order to prepare to shoot, saying that Ash and his squad were now acting against their will. Seeing this movement, Ash became even more tense and clenched his teeth, realizing that as soon as the hand dropped, it would all be over for them. He looked at the masked men with drawn arrows and realized that they were completely surrounded. All enemies had a higher level and better equipment, meaning that if they fired arrows at the same time, some or all of their group could die. Thinking about the situation, Ash froze in place and then suddenly remembered the skill he had recently learned. He looked at the enemies and activated the Commander's Eye skill, emitting a golden light from his eyes. The system confirmed the activation of the ability, saying that he would need to establish visual contact with the target. The world around froze. Silence fell that was not interrupted by anything at all. Through the slits of his masks, he noticed a golden glow, and the system informed him that he had 12 targets available. Ash thought that complex high-risk orders might not work, so they needed something that would help them escape, but would still be easy to execute. Sharply stretching his hand forward, he started the world moving again and gave the order to the night wanderers to turn in the other direction. The system immediately reported that the difficulty of the order was very low and compared the user's willpower and the target's magical abilities, and the comparison was perfect. The order was applied to 7 targets, and the night walkers standing to the right of Crown turned sharply, which caused surprise to Crown himself and the others. He expressed surprise at what had happened, hoping that strange things had suddenly started happening to his fighters. At this point, Lucas noticed that Ash was bleeding from his nose and worriedly warned him about it. Ash wiped away the blood, saying that it didn't bother him, and then he pointed his finger at the lantern where the stones were lying and made it clear that they needed to run there. Lucas promised to clear the way for them and, rushing forward, began to knock down the night wanderers with his elbows, pushing them back and stunning them. Once the path was clear, Ash gave the command to everyone else to run, and together they rushed towards the teleporter. Crown remained in place, watching their retreat, and surmised that it was probably mind control. He noted that the situation was becoming more and more interesting. The night wanderers immediately began firing arrows from crossbows and bows in order to prevent them from escaping. Hearing Crown's command, Evangeline instantly stopped and quickly turned towards the enemy. Putting her shield under the arrows, she quickly blocks them, listening to how the arrows quickly bounce off of him. Ash turned around and saw in horror several dozen or hundreds of arrows flying at them from the sky. Rushing forward, Evangeline began to deflect all the arrows flying around her with her spear and shield. Seeing the effect of her actions, she laughed, and Ash thought that she was doing great. Meanwhile, on the roofs, the fuse of a cannon, which is a worthy artillery weapon, was lit. The Night Wanderers slightly adjusted the heavy barrel of this weapon, and immediately after that, a powerful volley was heard. Ash called out to Diamond, who, realizing what was required of him, took out his weapon and replied that everything would be done. He fired a magic bullet at the cannonball flying towards them in order to intercept the artillery shell. As soon as the two shells collided, the enemy shell exploded loudly, leaving behind a bright flash. Everyone kept running, and he hoped that soon they would be able to retreat and prepare for a counterattack. Component placement, however, Crown was not going to let them leave so easily, and his eyes flashed red, and he stated that they would not leave so quickly. The magicians nearby began to act, simultaneously raising their hands. A stream of wind and fire appeared above them in order to combine attacks. Ash cursed mentally as he realized that there were mages here too, as the combination of fire and wind together was the most destructive. Their power was hundreds of times stronger than cannon fire, as this stream could immediately put an end to their entire group. Looking at the bright flash of green and fire, Ash felt nervous and thought that it was impossible to stop. He stood there, stunned, looking up at the sky and trying to figure out if they could even survive this attack. But suddenly Jupiter appeared before him with a determined look and declared that she would not allow trouble to happen. She takes a defensive pose, extends her hand forward and sends the sphere towards the magical currents. Jupiter, holding back the flow of magic, got bleeding from her eyes and screamed loudly, but did not give up. Ash called out to her in alarm, and she replied that she couldn't hold out for long and asked them to quickly go to the portal. Ash gritted his teeth because he didn't want to abandon his most valuable mage to his fate. Then he cursed and rushed towards the portal with everyone else, while Lucas began to clear a path for them again. When Ash reached the stones, they began to rise and form an arch. He mentally urged his comrades on, and a system window appeared in front of him with a choice of destination. He chose the backyard of his estate, and within seconds everyone else had passed through the portal and only Diamond and Jupiter remained. Damien says that they need to get out of here as soon as possible if they want to survive. Ash looked back at the enemies and thought that once they realized they couldn't stop them, the attack would stop. He didn't know what was hiding under Crown's mask, but the artificial smile scared him. Ash gritted his teeth in anger and ordered the Ratcatcher to wait a little longer. Although it sounded like a trite line from a third-rate villain, he couldn't help but say that he would return and then he would be defeated. So he had a personal enemy, and he himself went through the portal, and the system reported that free exploration was complete and new rewards were available. Ash got to level 22, Lucas got to level 36, and Jupiter got herself to level 40. Jupiter also received critical damage that needs to be healed as quickly as possible to prevent death. Late in the evening, after returning from free exploration, they arrived in the city center to take her to the temple. Ash sat down on a bench in the main hall and wondered if they encountered people like themselves. To protect his people, he may have to kill others, and this thought is starting to get on his nerves. In the game, he easily killed hostile NPCs, but here everything was different. This was reality, and there were living and breathing people around. He understands perfectly well that it matters here at whom he points his weapon. He wondered if he could fight them the same way he fought normal monsters. Right now, he's experiencing the same dilemma that Damon did earlier when he was given the order to shoot Crown. Looking at the angel statue, Ash wondered if killing was justified in order to survive and pass the level. Suddenly, he heard the voice of the saint, who called him to talk with him. Ash carefully gets to his feet, realizing that he was too deep in his thoughts. Turning towards the main healer of this game, he asked if the treatment was complete. Margaret, wiping her bloody hands with a towel, confirmed that thank God none of them had received fatal wounds. Swing, however, she adds that due to the strong magical tension, Jupiter experienced magical overload. Ash asked in surprise if this phenomenon was dangerous and could lead to irreversible consequences. She says that in this state, mana flows out and begins to devour the magician's body. Perhaps Jupiter will never be able to use magic again. Summing up her diagnosis, she says that in any case, Jupiter now needs rest in order to recover. Ash reflects on how Jupiter was their main strike force in the upcoming wave, but no one could have known that such a misfortune would happen to her. After this, he asks if he can visit her, but the saint says that not yet because she is in critical condition. Hearing this answer, Ash falls silent and reflects that perhaps he was too harsh with her last time due to the activation of her gold rush. Meanwhile, the saint tells him that the treatment of the others is complete, and most likely they are now waiting for him on the street. Ash hands over a bag of coins, thanking the saint for her help, and leaves the temple. Approaching his comrades, he waves to them and asks how they are feeling. They answer that they are fine, and then ask about Jupiter, hoping that she was able to escape with moderate injuries. Ash reports that her injuries are very serious and she will not be able to participate in battles for a long time, adding that at least it could have been worse, since they all almost died there. Hearing this, the guys are noticeably upset, and Ash thinks that they simply cannot maintain good spirits in such a situation. He looks at them with a slight smile and says that he has words of encouragement for them, which is that they will definitely take revenge on these idiots. Hearing this, his comrades look up at him in surprise, trying to understand whether he can still hold his nose so high. Ash, crossing his arms over his chest, adds with a confident smile that he swears this to them, because if someone dared to raise a weapon against Prince Ash, they would have to pay for it. He reflects that he will have to really rack his brains over how exactly to kill these enemies, but since they stood in their way, he needs to pay them back in the same coin. He also understands that now is not the time for this and that he needs to prepare thoroughly. He tells the boys that they will first need to repel the coming wave and prepare well for the next one, and only then launch their own counterattack. He believes that revenge is a dish best served cold for maximum satisfaction. Raising his hands, he energetically declares that they have had enough for today and let them go and rest, and he will take all the heavy thoughts upon himself. Soon he himself returns to his estate in order to weigh all the tactical factors that he will need to take into account. Walking down the corridor, he sighs heavily and thinks that he has finally returned home after a very hard day. On the way, he begins to worry about what to do with the defense now, given that Jupiter is out of action for at least one battle. Ash muses that, sure, he can temporarily replace Jupiter Lily, but her magic range is much smaller than that of the old witch. Suddenly, an excited Ader appears behind him, running from the other end of the corridor and calling out to him. As Ader runs closer, Ash puts his foot forward, causing him to stumble. At first, Ader doesn't understand what happened, but as he begins to fall, he screams loudly. There is a crash as he falls to the floor, and Ash puts his foot on his backside and says with displeasure that he hasn't seen him for a long time, and asks where he's been and if he's done his job. Ader, adjusting his glasses, indignantly replies that of course he has done everything, adding that all work for the benefit of the city has been completed. But now it does not matter. Ash says that there is nothing more important to him than running the city, but Ader objects, noting that there are more important things to do this time. Ader excitedly exclaims that the prisoners escaped from the prison while being transported towards Crossroads. These words greatly surprise Ash, and he clarifies which prisoners are being discussed, clearly not understanding what is meant here. Meanwhile, on the forest road, a destroyed cart with a cage can be seen, which turned out to be opened with the help of unknown tools. Ader tells Ash everything, and he, tiredly covering his face with his hand, asks if this is really the reinforcement he has been asking for all this time. Ader happily confirms his words, and then Ash bitterly notes that instead of soldiers, they were sent 5 suicide bombers. Ader again confirms his words and adds that during the transport to Crossroads, the prisoners staged an escape and ran away. Ader explains that he is such an understanding person and claps his hands. Ash at this point becomes furious, clenches his fist and yells at him, asking why he didn't do anything since he is the creator of this world. Ader, trembling with fear, covers his head with his hands and, stuttering, replies that he has no power within the world and cannot predict the future. Then Ash grabs him with both hands and starts to strangle him, saying that his skill is completely useless, and Ader says that he has information about these prisoners. Ash lets him go, opens the system window and thinks that this is where he should have started. But suddenly he is surprised to see information about those whom they decided to send him as reinforcements. Ader explains that these are the same people that the capital sent to them under the guise of reinforcements, and perhaps Ash will be able to find an approach to them. Ash confidently decides that he will do everything to lure them to his side, as they will become indispensable allies. Ader adjusts his glasses and comes closer, saying that they are all criminals and former soldiers of the Empire. But Ash replies that it doesn't matter, because they are people, not some zombies. Ash looks at their profiles in the system window and thinks that their skills are really good, even very good. He turns his gaze to Ader, calling him Mr. Incompetent and expressing hope that at least this time he will be able to do something. He asks if they know where they fled to, and Eider shows him the system window and tells him that according to reports, they should be somewhere in the mountains to the north. Then Ash clenches his fists and confidently says that he needs to cast aside all doubts and move straight there, adding that these people will be accepted by him. North of the crossroads, there are deserted mountains. All the land on which anything could be grown has long been occupied. It is certainly not as fertile as the southern lands, but for the sake of survival, all means are good. But even in this case, no one dares to cultivate the mountains because it is difficult not only to work there, but also to simply walk. After walking along the mountain path for some time, he begins to get very tired and breathe heavily. Lucas asks if he's okay, then sits down next to him and, smiling, offers to carry him to his destination. Ash becomes curious and clenches his fists in joy, asking if he can really do it, while Evangeline, crossing her arms over her chest, looks at Ash with obvious displeasure. Noticing her gaze, he asks her not to look at him like that, but she replies that she is not looking at him at all. Then he suggests that she is jealous, and perhaps she also wants someone to carry her, to which Evangelina, embarrassed, sharply replies that she does not need this at all. Ash wonders what's wrong with that, since Lucas will carry him and he will carry her, and that could be very convenient. These words make Evangelina blush even more, indignant at what is convenient about this, since she doesn't want this at all. Lucas, in turn, is also unhappy with this proposal and categorically states that his back is intended only for His Highness. Ash mentally asks them to calm down because he is joking, and at this time, the captain of the prisoner escort comes up to him and asks for forgiveness for the fact that it was their fault that the prisoners escaped. Ash replies that everything is fine, because in his opinion, a little physical activity will not hurt anyone. The captain shudders in horror, falls to his knees, and, hitting his forehead on the ground, admits that he has made an unforgivable mistake while begging for mercy. Ash, noticing this, begins to worry and asks what he is even doing and do they really think he will eat them alive. Evangeline smiles and notes that there are many different rumors about him in the capital, and then Ash remembers what a madman the old Ash was. He looks down the trail and says that it's time for them to get back to business, because these are the mountains where these suicide bombers escaped. The captain confirms his words, adding that the tracks do indeed lead here. Evangeline, looking at the mountains, says that to the north of Crossroads in the mountains live bandits who have been causing a lot of problems for a long time. Ash asks if there really are bandits there, and she confirms and explains that they are fools who attack traders and fugitives to rob them. In her opinion, their base is somewhere in the mountains, and Ash looks at his feet, and seeing the wreckage of a carriage, comes to the conclusion that people have been here quite recently. Lucas crouches down, picks up a piece of wood, and suggests that perhaps the prisoners have gone to join the bandits. Ash agrees that this option is possible, because by joining the bandits, they will be able to start a new life, feeling, however, that in this situation, something does not add up. Then he turns to the captain and asks if they missed anything in the report, and the captain, still on his knees, stutters and replies that he would not dare lie. After this, the squad continues to climb for another 10 minutes, and it becomes increasingly difficult for Ash to go up. Finally, behind the bushes and trees, they notice a fortified building with observation towers and a vacant lot around it. Lucas warns His Highness about the discovery, assuming that there is a bandit lair in front of them, and draws his sword from its sheath and says that he is going to conduct reconnaissance. Ash asks him to just quickly assess the situation and return, and Evangeline jumps out of the bushes and says that she will go with him. Lucas stands at the gate and Evangeline runs up to him, and the prince and his soldiers slowly emerge from behind the bushes. As they approach the building, Ash begins to worry, expecting a hail of arrows to rain down on them, but there is no activity visible on the walls. But as you get closer, the smell becomes more and more pungent, and this smell is the smell of blood. Evangeline runs to the gate and takes position as Lucas begins the countdown. On the count of 3, they open the gates and, together with the soldiers, rush inside to capture the bandits. However, they immediately stop when they see a terrifying picture in front of them. Corpses pierced by arrows and swords are strewn everywhere, and the ground is covered in thick, fresh blood. The protagonist takes a few steps, noting that the ground squelches disgustingly under his feet due to the dampness. Holding his nose from the pungent smell, he comes closer, looks back at the corpses, and wonders what happened here. A real massacre unfolds before them as he examines the bodies. Lucas pulls a bandit out of the tent and reports that there is one survivor here. The little bandit begins to cry loudly, asking to let him go and not to deal with him as cruelly as with the others. Ash sits down next to him and asks him to calm down, because given his crimes, he can be hanged or sent to prison, but he will not be killed on the spot. The boy, trembling with fear, begins to explain that they did nothing terrible, because they only robbed one carriage. Ash frowns and asks if they really robbed a carriage. The boy confirms, adding that the carriage was coming from the capital, and they thought that it was carrying jewelry. Ash thinks for a moment, then asks if it is true that when the carriage was opened, only prisoners were inside. The thing was, the bandits were trapped before they even realized it. It turned out that as soon as one of the bandits opened the door in anticipation of the spoils, the sword immediately plunged into his head. Ash assumes that it was the prisoners who attacked the bandits. The boy nods, about to add something, but Ash abruptly stands up and turns to the captain with obvious displeasure. Ash looks at him and sternly says that now everything is clear, and they, an escort of prisoners from the capital itself, cannot admit that they were robbed by some pathetic bandits. The captain immediately falls to his knees and, with his head down, begs for mercy, explaining that they did this only to preserve their honor. Ash replies that he forgives accidents, but does not forgive mistakes, so he believes they will be punished to the fullest extent. The captain becomes very worried and begs Ash to spare him, but Ash silently looks at him, wondering why he would decide to lie to him so openly. Apparently, the captain thinks that Ash will simply listen to the report and not check anything, and he notes that the captain did have reason to believe so. Ash also wonders where those 5 suicide bombers went. At this moment, Evangeline, who is inspecting the camp, waves her hand to the prince and asks him to come closer. As he approaches, she points ahead and tells him to look at what is nearby. What Ash sees surprises him. Standing in front of him is a young man with blonde hair and bloodstains on his face, dressed in a black robe. He greets His Majesty and the valiant men of Crossroads, and then reports that 5 prisoners were awaiting their arrival. These 5 prisoners kneel against the wall of a bandit camp, surrounded by dead bodies. The stranger explains that they had no intention of running away, and says that the prince can carry out the sentence, and asks only to be sure to report this to the capital. Ash looks at him carefully and suddenly notices with surprise that the boy has light green hair. At this point, he remembers that of all the races in the game, only elves have this shade of hair. Thus, in front of him there are 5 deadly elves sitting on their knees. Apart from the young man, the rest of the convicts are shackled, blindfolded, and gagged. The young man turns to the prince again, saying that they will accept his will, and if he decides to kill them, let him do it right now. Ash's mouth drops open in surprise, and he's silent for a moment, wondering why he should kill them at all. Then he takes an order from his bosom, and before continuing the conversation, orders all his soldiers to leave so that no one can overhear. After this, he looks at the list of those condemned and asks if the young elf's name is really Godhunt, and he confirms it. Ash then asks where he is from, and Godhunt replies that he is from the 8th Division of the Icky's Counterintelligence Corps. Hearing this, Lucas and Evangeline are very surprised, and Ash, of course, notices their reaction. However, this is quite understandable, because the Icky's Counterintelligence Corps is a secret unit that does all the dirty work of the Empire. They are known as the King's Personal Task Force and the shadows that keep the Empire's light alive. This detachment also has a nickname by which they are called the Emperor's Hunting Dogs. Ash notes that Godhunt's name sounds more like a call sign than a real name, and Godhunt explains that Counterintelligence Corps scouts don't have proper names. Ash recalls hearing that they were accused of treason. After these words, Godhunt bows his head and, after a pause, confirms that they have already been tried at a military tribunal in the capital. According to him, the verdict had been passed, which meant there should be no questions. From his point of view, all that was left was to carry out the sentence and execute them. Ash begins to get nervous, thinking that he doesn't need this at all because he doesn't need to execute them, but to recruit them into his service and subjugate them. Coming closer, he says that he is simply wondering, if everything is already clear for Godhunt, then why not clarify a few questions for his prince before he dies? At this, Ash smirks, thinking that his position allows him to ask any questions. Since Godhunt remains silent, Ash decides that silence is consent and reminds him that Godhunt and his party's last destination was the Principality of Bringer. This surprises the elf, and he asks how the prince knows this, but Ash replies that even if he is stuck in the south, it does not mean that he is not aware of what is happening in the world. The system windows appear before his eyes, and he thinks that he is essentially just using them to appear knowledgeable. He continues by saying that their squad went to the Principality of Bringer about a year ago, and 9 months ago, Ambassador Everblack was killed there. He also says that after all, 6 months ago, a war began, which continues to this day. Ash says he knows that the God Hunt squad specializes in sabotage, bombing, and the elimination of key figures. He then goes on to express his theory that, in his opinion, it was in the interests of some high-ranking official to start a war with the Principality of Bringer. All they needed was a pretext, and killing an ambassador on foreign soil was perfect. He then explains that this man sends an ambassador there, and then orders a secret squad to kill him, after which he accuses the Principality and declares war. When God Hunt wants to object, Ash continues to talk about how 3 months ago, their squad was arrested without explanation and sentenced to death for treason. At the same time, he adds that even a fool can see that this is just an attempt to shut up witnesses, because what else would secret squads be needed for? After these words, God Hunt remains silent, but his face betrays everything he would like to say if he wanted to. Then he still asks why they then meekly await their death. He adds that they had the opportunity to escape or try to challenge the verdict. Ash replies that it's all because they have hostages, and these words cause God Hunt to be truly shocked. Ash continues, adding that the loved ones of God Hunt and his comrades are enslaved by those people, and only on the condition that they accept death, their relatives will be spared. God Hunt is silent again, but his clenched fists and trembling hands betray his true feelings. Ash notices this and realizes that he hit the nail on the head and concludes by reflecting that in this world, all humanoid races, be they elves or dwarves, are essentially slaves. Several hundred years ago, civilizations of other species were defeated by humans, and those who survived that war are still enslaved. It was the ever-black empire that led humanity to victory and gained dominance over the entire continent. In any case, as Ash believed, there were almost no slaves left in the empire now. And now these 5 suddenly found themselves in a secret detachment of the empire, patiently awaiting their execution. It was all very clear. Their families were being held hostage, and Ash remembered that the elf queen, who was supposed to appear in about 3 years, had suffered a similar fate. He noted that although sacrificing oneself for the sake of one's family seems wonderful and selfless, there is also great stupidity in it. At these words, a smile appears on his face, which surprises the prisoners who did not expect such insight. God Hunt, looking at him, calmly noted that even if His Highness's assumptions were correct, it did not change anything, because the sentence of execution had already been passed. According to him, there was no point in continuing to rub salt into the wounds of those who would soon die anyway, unless, of course, the prince was mocking them. He added that perhaps he was saying this on purpose, since this is how the powers that be entertain themselves these days. However, Ash only smirked, realizing that he had stumbled upon some truly interesting creatures. Sitting down next to him, he showed him the document, noting that the official decree did indeed prescribe an execution, but nowhere did it say what kind of execution it should be. He explained that if he wanted, he could hang them, behead them, burn them, or quarter them. In short, he could do with their lives as he saw fit. He also says that, in the conditions of a war with monsters that attack the fort wave after wave, leaving several days of respite, it would be more logical to use their lives in battle. He also says that he can calmly tell his superiors that they were successfully executed, so as not to create problems for their relatives. He noted to himself that although he had asked for reinforcements, they had sent him only 5 capable prisoners, as if hinting that he could do with them whatever he wanted. He then lowered his hand with the decree and thoughtfully asked God Hunt if he wanted to live and continue fighting. Seeing the elf tense up, Ash continued, asking if the families of these warriors were now relatively safe. Did they have any desire to continue their miserable existence? God Hunt cautiously asked what would change if he chose life. To this, Ash, smiling slightly, replied that then absolutely everything would change, because while they were alive, they had a lot of opportunities. After that, he looks around briefly to make sure that no one is eavesdropping on their conversation. They were silent for a few seconds, and then God Hunt quietly asked him not to give them false hope. He said that the prince could tear them apart with whips, chop them up with swords, cut them into pieces and feed them to the dogs, but he should not give false hope. Because according to him, hope is the most poisonous thing. Ash noted to himself that many people really do live in despair, because if you start dreaming about the future, the harsh reality will hurt even more. He understands that if he completely gives up dreams, then the pain will disappear. Then he looked at the elf with a serious look and calmly explained so that he would not be misunderstood and not thought that he was directly saving them. He noted that he was only giving them the opportunity to continue their lives. Godhunt, slightly lowering his head, with difficulty squeezed out the question of why the prince needed to save them. Ash replied that the question was too obvious, since they would be useful to him. He also said that although it seemed like desperation, it was worth telling them the real reason, because at the moment their unit was in dire need of fighting strength. This means that strong and capable warriors will help to defend the fortress much easier, because every day the waves of attacking monsters became stronger. He understands perfectly well that if this fortress falls, the area where their families are held will be in danger. Thus, while defending the fortress, they will also be defending their families. Standing up, he said that this was all and the choice was now theirs, and then he turned to them with a personal request to continue to live and help him. He noted that this means helping to protect everyone, including their families, from the cruel fate that would otherwise befall them. Godhunt was silent for a moment, and then admitted that the prince was right, despite the absurdity of the situation. He said they had sworn allegiance to the Counterintelligence Corps in exchange for their families being given food and water for a year. He also added that the terms of the deal included that they must disappear from this world if the command so required. Looking at them, Ash thought that all 5 elves were like the living dead, already resigned to their fate. Godhunt admitted that, of course, none of them wanted to die, but the situation of their loved ones was so dire that they had to resort to extreme measures. He also added that this is why they all voluntarily agreed to die in order to help their loved ones. He added that if the prince was not ready to take full responsibility for them until the very end, then it would be better for him to kill them right now. He also adds that if he decides to accept them, he is obliged to bear this responsibility to the end. Ash then placed his hand on his chest and confidently replied that he could guarantee it, because he was the 3rd prince of Ash Bonnet Everblack, and he swears by his name and blood. Godhunt looked at him with all seriousness and said that in that case they also made their decision. Rising to his feet, he says that from this moment on, the 8th Detachment of the 2nd Counterintelligence Corps takes an oath of allegiance to His Highness Prince Ash. After these words, he broke the shackles on his hands and, turning to the rest of the squad, with just one wave of his hand, he freed them. Ash noted that they could have easily escaped, but chose to chain themselves up. The freed elves began to remove their hoods, gags, and blindfolds. Godhunt said that the prince could now consider them his arrows, shells, and bullets. He also said that he could consider them his tailwind if that was his wish. They knelt before him and asked him to use them without mercy and, if necessary, to throw them away without hesitation. Ash smiled as he looked at them and thought that he would never throw them away, but he would definitely use them to the maximum. The system immediately reported the formation of an additional squad in which almost all characters have good indicators. On returning to Crossroads, he looked menacingly at the convoy and ordered them to leave without entering the town. Although the captain asked to be present at the execution, Ash remained adamant, declaring that he would not tolerate liars in his city. Subsequently, he allowed the 8th Detachment of the 2nd Counterintelligence Corps to settle in the spare rooms of his estate. Officially, he justified this by saying that they were special prisoners, and therefore he intended to keep them in prison right inside the estate. People have been fighting with humanoid races for generations, and wars have lasted for centuries, which means that the enmity and hatred that have accumulated over this time could greatly complicate everything. Walking down the hallway of his estate with the basket in his hand, Ash thought about how he could use them now and how he could turn these elves into real soldiers. While he is thinking about all this, his feet themselves lead him to the door, behind which are 5 agents. He knocks on the door so that his unexpected guests are not frightened by unexpected visits after what happened to them. As soon as the door swings open, the joyful voices of the elves can be heard from the room, and at first, they don't even notice that Ash has entered. Bodybag happily sits down on the bed and thoughtfully adds that she can't remember the last time she found herself in such a comfortable room. Old Ghoul and Skull sit on the other bed and smile as they remark that the food was incredibly delicious. They start to bang pillows, big smiles on their faces, and one of them excitedly remarks that they would like more food. Perhaps they will even ask for something to eat. Meanwhile, Ash, who has been silently watching them all this time, decides to remind them of his presence and clears his throat. The elves instantly freeze in place and look towards the door in surprise, realizing that His Highness is standing in front of them. There is a noise, a crash, and hurried footsteps in the room, after which all 5 kneel before the prince, and Godhunt greets His Highness. Ash says that they realized too late that it was time to get serious. Godhunt, who still has a feather sticking out of his head from a recent pillow fight, replies with a serious expression that he doesn't understand what you're talking about. He claims that they are a special division of Ickies and therefore are cold-blooded tools. But Ash interrupts him and tells him not to continue. He shows them the basket he brought and asks with a slight smile if they would like a snack for the night. The elves' eyes instantly light up at the sight of the basket, and of course they agree. After this, they lay out plates of food on the floor and begin to eat, and each one, as if on command, puts a piece of food on a fork and, with serious faces, sends it into their mouths. Ash, watching them, understands that something strange is clearly happening to them. He asks them if this is enough for them and asks them to eat normally, adding that it is time for them to stop eating one bite at a time in unison. Godhunt replies that they are eating just fine, but Ash looks at the feather still sticking out of his head and thinks he should remove it first before speaking seriously. Before returning to Crossroads, they tell him about the abilities they possess. First of all, the leader of the group, codenamed Godhunt, is a metal mage who is a very experienced fighter. His specialty is iron, and if there is iron in the metal, he can change its shape at will. It was thanks to this ability that they were freed from their shackles and were able to turn the shackles into a spear. Next comes a young elf with an innocent childish face nicknamed Bodybag, whose power is telekinesis. She can easily lift heavy objects, move allies around the battlefield, and throw weapons. The other three are archers, but each of them fulfills a different role, like a melee specialist codenamed Old Ghoul. Despite being the smallest in the squad, she is capable of destroying an entire crowd using only 2 crossbows and, in addition, she has vast experience in hunting monsters. The only N-rank character in the top 5, nicknamed Skull, is a long-range shooter who uses a longbow. It moves almost silently, making it ideal for covert operations or sabotage behind enemy lines. The strongest in the squad is Bones, and unlike the others, she continues to wear a gag that prevents her from speaking. Her weapon is a specially designed ballista, and Ash thinks it would be nice if she showed what she can do. He also notes that, judging by the words of her colleagues, she has not yet learned to control her strength. But under his leadership, this will change. Ash also notes that, nevertheless, these elves now look like the most ordinary children. If even such children have to sacrifice themselves so that their race can live another day, then things are very bad for the elves indeed. Godhunt interrupts his thoughts, saying that they will always hold in their hearts the mercy he showed them. Ash replies that there is no need to thank him, since he only brought them some food. Eventually, the elves finish eating until the dishes are clean, and Ash thinks about how he originally intended to loosen them up with food and then ask a few questions. He asks how long they have been working together. Godhunt replies that it has been about 6 months since the 8th squad was created. They all trained together as candidates for the special squad, so they have known each other since childhood. Ash asks with interest what kind of training program this is and how they became candidates for the special squad. To this, Godhunt explains that they have lost their country and land, so the only thing they have left is their lives. Children capable of fighting were trained from a very early age as future fighters of a special unit. Then, in accordance with the assigned tasks, people with the necessary skills were united into a squad that trained as a team to carry out one mission. Ash interrupts him, asking if they were eliminated regardless of the success of the operation. Godhunt confirms his words, and Ash silently reflects that from the Empire's point of view, this is a rather rational use of resources. After all, even in the most dangerous missions, people's lives are not at risk, which makes this method too profitable to ignore. If the elves succeed, great, but if not, you can always say that humans had nothing to do with it. After all, the elves did the same thing when they were humanity's main enemies. Swing, however, with all this, the thought of using the lives of other races as bargaining chips seems incredibly cruel to him. He wonders who came up with this idea in the first place, noting that he finds the idea incredibly disgusting. He asks who is acting as commander of the Ike's Counterintelligence Corps. Godhunt thinks about it, then tells His Highness that it is pointless to hide such information from him, expressing confidence that Ash already knows everything and is simply testing him. Ash silently thinks that he really has no idea about this, and Godhunt explains that the commander of the Ike's Counterintelligence Corps has always been someone from the royal family. He adds that the position is currently held by the second prince, His Highness Fernandez, and Ash is surprised, remembering where he heard the name Prince Fernandez Everblack. Without thinking twice, he remembers that Fernandez is the Minister of Internal Affairs of the Empire, responsible for the palace and also his older brother. He recalls that God Hunt handed him an object and asked him to accept it, saying that it was a symbol guaranteeing their loyalty. Ash asked them what it was, and Elf replied that this button would activate the explosion of their collars in case they were captured by enemies. Watching the faces of the young elves when Fernandez's name is mentioned, he notices how fear appears in their eyes. They are special agents who are not afraid to sacrifice their lives, but even his name alone makes them tremble. Ash wonders what kind of person this is, since he never appeared in the game, and decides to be on guard. He feels like he shouldn't have asked about it because the atmosphere immediately becomes too dark. He decides to change the subject and, to ease the tension, asks if they like the room. The elves' faces immediately brighten, and Godhunt replies that they have spent the last few months in a death cell. According to him, this room is like a paradise for them that they could not even dream of. Ash asks them about the food, adding that he took quite some time choosing dishes to please his new guests of honor. The thing is that although elves eat meat, most of them are still vegetarians, so he makes a special order to the chef in advance, asking him to prepare vegetarian dishes. Moreover, he even made this snack from the remaining ingredients. But Godhunt replies that after the prison rations, he couldn't even dream of anything more. He also says that some of them are at an age when their appetite is particularly strong, and the young elves nod their heads vigorously in agreement. Godhunt then tells His Highness that they are very grateful, noting that they are willing to eat anything, sleep anywhere, and do anything he wishes. Ash silently thinks that he does not want this, because he is an ordinary city dweller of the 21st century and cannot perceive intelligent beings as things. After this, they discuss their future lives, raising issues such as clothing and occupation. Ash is about to leave and finally says that he hopes for a fruitful cooperation, adding that it was a pleasure talking to them. The elves get up to see him off, and Godhunt thanks him, wishing him good night, and Ash wishes the same in return. However, just as he is about to leave, he notices Old Ghoul waving at him with a wide smile on his face. Ash automatically raises his hand and waves back with a confused expression on his face. Suddenly, he comes to his senses and, looking at his hand in surprise, thinks that he is repeating the same thing as last time. As he leaves the room, he stops, and immediately after that, the joyful voices of the elves are heard outside the door, saying that the third prince is so good. Everyone agrees with this, and one of them adds that he even brought them food and expresses hope that he will bring them something else. Ash thinks they should have been given a soundproof room since he never got to ask them if it was true that they started the war. This war between the Everblack Empire and the Bringer Principality was a significant event even in the game. After the fall of the Principality, refugees poured into the crossroads, and among them were many excellent mercenaries, as well as a large group of hostile NPCs. Ash thinks that if he can get them, it will be a great support in the war against monsters. But if the war drags on, he will have to fight with humans as well. In the game, the troops united easily, but now he has accepted into his squad the elves responsible for organizing this war. Now he does not know how this will affect them in the future. While he is thinking about this, walking down the hallway, he does not notice Lucas sitting on the floor around the corner. He suddenly notices Lucas and screams loudly, saying that he scared him. He excitedly asks what he is doing here, looking around for other unexpected bodyguards. Lucas stands up and replies that he just came here alone to be ready to burst in if anything goes wrong. Ash takes out a button and tells him not to worry, since he has this thing, so there shouldn't be any problems. The next morning, he goes to the forge to check the progress of the work on the order he left with the blacksmith. Entering inside, he hears the blacksmith smilingly say that he had been waiting for His Highness with incredible impatience. He places a small box on the table and, opening the lid, says that this is the result of the work he entrusted to him. He sees a system notification about the timer until the next wave and understands that he needs to hurry up and increase the pace of defense. It was for this reason that he decided to visit the forge early in the morning and check how things were going. The chief blacksmith's shining face filled him with warm rays of hope. When the blacksmith opens the box, he sees a standard SSR rank special mana core lying on a cushion inside. He takes the golden core in his hands and thinks with admiration that he has succeeded, because he was able to create a real treasure. He asked to dismantle Evangeline's broken spear and shield, which were SSR ranked, and at first it seemed to him that he had simply lost 4 items for the sake of 1 core. Considering the extent of damage to the equipment items, the probability of receiving a core was extremely low. The blacksmith places a tray of pistols on the table and says that he has also finished work on 3 pistols that he ordered. Ash is overjoyed, thinking that the 3 pistols created using the Ratman's mana core are finally ready. The blacksmith says that this is a unique trio of pistols, which is why he named them Cerberus. Ash takes one of the guns, looks at it with a smile, and thinks that this is truly a weapon worthy of a guardian of hell. Since the blacksmith knew that only one person would use them, he began to adjust the recoil to the parameters of the owner, thereby optimizing the characteristics of the weapon. Ash praises the blacksmith and says that due to their small size and lightness, they will be excellent in close combat. The blacksmith was a little embarrassed and noted that he did not need praise at all, in response to which Ash quickly removed all the items into a pocket dimension and then gave a new task. Ash took out the SR rank Golden Gargoyle's mana core and 5 pieces of golden armor from his pocket, then told him to make the boss's equipment this time. He added that this order was of particular importance to him, since any mistake here could ruin his grandiose plan. The blacksmith became noticeably agitated, realizing that this was an incredibly responsible job that he had never been assigned before. After killing a boss monster, there is usually a high chance that it will drop its own mana core. This core can be used to create artifacts, armor, or other equipment depending on the need. However, recreating the exact gear the boss used requires both a mana core and materials. It is the original boss equipment that always has outstanding characteristics, so it is much more profitable to create an exact copy of it. For example, the equipment of the first-level boss, the Phantom Knight, was a giant Phantom Knight sword. But unfortunately, none of his team could use such a large weapon, so he didn't even bother with it. After the Phantom Knight, he only encountered elite monsters, and they still didn't drop cores. And finally, they got the Golden Gargoyle's mana core and fragments of his armor, which allowed them to create the very same gargoyle boss equipment. This equipment, when created, should give the owner incredible bonuses and have reasonable defense indicators. Ash explained to the blacksmith that he needed to make the armor as thin and light as possible in order to fully retain mobility and maneuverability. To this, the blacksmith objected that then the durability would suffer. But Ash immediately said that the priority should be comfort and movement. He thought that although it was called armor, in reality this thing should be more like a magic robe. Having finished his explanation, Ash wished the blacksmith success, after which he left the forge and went to the alchemist's. He glanced at the artifact, noting with a smile that everything looked great, and the repair of the anti-aircraft artifact was going as it should. Walking around the artifact, Ash approached Lily and, waving his hand at her, cheerfully noted that her beloved prince was here. Lily looked at him with a doomed look and asked tiredly if she would have to fight again. Seeing her exhausted face, Ash chuckled and thought that without her they wouldn't go anywhere anyway, adding that she had survived every siege, so there was nothing to worry about. Lily lowered her head and said in a trembling voice that she understood everything, and then, with barely contained despair, she asked why she was born a mage in the first place. These words made Ash flinch, and he immediately asked with concern if everything was okay with her, noticing that Lily was crying, to which she, in response, burst into tears even more. Lily, barely holding back her tears, said that she had a favor to ask of him, and Ash, a little puzzled, replied that he was listening to her very carefully. Lily then explained that if any new young mages joined them, he would have to send them all to her. She understood that she could not live without magic, because she was a sorceress, but at the same time she admitted that she was not that strong. Grabbing Ash's hand and looking at him with despair, Lily explained that if more talented mages appeared in the future, then he should direct them to her. Lily added that she wants these child prodigies not to look down on her because she is self-taught. After that, she clenched her fists and firmly said that this was exactly why she asked to be made the head when they arrived here. Ash clenched his fist and said confidently that he understood everything. No one would dare to look down on her, and if anyone dared, he would deal with them himself. Stroking the back of her wheelchair, he asked with a smile if she really thought he would refuse such a request from his favorite battle mage. Lily calmed down a little and said that this was all she needed and that she would not run away anywhere. So he had nothing to worry about because she would always be where she was supposed to be. Ash awkwardly scratched his ear and thanked her, deciding that he would have to talk to the Ike's mages to make sure they treated her with the respect she deserved. Time passed, and finally the moon rose high into the sky, illuminating everything around. Having finished all his business, Ash returned to his estate, and upon arriving at the main gate, he realized that he needed to clarify something. He glanced at the system window and thought about how their main force, Jupiter, was currently unable to fight. But But now he has an additional squad, and the main one is also quite strong, which means his chances are good. Suddenly, the crystal on his necklace began to sparkle, emitting a slight red glow that gradually intensified. The light grew brighter and brighter until it finally burst beyond the carriage windows and illuminated everything around. Ash, looking down in complete surprise, thought that another dark event had happened, sent by someone to ruin his game. He wonders what it will be like this time, noting that it becomes more and more tiring each time. The next second, a red system window appeared in front of him, informing him that an additional boss monster would be added to the next wave. Ash let out a loud exclamation as he saw the information about the fourth wave in the system window and discovered that they would now have 2 bosses to finish off. He ran his hand heavily through his hair, thinking about how the boss of the Gargoyle army was already a formidable opponent, and now there would be 2 of them. However, he looked up and decided that it was worth thinking positively in order to avoid falling into despondency at such a difficult time for the city. In the end, this means that he will be able to get twice as many items from each boss and twice as much experience. Besides, fighting 2 bosses at once is a common thing in the second half of the game, so he already has experience with this. He recalls the words of Friedrich Nietzsche that whatever doesn't kill us makes us stronger, noting that this is the motto of any RPG. He smirked and thought that even if all their surprises were to fall upon him, sending bosses and the strongest enemies, he would still tear them to shreds. He also understands that he will also receive tons of experience and cool items, and their enemies will return to their hellish lair empty-handed. Clenching his hand into a fist, he confidently decided that he would make them regret trying to make him stronger with barriers that could not kill him. Meanwhile, leaden dark clouds were gathering in the sky, and after a few moments, thunder was heard. Ash shouted loudly that these creatures can come to him as much as they want, noting that his fighting potential is enough for everyone. Preparations for the siege went smoothly, but unfortunately, there were still some difficulties. When Ash arrived at the alchemist building with Godhunt, he saw Lily screaming at the top of her lungs when she noticed them. Godhunt just looked at her calmly, and Ash raised an eyebrow, surprised by her behavior. There were hot marks on the floor from the wheels of her wheelchair, and Ash thought that was rather strange. Lily, turning to His Highness, asked him to give her a second, and without waiting for his answer, she abruptly grabbed him by the cloak and rolled away at great speed to the other end of the room. Once away from Godhunt, Lily pulled the prince by the chain of his cloak, forcing him to bend over, and worriedly asked if this newcomer was an elf. Ash was surprised to see how attentive she was, and confirmed that the warrior was indeed an elf. Hearing this, Lily's face took on a frightened and confused expression, and then Ash asked her what was the matter. She asked if he knew how exactly she got her fireskin ability, and Ash reminded her that her village had been invaded by goblins. She asked him if he had any idea who had allowed the goblins into their village back then, trying his best to hide the trembling in his hands. Looking up, Lily admitted with despair in her voice that they were the elven servants of their family. According to her, Lily's family once took pity on a family of elves who were being hunted by slave traders and gave them shelter, giving them a separate house. For a whole year, the elves served them and received everything they needed to exist in peace. But as Lily said, after that year, they decided to take revenge on the human race, opened the gates of the village and let a crowd of goblins in. As a result, the entire village burned to the ground, including her own house, in which there were many people. Lily's parents were brutally murdered, and she found herself completely alone in this cruel and dark world. After these words, she was silent for a few seconds, and then told His Highness that no matter how well he treated the elves, they would always hate humans. She added that she believed the elves could betray him at any time, no matter why he hired them. From her point of view, they could easily destroy his fortress, just as they once destroyed her village. Ash listened to her attentively, his gaze becoming serious as he respected the personal feelings of his subordinates. After a short pause, he asked Lily if she hated elves, and she, clutching the fabric of her skirt in her hand, replied that she hated them as much as she feared blades. Then he asked if this applied even to those who had never done her harm, which she said she considered to be innate hatred. Ash realized that the long history of this continent had given rise to an equally long chain of grievances and hatred that was now not so easy to overcome. At that moment, they heard the quiet steps of Godhunt, who called out to them, apologizing in advance for intruding into their conversation. Ash flinched in surprise and excitedly asked when he managed to get so close. The elf bowed his head slightly and said that first of all he asked for forgiveness, Since being a secret agent for a long time, he accidentally overheard their conversation. Ash asked if he had heard everything, and Godhunt regretfully confirmed that it was true, noting that he felt ashamed for it. Ash noticed that the closer the elf got, the paler Lily became. Then Godhunt, turning to her, said that he wanted to say something, and Lily, in fear, asked what exactly he wanted to say. The elf admitted that he had no right to ask her forgiveness, because even if he apologized, her wounds would not disappear. Lily looked at him nervously, and he continued, saying that the emotion she felt for all of their people would not go away. But now there was a war. According to him, even before the fall of their country, elves and humans always fought off monster attacks together, and now they have a common enemy. He added that they should put aside personal enmity and continue to fight side by side under the command of His Highness. Hearing this, Ash thought that the elf was speaking in a cold but extremely reasonable and logical tone. Незрение, однако, Лили не могла принять эти слова так легко и сказала с неудовольствием, что она все равно не согласна, потому что она никогда не сможет доверять эльфам снова. She believed that he was the same as the others, and according to her, the elves hated the humans because they won the war and enslaved their race. Godhunt continues to listen to her without saying a single word, because for him, the issue of hatred towards people is not in the first place. She notes that they have fought so much that until one side disappears completely, the mutual hatred will not disappear. Godhunt listened to her in silence, and Lily turned away, adding that she was sure the other soldiers would also be restless due to the presence of elves at the front. She approached His Highness, saying that she considered hiring elves a mistake and advised him to change his mind as quickly as possible. He then asked if she was willing to remain on the front lines, and Lily exclaimed with despair in her voice that it was better for her to fight on the front than to stand next to the elves. Ash thought he couldn't believe that Lily, who had always asked for her resignation, was saying such words. He also remembered that Lucas was also worried about the elves, so most of the soldiers would probably share Lily's opinion. Godhunt addressed Lily again, saying that he would be honest with her by agreeing with her in the context that elves really aren't fans of humans. Lily frowned silently and pressed her lips together, and he asked her what that changed about their current situation. She asked him, confused, what he meant, and then he reminded her that their country had fallen, and that was reality. He showed her the collar and told her that the lives of his squad and their entire race were in the hands of the Empire and His Highness, and without the mercy of the Empire, they would have died out long ago. He admitted that even if the elves had treacherous thoughts, His Highness would be able to suppress them with a single wave of his hand. Then, after a few seconds of silence, he recalled their first day in the prince's chambers and said that all he wished was for his company to live at least one more day. He notes that if this day is better than the previous one, it will already be a victory for them. In his opinion, this is exactly what Lily wanted when she came here to fight monsters. He asks her if that is why she still works here, despite her condition, adding that she only does it to protect those dear to her. She wants to say something, but he suddenly interrupts her, believing that people and elves may not get along with each other. However, he believes that as long as they have a common enemy, they need to unite to protect those they love. In his opinion, they hardly need any other reason to fight together in this struggle, which is equally dangerous for all of them. Hearing these words, Lily, strangely enough, turns away and indifferently notes that they, of course, can fight against monsters together. But she still will not forgive their race. Godhunt, closing his eyes, admits that this is her right, because he has long been accustomed to such an attitude. Lily then turns to His Highness and states with exaggerated seriousness that it is only for the sake of one siege. They will fight together only this once. Her gaze becomes cold and full of contempt, and she adds that if their squad remains here after this siege, then she will leave the battlefield. With these words, she turns around abruptly and rides away at high speed in a wheelchair to her room, saying that it is time for her to rest. Ash watches her go and reflects that the Lily he knows is actually a good person. However, he could not even imagine that such a strong and deep hatred was hidden in her heart, much stronger than he had previously thought. These feelings, as he understands, are fueled by her personal tragedy, which will be very difficult to cope with. As she leaves, he places his hand on Godhunt's shoulder and apologizes to him for bringing him here, hoping to introduce him to her. Ash thoughtfully presses his hand to his face and admits that the problem is probably much more serious than he thought, and Godhunt at this point notes that Ash is a very interesting person. Godhunt explains that even people who treat them well still carry a sense of hidden prejudice that they cannot hide. He also says that he doesn't feel that way from Ash, which is why he finds him interesting. Ash only smiles in response, thinking that he, after all, is just a person from another world, and on Earth was the most ordinary narrow-minded citizen. Godhunt then adds that even if others are wary of them and express their hatred, he shouldn't worry. He adds that they will still give their all in this battle for the castle and prove that they can be useful. Ash silently agrees and thinks that it would be great if the main and additional squads maintained good relations. However, he understands that resolving internal conflicts is also part of the responsibilities of a combat commander. Meanwhile, the decision that the elves will participate in the defense as an additional detachment has already been made. Ash enters the elf room and asks Lucas to bring everything needed here in order to prepare everything. The elves are curious about what is going on, and Godhunt asks His Highness what is going on. Ash shows them the new clothes and tells them that from now on they will be wearing these uniforms. The young elves are very happy, begin to try on the uniform and hopefully ask if he will really provide them with everything. Ash explains that this is a military uniform worn by all local soldiers participating in the defense. He thought long and hard about how to unite them, noting that there were many ways, but the simplest, in his opinion, was to dress everyone in the same uniform. In the game, producing uniforms also added team spirit points, and this, of course, is not cheap, since you need to dress an entire army, but it is still very effective. He decides to create a special uniform for soldiers who fight monsters in order to highlight their role. Ash believes that military uniforms should look cool and meet fashion standards so that you would want to wear them with pride in any situation. Moreover, the uniform must be so attractive that people would want to join their ranks just for the sake of it. The soldiers' new uniforms received warm approval from both Ader and Evangeline, who lived in the city and said that they were indeed very beautiful. With a smile, he tells the elves that they should hide their race, so they will wear cloaks with hoods. As the elves change their clothes and put on their hoods, Ash is pleased to note that it suits them very well. After everyone has changed, he announces that it is time to make the big announcement. He declares that from now on they are no longer the 8th detachment of the Counterintelligence Corps because they are dead to everyone. The elves put their fist to their hearts, and Ash thinks that they have officially been sentenced to death, and they need new identities anyway. It's a bit of a blind game, of course, but now he's just changing the name. He then addresses the entire Shadow Squad, saying that it is now time to hunt monsters. He looks at them with a serious smile, saying that he has high hopes for them. The day of the siege comes, and hundreds of gargoyle silhouettes appear among the black clouds in the sky. The sky turns black as monsters approach, but our hero prepares to stand firm no matter what. Before the siege begins, Ash calls a meeting, which includes both of his squads that will be repelling the attack. He points to the board with the fort depicted on it and says that they will first go over the basic strategy of the battle. One of the soldiers begins to beat the drum, warning the others of the approaching monsters. Ash and Lucas look up into the black sky and see monsters flying towards them, ready to tear apart everything in their path. According to his calculations, this wave should contain 360 level 15 stone gargoyles, 242 level 20 steel gargoyles, and 2 unknown bosses. Ash smiles, thinking that he was waiting for these scoundrels so that he could finally smear them across the walls. Lucas looks around and notices that it looks like it's going to rain, which could affect the battle. As soon as he says this, thunder rumbles in the sky, and he says that this is clearly bad news. Ash, however, replies that he doesn't care whether it rains or snows because it doesn't matter to them. He believes that killing monsters and protecting people is their constant mission and a goal that they will tirelessly try to fulfill. He decides to address the soldiers and speaks loudly so that they listen to him carefully. All eyes on the fighters immediately turn to him, and he confidently declares that he will be brief, noting that they will kill these creatures and celebrate the victory. He also says that after this, they will calmly go to bed with calm thoughts. In response to his words, the joyful cries of the soldiers echo throughout the walls of the fort. Ash then raises his hand and orders them to prepare to open fire. The soldiers move their cannons closer to the walls and point them at the monsters, preparing to engage in battle. The cannons on the upper and lower levels of the walls are already ready, and all that remains is to give the order. Suddenly, Ash waves his hand and orders the gunmen to fire at the approaching creatures. At that very moment, the soldiers light the fuses, and the cannonballs rush forward with a deafening roar, bringing with them death and destruction. The Silver Army commander repeated Ash's orders on the lower wall, ordering his soldiers to open fire. The guns on the lower wall joined the upper ones and also began firing deadly shells at the enemy. At the same time, ballista arrows flew into the sky, aiming straight at the monsters. As soon as the shells hit their targets, bright explosions and flashes erupted in the sky, accompanied by a deafening roar. Component placement, but soon this roar died down as the guns needed to be cooled and reloaded. All the soldiers, looking at the flames and black smoke raging in the sky, froze in anticipation. One of them, looking through a telescope, dropped his hands in shock and warned the others that their attacks were having no effect. From the bright flashes and thick smoke, silhouettes of gargoyles began to appear, which, despite the recent shelling, continued to move forward. The soldier adds in horror that the enemy is still advancing. In response, Ash ordered the soldiers not to break formation or worry, but just to continue shooting. He insisted that the cannons be fired again, and bright flashes of flame once again lit up the sky, holding back the onslaught of the gargoyles. During the strategy meeting, Lucas asked His Highness if there was any talk of creating a death zone against creatures that could actually fly. Ash confirmed this and explained that gargoyles are flying creatures, and traditional walls and barricades will not help here. Instead, he drew a few chalk lines on the board leading from the walls to the sky and confidently declared that they would create this zone right in the air. The main squad was surprised, but Ash explained that they would continuously fire cannons and ballistas to create a huge net and wall of fire in the sky. He also noted that gargoyles are magical creatures that have become highly resistant to physical attacks, so even a wall of fire does not guarantee an easy victory. He then took a red chalk and wrote on the board that after creating a fire curtain in the center of the defensive line, the death zone would become weaker. However, from his point of view, this will allow him to set a direction for his opponents to move in, making them easier to destroy. Remembering this strategy, Ash ordered the soldiers to maintain a wall of fire so that they could continue to reload the cannons and fire. He noticed that at first the soldiers were stunned by the enemy's survivability, but they quickly came to their senses, because a clear goal always helps to concentrate. The roar of guns and explosions filled the sky again, and a storm of gunpowder and metal swirled in the air, gradually pushing back the enemy forces. Due to the continuous fire, the gargoyles were forced to remain in place and could not fly further. The enemy tried hard to cope with the heavy fire, but despite all his efforts, he was unable to do so. For Ash, it was not so much about inflicting direct damage on them, but rather about holding back the onslaught with waves of fire. The gargoyles' bodies began to crack and break into pieces with each shot. Soon, they managed to win their first victories, and the monster kill counter gradually began to increase. Seeing the gargoyles begin to die, Ash clenched his fist in joy, thinking that high resistance did not mean complete invulnerability. Gradually, the damage accumulates, and although it is small, it is far from insignificant. The number of monsters killed on the system screen began to grow again, and Ash realized that his plan was working like clockwork. The guns continued to work closely with the ballistae, inflicting monstrous damage on the enemy, who still could not get close to them. One of the soldiers shouted that the gargoyles were retreating, and Ash supported this and said that the curtain of fire needed to be held as long as possible. The soldiers obediently continued shooting, and the roar of the cannons did not subside no matter what. The gargoyles, trying to avoid the shots, chaotically surrounded the defenders from the left and right, but eventually lined up in one line. There was only a small gap left, and they began to group in the center of the wall where the fire was weaker. Ash noted with a grin that these stupid monsters themselves were pushing themselves to where real death awaited them. At the meeting, Lucas, looking at the diagram, realized that the enemy was being pulled into one place and asked how they were going to destroy them later. He noted that Madame Jupiter would not be able to participate as she had not yet fully recovered. He asked if they could find another way to win, and Ash admitted that hopes were not too high, but there was a way out. Although he did not reveal the details, he emphasized that everyone knows how gargoyles fly, causing sparks of surprise in their eyes. Then Damien raised his hand and said that these annoying creatures use wings to stay in the air. Ash agreed and explained that because of their heavy stone bodies, they couldn't fly with just their wings, and Damien suggested that they flew with magic. Ash confirmed this and asked the next question. What happens when two magical powers of the same element collide? After which God Hunt and Lily raised their hand. Ash said that the Elder Mage could answer this question, and Lily said with satisfaction that higher-level magic absorbs lower-level magic. Ash confirmed this and asked them what would happen if they were shot with higher-level magic. He ordered Lily to act immediately, saying that the moment was perfect. Hearing the prince's order, she activated the wind artifact, saying that the activation was successful. Wind currents began to appear around the huge green sphere and it began to move. The other artifacts also activated, directing streams of wind towards the monsters. The R-rank wind artifact has no special effects and simply releases powerful wind magic, which is what was needed. During the meeting, Ash finished drawing the gargoyle on the board and explained that if they were attacked with higher-level wind magic, the wind magic on the wings would dissipate. That's exactly what happened, and as soon as the magic of the artifacts collided with the magic on the gargoyle's wings, they froze in the air in bewilderment. Almost immediately, all the gargoyles began to fall down, emitting a dull roar. They are very heavy because they are made of stone and steel, and when dropped from a great height, they break and scatter into many pieces. Meanwhile, the curtain of fire in the air continued to burn, and it was complemented by a hurricane that knocked monsters out of the sky. Ash concentrated and thought that now they would have to see the reaction of the monsters, who would definitely try to adapt to this. He understood that they had a certain pattern of behavior which consisted of them choosing the shortest path to destroy the nearest target. Ash felt that the situation was developing well since the enemy had no escape routes left. He turned to Lily and asked how much longer the artifacts would last, after which she reported that the first artifact would work for another 20 seconds. Ash declared that there was no second to lose and ordered Lily to activate the second artifact right now. The second artifact, using the remnants of the first one's power, instantly released a powerful gust of wind, and most of the gargoyles were again affected by this magic and fell. However, some still reached the fortress walls due to their numerical advantage. One of them landed with a thud on the wall, causing a shockwave that threw the soldier and the gun aside. Another gargoyle began to climb the wall, clinging to the thick stone blocks with its sharp claws. The soldier, in horror, warned the others that the enemies were already here. But he himself did not notice how the dark shadow of a monster appeared behind his back. Seeing this, he turned around and saw that the monster was already preparing to kill him. The monster opens its mouth wide and prepares to feast on fresh human flesh. Evangeline and Lucas understand that they need to act as quickly and decisively as possible in order to save this man. They immediately rush to the aid of the soldier and hit the monster with their feet and weapons in order to carry out a powerful stunning. Having driven it to the edge of the wall, they throw the unwieldy colossus down. Lucas tells Evangeline that he is leaving the right flank under her control. She smiled back confidently, stating that she could handle both flanks without any problem. Meanwhile, the guns continued to fire, and now every soldier on Crossroads was engaged in maintaining the curtain of fire. Ash called Damien and asked if he was ready, to which Damien confidently confirmed his readiness. Gripping his gun tighter, he promised to do everything possible to stop the enemy's slightest advance. Ash took out his magic wand and, summoning blades floating in the air, approvingly noted that everything was going well and ordered the attack to begin. He also noted that the main detachment once again entered into a fierce confrontation with the insidious monsters. Evangeline fought two gargoyles at the same time, piercing the chest of one opponent with a spear and fending off the blow of the second with a shield. At this time, Damien fired towards the monsters, and the bullet from his rifle pierced the body of one of them, leaving a huge hole. His gaze was confident and determined, and his eyes sparkled from the use of special abilities. Lucas, in turn, swung his sword, killing the gargoyles behind him and piercing the flying enemies in front of him. As the last gargoyle from the attacking group fell apart, Lucas let out a little breath. He proudly informed Ash that the first enemy squad had been easily destroyed. But to Ash, this was only the beginning of the monster attack. The gargoyles split into 6 large squads, and so far they have destroyed about 100 creatures, which was only the first wave of the army. The second phase began, and the gargoyles once again broke through the firewall to the fortress, and Lucas reported that the second enemy squad was already on the way. Some of the gargoyles began to climb the walls to avoid being hit by wind magic and cannonballs. Ash noticed this and waved his wand, spinning the blade and pointing it towards the wall. The gargoyle had no idea what fate awaited her in just a few moments. The protagonist cut off the fingers of a gargoyle who was climbing up, but he couldn't hold on and fell down. As soon as it hit the ground with incredible force, it immediately broke into pieces. Walking to the edge of the wall and looking down, Ash thought it was incredibly beautiful. He remembered how he trained alone, and even though his skills developed slowly due to the weakening of his class, he achieved better results. Looking at the bright flashes in the sky, he was sure that if they continued like this, they would easily deal with the enemies. Lily called him and told him that the second artifact's time was coming to an end. Ash looked towards her and thought that time was flying by too fast, noting that he had never experienced anything like it. He ordered the third artifact to be immediately activated in order to continue blocking the advancing enemies. During the meeting, Ash drew 3 wind artifacts on the board and explained that there were exactly 3 such devices placed on the castle wall. He turned to Lily and asked how long each artifact worked and recharged, and she replied that they were active for 5 minutes and recharged for 15. Ash smiled and agreed that this was the main drawback of the suppression system he had been talking about all this time. He then returned to the board and explained that the first artifact blocked airspace for 5 minutes, after which it took 15 minutes to recharge. Even if the other artifacts also work for 5 minutes, there are still 5 minutes between activations of the first one, when there will be no protection. During these 5 minutes, they will have to control the sky, otherwise the enemies will be able to break through the defensive line. Lily informed Ash that there was only a minute left before the artifact was turned off. He looked up at the sky again and wondered if they could last those 5 minutes before reactivation. Several gargoyles broke through to the wall again, and the soldiers shouted to their comrades, warning them of the enemy's advance. The gargoyles approached, landed, and damaged the cannons in order to help their comrades push on. Ash gritted his teeth and frowned as he watched what was happening, realizing that this wasn't the best outcome. He clenched his fist and mentally ordered himself to pull himself together because in this situation, he needed to act coldly and calculatingly. He believes that the question is not whether they can hold out, but that they must do so. He turned to his squad and ordered everyone to prepare for another counterattack from the gargoyles. Lucas began to get nervous and noted that as soon as the artifact's effect ceased, the monsters would flood in here with renewed vigor and suggested that it was worth giving a signal to open fire. Ash disagreed, explaining that it would only weaken the flanks and give the monsters a chance to break through in those areas. Ash then clapped his hands and announced that they should prepare for serious trouble. He also says that the real battle will start in 5 minutes, hoping that they will be ready for it, expressing hope that the experience of previous battles had hardened them and they would easily withstand the battle with the gargoyles. Taking out his magic wand, he said that before the final battle he intended to snap their hands, noting that he wanted to warn them in advance. After these words, he confidently raised his wand, and everyone fell silent, looking at him, who looked back at them with incredible determination. A moment later, Lucas asked with a surprised expression if he had heard him correctly. Ash, slightly embarrassed, repeated that he was going to spank them so that they could feel better. He thought that it was because of the maestro's magic wand effect that it was time to activate a random buff, and he would have to touch the team members to activate it. It was not easy to understand and explain this strange mechanism to them, so in the end, he decided not to tell them anything. Approaching Lucas, he quickly explained that time was short and everyone would have to turn their palms up. Lucas was upset, but obeyed and held out his hands, asking if he had done anything wrong, noting that he was ready to accept any punishment if he was told the reason. The blow caused Lucas to lose 1 health point, and the system reported that the character had received an advanced buff in the form of a reduction in mana consumption for 3 minutes. His armor suddenly starts to glow slightly from the boost he received. Experiencing new sensations that spread throughout his body from his hand, Lucas looked at his hands in surprise, his mouth opening in amazement. He turned to the prince and happily asked him to hit his hands more often so that he would receive buffs. At this point, Evangeline noticed that this sounded somehow perverted, extended her hand, and suggested that something good happens after the spanking. Ash hit her on the arm and called her an academy graduate, noting that she was very smart, and after the hit, Evangeline admitted with a disgruntled sigh that she felt a burning sensation. The system reported that she had been given a low-level buff that increased her defense by 10% for 3 minutes. Feeling better, she smiled and looked at her fist and wondered how this was even possible. She unclenched her hand and replied that it was much better now, but in the future she asked that he not hit the hands, but some place that would not interfere in the fight. He raised his wand and asked with a sly smile where to hit her next time, but Evangeline grimaced in disgust and fear and covered herself with a shield. After he thought the question sounded strange, Evangeline began to stutter and exclaimed that it was better for him to think and decide for himself than for Ash to agree. Then it was Damien's turn, and he held out his shaking hands and asked not to hit him too hard. Ash noticed how he was shaking with fear, and at first did not understand why he was so afraid of this. After some time, he comes to the conclusion that Damien spent his childhood in an orphanage, where he has bad memories of corporal punishment. Ash felt regret after hitting Damien on the arm, but he felt that the buff was much needed. The system has confirmed that Damien has received a high-level buff in the form of unlimited stamina for 3 minutes. Feeling a surge of strength, Damien looked at his hands in surprise and turned to the prince with a question about what was happening. He clenched his fists in joy and said that he now felt capable of anything, and Ash smiled and thought that was wonderful. Then he looked at the stick and realized that everything was going smoothly. His squad was now fully prepared to fight. He turned to the artifacts and, waving his wand, smiled and called out to Lily, offering her a couple of hits to strengthen her. Lily was silent, looking at him nervously, and he decided that perhaps there was no need for that. She looked at her watch and reported that the artifact was deactivated. Hearing this, Ash immediately turned to the monsters and saw the wind currents disappear. Feeling their strength increase, the gargoyles rise into the sky again, preparing to attack. Lily shouted that they were advancing, trying to warn her comrades of the danger. The third stage began, and the third squad of gargoyles entered the battle, bearing their sharp fangs. About half of all enemies were defeated under the influence of artifacts, leaving about 50 monsters. Ash muses on the fact that they have 5 defenders against 50 gargoyles, noting that it's not that bad for defense. Even though the gargoyles are fast-moving opponents, the combat experience gained by the vanguard should still play a role. Ash quickly bandaged his hand and told the others that they had 5 minutes to turn the tide. Taking off the bandage, he summoned 3 magical blades above his head and, looking at the monsters approaching the walls of the fortress, smiled confidently. Everyone followed his order and prepared to fight 50 gargoyles, trying to imitate their commander's enthusiasm. The gargoyles landed on the walls of the fortress, but Ash remained standing, thinking that these enemies were of a higher level than the previous squads. A magical aura appeared around his wand, and he knew that if the situation became critical, he would be able to use his trump cards. That is why he understands perfectly well that there is nothing to worry about. From his point of view, in the end, he still had the defensive turret that he used against the golems. He waved his hand sharply, directing the blades and menacingly ordering the monsters to fly away. Lucas joined him, and with one swing of his sword, killed 3 gargoyles at once. After Lucas dealt with the gargoyles, he turned to the prince, asking if he was okay. Suddenly, he noticed movement to the side and reported that the gargoyles had broken through to the left flank. He immediately announces that he will go there to deal with them. To do this, he used his second ability, a dash, quickly covering huge distances. Ash, seeing the bright trace from his movement, thought that his faithful knight had become like a real rocket. Although this skill required a lot of mana, thanks to the buff, Lucas could use it frequently and with great efficiency. Ash, watching Lucas's rapid movements, thought that he seemed to be in several places at once. He shook his head, trying to follow him, and was surprised to admit that Lucas was indeed an amazing character. Meanwhile, Evangeline used her battle cry, starting to insult the monsters, making it clear that she was there and ready to fight. The monsters immediately turned their attention to her, letting out a terrifying roar and rushed to attack. Evangeline, covering herself with a shield, confidently repelled the attacks of her opponents, preparing to throw them aside. Then, with one movement of her hand, she threw their weapons aside and let out a loud scream. Watching her, Ash thought that the buff made her strong and invulnerable, like a stone block. While the pair were cutting down the bulk of the gargoyles, Damien was mercilessly shooting at the enemies who had broken through with a magic rifle. This powerful weapon had a strong recoil that was difficult to cope with even for the most skilled shooter. He continued to aim, closed one eye, gripped the barrel of the rifle tightly with his left hand and fired. The recoil threw the weapon up, but he quickly returned it to the sights. Ash, observing Damien's actions, noted that the buff allowed him to shoot continuously for 3 minutes, with little regard for the recoil. Thanks to this buff, the damage to health was compensated, and the result was an almost tireless machine gun. Ash thought that Damien needed to work on his stamina, as he was taking the stress too hard. Looking at his wand, Ash realized how much more useful the device was than he had expected. In the game, buffs usually appear randomly and only last for 1 turn, so this was nothing special. But his artifact gave a buff for 3 minutes, and if during that time it was possible to significantly influence the course of the battle, then it exceeded all expectations. At this point, Lucas was fighting 3 gargoyles at once, swinging his sword and striking them all at once. Ash suddenly decides to get a little creative during the fight and creates an energy blade in the air. He points the blade towards the ground to lock it in place. Ash pointed to the sword he had created, ordering Lucas to lead the enemies there in order to do something interesting. He takes a few steps towards Lily, telling her that it's time for her to take part in the fight again. She gritted her teeth and looked at him with displeasure, asking why he remembered her. Ash smiles and says that she got it right and wants to give her one hit before casting the spell. As he was about to touch her with his wand, Lily grabbed his hand, trembling with fear, and asked why. Ash ignored the question and hit her anyway, causing a loud, shrill scream to be heard. Meanwhile, Lucas ran to the place with a blade, and the gargoyles flew after him, and he reported to the prince that he led the enemies there. Ash praised him and then indicated to Lily that it was now her turn to take to the battlefield. She pressed her lips together and closed her eyes, clearly preparing to unleash all her anger on them. One immediately creates a huge fire sphere and wonders why she isn't just allowed to retire. Ash looks at her nervously and wonders what kind of power-up she got, noting that she looks creepy. Lily pointed both her hands towards the monsters and commanded them to die using her fire cannon skill. A powerful stream of flame fell upon the enemies, leaving them no chance to survive, and they immediately burned to ashes. After the attack, Ash looked at Lily and, noticing her tired look, realized that in front of him was a real fire mage who spent all his mana in one go, but did it impressively. At this time, Evangeline, using provocation, gathered the remaining gargoyles together in order to make them easier to destroy. She asks them if they are already tired of playing with their older sister. Damien swapped his rifle for the woodpecker pistol and asked Evangeline to raise her shield. Immediately after that, he opened fire and several fire bullets flew towards her while Evangeline raised her shield and the bullets were reflected and scattered to the sides. Ash was amazed and noted that it was incredible because Damien seemed to calculate the trajectory of the shots and hit everyone at once with one shot. Seeing the result of his actions, Damien smiled and happily said that he hit all the enemies. Evangelina looked up and said with a smile that one more finishing touch needed to be made. A moment later, she struck the last monster with her spear, causing it to crumble into pieces. Thus, the last gargoyle from the third group was defeated, and the third stage came to an end. Ash smiled, admitting that everything had gone much easier than he expected, and praised everyone for their excellent work. The team responded with proud smiles, feeling incredibly good about being praised. At that moment, Lily shouted that the artifact was fully charged, and the wind streams began to gather around it again. Despite her fatigue, she reported that the artifact was ready for activation, thus delighting her comrades. Ash decided not to hesitate and gave the order to turn it on, after which a magic circle appeared in front of the artifact, and streams of wind rushed into the sky. Damien turned to the prince, noting that his ammo was almost gone, to which he replied that this was understandable since the fourth stage had begun. Ash looked up at the sky, still shrouded in a wall of fire and silhouettes of gargoyles, and thought that the third stage had been easier than he had expected, but it was too early to rejoice. At the same time, the Black Queen, Hunter Damien's retribution and his woodpecker rifles completely ran out of ammunition. Lucas's sword was badly worn and Evangeline's shield was damaged. Lily, in turn, had not yet come to her senses, but they still had a couple of aces up their sleeve. In his opinion, the main team had successfully completed their task, and now everyone could go and rest and recover. At that moment, Ash summoned a squad of shadows. Immediately, elves in black cloaks appeared before him and, kneeling, declared that they were ready to receive new orders. Ash said that there was a changeover going on, and now it was their turn to hold back the onslaught of monsters, just like the main team did. Godhunt replied that Ash could rest, they would try their best. Evangeline showed interest and noted with a smile that she would finally get to see the Shadow Squad in action with her own eyes. Meanwhile, Lily watched as the 5 elves headed towards the edge of the wall. She frowned at the elves and realized that she still couldn't deal with her demons. She clenched her fist with obvious hatred but remained silent no matter what. Damien sensed the tension and wondered what was going on, feeling the tension in the atmosphere between the squads. He asked with a smile if the reason for this tension was confidential, and Ash, folding his arms over his chest, only replied with a slight grin that he was very smart. Looking towards his comrades, he says that they just need to come to terms with this. In his opinion, there was nothing strange about the emergence of rivalry. On the contrary, it would have been surprising if they had immediately found a common language. Suddenly, a gargoyle appeared on the fence, which had recently managed to climb the wall. Upon seeing the humans, the monster roared loudly and prepared to rush forward towards its intended victims. Ash smiled and mentally ordered the squad to show off their best and destroy the cruel monsters. Godhunt and the others stopped, noticing the enemy and quickly trying to figure out how they should deal with them. Godhunt crouched down and reached out his hand to the remains of the steel gargoyle, beginning to work his magic. While casting the spell, he announced that the squad was taking up a battle position in front of the large monsters. Ash analyzed the composition of the additional Shadow Squad and found it rather controversial, noting that he would never use such a combination in the game. In his opinion, without a tank and a healer, such a composition usually quickly leads to defeat. Зрение, однако, когда началась охота на бога, Аш предложил, что если их два мага были защитниками, а не бойцами ближнего боя, это могло бы работать. The magic caused an iron wall to appear, which quickly took shape, and several more of the same barriers grew nearby. Moreover, in such a team, due to the presence of two mages, the team's magical damage increased by 20%, and 3 archers increased critical damage by 30%. In addition, all the fighters were well pumped, so that enemies could be destroyed by the power of fire. Meanwhile, Godhunt turned to a fighter nicknamed Body Bag and tasked her with containing the enemy and identifying targets. He then looked at the others and indicated that 3, Old Ghoul, Skull, and Bones, should take their positions. All 3 confirmed that they were ready to use their skills and rushed forward to take their positions. Skull quickly drew back his bow, preparing to shoot his opponents. Bones grabs his crossbows and points them towards his opponent as well. Bones creates a huge ballista that lands on the stone floor with a loud bang. After that, she quickly charges it and prepares to sweep away everything in its path. The angry gargoyle begins to scream loudly in order to sow fear among its opponents. Together with their allies, the gargoyles rush at the barricades, trying to destroy them as quickly as possible. A huge number of arrows immediately fly in their direction, bringing death with them. The skin of gargoyles turns out to be quite durable and can easily withstand hits from such projectiles. Godhunt assumes that they cannot be defeated with regular arrows and gives permission to use skills. His comrades say in unison that permission to use skills has been accepted. Wind currents begin to form around the skull arrow, allowing it to accelerate. A few moments later, the arrow flies out and begins to cut through the air with an incredibly loud whistle. One of the gargoyles noticed the arrow, but did not have time to dodge, and the arrow pierced the head almost instantly. Ash thought that Skull was an excellent sniper, which explains his scary and creepy nickname. Old Ghoul at this time jumped onto the iron wall in order to take a more advantageous position. A moment later, she jumps down and rushes forward towards the monsters, intending to test their strength in action. One of the monsters noticed her and swung his weapon to destroy the agile elf. A powerful attack comes through, but she quickly falls to the ground, rolling under his arm to end up behind him. Immediately after this, she turns around to shoot at her opponent. A moment later, she pulls the triggers of her crossbows, releasing arrows cloaked in green energy. Several arrows hit the gargoyle's back, and the monster's body began to crack, but did not fall apart. The girl admitted that the opponents were very strong, and, left without arrows, decided to retreat. She turns to Bones and asks her to cover her retreat. Bones heard the request and activated her ballista, which had already managed to recharge. She asked Old Ghoul to duck before firing, noting that a huge number of projectiles were about to fly out. The projectiles from the ballista shone with a bright light, quickly broke through the iron wall and fell upon the monsters with a hail of arrows. They froze and raised their heads, looking at the flying arrows that had previously not caused them any damage. As soon as the projectiles reached their target, they exploded, causing the monsters to scream loudly in pain. Ash noticed that Bones had a passive skill that gave the arrows explosive magical properties, which immediately drew his attention to it. The arrows continued to explode, and the 2 remaining gargoyles flew out of the flames. Suddenly, one of them froze in the air and, trying to move, let out a puzzled roar. Body Bag, holding the monster back with telekinesis, ordered him to take his time for now. She then used another form of telekinesis to throw the opponent as far away as possible. Unable to do anything against it, the gargoyle flies far beyond the defensive wall. At this time, another gargoyle threateningly extended his hand with sharp claws forward and growled, looking at Godhunt. As soon as the monster struck, the hero dodged to the side without any difficulty in avoiding any damage. He then extends his hands forward to touch the gargoyle's body and use his ability. Immediately after this, he sets the metal in the monster's body in motion and scatters it into pieces. With just one blow, they destroyed 4 gargoyles at once. Damien, who was watching what was happening, says that if he further improves his sniper skills, he will become even more useful to His Highness. He added with a smile that he was irreplaceable and had already done a lot, so there was no need to worry. Damien looked at the prince with a grateful smile, and Ash thought that he himself would hardly be able to achieve the same shooting skills. In the end, the Shadow Squad coped with the defense much better than expected. Thanks to this, when the third wind artifact was activated, they managed to destroy the fifth wave of gargoyles. Ash became wary, realizing that everything had been going too smoothly so far. The wind artifacts continued to operate, the cannons continued to fire, and the Shadow Squad successfully repelled the gargoyles climbing the walls. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of Ash with updated information about the bosses. According to the system data, there were 40 level 20 steel gargoyles, 58 level 15 stone gargoyles, and 2 level 35 gargoyle leaders remaining. He looked up at the sky and realized that the indicator only updated after the boss appeared on the battlefield. Looking around, he noticed that they were nowhere to be seen. But after a few moments, he changed his mind. To his horror, a loud, piercing whistle began in the sky as some body was rapidly falling. The whistle eats into Ash's head, and he understands that the enemy will start attacking them right now. Raising his head up, he tells himself that what is happening seems simply impossible to him. Ash cursed and warned everyone that the boss was approaching from above, calling for them to prepare. Hearing the warning, the elves from the Shadow Squad raised their heads to the sky, but it was too late. The monster landed on the wall with such force that all the elves were thrown back, and the fragments of the pedestal flew to the sides. Some of them hit Bones and Skull directly in the heads, causing them serious injuries. Old Ghoul, who remained unharmed, watched through a thick cloud of dust, in which the silhouette of the monster was visible. His clawed paw struck the ground, creating new cracks in the surface. The gargoyle's eyes, shining through the slits of the mask, were bright red. The leader of the Gargoyle Legion, with 4 arms, each holding a weapon, let out a loud cry. Ash felt a sense of alarm as he realized that the real gargoyle commander was standing in front of them. Old Ghoul stood nearby, looking at the huge monster with concern in her eyes and taking aim with her crossbow. When she fired, the arrows, upon hitting the monster's armor, were immediately reflected. This only angered the gargoyle leader, and he swung his flail, a huge spiked ball, to take revenge. He hit the elf, wounding her in the side with a powerful blow that should have turned the body into mush. Blood began to flow from the wound, and the girl was thrown to the side away from the injuries she had received. Lucas became very worried and asked everyone to hold on, saying that help was on the way. Зрение, однако Эш остановил его, посмотрел вокруг и заявил, что другой босс вот-вот появится. Not far from the firewall, a black shadow appeared in the sky. The leader of the Gargoyle Legion. But Ash didn't notice her right away, carefully looking out for every shadow in the sky and wondering where he was hiding and what he was waiting for. Soon, noticing that the gargoyle was flying straight towards the wall, it was already too late. The monster was about to fall right onto the artifacts. Ash cursed and shouted Lily's name, ordering her to leave this place immediately. Lily, with concern in her eyes, asked what he meant. At that moment, the gargoyle collapsed onto the wall, destroying the wind artifacts. The sound of artifacts and a pedestal breaking echoed around, and Lily looked back in horror towards the monster. The leader of the gargoyles prepares to unleash the full might of his steel weapon on his opponents. There was a loud thud, and her wooden carriage shattered, along with her pocket watch. Lily found herself right under the spiked ball, but suddenly something confused the monster. Ash was glad, thinking that her passive skills hadn't let her down at the most crucial moment. At the moment of impact, Lily's passive skill of Fiery Skin was activated, and the spiked ball passed straight through her fiery body, hitting the wall. Seeing that Lily was alive, the monster swung its other hand, and Ash decided that even Lily couldn't fight off the magical attack. He called out to Bodybag, pointing towards Lily, telling her to do whatever it took to save Lily. Bodybag replied that she understood the order and immediately turned to Lily and extended her hand. Using telekinesis, she pulled Lily towards her, saving her from a blow that would have otherwise killed her. Following this, Lily screamed loudly in fear as she flew forward, and Ash ordered Godhunt to catch her. Godhunt stood in Lily's line of flight and declared that he would hold her back no matter what. A second later, Lily ran into him. He caught her, and she looked into his eyes in surprise. Immediately after, he makes several jumps in the opposite direction, trying to protect her. He then let her go and sat her down, asking if she was okay and how she was feeling. Lily quickly turned away and replied sheepishly that she felt fine. Ash at this time instructed Bodybag to take care of the wounded fighters, and she assured that everything would be done. She began to move her comrades using telekinesis, controlling their bodies with the ease and grace typical of an elf. He again tells the main team to prepare for battle, after which they grab their weapons. Ash noted that boss monsters act a little differently than regular gargoyles, as they are much smarter and meaner. First of all, they eliminate the most dangerous opponents, and that is why archers and artifacts were the first to come under insidious attack. Undoubtedly, the enemies will try to destroy him, even though he is weak, but an important commander on the battlefield. Lucas, addressing His Highness, managed to convey that the appearance of two bosses at once was a serious problem, but he was also interested in what to do with the gargoyles. Ash turned his attention to the sky and realized that the sixth wave of the Gargoyle Legion had arrived, the final sixth squad. It was not difficult for them to break through the defense, because the wind artifacts were completely destroyed, and the center was left without protection. He confidently stated that he knew how to deal with this sixth wave and offered to take it upon himself. Lucas, without hesitation, replied that he understood the task and was ready to help no matter what the cost, demonstrating unconditional submission. At this moment, Godhunt informed His Highness that he had brought Miss Lily out of the danger zone. Ash praised him and told Lily that she would have to personally deal with the artifacts, asking her if she could control them. Lily confirmed that, as requested, she had placed them in different places so that they could be used even in the most extreme situations. Ash slapped his chest and ordered the activation to begin immediately, saying that the magic amplifier needed to be activated and was supposed to be aimed at him. Lily understood the task, but her legs refused to obey, adding that she could not walk. Ash then approached Godhunt to take Lily to the artifacts, and Lily, a little worried, asked if she really had to work with that boar again. Ash sternly reminded that now was not the time for whims and that there was a war going on, so they needed to pull themselves together and focus. Hearing the commanding tone, Lily immediately apologized for her behavior, realizing that in battle she needed to behave more restrained. Godhunt, taking Lily in his arms, awaits orders, and Ash ordered them to immediately head to the artifacts because there was no time left. Having finished with this, he turned to Lucas and Evangeline, stating that they would have to hold out until the artifact was activated. Lucas confidently said that he could handle it and was ready to hold out for an hour, or better yet, all 12. And Evangeline said that she expected to destroy all the enemies by that time. Ash walked up to Lucas and placed his hand on his shoulder, emphasizing that the gargoyle leader was a very strong opponent, completely different from those they had faced before. He called for vigilance and not to relax their defenses for a second, to which they both confirmed that they understood the task at hand. Lucas and Evangeline immediately rushed towards the bosses, ready to fight. Ash asked Damon how many bullets he had left, and Damon looked at the gun and replied that if each of the 3 Cerberuses had 6 shots, then he had 18 in total. Ash wondered if that was enough, but Damien silently activated the ability and, looking at the enemy, noted that the armor and helmets of the gargoyles were a serious problem. Ash confirmed that gargoyle leaders wear armor with magical protection and have high physical durability. He notes that they will have to take an unconventional approach to get to clean armor. He realizes that after a physical attack destroys the magic armor, the boss can be hit with magic. He also understands that the bosses are not going to sit back and wait to be attacked. Cerberus is a magical weapon in the form of a pistol, but its range is inferior to other magical weapons. He also understands that, among other things, Damien is not suited for close combat and is unlikely to be of any serious help. He called Bodybag, who was sitting nearby, and asked about the condition of the soldiers who were wounded. There were 3 wounded elves lying in front of her, and she reported that most of them had received injuries of varying severity, but their weapons were also damaged. Hearing this, Ash turned to Diamond again and ordered him to begin providing first aid to the Shadow Squad fighters. He obediently set to work, and Ash noticed that he perked up at the opportunity to prove himself as a healer, noting that it was quite predictable. Ash then turned to Bodybag again, instructing her to look for weapons for the fighters while Damien worked on healing. Meanwhile, the sky was getting darker and darker, and the rumbles of thunder could be clearly heard. After some time, the first drops of rain began to hit the wall of the fortress, barely audibly. The rain intensified, flooding the entire area with a squall and noise that made it difficult to think normally. Ash looked up at the sky and held out his hand, catching a few drops, and thought that even the weather was against them today. Meanwhile, the gargoyle leaders took action after one of them roared loudly. After a short pause, they rushed forward to finish off the pathetic little people. With every step they took, the ground around them shook, emphasizing the weight and power of the monsters despite the pouring rain. Lucas and Evangeline prepared to fight off the attack and immediately decided to provoke the monsters to draw attention to themselves. Listening to the sounds of the rain mixing with the heavy footsteps of the gargoyles, Ash looked with confidence at the warriors he had entrusted with the task of holding back the enemy. He admits that he is counting on their strength as the gargoyle leaders continue to approach, brandishing their weapons. Once they reach direct striking distance, they rush forward in order to destroy the enemy with one dash. As they got closer, Lucas and Evangeline rushed at them, screaming and preparing to fight them. The huge mace and spiked club did not take long to appear and rushed forward. Lucas began to hold back the blow with his sword, and Evangeline defended herself with her shield. Faced with such power, they decided to retreat, after which Lucas gritted his teeth, noting that the opponents were very strong. Evangeline looked at her shield in shock, where it was dented, adding that she didn't expect that. Ash realized that the fight would not be easy, because instead of one boss, they got two identical ones at once. The two giant monsters realized that they have a great chance of winning as their blows knock back even the heavy knights. The gargoyles decided to strike first and began swinging their weapons, while Lucas and Evangeline deftly dodged and parried the attacks. Finally, Lily reported to His Highness that the artifact, the magic amplifier, was ready for activation. This was the moment Ash had been waiting for so long, and he excitedly told her to turn it on immediately. A snow-white shining halo appeared around Ash, and he closed his eyes, thinking about the magic efficiency for one selected character increasing. He looked at his hand with a smile, feeling that he was now capable of anything. At that moment, the system reported the activation of the commander's special skill, and Ash looked intently at the gargoyle leader. The system informed him that he had captured one target and asked him to specify the command. Ash's eyes flashed a bright golden light as he commanded the monster to kill his comrade. As soon as this command was voiced, the world began to move again, and a sharp pain pierced Ash. Blood gushed from his nose. He covered his mouth with his hand. The system noted that the command was extremely difficult due to the contrast between the user's endurance and the target's magical defense level. Ash remembered how Jupiter and Lily easily destroyed the gargoyles, and remembered that as a species, gargoyles have weak magical defense. This meant that they were vulnerable to almost any magic, although resistant to mind control. Component placement, however, if you use a magic booster that doubles your magic stats for one time, you can gain complete control over your opponent. The system confirmed successful control, and the gargoyle leader suddenly froze, his eyes turning blue. Clenching his fist in glee, Ash commanded the monster to attack its own comrade. Obeying the order, the blue-eyed gargoyle leader turned around sharply and dealt a powerful blow to the other monster. The blow landed right on the head of the giant monster, who was not expecting anything like this. Such a serious blow breaks the horns on the head of this giant monster, but he remains in the ranks. Lucas watched what was happening in amazement, and Evangeline, amazed by this phenomenon, could not understand what was happening. Ash mused that monsters do not forgive betrayal, and that is why they immediately engage in battle with each other. The gargoyles began to fight each other, and the leaders swung their maces furiously like siege weapons. Despite the external similarity, even identical-looking monsters have their differences. One of the leaders grabbed the other by the head, thereby depriving him of the ability to fight. He threw it with force into the crowd of gargoyles on the wall, scattering them in different directions. A giant creature flies towards them, but the gargoyles are unable to dodge it. Ash considered this a perfect strike against the sixth squad of gargoyles, noting that he killed two birds with one stone. Now he had one less problem, which meant he could focus on what was most important. The leader of the blue-eyed gargoyles, surrounded by others, slowly rose with a loud hum. All the gargoyles he had betrayed looked at him and screamed. Ash watched the battle from a distance and realized that the monsters were trying their best to destroy each other. The second gargoyle leader stood by his subordinates and rushed forward. After that, Ash said with a serious face that they needed to deal with this monster. Lucas and Evangeline stood in front of the massive gargoyle leader, who looked at them while the others fought. Ash's plan was simple and consisted of the fact that while the mad monster was fighting its own subordinates, they needed to defeat the second boss. He smiled at them and asked if they felt better after hearing this plan. Lucas smiled and said that it would be twice as easy for them now that they had received the briefing. Evangeline also smiled, noting that now she could enjoy the fight. The huge gargoyle leader rushed towards them, letting out a loud roar in order to spread terror. Ash watched Lucas and Evangeline fight and thought that with one boss left, it was easier to defend. Logically, even knights could not inflict significant damage on this boss. He began to worry, wondering how they could knock off the monster's armor, since even the two of them would only be able to hold it back. At that moment, a barely perceptible rustle of the special squad's shadow cloak was heard in the air. The elves approached him and knelt down, after which Godhunt announced that the squad of shadows was ready for battle. Ash was surprised and immediately asked if their wounds had healed after the unsuccessful battle with the boss. Godhunt replied that Damien had completely healed everyone and they were ready to fight again. The fighters' weapons were badly damaged, and Ash immediately noticed this. Godhunt replied that it was enough for several attacks, and his serious expression inspired confidence. He valiantly said that it was time to get down to business, and all the elves took up their weapons, charged them with magic, and aimed at the boss. Bones set up a large ballista and began to aim at the monster, preparing to fire a powerful volley. Godhunt created multiple large metal arrows using magic, then loudly announced to Bodybag that they were also included in the attack. She immediately put her hands forward to pick up a huge number of metal darts. Together they began to unleash powerful magical attacks on the huge boss that stood on the wall in front of them. All the shots hit their target, slowly starting to destroy parts of the armor, and Ash noted with excitement that they should continue to destroy the monster's defenses. He thought that while the knights of the main squad were holding back the boss, the Shadow Squad would deal damage with physical attacks, and then switch to magical attacks to damage the enemy's body. But at the same time, he understood that at any moment something could go wrong. The big boss swung his mace, preparing to deliver a powerful blow. Evangelina, noticing this, said with a serious face that she would cover her comrades. Azrenia, but suddenly she slipped, and the system notified her about the activation of the clumsiness skill. She lost her balance and was very surprised by it. Taking advantage of the moment, the boss hit her with a powerful swing of his mace. Ash, noticing this, tried to use magic but felt unwell and loudly called Evangeline's name. Due to his condition, he leans against the fence and loudly says that he used too much mana. Ash watches as she flies towards the edge of the wall, thinking that luckily her shield is strong enough. He begins to wonder what will happen if she continues in the same spirit, but does not have time to finish the thought. At this moment, Evangeline, thrown back by the blow of a huge monster, flies out of the wall and screams loudly from fear and surprise. However, at this moment a man comes along who once again saves the situation. Lucas manages to run up at the last moment and grab her by the cloak to prevent her from falling. He continues to hold her cloak and notices that her hands are busy, which puts her in a bad position in battle. Ash breathes a sigh of relief, happy for her rescue, but immediately realizes that it's too early to relax. He turns around to see a huge gargoyle boss running straight towards them, now that there's no one holding him back. Godhunt loudly orders his squad to open fire to prevent the monster from getting any closer. Everyone starts shooting, but their arrows only bounce off the boss's powerful armor. Ash looks at this with alarm and says that the monster is moving towards them like a bulldozer. Godhunt, with a serious expression, states that he will try to buy time. At the same moment, the boss swings and delivers a powerful blow with his mace. Godhunt manages to quickly run up to him despite the speed of his attacks. The monster strikes very hard but misses, and Godhunt manages to touch the gargoyle's leg. He uses magic, and Ash notices that Godhunt has melted the monster's legs, pinning it to the ground. However, despite the versatility of the elves' defensive magic, it proves powerless against the giant's immense strength. The gargoyle boss simply lifts his huge leg up along with a large section of the wall. Ash sees Godhunt's worried expression and realizes that no matter how hard he tries to buy time, the boss isn't paying attention. He notices that the boss is close enough and prepares to attack, thinking that only one thing can stop him. Damien tries to stop the giant from reaching his goal, but it all proves ineffective. He understands that if he does nothing, he will simply die because the boss has chosen him as his target. Zrenia, but does not have time to finish the thought, because he sees a bright glow behind the monster. He notices Lily sitting on the ground, creating a huge fireball with a serious expression on her face. Ash looks at her in surprise and calls her name. Lily, looking at her boss with an angry and serious expression, calls him a monster and says that he should listen to her. She unleashes a powerful blast of fire, claiming that she is the senior mage among all the fighters on this front line. After a powerful attack, the huge monster falls to his knees, his entire body covered in burns. The elves look at the boss in surprise and ask if the gargoyle has really been defeated. But suddenly the monster starts moving slowly with loud sounds. Ash notices this and with a serious expression reports that the monster is still alive. The badly wounded boss suddenly turns away from them, and Ash realizes that his priorities have changed. The gargoyle, whose face was severely disfigured, lets out a loud scream as he looks at Lily, who is attacking him from behind. Lily sees the monster aiming at her and tears well up in her eyes, and she says she knew it would happen. Ash calls out to Lily with concern and tells her that she needs to get out of there immediately. He immediately remembers that this is impossible because she cannot walk. He also thinks that she doesn't have any mana left even to use the fire skin skill. The huge boss screams and delivers a powerful blow with his mace that should take one of the best and most promising mages of her life. Lily closes her eyes and sadly waits for what will happen to her. However, fortunately, at the last moment, a completely unexpected ally comes to her aid. Godhunt stands between her and the monster and tells her that she should stand behind him. Lily is surprised, opens her eyes and sees an elf standing in front of her to protect her. The gargoyle boss deals a very powerful blow to Godhunt, who takes the blow with his bare hands. He receives very serious injuries, but uses magic despite the extreme stress and pain. His endurance in this situation would have been the envy of the most valiant knights. The magic begins to take effect, and the monster's huge mace begins to disintegrate into small pieces. Godhunt has enough mana to destroy the boss's arm and part of his metal body. Godhunt quickly turns around and asks the elder mage with a serious face if she can strike again. Lily instantly understands what needs to be done and gathers all her power to create a huge fireball. She screams, preparing to attack, and everyone else understands that this is a serious demonstration of her intentions. Godhunt jumps to the side and Lily fires a ball that hits the boss's core. The impact of the fireball causes the core to crack with a loud sound. The huge boss falls to the ground with a loud crash and scream, and the core fragments scatter across the ground. Ash watches this and thinks that it looks like the boss has stopped moving. He turns to Damien with a serious expression and says loudly that Godhunt needs medical attention immediately. Lily sits on the ground and asks the elf why he decided to protect her at the cost of his own health. Godhunt calmly explains that he acted on common sense. He notes that she is the only one with enough firepower to deal the finishing blow to the boss. Lily looks at him in surprise and can't find the right words for this situation. Meanwhile, Lucas and Evangeline return to the prince to find out if everything is okay. Evangeline apologizes for her mistake, after which Lucas adds that they are ready to bear any punishment. Ash orders them to stop and listen to him, as they will always find time for punishment. He sees how many gargoyles were destroyed in the boss fight on his wall and admits that he was very lucky with the commander's eye skill, which helped a lot. There are only 40 gargoyles left, and they still pose a serious threat. The gargoyles rush forward and Ash realizes he needs to finish them off quickly, but he freezes for a moment. He understands perfectly well that everyone is already very tired after the grueling battle with hordes of monsters. This is especially true for Lucas and Evangeline, who mostly held back the onslaught of the monsters. He also realizes that Damien has completely used up his mana. Lily is at the limit of her strength, as is the Shadow Squad. He wonders if they can defeat the remaining enemies in this situation. At this moment, one of the veterans points his hand towards the monsters and loudly orders them to aim and open fire immediately. After his order, the soldiers under his command begin to fire their cannons. A multitude of projectiles fly into the crowd of gargoyles who notice it too late. All shots hit the cluster of monsters, accompanied by powerful explosions and loud sounds. The veteran, with a joyful expression on his face, reports that the fire curtain is no longer needed, since the monsters will no longer be able to fly out from the south. He asks the commander if he would mind some artillery support. Ash, surprised by what he saw, stares at them for a few seconds, unable to utter a sound. Then he gives a thumbs up and says with a slight smile that there are no objections and that it is a great move. After this, the soldiers continue to fire at the remaining gargoyles on the walls, putting an end to this madness. The sun's rays begin to break through the dark clouds, illuminating the fortress, after which the rain stops and the last drops flow down from the cannons. The last gargoyles that stood on the walls were destroyed by cannon fire and now lie in ruins. Lucas notes that the hovering gargoyles are no longer visible, and he turns to the commander and says that they have won. Ash is silent for a few seconds, raises his head and looks at the sky, thinking that it was naturally only raining during the fight. The clouds begin to clear and the sun illuminates the fortress, which lifts the spirits of all the soldiers. He understands that the soldiers are looking at him and expecting some kind of speech or further orders from him. Ash lowers his head, closes his eyes, and mentally prepares himself for the fact that he will have to say something unpleasant right after his victory. Having gathered himself, He loudly orders with a serious expression that the wounded be urgently transported to the hospital and that the damage to the equipment and the fortress be assessed. He emphasizes that even if there were mistakes in today's battle, their task is to learn lessons for the future, because this is how they will become true professionals. He thinks a lot about his own mistakes in every defensive battle and constantly analyzes what needs to be improved. His experiences, as if carved into his bones, serve as the only way to perfect the strategy so that people stop wasting their lives in vain. Every day they become stronger, and this vanguard, like a fortress, makes him a better commander. He also hopes that one day this brutal bloodshed will finally come to an end, and everyone will be able to return to peace. He is immensely grateful to his subordinates for the fact that thanks to them he himself becomes better. He thanks every soldier under his command, saying that they are the real heroes. He pauses briefly to emphasize the truth of his words in this situation. After a pause, he raises his hand and all the soldiers do the same, and then he loudly orders everyone to stop talking and start preparing the meat and alcohol. He thinks that someone might think that someone else paid for him before. The soldiers shout joyfully and praise the prince as Godhunt is carried away on a stretcher to the infirmary. He also sees Lily sitting lost on the ground with an empty look. He continues to watch her as many soldiers rejoice in their victory, reflecting on how yet another defensive battle ended. The system notifies that wave number 4 has been repelled, and the reward has already been added to the inventory. Godhunt receives a severe injury that requires immediate surgery. Sometime later in the infirmary, a seriously wounded Godhunt lies on a bed, and healing magic is used on him. Margaret tries to heal him and tells him that everything below his elbow is broken, and the stage when magic could help has long passed. Ash stands nearby and asks what this means, to which Margaret explains that the arm will have to be amputated. Godhunt begins to lose consciousness and slowly closes his eyes due to extreme fatigue. Margaret says again that it looks like the forearm needs to be amputated. Ash leaves the brightly sunlit hall and exits the infirmary to meet his comrades. He meets the elves from the Shadow Squad, who are standing at the entrance to the infirmary and waiting for the commander's operation. Ash is surprised to learn that the captain had already lost his arm 2 years ago during a military operation, after which he had 2 more prostheses and even changed his name to Godhunt. They are confident that he will cope further, because the lost arms can be replaced with metal ones, and he will be able to fight as before. Ash looks at them in surprise, can't answer anything, and thinks to himself that it's not about his fighting ability at all. It is not just a mechanism, and even if you replace the broken part, even if everything works again, you cannot pretend that nothing happened. From his point of view, such wounds still remain in the soul and never disappear. The elves in front of Ash stand silently, their heads down, and sadness is visible on their faces. He says that if anyone is worried or in pain, they should report it and he will take care of them. Ash himself reflects that these are exactly the words he told them, although it seems strange to hear this from the commander. He says that it is time for them to leave, because there will be a banquet in honor of the victory tonight. But the elder elf suggests that it is better to stay here to wait for the end of the operation. Ash allows them to do as they please, promising to order food and drinks to be delivered to them here. He smiles and notes that although they won't be able to celebrate the victory together, everyone did a great job today and should remember that. All the elves are happy with these words and look at him with smiles. Ash insists that they need to take care of the captain, and they immediately agree with him, waving goodbye and loudly asking him to send more delicious food and drinks. Ash leaves with a smile, thinking that he will have to order 3 barrels of juice, and when night falls and many people gather in the square at tables with food. Ash approaches them and asks with a smile how they dared to start the party when even he, the ruler, hadn't made a toast yet. Everyone greets him with happy faces, calling him commander and master of the Southern Front, saying that he was born to kill monsters. Ash walks up onto the wooden stage where everyone watches him closely. He says he will be brief and suggests that when the Southern Front is mentioned, everyone should respond that they cannot be fooled. He asks if they understand this, raises his mug of alcoholic drink, and joyfully shouts out the name of the front, and everyone present repeats in chorus what he ordered. Ash takes a sip but starts coughing from the unpleasant taste, thinking that he will never get used to the local alcohol. He turns around and notices Ader, loudly declaring that he wants to talk to him. Ader, holding the trays, turns around and says that he is ready to fulfill any order. He approaches Ash and asks him in the form of a song what he wants, meat or drinks, and is even ready to sing if music is needed. Ash asks Ader not to put on a show, but to simply take food and drinks to the infirmary. At that moment, Lily comes up to them and says that she will take it upon herself. Ash loosens his grip, looks at her in surprise, and tries to ask something, but Lily calmly looks at him and remains silent. Looking at her, he understands that during this time, something has changed in her attitude towards this man. Later, Ash walks through the square and says in a loud voice that if they continue drinking as hard as they do, they will never get rid of all the accumulated alcohol. He demands that they bring him mugs, and the people greet him with joyful cries, claiming that the third prince really does drink better than anyone in the entire empire. Ash stops at a table with many mugs filled with alcohol and defiantly declares that he will prove it. And today, they will go all the way. Everyone continues to drink and have fun, and this brings back some sad memories for him. At this point, Ash remembers Cheryl and thinks about how, according to him, if you always mourn the dead, life turns into an endless wake. Sometimes you just need to be able to have fun, because people continue to celebrate. Ash, in the company of several men, drinks from a mug and reflects that caring for the wounded and honoring the dead is the duty of a commander. He tries to lighten the mood by laughing loudly and drinking with everyone else, celebrating that victory night is going as usual. At this time, Godhunt regains consciousness after the operation, suddenly opens his eyes and breathes heavily. He calms down and notices that his arm has been amputated after a major operation. Turning around, he sees Lily, who is sitting calmly in the same room and writing something on a piece of paper. Godhunt tries to ask her a question, but Lily interrupts him, informing him that the operation was a success. She explains that the fever and pain will persist for some time, but in the morning at 7 o'clock, they will resume the dose of healing magic. She also says that everything below the elbow has been removed, but the joints have been left in place to facilitate movement of the prosthesis. All the elves from his squad are lying on another bed in the same room and sleeping peacefully. Lily notices that the members of his squad have just fallen asleep, and before that they had a good meal and had fun. She assumes that he might be hungry and leaves some food for him, reminding him that he needs to eat well since he has lost a lot of blood. Godhunt looks at her and asks why she cares about him despite her previously declared hatred. Lily is silent for a few seconds, then puts her pen down on the table and says she has a question. That's why she waited for him to wake up. Lily admits that no matter how hard she tries to understand, she still can't figure out his actions. She wanted to ask why he saved her when the gargoyle boss suddenly attacked. Godhunt calmly explains that at the time, under those circumstances, his priority was her safety. Lily, with a serious expression and a raised voice, says that he should stop talking such nonsense. She felt like he shouldn't pretend to be a great strategist, and maybe it made sense for their front, but he personally had no reason to risk himself for her. She reminds them that the Shadow Squad has only recently become part of the Crossroads defense, and such sacrifices are too hasty. No one expected that the commander of a detachment entering service for the first time would sacrifice his hands and even his life for the common goal. Зрения, однако, даже если это правда, есть слишком много несоответствий в этой версии. She expressed doubt that he had made a rational decision, since there was nothing harder than unexpected kindness. Lily insisted that he tell her honestly why he saved her and not try to evade a direct answer. Godhunt listened attentively and looked at her silently with a calm expression on his face, and then he asked if it was possible to speak frankly. After a long pause, Godhunt explained that the reason was not at all remarkable, because at the moment when the gargoyle boss rushed at her, the image of his mother appeared in his memory. Lily listened attentively, then asked him if that was really the reason. Godhunt explained that his mother, like Lily, could not walk because the slave owners who held her captive cut her tendons. According to him, she spent her entire life crawling on her knees, unable to stand up. Whenever their master beat him, his mother always covered him with her body, taking all the blows on herself. It was this image that brought back the memory in his mind when he saw her looking helplessly at the gargoyle in front of her. Godhunt asked if this upset her, and Lily admitted that it was indeed a bit disappointing, but she insisted on being honest. He agreed with this, and she, having calmed down a little, leaned her head on her hand, sighed, and asked if he really had lost his hands only for this reason. Godhunt responded that, in addition to the rational reasons he had already voiced, his personal emotional motivation was closely linked to the image of his mother. Lily smiled and admitted that she thought he was more rational, and Godhunt responded by noting that he thought she was more emotional. He had no idea that she would be looking for an ulterior motive, trying to understand why someone would risk their life for her. After this, Godhunt noted that they would probably never be able to understand each other because the wounds left by their races are passed down from generation to generation. He looked out the window and asked, despite all this, if they couldn't at least celebrate the fact that they were alive. He saw how everyone in the square was celebrating the victory, loudly singing a battle song, calling on their comrades to fight shoulder to shoulder. Lily heard the song and silently looked at Godhunt, who was lying nearby for a few seconds. She admitted that she hated him, but Godhunt turned to her and asked if it was too cruel to say that to someone who had lost his arms defending her. Lily came over and said it didn't matter and insisted that he eat, as he couldn't go hungry while others were celebrating. She placed a plate of food and a glass of water in front of him, after which Godhunt asked why there was only water, and Lily explained that the doctor had not allowed him to drink alcohol. He was surprised and asked if now, having lost his arms, he couldn't even have a drink, and Lily noted that it seemed like he was still in the mood for jokes. Then she took the glass that was on the table, put it on her knee, and thought. Her face turned slightly red before she raised her glass and offered to drink together, to which Godhunt noticed he didn't have the arms to lift the glass. Then Lily took the second glass and said she would do it for him. She raised the glass to his lips, which surprised him greatly, as he did not expect it. They both looked at each other in silence, and Lily made it clear with her eyes that she was not in the mood to deceive him. After this, she helped him drink water so that he could quench his thirst. Then she noted how funny it was that a girl without legs and an elf without arms, who simply couldn't go to a banquet, were sitting together and drinking in a hospital room. Godhunt looked out the window and agreed that this evening would remain in his memory for a long time. He said that he usually quickly forgets ordinary banquets, but this one will definitely be remembered for a very long time. Then he turned and, a little embarrassed, asked if she could continue to take care of him. Lily was embarrassed and looked at him silently for a few seconds with a surprised expression. Then she simply shoved a piece of bread into his mouth and said that he had better get strong quickly, because while he was healthy, it was much easier to hate him. Godhunt smiled sincerely, laughed loudly, and replied that he would prefer to remain in that state, and Lily advised him to stop talking nonsense with that face. After that, they did not speak anymore, and she slowly fed him cold dishes, which he ate in silence. Meanwhile, drunken soldiers nearby continued to sing various war songs, and the night of victory gradually came to an end. The next morning, Ash wakes up in bed looking very tired and thinking that he may have had too much to drink. He notes that he hasn't experienced such a severe hangover in quite some time. His hand accidentally stumbles upon something under the blanket, and he is surprised. He notices that he is not alone in the bed and asks loudly who else is there. Ash is very worried that he really did wake up drunk next to some woman and considers it a cliché. The one lying next to him begins to rise, long gray hair peeking out from under the blanket. The man, with a kind expression and long hair, takes the blanket off himself and looks at Ash, which scares him so much that he screams loudly in surprise. The other men sleeping in the same room begin to slowly get up and yawn after sleeping. Ash is even more surprised, loudly asking if he is in hell. The man sitting on the floor reassures him, explaining that it's just their Silver Legion and he's fine, even though he drank a lot yesterday. Ash calms down a bit and asks why everyone here is shirtless. The man is surprised by this question and explains that he himself ordered them to do so. Ash takes off his shirt and loudly declares that it is time to drop all pretensions and drink comfortably, person to person, so everyone should take off their clothes and shout. Ash was confused and began to question whether he really behaved like that when he was drunk and why he decided to do it in the first place. His companions reported that they had an incredible celebration last night, the best in their lives, which they will remember forever. At that moment, someone approached them and asked if the gentleman was awake. Ash recognized the voice, and turning around, he saw his face and was surprised to discover that he was wearing only shorts. Unable to withstand the powerful male tension, he loudly asked why Lucas had also taken off his pants. Lucas calmly replied that he himself had given the order to all members of the main squad to take off their pants. This news stunned Ash, who couldn't understand why they would do such a thing, and felt his head start to hurt from the crazy antics of his comrades. Meanwhile, Damien was lying on the bed without a blanket and complaining about the cold, which made Ash even more embarrassed and made him deeply regret what happened. In his memory, it all looked like pure hell and madness at a party. The more Ash thought about it, the more he suffered, so he decided not to try to restore his memories. It irritated him that the only time he had ever seen a naked man was in a bathhouse, and Lucas smiled and admitted that he was planning to go there. Ash, a little confused, asked where exactly they were going. Lucas explained that they were talking about the public bathhouse, which was very close. This information greatly surprised the lord of this city, and he decided that it was absolutely necessary to take advantage of it. Lucas walked down the street with a basket in his hands and noticed that the soldiers, who were daily covered in the blood of monsters, simply needed to wash somewhere. According to Lucas, the bathhouse was originally intended for warriors, after which Ash guessed that with the expansion of the city, ordinary residents also began to use the bathhouse. Lucas confirmed this with a smile, and Ash suddenly stopped to look at these public baths. Ash noted the impressive size of the building and asked why it was so big, to which Lucas explained that the area was large enough for the entire garrison. As they got closer, Damien suddenly asked if everything was okay with the gentleman, noticing his thoughtfulness. Ash remembered that usually some events of not entirely decent nature take place in the baths. Looking at them, he shyly states that they usually do something there with the help of female staff. They entered the men's bathhouse together, and Ash realized that he had been wrong to admit that he was very upset by this fact. He noted with relief that there were no problems with the plumbing here, which meant he could wash to his heart's content. Lucas said that due to a lack of water, it was decided to install a water supply in this particular bathhouse. Ash asked if Lucas was going to take a shower, to which he replied that he would just stand by and guard him since that was his permanent task. Ash advised Lucas to stop thinking like that and wash himself too, and Lucas, entering the water, asked permission to use it. Ash agreed and urged him to get into the water quickly, after which he looked at his body in surprise. He noticed the many scars on Lucas's body and realized that he had lived a difficult life, because each scar was like an imprint of the difficulties he had gone through. Lucas smiled and assured him that he was fine, noting that he wore each of these scars with pride. At this time, they both saw Damien floating on his back in the pool with a happy expression on his face. Ash called him to make sure everything was okay, and Damien replied that everything was just incredible. Ash asked what happened yesterday, but Lucas suggested that it would be better to forget about the previous night. At that moment, a large group of men approached the bathhouse, each of whom belonged to the Legion of Twilight. Ash watches in surprise as the entire crowd gradually approaches them. The captain of the garrison said with a happy face that it was time to freshen up before the next shift. They all climbed into the pools and began to discuss animatedly, laughing occasionally. Ash said that it was probably best to leave here, and Lucas agreed with him. One of the soldiers noticed the presence of the gentleman and informed everyone else about it. All the men celebrated this with a military salute and loudly performed a military salute to the master. Ash left, pensively thinking that it would be a good idea to issue a decree so that such a gesture would no longer be used in bathhouses. Later, they went to the public bathhouse toilet, and Ash sat on a bench and noted that he felt much better. He thought with surprise that he couldn't believe how advanced the technology was here. He even regretted that he had previously mocked the fantasy world, because everything here was really very good. And at that moment, Evangeline and Lily entered the room. They noticed Ash and Evangeline spoke loudly to him, saying that she was glad to see him. Lily also came up and asked what the gentleman was doing here, and Ash admitted that he himself could not answer this question yet. Evangelina said that they decided to wash together, adding that over time everyone becomes closer to those with whom they fight side by side. She leaned over and asked Lily with a happy smile if she understood correctly, and in response, Lily smiled and confirmed it. Ash looked at them and thought that it seemed like only Evangeline was really getting close to her, even though Lily was about the same age. He understood why Lily was so nervous, because for her, communicating with the Margravine could be dangerous for the possibility of resigning. Evangeline continued to smile and informed the protagonist that they would probably leave soon. But there was still something they needed to discuss together. She quickly runs away with Lily, and Ash thinks that they should wait and sit with him for a bit. At this moment, someone addresses him, calling him Sir and immediately attracting his attention. A little surprised, Ash turns around and sees St. Margaret walking towards him. Ash doesn't recognize her, as Margaret is dressed completely differently, and asks who she is, after which Margaret removes her hair and says her name. This surprises Ash, and he thinks that he really didn't recognize her because he's only ever seen her in robes. Ash asks if she also uses the public baths, and Margaret stands in front of him and clarifies that there is no law prohibiting the clergy from washing there. Ash replies that of course there is no such law, and then Margaret smiles and says that she had a difficult operation yesterday, and so she wanted to relax. Ash remembers that she was the one who operated on God Hunt and asks how successful the operation was. Margaret notes with interest that Ash has been sending many people to find out the result, and is surprised that he is still not informed. Margaret assures that everything went well and the patient is now recovering well, noting that in the morning she cast a healing spell and then decided to go to the bathhouse. Ash muses that the siege only ended yesterday and there were celebrations all night afterwards, so it's no wonder it's so crowded here today. He thanks Margaret for her work and apologizes if his soldiers accidentally caused her any inconvenience. She reassures him, saying that war is a terrible and cruel phenomenon, but fighting at the front is a sacred cause. Margaret closes her eyes and says with a slight smile that therefore washing away the blood and sweat after the holy war is also a worthy occupation, and she is glad that she can take part in it. Ash smiles back and thinks that it sounds a bit pompous, but on the other hand, it's an inspired response. Margaret turns around and notices that several girls are already waiting for her. She says that she has to go, and Ash agrees, wishing her a good time. Ash turns his attention to the system window where Lucas and Damien are displayed, and begins to wonder where they could have disappeared to. Ash looks up and thinks wistfully that he would like some sika here, a cold drink from his world. The atmosphere around him seems to beckon him, and he imagines how he would now eat a boiled egg and wash it down with a glass of ice-cold sike. At that very moment, Lucas and Damien run towards him, and Ash loudly asks why they were gone for so long. Lucas takes a small bag out of his cassock and explains that they bought boiled eggs from a local black marketeer at the bathhouse. Ash wonders with great surprise who he meant by the local black marketeer. Damien pulls out a large decanter of chilled honey lemon drink, and Ash is amazed that they guessed his wish. Lucas and Damien lean towards him at the same time, smiling, and inform him that he can eat and drink in secret. Ash thinks it's a great idea and is genuinely grateful for their concern. But at that moment, Evangeline expresses surprise with a sly smile at how much they brought. Stepping forward with his menacing, almost frightening appearance, he offers to share with the ladies, since there are 5 people on their team. Within moments, a real fight for this food and drink breaks out. After a while, everyone calms down and sits down on a bench to have a snack. Ash, with a very satisfied expression on his face, admits that he feels great and reflects that he should get to know the city better in his free time. Lucas puts the same bag in his robe and says that he will clean up all the trash that is left here. Ash thanks him for this, and after a while the lunchtime comes to an end. After lunch, Ash opens the system window to prepare for the next battle. He looks at the data and is relieved to realize that this is the 5th stage and that information about the new wave will finally appear. The hardest obstacle at the beginning is the boss wave, because every 5th wave is a boss, and it will be very difficult, completely different from those they reflected before. The system window indicates that there are 28 days and 9 hours left until the 5th wave. Ash thinks that this is good, because there is still enough time to prepare and think everything through carefully. His thoughts are interrupted when someone approaches and greets the gentleman by his title. Ash notices the man and wonders who he is. He introduces himself as Dion Eggert, and Ash remembers that he is one of the newly recruited heroes. He mentally notes that this is a N-rank hero who is slightly stronger than normal soldiers, but mostly with average stats. There were some in the game as well, but to be honest, Ash doesn't really remember any of them due to their low importance and usefulness. The system window indicates that Dion belongs to the 2nd subgroup, all members of which have rank N. Ash wonders why Dion came here and what information he would like to get. He replies that he has serious claims against His Highness. Dion turns to his squad mates and says that it has been a month since they arrived here, but other than supporting the rear, he has never given them any serious tasks. He says that in essence, they are mercenaries who need work in order to feed themselves. Ash looked at him with slight surprise and noted to himself that he was acting rather self-confident and even daring, but at the same time he was thinking like a mercenary. Dion, in turn, explained that he doesn't care if they are looked down upon because of their youth and lack of experience. They then all perform a military salute together and ask to be sent to the front lines to prove that they are capable of fighting on par with the rest. Ash was so shocked by what he heard that he couldn't answer right away. He crossed his arms over his chest and thought that these guys seemed pretty confident. He noted that their characteristics and skills were indeed average, but their eyes were shining with determination. One guy in particular stood out, named Dion, who was clearly very ambitious. Ash smiled and admitted that he was indeed confident, adding that words should be backed up by actions, and asked how Dion was going to prove it. Dion, with a happy expression on his face, suggested that they have a duel to fight fairly with the main team members. Ash smiled even wider, noting to himself that he hadn't expected this turn of events at all. Lucas sat down quietly next to them and noted in a reserved tone that this sounded rather daring, and Evangeline, lying next to them, looked at them and said that this was very interesting. Ash admitted that he liked their enthusiasm and agreed that a duel could be arranged, but he would choose the time and place for the fight. Dion assured His Highness that it was not a problem and asked when they should expect his decision, to which Ash replied that it would not be long and that they could begin right away. Later, rumors spread around the city about an upcoming battle between the main team and the newcomers. This generated interest, and many rushed to take their places on the training ground to watch what was happening. All the spectators had already taken their seats to watch what was happening. Damien asked if they could cope without their help, and Lily, who was standing nearby, agreed, expressing confidence in their abilities. Lucas, holding a wooden sword, asked if she was ready, to which Evangeline, also armed with a wooden weapon, replied that she was always ready. The members of the second team stood next to each other, and Dion explained that there had been some minor changes to the plan, but they had to stick to the agreed-upon strategy. The rest confirmed that they understood everything and would cope with the task perfectly. Lucas, with a terrifying expression on his face, approached them and admitted that he didn't know what they were planning, but he felt that it would end quickly. The rules of the battle were simple and stated that the team that defeated all opponents would win. Victory was counted if the opponent could no longer use weapons, surrendered, or was taken out of the fight. Safety was the top priority, so the use of techniques that could cause serious harm was prohibited. When Ash raised the red flag, he told everyone to get ready and begin. Dion quickly rushed towards Lucas, holding 2 wooden daggers in his hands. He demanded to see those very techniques that he had heard so much about. Lucas, smiling reservedly, noted that a wooden dagger was not the best choice of weapon. He attacked with his sword very quickly, and Dion managed to notice it at the last moment when the blade was dangerously close. However, he dodged, and only by some miracle avoided a blow that would have otherwise knocked him out. Dion, looking at him in surprise, said that it was much easier to dodge with a dagger, and immediately jumped to the side. Lucas immediately ran after him, trying to strike him with his sword, and declared that he was tired of this boring battle. He looks at his opponent with confidence and says that he is going to finish the fight quickly. At the same time, Evangeline stood motionless, watching the approaching members of the opposing team. Then she loudly declared that she always knew that she looked 4 times more dangerous than this old man. Making a more serious expression on her face, she promised to show what the best student of the academy is capable of. 3 people simultaneously crashed into her with their shields, which greatly surprised Evangeline. She asked loudly if they were serious, after which one of them shouted to the others that they needed to try their best. Evangeline was startled when they began pushing her towards the edge of the arena and loudly demanded that they wait a bit. Suddenly, she managed to stop everyone and planted her foot on the ground, applying more force and pushing them back. With an angry expression on her face, she said loudly that they had chosen the wrong opponent. Jessen tried to hold her back, but was surprised that they were unable to do so, and loudly asked where she got so much strength from. Suddenly, she quickly ran up to her from the side with a wooden dagger in her hands, thereby surprising her. Before striking, he asked her for forgiveness for what she was about to do. She struck Evangeline's leg, but she managed to raise her leg and dodge. This caused her to lose her balance, and the 3 guys immediately started pushing her back. Evangeline fell on her back outside the arena, and the members of the second team stood in front of her. She stood up abruptly and loudly declared that this was unfair and against the rules. Ash explained that everything was going according to the rules, and since she was defeated, it was considered a natural outcome. Watching the action with a smile, Ash admitted that it was a good move and the boys did a great job. Issa, turning around with a joyful expression, noted that they needed to help Dion since there was only 1 night left. She noticed Lucas holding Dion with one hand, asking everyone for forgiveness. He looked at his subcommand and said that this night was too strong. Lucas looked at them coldly and said that he needed the next opponent since he had already defeated this one. After this, he threw Dion to the ground and, slowly moving towards the others, began to look at them threateningly in order to suppress their desire to fight. A little later, he single-handedly defeated the entire second team, and wiping the dust from his hands, he only grinned. Ash raised Lucas's hand and declared him the sole winner. Ash believed that the level difference was too great to overcome, as Lucas was level 37, and it was a hopeless fight from the start. Dion, sitting on the ground with his eyes downcast, was struck by the thought that he should have realized from the start that he was no match for this opponent. He was surprised when Ash approached him and admitted that he had proven himself worthy by coming up with a tactic against his opponent and successfully using it in battle. The main thing Ash noted was the courage to attack an enemy that was significantly stronger. Dion felt joy, but also a little embarrassed by the praise from the Lord of these lands. After lifting Dion to his feet, Ash said that it was time for them to get up and dust themselves off after this fight. He apologized for underestimating them earlier and depriving them of work, and he apologized in advance because since they had proven their worth, he intended to use them to the end. Dion and his team were quite surprised by this statement. Ash thought it was a bit unexpected, but now those he had previously ignored had come to his aid. The entire detachment gave a military salute and loudly declared that they would act in accordance with the wishes of His Highness. Dion, beaming with joy, declared that if he had intended to live out his days quietly, he would not have become a mercenary. The next day, after lunch, Ash sat in a chair, looking out the system window and thinking about how, for the first time, Dion's mercenaries were sent to extract resources. This was an autonomous type of reconnaissance, in which a subgroup could go to an already cleared area. Additional squads would level up on their own and collect random items at the same time. Since this was the first dungeon for the mercenaries, Evangeline was sent with them as a guide. Ash smiled and thought that the automatic item collection was a great solution, and he would definitely use this tactic more often in the future between enemy waves. At that moment, Lucas came up to him and asked if everything would be okay. He reminded him that the dungeon under the lake was full of enemies. And hearing this, Ash remembered Crown and assumed that it was not monsters, but most likely a hostile NPC faction. Lucas said that if they accidentally stumbled upon them, it would be impossible to return safely. He immediately suggested that perhaps he should go after them in order to ensure their safety. However, Ash refused, stating that he was not going to send them to the main camp area, and Lucas asked why he decided so. Ash recalled Ader's words earlier, who had said that in zones 1 through 3 in the kingdom under the lake, squad battles were prohibited. This is due to the fact that during the testing period, there were cases of sudden attacks at the very beginning, so a special protection system was introduced for beginners. With a rather angry expression on his face, Ash lifted his nose with 2 fingers and loudly asked why he hadn't told him about this before. Ader responded that squad battles were only allowed from the 4th zone onwards, and warned that violation would result in severe punishment for PvP in the initial zones. Basically, every NPC in the kingdom under the lake knows about it, and the real fight begins in the 4th zone. Ash slammed his palms down on the table and stated that they would not be crossing the boundaries of the main camp, and there was no point in asking unnecessary questions, since there was enough work to do there. Lucas was very surprised, but loudly agreed, calling it a very insightful decision. Ash looked at him calmly and expressed the hope that all questions were now exhausted, since it was already lunchtime and time to go eat. Lucas noted that this was a great idea, since he had plans all day. Ash asked if he was going on vacation, since the others were just relaxing, when suddenly Damien burst into the office. Ash looked at him in surprise, reminding him that he had plenty of time to rest and recuperate. Damien, trying to catch his breath after running, wanted to communicate something important, but at first he failed. However, after a couple of minutes, he managed to calm down and said that Mrs. Jupiter had regained consciousness. Ash was surprised and wondered if she had finally woken up. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure appeared at the northern gate of the city, carrying something interesting with him. At the crossroads, a girl appeared who dresses in rather bizarre clothes. She also immediately stands out from the crowd because she smokes a pipe. The girl, who looked like a witch, lifted her hat and looked at the city that spread its walls before her. Standing at the entrance, she asked if this was the same front line where her grandmother Jupiter worked.